Chapter 1. Rebirth Before the Apocalypse. Xiao Ran jolted upright from his bed, gasping for breath, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. He had just experienced an extraordinarily vivid dream. In this dream, the world was engulfed in a relentless hailstorm. The hailstones were as large as ping-pong balls, effortlessly shattering ordinary glass, including car windows. A thick fog blanketed the surroundings, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to venture outside. The temperature plummeted. While it wasn't cold enough to freeze a person into a statue, it dipped to around -10 degrees. It was June. On the fourth day of this calamity, the power grid collapsed, resulting in numerous fatalities from the cold overnight. To add insult to injury, the hail was toxic. Any liquid that came into contact with the hail would cause plants to wither and water sources to become contaminated. A mere sip would induce excruciating vomiting and diarrhea, and a larger amount would lead to instant death. Everyone was trapped, reduced to mere scavengers, and as food and clean water dwindled, the most horrifying reality unfolded: cannibalism. Yet, Xiao Ran would never have imagined that he would fall victim to a treacherous ambush by his wife's family, who would dismember him while he was still alive. No, this was not merely a dream. Cradling his head, Xiao Ran reflected on the 15 days of apocalyptic horror he had endured. It felt so real that he could recall every detail, especially the agonizing moment of his dismemberment, a pain that was undeniably authentic. There is only one possibility. I have been reborn. It is now. He reached for his phone, and the time displayed was unmistakably March 1st. When did the apocalypse occur? June 1st. He remembered it vividly because that day he had intended to take his son to the amusement park, only to be struck by hail as soon as they stepped outside, leaving him questioning the very fabric of his existence. This meant there were precisely 3 months until disaster struck. I must amass wealth, collect enough food to sustain myself for a lifetime, gather supplies for eternity, and construct a safe haven that can withstand the hail and deter those who would seek to seize it by force. How to amass wealth? Quite simply. As someone who had been reborn, Xiao Ran possessed a precise understanding of the stock market trends for the upcoming 3 months. His hobby involved analyzing market conditions and monitoring stocks. But where would he get the capital? The lottery. He vividly recalled the winning numbers for the next lottery draw, having spent $2 to play and successfully matching 5 digits, a memory etched in his mind, particularly as the jackpot had swelled to an astounding $2.5 billion. Purchasing 100 tickets would secure him the grand prize. With the capital in hand and a clear grasp of the trajectories of several promising stocks, it would be a breeze to accumulate wealth. But the first order of business is divorce. Xiao Ran's gaze turned icy. In his previous life, not only had his wife's family feasted on his fortune, but she had also revealed a dreadful secret just before his demise. The child was not biologically his. He could not die in peace. Wretched woman. Xiao Ran clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with madness. He craved vengeance. He would not allow them to perish easily. An orphan, he had worked diligently to secure a university education and landed a respectable job. It was during this time that he met his wife, Zheng Wan, a sweet-faced nurse whose parents had just retired with a modest pension, along with a younger brother still in university. Their romance blossomed rapidly, and under Zheng Wan's gentle persuasion, Xiao Ran agreed to become a live-in son-in-law. As an orphan, he did not place great importance on lineage but yearned for the warmth of family. However, after marriage, his wife's demeanor grew cold, and his in-laws treated him with disdain. Yet, when Zheng Wan soon became pregnant, he reveled in the joy of impending fatherhood, choosing to overlook their hostility. After their son was born, he dutifully changed diapers and prepared formula in the dead of night, taking on all responsibilities. In the Zheng household, he appeared as a son-in-law but was, in truth, a servant. The most absurd aspect? His entire salary was surrendered to the family, leaving him with a meager allowance of just 200 yuan each month. Meanwhile, his brother-in-law, Zheng Gang, squandered money during his studies and failed to maintain any job post-graduation, yet frequently indulged in dining and lodging with his girlfriend. Now, Xiao Ran realized whose money Zheng Gang had been spending his. What enraged Xiao Ran most was that the son he had nurtured for 3 years, pouring all his love and effort into, was not his biological child. He had merely been a pitiful, laughable pawn. All the wealth I accumulate in the future, you shall not touch a single cent. The supplies I hoard, you can only look upon. I shall not even spare you a crumb of bread. and I will end your lives in the most brutal manner possible. Xiao Ran rose from the bed, intending to put on his shoes, when he suddenly froze. He realized his mind was connected to an expansive realm, boundless and infinite. Is this an alternate dimension? With a thought, his phone inexplicably vanished from his grasp, yet he could see it clearly in this alternate space. Another mental command, and the phone reappeared in his hand. Xiao Ran's jaw dropped in astonishment. Not only have I been reborn from the apocalypse, but I have also acquired supernatural powers. Now, how much supplies can I hoard? Xiao Ran felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. This resolved a critical issue for the safe haven. There would be no need to allocate a vast area for a storage room, and with the necessity of preserving food, maintaining strict control over temperature and humidity would significantly reduce the complexity of design and construction. The emergence of these powers further confirms that it was not merely a dream. Xiao Ran's expression hardened with resolve. He quickly gathered his belongings and approached the door, flinging it open with force. What time do you call this? Are you even aware it's morning? His father-in-law, Zheng Yujun, nearly hurled his teacup at him, barking angrily. Hurry up and wash the dishes and cook. Xiao Ran pondered, recalling that he had called in sick to work due to a headache that morning and had informed Zheng Wan. Yet, stepping outside only to receive such treatment from Zheng Yujun was akin to reliving his death. Zheng Yujun wielding a knife, dismembering him piece by piece. He glared at Zheng Yujun, murder in his eyes, wishing to slay the old beast on the spot. But he could not act impulsively. Killing someone now would warrant a life sentence, and to simply end the old scoundrel's life with a single blow would be too lenient. Under Xiao Ran's fierce gaze, Zheng Yujun's demeanor faltered, feeling the weight of his terrifying stare, as if he might be struck down at any moment. In a rage, he slammed his fists on the table. You dare defy me, you little brat? You think you can glare at me? Xiao Ran stepped forward and slapped the old man across the face. That strike was infused with all his pent-up rage, sending the old wretch sprawling across the table. At that moment, his mother-in-law, Lin Meiying, emerged from the room cradling their son, and upon witnessing the scene, she let out a series of shrieks, startling the child into a fit of wails. Previously, Xiao Ran had cherished his son above all else, but now, witnessing him only stirred feelings of anger and disgust. Indeed, the child bore no resemblance to him, but he had never doubted it, believing his wife's genes to be dominant. The result was a stark revelation. He had been wearing a bright green hat all along. Ridiculous and tragic. An honest man provoked to rage is an exceedingly dangerous force. Xiao Ran approached, snipping a lock of the child's hair with scissors, a cold smile gracing his lips as he stormed out. Just 10 minutes later, his phone rang. Xiao Ran answered, and Zheng Wan's furious voice erupted from the receiver. Xiao Ran, have you lost your mind? How dare you hit my father? Divorce, Xiao Ran uttered coldly, disregarding her entirely, his words chilling in their brevity. Chapter 2. Divorce. For a moment, the other party was taken aback, and after a considerable pause, Zheng Wan's louder shout resounded. Xiao Ran, what madness are you indulging in? Just wait and see how I deal with you when I return from work. Xiao Ran remained composed, responding calmly. Immediately, let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. I've brought the household registration book, marriage certificate, and my identification. Zheng Wan shouted again, but this time she seemed to regain her composure, saying, don't act impulsively. A marriage cannot be dissolved simply by your declaration. What about Xiao Jie? Xiao Jie was Xiao Ran's son, whose full name was Zheng Jie, a child born out of wedlock. Xiao Ran scoffed, how long do you intend to deceive me? Zheng Jie is not my son. He is your illegitimate child with Zhang Zihao. You were so eager to marry me because you were already pregnant with Zhang Zihao's offspring. How do you know this? Zheng Wan's voice trembled. Do not concern yourself with how I know. We must go to the Civil Affairs Bureau at once. If not, I shall create a scene at the hospital, exposing your affair with Zhang Zihao, and let us see how you both handle the aftermath, Xiao Ran said coolly. He was confident that Zheng Wan would ultimately yield. Indeed, Zheng Wan hesitated for a moment before conceding. Fine, I will go to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The haste with which he sought to marry Xiao Ran was primarily to avoid the scandal of an unwed pregnancy, to protect Zhang Zihao's reputation, and moreover, because Xiao Ran was rather easy to manipulate, effectively becoming a free caretaker for the household. In fact, this caretaker would even surrender all of his earnings. Now that their son was already 3 years old, there was no longer a concern for reputation, though it was unfortunate for Xiao Ran, who had been a compliant caretaker. Upon arriving at the Civil Affairs Bureau via subway, Xiao Ran was surprised to find Zheng Wan had arrived even earlier and was waiting for him at the entrance. This woman, aged 27, stood at 160 centimeters, possessing a sweet appearance with large eyes tied back in a ponytail. Her looks could be rated at 70 out of 100, though her figure was somewhat lacking, modestly endowed with an A-cup bust. She gazed at Xiao Ran with a mixture of suspicion and astonishment, still reeling from the revelation of how he had uncovered the truth. Little did she realize, all of this had been divulged to Xiao Ran by her in a previous life, when he was on the brink of death. And she had no fear of secrets being exposed. Xiao Ran, do not think that divorce is so simple. It involves the division of assets, custody of the child, and many other issues, Zheng Wan said, still attempting to persuade him to reconsider. Once they returned home, the family would collectively pressure Xiao Ran, and she remained confident they could convince him to relent. You are a slave to our family, now and forever. Xiao Ran looked at her with indifference. I shall leave with nothing. The child will be yours, and I will not pay a single cent in child support. Logically, he could demand a division of their shared assets, and following a paternity test, he could even seek compensation. However, he had no time to waste on such matters. He needed to finalize the divorce today. Otherwise, if he won the lottery before the marriage was officially dissolved, it would undoubtedly create significant complications. How could Zheng Wan and her family resist seizing such a lucrative opportunity? Therefore, he desired none of the couple's shared assets. As the end of the world approaches, he possesses myriad ways to reclaim what is his. Zheng Wan found herself at a loss for words due to his assertions and reluctantly accompanied him to the divorce office. They took a number and queued. The number of people present was minimal, and they were soon called. The mediator attempted to make an effort, stating, "You are both still young, and you have children." "The child is not mine," Xiao Ran replied coolly, devoid of any expression. The mediator was taken aback and ceased to offer further counsel, asking instead, "How will the assets be divided?" "I will leave with nothing," Xiao Ran declared. Since the child was not biologically his, he held no obligation for support, and having chosen to leave without any possessions, the divorce agreement was swiftly prepared. Half an hour later, Xiao Ran exchanged his marriage certificate for a divorce certificate, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He had finally extricated himself from the clutches of the Zheng family. Without casting a glance at Zheng Wan, he strode away. Zheng Wan's expression was one of resentment. She had lost a free caretaker and a substantial portion of support. Xiao Ran's current salary was just over 10,000. You think you can just escape? Not a chance. She pulled out her phone and dialed the police. I wish to report an incident. My father has been attacked, and the assailant is Xiao Ran, with ID number 3205. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xiao Ran first had lunch before heading to the nearby lottery shop in the early afternoon. After providing a few numbers, he spent 200 yuan to purchase 100 tickets, aiming for the staggering 500 million, the maximum jackpot available. The lottery ticket bore a timestamp, and there was monitoring at the Civil Affairs Bureau confirming the timing of his divorce proceedings. Thus, this was clearly marital property. However, Xiao Ran found himself devoid of any funds. He had exhausted his entire 200 yuan allowance. No matter, he thought, there's still Huabei. He first booked a hotel room via his mobile phone, then took a taxi to the establishment. After registering with his ID, he checked into a luxurious hotel that charged 1,500 yuan per night. In the past, he would never have considered such extravagance. But now, what was money to him? Once in his room, Xiao Ran began to explore the specific usage and characteristics of the otherworldly space. Firstly, whether an object could be stored within depended entirely on its dimensions. Due to the limitation of a spatial portal measuring 5 by 5 meters, objects could be of infinite length, but their height and width could not exceed 5 meters. Weight was irrelevant, as he merely needed to make contact and direct his thoughts. Secondly, living creatures could not be contained. Xiao Ran had attempted to take a fish tank from the break room, which housed 5 goldfish. Although he pressed his hand against it, no matter how he concentrated, the fish tank could not be absorbed into the otherworldly space. However, upon opening the portal, he could directly place the tank inside, only to find that the fish were dead upon retrieval. This indicated that living creatures could only be forced in or allowed to meet their fate on their own. If used cleverly, this could serve as a means of vengeance. Thirdly, the spatial portal can be opened at any location and in any direction, but its maximum range cannot exceed 2 meters from his person. Moreover, it cannot be opened within solid objects, such as inside a wall. Once he moves, the portal will automatically close, yet it can be immediately reopened. Fourthly, once an object is placed into this alternate space, its state will be preserved. For instance, if a cup of hot tea is placed inside, it will remain scalding even after an hour. Similarly, if a piece of ice is stored, it will not melt in the slightest after the same duration. This feature is simply perfect for storing food. Most crucially, this preservation includes the kinetic energy of the object. Thus, when Xiao Ran throws a brick into the space and then releases it, the brick will strike with force. Imagine what would happen if arrows, bullets, or even falling objects were to be stored. It becomes a formidable weapon. All Xiao Ran needs to do is replenish his ammunition and practice his aim. Now, all he must do is claim the grand prize tomorrow, and he will be able to purchase a house, invest in the stock market, and transform the house into a safe haven. That evening, Xiao Ran deliberately chose an upscale restaurant, opting for the most expensive dishes. The thrill of spending money was exhilarating. Xiao Ran reflected on how, previously, he had managed with a mere 200 yuan a month. Why? Because he needed to save for his wife and son. And what was the result? He had merely become a pitiful pawn. Now, he would spend lavishly, and starting tomorrow, he would be wealthy. When disaster strikes, he would become the richest person in the world. However, the currency of that time would not be cash, but rather food, clothing, energy, and so forth. Chapter 3. Claiming the prize. Having been reborn, Xiao Ran's mindset had undergone a complete transformation. Hu Wunti changed drastically after being betrayed and consumed by a family member. Moreover, he had always harbored dissatisfaction towards his ex-wife's family, but had endured for the sake of his son. Yet, with the revelation that the boy was not his biological child, this became the final straw. A decent man, when pushed to the edge, can become more unhinged than others. After dining, he settled the bill using a credit service, spending over 30,000 yuan. His limit was over 80,000, ensuring he wouldn't face any payment issues. To be frank, while the restaurant was indeed pricey, the food was merely adequate. Upon returning to the hotel, he found that in just 10 minutes, the television station would commence the live broadcast of the lottery draw. 1 number matched, 2 matched, 3 matched, 7 matched, all of them. Xiao Ran smiled, realizing that his rebirth had not altered the course of history. 500 million in hand. Oh, taxes and donations must be accounted for. Let us estimate it at 400 million. Xiao Ran lay down to sleep, tossing and turning, as waves of thoughts surged through his mind, preventing him from drifting off. Meanwhile, the Zheng family was in an uproar. What? That scoundrel divorced you? Zheng Yujun could hardly believe it, even as his daughter placed the divorce certificate on the table. Was Xiao Ran merely a dog in their household? The dog, so obedient and diligent, has unexpectedly bitten him and fled. He cannot accept this. Where is that scoundrel? I shall confront him, Zheng Gang exclaimed, only to later discover upon returning home that he had been struck by his brother-in-law, who had now become his ex-brother-in-law. Where's Dad? I want to ride a horse. Zheng Jie chimed in. Your father is dead, Zheng Wan shouted at her son. Yet, Zheng Jie clapped his hands in delight. Dad is dead, Dad is dead. This was because Xiao Ran had spoiled him excessively, never uttering a harsh word, while the child had grown accustomed to the family's authoritative demeanor toward Xiao Ran, thus holding no reverence for this nominal father. Zheng Wan, overwhelmed with frustration, realized that whenever Xiao Ran was home, she could easily leave her son in his care without worry. Now, with a 3-year-old incessantly chattering in her ear, she felt a surge of exasperation. Taking a deep breath, she decided to let Lin Ming manage the child for a moment, and said, I have called the police, but they claim it is a family matter. Unless the injury is severe, they generally do not take action. What? Zheng Yujun sprang to his feet. That bastard laid a hand on me, and there's no consequence? Zheng Wan fell silent. Although Zheng Yujun had received a slap, the mark on his face had nearly faded, and such minor injuries would hardly warrant a police report. Sister, why did you agree to the divorce? Zheng Gang inquired. That fellow earns over 10,000 a month. Now that we are divorced, our family loses that income. How am I to marry? Indeed, you are aware of the demands from your brother's future in-laws. They are asking for 30,000 in betrothal gifts and a house. Without that scoundrel's income, your brother will face significant financial strain, Zheng Yujun added. His plan was to use Xiao Ran's salary to help his son with the mortgage. But with that income suddenly vanished, how could he not be anxious? He was more distressed than by the slap Xiao Ran had given him. Zheng Wan felt increasingly agitated, as her father and brother were solely focused on Xiao Ran's monthly salary, showing no concern for her future. Yet, Had it not always been this way? Suppressing her irritation, she declared, I will not let him off so easily. Xiao Ran will pay the price. Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang grumbled. But they had no idea where Xiao Ran had gone. What good would it do to be angry or anxious now? We must remarry. We absolutely must. Zheng Yujun insisted. That scoundrel not only provides over 10,000 a month, but is also a capable worker. We cannot let him escape. Zheng Wan frowned and said, I need some fresh air. Xiao Ran had already learned that the child was not his biological son. How could there be any chance of reconciliation? Overwhelmed with distress, she realized that Lin Ming was unable to care for her grandson, and her son was beginning to throw a tantrum, breaking things. All she desired was to flee from it all. A night passed. Xiao Ran, invigorated, first went to the dining hall to enjoy a hearty meal. How delightful! In the past half-month of the apocalypse, he had not only been allocated the least food, but had also saved some for his false son. Reflecting on it now, it was truly ironic. Why is he so foolish? Zheng Jie bears no resemblance to him whatsoever, and his boorish demeanor is utterly unreasonable. Such traits do not align with Zheng Wan either. Thus, if he is not a bastard child, how could this possibly be the case? Xiao Ran shook his head. Dismissing these thoughts, his life, he decided, was set to truly commence from this day forward. After finishing his meal, he summoned a vehicle and made his way to the lottery center. Upon learning that Xiao Ran was there to claim his prize, the staff promptly ushered him inside. He presented his lottery ticket for verification, and the next step was the award ceremony. A staggering 500 million yuan awaited him. Though after taxes amounting to 100 million and a charitable donation of 2 million, the net sum he would actually receive was 398 million. Nevertheless, this remained an immense fortune. Representatives from several banks at the lottery center immediately approached him to solicit business. Xiao Ran was indifferent. He had no need for financial management services. He casually chose a bank that was conveniently located near his residential complex. After completing the deposit formalities, the exuberant account manager, Qian Yulian, eagerly invited Xiao Ran to take a stroll, her intentions unmistakably suggestive. Xiao Ran appraised her appearance. In his standards, a score of 70 or above indicated attractiveness, while 60 represented beauty. Thus, a score of 70 certainly surpassed the average. He felt a flicker of temptation, but ultimately declined. Firstly, he had no time. Secondly, it was evident that such flirtation came with a price. She was there to secure deposits, and any dalliance would likely lead him to purchase the financial products she recommended. Xiao Ran intended to invest the majority of his funds in the stock market, aiming to amass 2 billion within 2 months, if not more, with a frenzied buying spree in the final month. Therefore, maintaining his principle was of utmost importance. He merely added manager Qian Yulian on WeChat before departing the lottery center. He took a cab back to Jufu community. Why return to his original neighborhood? Because he planned to purchase a residence there. If he did not buy a property in this area, how could he humiliate Zheng Wan's family and retaliate in kind when the time came? Hail continued to fall, and being struck not only risks injury but also contains deadly toxins. Contact with the skin induces excruciating pain, and if blood is drawn, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. Thus, Xiao Ran had no desire to venture elsewhere and jeopardize his revenge. Remaining in the same community would allow him to navigate through the underground parking garage. As for my ex-wife's family, how could I possibly allow them to suffer merely from starvation? The suffering and pain I endured must be reciprocated. Chapter 4. Purchasing a home. A sensation. Xiao Ran arrived at the Wai Wujia real estate agency, located adjacent to his community. Are you here to view properties, sir? A male agent promptly approached him. Xiao Ran nodded. I wish to buy a house. The agent, elated at this prospect, felt his spirits lift as he enthusiastically began to present various options. Xiao Ran raised his hand to pause him, stating, I have my sights set on building 8 of Jufu community, specifically that villa. Please contact the seller. I would like to sign today. I am prepared to purchase at the listed price, but I require the keys immediately to commence renovations. The agent appeared as though he were in a dream. This was akin to money being handed to him on a silver platter. Is there a more advantageous business to pursue? All right, I'll make the call immediately. He replied eagerly. That property was a villa, listed at a staggering 12 million. Even if he could only secure a mere 0.5 commission, that amounts to 60,000, an impressive sum. Fortunately, he was not a woman. Otherwise, he might have suspected that Xiao Ran harbored ulterior motives. Half an hour later, the homeowner arrived. The two parties reached an amicable agreement, with Xiao Ran promptly depositing 1 million as earnest money. Once the agency finalized the contract, they could proceed to the housing authority for the transaction. The homeowner gladly handed over the keys to Xiao Ran, reassured by the provided identification and the substantial deposit. After all, it was highly unlikely that Xiao Ran would abscond with the villa's contents, as he had already vacated the premises, taking all valuable items with him, leaving behind merely an empty shell devoid of worth. The agent was ecstatic, earning 60,000 in just over an hour, a remarkable feat that left colleagues enviously astounded. This success story quickly spread, not only within the real estate community, but also throughout the Jiufu community, fueled by the gossip of the neighborhood's chatty residents. With keys in hand, Xiao Ran entered the villa, being the rightful owner, and accessed the community effortlessly. Once inside, he began searching online for renovation services. What was he seeking? Home transformation. After sifting through reviews and selecting reputable candidates, he initiated contact. "Hello," a gruff male voice responded on the other end. "I wish to renovate a villa," Xiao Ran stated. "Not a problem," the voice assured him. Xiao Ran began outlining his demands. One requirement: robustness. "I need it to withstand external force, ensuring that even if someone were to strike it with a hammer, the structure remains intact. The windows must be fitted with retractable steel panels." There was a brief pause on the line. In all his experience, the contractor had never encountered such a request. However, the customer is king. "No problem." "How long will it take?" Xiao Ran inquired. "At least 6 months, depending on the size of your villa," the contractor replied. Xiao Ran smiled. "The timeline cannot exceed 2 months. Another pause ensued. "You are renovating an entire villa, not constructing a pigsty or doghouse. 2 months is impossible. Additional fees will be required." The man insisted. Xiao Ran beamed. "No problem. However, I haven't even mentioned how much more yet." "Wait, I haven't even made an offer. How can there be additional fees?" The contractor quickly replied. "Where are you located? I will come over immediately to assess the site and provide a response." "Very well," Xiao Ran nodded, providing the address. In his research of the company, he noted the glowing reviews praising their capability to accomplish tasks deemed impossible. Transforming an entire villa into a steel fortress in just 2 months was not merely challenging. It bordered on the realm of the unattainable. Were it not for the fact that this is China, renowned for its fervent infrastructure development, which other nation could boast of such transformative prowess? He set aside his mobile device, awaiting the arrival of the renowned contractor, Jia Yingui, while simultaneously accessing his stock trading application, delving into the depths of his memory to commence his operations. However, before he could anticipate Jia Yingui's arrival, an unexpected commotion erupted at his door. Zheng Yujun and his wife were at home tending to their grandchild when, suddenly, there came a series of urgent knocks, as if the sky itself were collapsing. "Who is it?" Zheng Yujun inquired irritably, making his way to the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Aunt Lu from Building 7, notorious for her incessant chatter. "Old Zheng, your family certainly knows how to remain hidden," Aunt Lu exclaimed without preamble. Zheng Yujun, momentarily taken aback by her words, pondered the implication. Hidden? Could news of his daughter's divorce have spread? Unthinkable. Such a disreputable affair would hardly be discussed within the family. Could it be that scoundrel, Xiao Ran? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he erupted in anger. Xiao Ran, that scoundrel. He assaulted me yesterday, and now spreads rumors of divorce today. Does he wish to drive our family to despair? A wretched ingrate. We took him in, provided for him. And this is how he repays us. Aunt Lu, momentarily stunned, responded, "What? Your daughter and son-in-law are divorced?" "Oh, this just became even more entertaining." She chuckled, adding, "So your daughter and son-in-law are indeed divorced. My, oh my, old Zheng, this is quite the predicament." She gave a thumbs up. "I just heard from the agent that your son-in-law, oh no, I mean Xiao Ran, has purchased a villa in the neighborhood for 12 million, with no negotiation involved," Aunt Lu declared, her face alight with the thrill of gossip. "What did you say?" Zheng Yujun could scarcely believe his ears. Xiao Ran, buying a house, a villa? Impossible. That scoundrel earns barely over 10,000 a month, all of which he hands over. And with the divorce, he left with nothing. How could he possibly afford a villa, let alone one worth 12 million? Indeed, it's true. Just go and see for yourself. Aunt Lu was relishing the unfolding drama. Zheng Yujun found himself wavering. Despite Aunt Lu's loquacity, such a jest seemed too far-fetched. But Xiao Ran purchasing a villa? It felt like a tale spun from fantasy. "Old Zheng, It seems your family has struck it rich, even acquiring a villa. Aunt Zhao from upstairs rushed over, her expression brimming with envy. Zheng Yujun felt a sudden wave of dizziness, his blood pressure surging. He could scarcely maintain his footing. One person might be mistaken, but two? Could they both be wrong? Aunt Lu, ever eager for entertainment and with her penchant for gossip, immediately chimed in. Aunt Zhao, you have no idea. Old Zheng's daughter and son-in-law have divorced. Aunt Zhao was taken aback. Old Zheng, is this for real? You would dismiss such a wealthy son-in-law. Well then, I shall not hold back. Our Jia Jia is not getting any younger. It is high time she finds a boyfriend and discusses marriage. She is not jesting. Who else could possibly produce 12 million to purchase a villa? So what if he is divorced? When one possesses wealth, who cares about a second or third marriage? Furthermore, Xiao Ran is such a fine young man. The neighbors are not blind to his merits. Chapter 5. Frantic confrontation. Zheng Yujun was both astonished and anxious. Nonsense, he bellowed. That scoundrel used our money to buy the house. I am going to confront him. Although he was oblivious to how Xiao Ran had acquired the money, he thought, you just divorced my daughter yesterday morning, and in such a short span could amass 12 million? Therefore, this money must be marital property, and we are entitled to half. Moreover, you are a son-in-law, and your very existence is under our Zheng family's purview. That 12 million is practically ours. With his son nearing marriage and in dire need of funds, the old man suddenly burst forth with remarkable vigor, darting out in haste. The two older ladies exchanged glances and hurried after him. This was indeed a juicy tidbit not to be missed. Meanwhile, Zheng Yujun hastily made his way to Building 8. It was not that he did not wish to run faster. It was simply that he could not. Fortunately, the distance was short, and he soon arrived to find a throng of elderly people gathered around the villa. The villa had a yard, so they stood outside, peering in through the railing. Oh, old Zheng. Upon spotting Zheng Yujun, the crowd turned in unison, casting envious glances his way. Well, old Zheng's family may not boast much, but they have hit the jackpot with such a promising son-in-law. Congratulations. You've bought a villa. Impressive, truly. One would never have guessed. So low-key. The crowd chimed in. Yet not a shred of joy stirred within Zheng Yujun. To him, the villa was worth no more than 10 million at most. Thus, Xiao Ran had overpaid by 2 million. That scoundrel. That is 2 million of my family's money. With a grim expression, he advanced towards the entrance. Upon reaching the outer gate, he knocked forcefully. There was a doorbell, but at his age, he was not accustomed to such conveniences. Thud, thud, thud. His knocks were rapid and urgent, almost as if someone had passed away. Xiao Ran initially thought it was Jia Yungue, but after glancing at the monitor, he could not help but chuckle. It was, in fact, Zheng Yujun. It seems the news of my villa purchase has spread throughout the community. Prompting Zheng Yujun to come rushing over, he mused. He had no intention of evading him. Rather, he desired Zheng Yujun and his family to feel envy, jealousy, and regret. Such an opportunity to confront them could not be missed. He opened the door, traversed the courtyard, and then swung open the gate. With a curse, Zheng Yujun attempted to enter, clearly wishing to keep family scandals from public view. However, Xiao Ran stood resolutely at the doorway, preventing him from entering. The old man grew increasingly agitated, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Ran and exclaiming, "You are using our family's money, yet you dare to block me from entering?" Xiao Ran chuckled derisively. "Old man, do not forget that I divorced your daughter yesterday. The house I purchased today has no connection to the Zheng family whatsoever." This revelation sparked a flurry of whispers among the onlookers, with some elderly neighbors casting keen glances at Xiao Ran. He has divorced? How splendid. My daughter is still single. If she marries Xiao Ran, wouldn't our whole family be able to move into a grand villa? Zheng Yujun, however, was not intimidated by their chatter. He scoffed. "Xiao Ran, do you think I am a fool? You just divorced Zheng Wan yesterday. How could you possibly have enough money to buy a villa? Thus, this property is considered marital property, and half of it belongs to the Zheng family." His reasoning was sound. The previously intrigued elderly neighbors now shifted their expressions, realizing the truth in his words. If it was indeed marital property, then half of the 12 million belonged to the Zheng family. Suddenly, Xiao Ran's wealth appeared diminished, and with assets of merely 6 million, his influence seemed significantly reduced. He still had some leverage, but it was minimal. Xiao Ran smirked. The division of assets is determined by evidence, not by your baseless claims. Old man, if you have a grievance, take me to court. Now step aside. or I will report you for unlawful entry into someone else's residence. That could lead to a detention of at least half a month. The latter part of his statement was a mere fabrication meant to intimidate Zheng Yujun, who, unaware of the legality, recoiled in fear. Yet, to leave in such a disheveled state was unacceptable to Zheng Yujun. He was resolute that the villa was rightfully theirs, and he believed its worth was not 12 million. He was determined to seize ownership and re-sign the contract with the seller, having only paid the deposit and not yet visited the housing authority. Xiao Ran, the wasteful scion, had lost 2 million in one day. The thought of it ignited a desire to lash out at him. At that moment, Lin Meiying arrived, cradling her grandson. After gleaning the situation, the elderly woman began to wail dramatically, sitting on the ground and lamenting, "Heartless little wretch. Now that you have money, you abandon your wife and child. You truly are a despicable being." Though this was an attempt to tarnish Xiao Ran's reputation, it unfortunately mirrored reality. Indeed, Xiao Ran had struck it rich, yet he had also divorced and forsaken his son. The crowd could not help but murmur amongst themselves. And this was precisely what Xiao Ran had been waiting for. He sought to tarnish the Zheng family's name, to make them pariahs within the community. He stated calmly, "Why did I choose to divorce? Simply put, Zheng Wan was already carrying another man's child before we wed. Marrying me was merely a ruse to hide her pregnancy, using me as a convenient scapegoat. Zheng Yujun, Lin Meiying, you have indeed raised a daughter devoid of shame, cunning, and malicious. I spent 4 years in your household. How did I endure such a life? Have you ever regarded me as family? You burden me with countless chores, expecting me to shoulder all responsibilities. Even after returning home from work at 10 o'clock at night, I am still required to wash the clothes. Ha! Do not dare to speak of conscience in my presence. You are unworthy." Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted. Could it be that Zheng Wan has committed such a heinous act? Is she not afraid that her son is utterly shameless? Ha! Lin Meiying still dares to cause a scene in public, only to end up shooting herself in the foot. Now, Zheng Wan, the reputation of the Zheng family is destined to be thoroughly tarnished in the neighborhood. Zheng Yujun and his wife were hearing this for the first time, left utterly speechless, feeling the piercing, disdainful gazes of their neighbors, wishing for a hole in the ground to escape. This is Huaxia, where premarital pregnancies lead to finding a decent man to take responsibility. A revelation that would lead to whispers behind one's back. After a moment, Lin Meiying was the first to react, shrieking, "Nonsense! My daughter is such a good person. How could she possibly do something like this? Xiao Ran, you scoundrel, just because you are divorced, you can slander my daughter like this?" Zheng Yujun also snapped back to reality and lunged at Xiao Ran. "I will fight you." "Do not fight. I still await the calamities to carve you apart. If you were to suffer a heart attack and perish now, how unfortunate that would be." Xiao Ran firmly held Zheng Yujun back. Though not particularly strong, he was more than capable of dealing with a 60-year-old man. "Huh. Shall I reveal the name of the adulterer as well?" Xiao Ran said coldly. "Zheng Wan has maintained an illicit relationship with that man. I possess numerous videos." His last statement was, of course, a fabrication. But how could Zheng Yujun and his wife know? Would they dare to take the risk? If Xiao Ran were to publicly display those videos, they would have no choice but to move to another neighborhood. How could they face anyone otherwise? "Let us go." Lin Meiying tugged at her husband, noticing Zheng Yujun's still fierce expression, unwilling to relent. She whispered, "Let us call our son and daughter back to discuss a strategy." "But Zheng Wan is still at work," Zheng Yujun instinctively replied. Lin Meiying shot him an exasperated glance. 12 million. With that amount of money, who needs to work? Indeed. Zheng Yujun eagerly followed her. Chapter 6. Villains and their schemes. As soon as Zheng Yujun and his wife returned home, they hastily called their son and daughter. "Zheng Gang, come back quickly." "Mom, what is the rush? You're making me anxious." "Money, several million. Hurry back." "What? All right, I'll return immediately." "Zheng Wan, take a leave of absence and come back now." "Dad, I just took a leave yesterday. I cannot do so again today." "Then quit this job." "Did you know that Xiao Ran just spent 12 million on building 8 in our community?" "Yes, that very villa. Just think about it. How could he possibly have earned 12 million between yesterday's divorce and this morning? Clearly, this amount must have been hidden away during the marriage, constituting marital property." "Dad, stop talking. I'm coming back right now." Thus, merely half an hour later, Zheng Wan and her brother simultaneously entered their home. "Mom, you mentioned several million. Where's the money?" Zheng Gang's eyes sparkled with excitement, astonished by their family's apparent wealth. It turns out I'm an invisible second-generation rich kid. Lin Meiying let out a cold laugh, saying, "The money is with Xiao Ran. All 12 million. What?" Zheng Gang immediately leaped up, incredulous. How could that scoundrel have so much money? Zheng Yujun pressed a hand down, saying, "Calm down. Let's sit and discuss this." Discuss what? We need to confront that scoundrel and demand our money. Zheng Gang could hardly contain himself, especially since his girlfriend had been incessantly clamoring for a designer handbag before she would consider new romantic endeavors. Now that he had 12 million, why would he settle for such trivialities? He wanted someone younger and more beautiful. Sit down, Zheng Yujun shouted at his son. Once Zheng Gang reluctantly complied. He turned to Zheng Wan and recounted how he had heard that Xiao Ran bought a house for a staggering 12 million, as well as Xiao Ran's accusations against Zheng Wan. Zheng Wan, is that scoundrel lying? Zheng Yujun asked, fixing his gaze on her. Zheng Wan was nearly beside herself with anger. You actually caused a scene with Xiao Ran in public? Now, he has exploited the opportunity to reveal my disgrace, and surely, everyone in the community is gossiping about me. How am I supposed to face anyone here now? You're all such incompetent allies, with such a significant matter at hand. You didn't even think to call me back first. Instead, you went to stir up trouble. Now look, are you satisfied? But what good is being angry? After a moment of hesitation, Zheng Wan finally nodded. It's true. Xiao Jia isn't his child. She feared that if she denied it, Xiao Ran might actually produce the so-called video evidence. Then she would be utterly doomed. You, how could you be so careless? Zheng Yujun scolded, appalled that that scoundrel had managed to uncover the truth and even obtained evidence. He didn't blame his daughter for her wrongdoing. Rather, he lamented Zheng Wan's lack of caution, which had allowed Xiao Ran to see through her. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. Lin Meiying showed no shame whatsoever. She had never respected Xiao Ran as a son-in-law. As long as the unsavory details remained within the family, she was somewhat relieved. However, she still feared the embarrassment of it becoming public. Zheng Gang was even less concerned, stating, whether Xiao Jia is that scoundrel's biological son is irrelevant. He married my sister. So that 12 million belongs to her, to our family, not something he can just claim for himself post-divorce. Zheng Wan pressed her hand down and said, do not act impulsively. Nor should you take any action. I need to make a call for advice before I proceed. Until I finish this call, you all must remain obediently in the room. Otherwise, I will not pursue this money. Although Zheng Yujun and the others were reluctant, they had no choice but to comply. After all, Xiao Ran was her husband. Or rather, her ex-husband. If Zheng Wan were to abandon this sum, they would undoubtedly have no chance to benefit from it. But to whom was Zheng Wan calling? Most likely, her illicit lover. Zheng Wan entered the room and dialed a number. I'm still at work. If there's nothing urgent, I will hang up, a male voice responded. He was indeed Zheng Wan's lover, Zhang Zihao, a doctor in her department who, at the age of 33, was on the verge of promotion to deputy director, promising a bright future. Listen to me first. Zheng Wan gritted her teeth and laid bare the entire situation regarding Xiao Ran. Zhang Zihao pondered for a moment. Xiao Ran claims to have a video of us. He must be trying to deceive you. We have always been particularly cautious. And it is impossible for him to have gone to the hospital, so he certainly lacks evidence. The only flaw is Xiao Jia, the son. If a DNA test is conducted, his parentage will be revealed. 12 million. Zhang Zihao felt a jolt of anxiety. His salary combined with bonuses would comfortably total over 10 million throughout his lifetime. However, to produce 12 million at this moment was utterly impossible. It would remain unattainable for the next 20 years. Greed began to stir within him. If Xiao Ran could suddenly present 12 million without negotiation, it indicated that he possessed far more than that. He calmly analyzed. Although I am unaware of the source of his wealth, it undoubtedly stems from your marriage. Otherwise, he could not have suddenly acquired such a sum within 24 hours. Huh? Did he win the lottery? Everyone knows that winning the lottery is a long shot. It is highly improbable for anyone to strike it rich. Zheng Wan considered mentioning the lottery, but upon hearing Zhang Zihao's reasoning, she felt it was implausible. Indeed, who among them had ever known someone who won the lottery? No one. Furthermore, the notion that Xiao Ran possessed not merely 12 million was astonishing. Who would invest all their money into property without bargaining? Clearly, his financial resources far exceeded that amount, allowing him to be so audacious. Thus, the first action you must take is to file a lawsuit with the court, accusing Xiao Ran of concealing marital assets and declaring the previous divorce agreement invalid. necessitating a reassessment of property division. Zhang Zihao took on the role of a strategic advisor. Zheng Wan nodded repeatedly, for she had merely graduated from a medical vocational school, while Zhang Zihao was a master's graduate from a prestigious university. His extensive education undoubtedly provided him with a multitude of ideas, and he held the upper hand in reasoning. Zheng Yujun and Lin Meiying's commotion would surely lead to embarrassment. Could they really gain anything from it? Look at how adeptly he approached the situation. Zihao, you are truly brilliant, she remarked sincerely. Zhang Zihao chuckled. You should promptly consult a lawyer without fear of expenditure. If you win this lawsuit, you can forsake work and enjoy a life of luxury at home. Yes, yes. Zheng Wan nodded eagerly. Have the lawyer draft the complaint. Your only task is to affix your signature. Zhang Zihao continued to strategize. And remember, instruct your parents and brother to refrain from causing any trouble that might lead to unnecessary complications. We live in an era governed by law. Resorting to tears and tantrums will only invite ridicule. Zheng Wan nodded repeatedly, yes. Yes. After concluding her call, she recounted Zhang Zihao's advice. Of course, omitting the fact that these were his suggestions, instead portraying it as a joint decision. Upon hearing Zheng Wan's analysis that Xiao Ran possessed more than 12 million, the greed on Zheng Yujun and the others' faces was unmistakable. We are destined for prosperity. Zheng Wan urged them to avoid further commotion before swiftly gathering her belongings to find a lawyer. Xiao Ran's error lay in his premature display of wealth, exposing his fortune too soon. Chapter 7. The renovation plan. After a brief wait, Jia Yungue finally arrived. They exchanged pleasantries. But Jia Yungue could hardly contain himself and soon began inspecting the property. He had not brought many tools, merely a measuring pen to make some rough calculations, as they had yet to discuss the pricing in detail. The villa spanned 3 floors above ground and 1 basement level, totaling 600 square meters, with an additional yard that required no renovations. Jia Yungue surveyed the premises from top to bottom before returning to the living room to discuss pricing with Xiao Ran. If we aim to complete this in 2 months, the timeline is extremely tight, necessitating a high labor cost. I will need to arrange for workers to toil day and night in shifts. Xiao Ran smiled. State your figure. 80 million. Jia Yungue replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed after stating the amount. This villa was worth merely a few million. Yet the renovation costs were set at an astonishing 80 million. Only a fool would agree to such a price. However, given the 2-month deadline, 80 million was indeed a reasonable estimate. He was not being unreasonable. Xiao Ran pondered for a moment, and sensing his hesitation, Jia Yungue quickly added, I assure you, I am not inflating the price. Given your urgent timeline, I can hardly lower the cost. If you find it excessive, we can extend the timeline for a 6-month completion. I could reduce the cost by around 10 million. Nevertheless, this still far exceeded the villa's market value. Xiao Ran pressed his hand down, saying, It's not that I find the price exorbitant. Rather, I wish to ascertain if the 80 million will suffice to meet my requirements. Absolutely, Jia Yungue confidently declared. I have been in the renovation business for many years and can assure you of that. Your villa is merely 600 square meters, and with an 80 million renovation fee. That averages to 140,000 per square meter. Isn't that rather extravagant? Indeed, when considered from that perspective, it is quite costly, Xiao Ran acknowledged. Very well. Let us proceed to sign the contract. Ah, we are signing already? Do you not need to negotiate? Jia Yungue was somewhat taken aback, having never encountered such a homeowner. Initially dissatisfied with the low renovation fee, yet unwilling to haggle over the price. What a singular trait, opulence. Xiao Ran chuckled. What I require is for you to execute the task proficiently, ensuring that my expectations are met. Rest assured, I will deliver, Jia Yungue confidently proclaimed, thumping his chest. Very well, let us sign the contract, Xiao Ran declared. However, I must forewarn you, should the inspection fail to meet standards, I shall not be so accommodating. I will pursue legal action for the entire 80 million. Not an issue, Jia Yungue replied. By the way, could you please show me the original property deed? Along with a copy? Xiao Ran shook his head. I only just purchased the house today. The deed has yet to be issued. Nevertheless, I can provide a 5 million deposit, and you can commence the renovation plan. Once the funds are depleted, I will transfer more. If my actions cause any delays in the renovation's completion, I will still pay the full 80 million. Jia Yungue stared at him as if he were a creature from another world, finally exclaiming, You wealthy individuals are truly peculiar. He left, of course, in high spirits. An 80 million contract would earn him several $100,000. Although Xiao Ran spent money liberally, he felt no remorse. The stocks he purchased might not guarantee a daily return of 10, but a gain of over 5 was certainly achievable, meaning the 3.5 billion he invested would likely grow to 3 billion or more in 2 months. However, whether it was 3 billion or 5 billion, to Xiao Ran, it made little difference. The assets he acquired were sufficient to last him several lifetimes. 3 months later, all wealth would be rendered meaningless. He possessed a total of 39.8 billion, with 3.5 billion in the stock market, 1 million spent on the house, and 5 million on renovations, leaving him with 43 million. Of that, 11 million would soon be allocated to settle the remaining balance on the house. Although the renovations required an additional 75 million, the 2-month timeline allowed him to gradually withdraw funds from the stock market. There was no rush. Xiao Ran was industriously occupied. He sought out a real estate agent, not for purchasing a property this time, but for renting a villa that required 2 months of renovation. Did he plan to stay in a hotel every day during this period? It wasn't that he couldn't afford it. Rather, staying in a hotel would be inconvenient for receiving packages. He had numerous items to order online. Moreover, Xiao Ran intended to rent a warehouse as well. Just as he stepped outside, his phone rang. It was a call from his company, his direct superior, manager Lu Qing, casually answering. He barely said hello when the voice on the other end thundered. Xiao Ran, are you suffering from cancer? If you're not dead, hurry over to work. Otherwise, you needn't come back. Very well, I resign, Xiao Ran replied calmly. He would soon be exceedingly busy, with no time for a job. Showboating? The apocalypse was nearly upon them. What was the point of pretense? At least until he completed his preparatory work, the idea of showboating was out of the question. He decisively ended the call. Once again, it is my beloved home. This time, upon his arrival, the male intermediary who had previously conducted business with him hurried over, exclaiming, "Brother, is there an issue? I wish to rent an apartment." Xiao Ran replied, "Huh?" The male intermediary gazed blankly at Xiao Ran. "Did you not just purchase a villa? You have already received the keys and can move in immediately. Why are you still looking to rent?" Xiao Ran smiled gently. "I intend to renovate that villa. Do you have any suitable listings? Ideally, they should be spacious, clean, and relatively new in terms of decor." "Oh, so you need to renovate it as well." "It makes sense. Someone willing to spend 12 million on a villa wouldn't settle for an old property without personalizing it." "No problem." The male intermediary quickly responded. "I have several options available. Let me show you." "It must be in Jufu community," Xiao Ran noted. "No problem." 2 hours later, Xiao Ran finalized the contract with the landlord for a short-term rental of 2 months at a monthly rate of 12,000. It was indeed a bit pricey, but the apartment was genuinely spacious, with new and luxurious decor. It was also ready for immediate occupancy, requiring only the purchase of bedding. All right, another task accomplished. Xiao Ran had an extensive shopping list. However, a significant amount of his funds remained in the stock market, and he had yet to achieve his goal of a tenfold return, so he could only make minor purchases for now. He began to compile a list of essential items, knowing that some would require a considerable lead time for preparation, necessitating advance orders. While he was engrossed in creating the list, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It displayed his wife's name. "Ah, I forgot to update the contact." Xiao Ran answered the call, as the repercussions from the Zheng family had commenced, making it impossible for him to ignore Zheng Wan's call. Hello. Chapter 8. Hiring a lawyer. Xiao Ran. I have retained a lawyer and initiated proceedings in court to reallocate our joint marital assets. Zheng Wan's voice was cold and unyielding. Provide me with an address to ensure that the court summons reaches you. Ah, so the lawsuit has indeed been filed, Xiao Ran remarked with a mild smile, unperturbed. Please hold on. I also need to find a lawyer. For future matters, you can consult mine. With that, he abruptly hung up. It was time to engage with the Zheng family. Xiao Ran had no intention of wasting time in court. He quickly searched for the best divorce lawyer in Sioux City and made his way there. Coincidentally, the esteemed lawyer, He Qian, was available. Mr. Xiao, are you aware of our fee structure? The receptionist kindly inquired. Yes, 3,000 per hour, Xiao Ran nodded. It was indeed expensive. The receptionist was taken aback. His attire did not suggest that he was a wealthy individual. She promptly made a phone call, and after hanging up, she slightly bowed to Xiao Ran, saying, Mr. Xiao, please follow me. She led him into an office, knocked on the door, and then entered. He lawyer, Mr. Xiao has arrived, she announced. He Qian. A man in his 40s, dressed in a suit and wearing glasses, cast a sharp glance at Xiao Ran, exuding an aura that suggested he could see through one's soul. "Please, take a seat," he said to Xiao Ran. As he settled into his chair, the receptionist inquired, "Mr. Xiao, would you like something to drink?" "No need." Xiao Ran replied with a smile. "I should be leaving shortly." "Oh, very well," the receptionist said before departing. "It seems Mr. Xiao is in a hurry. So let us begin without delay," He Qian remarked. Xiao Ran nodded. "I divorced my ex-wife yesterday, but after the divorce, I won the lottery. Now, she is suing me for concealing marital assets and seeking a redistribution of our shared property." A hint of amusement danced across his face. He Qian chuckled. "The timing of the divorce and the lottery win should be distinctly documented. I believe Mr. Xiao need not even consult a lawyer. Simply presenting the evidence would guarantee a favorable outcome." Xiao Ran shook his head. "Initially, I intended to let it go. But my ex-wife's aggressive stance has compelled me to take action." "Oh." He Qian's interest peaked. "What do you plan to do?" "My ex-wife was already involved with someone else before our marriage and was pregnant, so the child is not mine. Here are the child's hair and my own." "A paternity test can be conducted," Xiao Ran stated matter-of-factly, as if recounting someone else's tale. "When I signed the divorce agreement, I chose to leave with nothing. Now, not only do I demand an equitable division of our assets, but I also seek compensation for emotional distress." He Qian pondered for a moment. "I must caution you, Mr. Xiao, my fees are quite substantial, so much so that the compensation you receive from your ex-wife may not cover my legal costs. It's all right, my lottery winnings are considerable, and I am not concerned about the expense," Xiao Ran replied with a grin. Curiosity flickered in He Qian's eyes. "How much did you win?" 500 million. He Qian, caught mid-sip of tea, promptly sprayed it out in disbelief. "Is that what you call modest?" Though his fees were high, he could scarcely fathom earning such a sum in a lifetime. Unfazed, Xiao Ran continued, "The reason I sought you out, attorney He, is because I know you are a master of divorce litigation, and what I desire is for my ex-wife's family to pay for their actions. I have been a devoted son-in-law for 4 years, surrendering my entire salary and living on a mere 200 as pocket money each month. I endured all of this for the sake of my son. Now that I have discovered he is not my child, even a man of my patience has reached his limit." He Qian nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Yet, he found it curious that a man so wronged would willingly leave with nothing, only to win the lottery later that afternoon. As if Xiao Ran had foreseen this fortune and rushed to secure his independence to claim the prize. A smile crept onto his face as he considered the implications. If Xiao Ran had prior knowledge of the winning numbers, the power of such foresight would indeed be formidable. How could he have been deceived by a woman for 4 years? He shook his head, dispelling the thought. "Very well, Mr. Xiao. Do you have the original lottery ticket with you? There is no need for concern. I can request a certificate from the lottery center regarding this grand prize. Mr. Xiao merely needs to provide me with a letter of authorization," he stated. "I have the original lottery ticket with me," Xiao Ran remarked. One would certainly not visit a lawyer unprepared. Thus, the process commenced. He Qian felt that this was akin to extortion, for even the most inept lawyer would not lose the case. The distinction lay in how much of the marital assets and compensation for emotional distress could be recovered for Xiao Ran, whose fee was a staggering 3,000 yuan per hour. Xiao Ran was indifferent, merely stating her demands. "First, I wish for the litigation period to be as lengthy as possible, but not exceeding 3 months. Second, I desire the compensation to be as substantial as possible, and I intend to donate this sum to the Hope Project. It is best that the judge is informed to avoid any misconceptions of extortion. A prolonged litigation period would only serve to exacerbate the discomfort and torment of Zhang Wan's family. Yet if it exceeded 3 months, would they not evade compensation altogether? Therefore, it was imperative that they experience the pain of financial loss." He Qian found Xiao Ran's requests peculiar. He had never heard of anyone wishing for an extended litigation period. Regardless, he needed little preparation for this case. The longer the litigation dragged on, the higher his earnings would naturally rise. Why not embrace such an opportunity? Xiao Ran provided He Qian with Zheng Wan's phone number, after which He Qian would negotiate with Zheng Wan. He also arranged for an intern lawyer to keep Xiao Ran updated on the progress of the case. This intern lawyer was a striking beauty, standing at 170 centimeters, with a near-perfect appearance, a curvaceous figure, and donned in black-framed glasses that accentuated her allure. "Mr. Xiao, my name is Lu Mei. If you wish to inquire about the progress of the case, feel free to ask me." she stated while escorting Xiao Ran to the entrance of the law firm. Her height, coupled with her ample bosom and shapely figure, undeniably attracted the attention of passers-by. All right, Xiao Ran nodded, having already added Lu Mei on WeChat and retained her phone number. You may contact me for any matter, not just the case, Lu Mei added, but seemed to realize the potential misinterpretation of her words and quickly clarified, I mean, regarding legal matters. Her clarification only served to suggest an unintended implication. Xiao Ran regarded her, momentarily uncertain whether her slip of the tongue was accidental or deliberate. Chapter 9. Confrontation. He Qian promptly dialed Zheng Wan. Ms. Zheng? I am Mr. Xiao Ran's attorney. May I inquire who your attorney is? Oh, Han Tao, is it? Very well, I understand. I will liaise with lawyer Han, and he will naturally inform you of any developments. He ended the call and dialed another number. Hello, this is He Qian. Haha, yes. I am currently representing Xiao Ran. This case is a foregone conclusion for you. Haha. I did not call to gloat, but rather to formally request a reallocation of the marital asset division. Our grounds for litigation? It is straightforward. For Xiao Ran has discovered that Zheng Jie is not his biological son, and thus demands a redistribution of assets and compensation for emotional distress. The opposing party was clearly caught off guard, as Zheng Wan had not mentioned Zheng Jie, leaving him unprepared. What do lawyers dread the most? When a client conceals a secret, only for the opposing counsel to be privy to it, leading to an unexpected blow. This is indeed perilous. All right, you should investigate this matter first. He Qian chuckled and hung up the phone. For him, this lawsuit was exceedingly easy, akin to an open book examination. Not just he, but even an intern lawyer would find it difficult to lose. He dialed another number. Xiao Zhang, compose a brief piece on the affair between Dr. Zhang Zihao of the orthopedics department at the North District Municipal Hospital and nurse Zheng Wan, who bore him a child. That will be the main storyline. Feel free to elaborate and generate some buzz online. At the very least, by tonight, all the doctors and nurses in the North District Orthopedics should be aware of it. After hanging up again, he smiled slightly and ceased further calls. Xiao Ran's demand was to ruin Zheng Wan's reputation. As a man, he naturally sided with Xiao Ran. And as the attorney for the party involved, he had even more reason to support him. The adulterer and the harlot deserved to be nailed to the pillar of shame. Not long after Zheng Wan set down her phone, it rang again. Upon checking, she saw it was her attorney and quickly answered. Zheng Wan, how many things have you concealed from me? The voice on the other end inquired abruptly. Do you realize how much this puts me at a disadvantage? Zheng Wan was momentarily stunned and replied, What do you mean? Zheng Jie is not Xiao Ran's son, right? Han Tao asked, taking a deep breath. Zheng Wan had mentally prepared herself for this revelation and stated, Xiao Jie is indeed not Xiao Ran's son. However, that has nothing to do with his concealment of marital assets. Zheng Wan, I just received a call from your ex-husband's attorney. Do you know who he is? He Qian, the best divorce lawyer in Sioux City. Before him, I am merely an inconspicuous minor character. He has hardly ever lost a divorce case. Han Tao continued. Zheng Wan scoffed. Hardly ever losing does not equate to never losing. Even if he has never lost before, this time he shall. All right, let's set that aside for now, Han Tao said. Xiao Ran is also preparing to sue, claiming that Zheng Jie is not his biological son, demanding a redistribution of marital assets, and seeking compensation for emotional distress. Zheng Wan was almost amused by the absurdity and pondered, well, that works perfectly. Everyone is seeking a redistribution of marital assets. Han, have you discovered how much marital property Xiao Ran has concealed? Not yet, don't rush me. I need to have court-issued documents before I can have the bank investigate Xiao Ran's personal assets. It will at least take until tomorrow, Han Tao replied. All right, I await your good news. Zheng Wan ended the call. Regardless of her moral failings, Xiao Ran's money constituted marital property, and thus, no matter how many lawyers he hired, he would still have to obediently extract the funds from his bank account. Xiao Ran glanced at the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. He continued to compile his shopping list. Busy until dusk, he stretched lazily and stepped outside, ready to dine. Upon entering the elevator, he descended 2 floors when an elderly lady entered and, upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she began to promote her daughter, extolling her beauty and gentleness, declaring her to be the perfect candidate for a devoted wife and mother. Xiao Ran felt overwhelmed, finally reaching the 1st floor. He hurriedly exited the elevator just as the doors opened, while the lady behind him called out, Xiao, you haven't noted down my daughter's phone number yet. Phew. Once he had run a safe distance away, Xiao Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief. The lady was quite persistent. However, this was merely a fleeting concern. In 3 months, the focus would shift from marrying off daughters to securing food and clean water. Coincidentally, as Xiao Ran arrived at the entrance of the community, he spotted Zheng Youjuan's family approaching. When Zheng Jie saw him, he clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Here comes the scoundrel. The scoundrel has arrived." Just like that. His father had been labeled a scoundrel in a day? Clearly, this was what Zheng Youjuan's family had instilled in him. Zheng Youjun immediately approached, pointing an accusatory finger at Xiao Ran, declaring, "Scoundrel, let me tell you, you shall not pilfer a single cent of our family's wealth. Moreover, hoarding marital assets in such a manner is a serious offense." Xiao Ran chuckled. "Do you think I am ignorant of the law? Just a moment. Let me consult my lawyer." He took out his phone and, right in front of Zheng Youjun, dialed Lu Mei. "Hello, Lawyer Lu. Someone just informed me that hoarding marital assets is a criminal offense. Is there any truth to this?" "Oh, that's not the case at all. No worries. I was just inquiring." After hanging up, Xiao Ran leisurely informed Zheng Youjun, "I just consulted my lawyer. If you are threatening me, I should remind you that threats can indeed lead to criminal charges. How arrogant and self-satisfied you are." Zheng Youjun trembled with rage. For 4 years, Xiao Ran had been subservient in his household, and now he was acting so brazenly. "Scoundrel, how dare you bully my father?" Zheng Gang charged forward, rolling up his sleeves. Ready for a fight. Xiao Ran didn't even spare him a glance. Zheng Gang was merely a spendthrift, unworthy of his attention. It was Zheng Wan who chose to remain composed and wise, approaching him and saying, "Xiao Ran, do not become too complacent. While you may act brazenly now, once it's established that your current wealth is indeed marital property, which is evident, you will have no choice but to relinquish half of it, whether you like it or not." Xiao Ran chuckled and shook his head. "Are you particularly curious about how much money I actually possess?" This immediately sparked a glimmer of interest in the eyes of the Zheng family, filled with anticipation. They, too, were eager to discover how much they might gain. "Well, go ahead and guess." Xiao Ran laughed, causing the Zheng family to fume with frustration. Chapter 10. Dining, Tensions Rise. After a brief moment of anger, Zheng Youjuan's family had no choice but to leave, heading out to dine at a restaurant. Typically, it is Lin Meiying who handles the grocery shopping, preparing dinner only after Xiao Ran returns home in the evening, while the family awaits together. The following day at noon, Zheng Youjun and his wife consumed the leftovers from the previous day, refusing to cook for themselves, despite the fact that preparing lunch and enjoying it later would be far more sensible. Perhaps it is simply laziness, with Xiao Ran available to be commanded. Why should they exert themselves? Now that there is one less person to cook in the household, Lin Meiying has also shunned the kitchen. Coupled with their newfound financial ease, they decided to treat themselves to a meal at a restaurant. They displayed remarkable generosity by choosing Diyue Tower, located at the edge of their community, where the average expenditure per person hovers around 150 yuan, a not insignificant sum. Xiao Ran, trailing behind them, had been silently following. And although he had dealt a significant blow to the Zheng family recently, the pain of being metaphorically dismembered by them lingered, making it impossible for him to feel any sense of relief. To provoke them further, he dialed Lu Mei. "Lu, would you do me the honor of joining me for a meal?" "Yes, now is perfect. I will send you the location." After disconnecting, he promptly sent the address of Diyue Tower to Lu Mei. She quickly responded, stating she would arrive in 20 minutes. Upon entering Diyue Tower, Xiao Ran swiftly located Zheng Youjun's family on the second floor and opted for a table adjacent to theirs, scanning the menu to place an order. He selected 8 dishes, each more exorbitantly priced than the last, then settled in to wait. Naturally, the Zheng family noticed his presence and felt an intense discomfort. "We come here to dine, and you follow suit. If this is mere coincidence, who would believe it?" Suddenly, Zheng Wan's phone buzzed. It was a message from her colleague, Xiao Lu, who happened to be her closest friend at work. Upon answering, Xiao Lu's voice rushed through. "Zheng Wan, you must check the Sioux City Forum immediately. There's a post claiming you have an inappropriate relationship with Dr. Zhang, and that little Jie is his child. The post is generating a tremendous amount of attention." "What?" Zheng Wan's expression shifted dramatically. After exchanging a few hasty words with Xiao Lu, she hung up and opened the forum. Indeed, aside from the pinned posts, an explosive title caught her eye. City Hospital North District Orthopedic Dr. Zhang and Nurse Zhang maintain a long-term illicit relationship and have a child. The post was at the forefront, with astonishing engagement surpassing 1,000 replies. She felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Regaining her composure, she delved into the post. After reading, she exhaled slightly, realizing that while the title was accurate, the details were entirely fabricated. The claim of their rendezvous in the changing room was ludicrous, as they were not foolish enough to engage in such conduct there. Yet the question loomed, who had disseminated this information? Her gaze inevitably shifted towards Xiao Ran. Could anyone else be the culprit? What a revelation it was. For 4 years of marriage, he had feigned compliance, obediently following her every command. But it was all an act. He was not a sheep, but a wolf in sheep's clothing, secretly hoarding their joint assets while stabbing her in the back. What a wretched character. Was it merely a matter of engaging in an affair and bearing a child? Xiao Jie has called you father for 3 years, yet he refers to his biological father as uncle. Do you have any idea how wrong Zaheo feels? Zheng Wan's eyes glinted with resentment, yet she had resolved to press on. After all, she could always resign. Regardless, with Xiao Ran, she stood to gain at least 6 million, ensuring her financial security for the remainder of her life. With determined strides, she approached Xiao Ran's desk and declared sharply, Xiao Ran, I never imagined you to be such a despicable person. Humph, do you think such underhanded tactics can bring me down? Let me remind you, our 4-year marriage is a reality, and marital assets must be equitably divided. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. You make a compelling point. Marital property should indeed be divided fairly. I completely concur. I hope you remember this, lest you have second thoughts once we step into the courtroom. I recorded everything you just said. He continued. And as for your reputation, you need not concern yourself. However, I wonder if that Dr. Zhang is as indifferent. I hear he is on the verge of a promotion to deputy director. Such matters could certainly affect his career, no? This piece of information was not something Zheng Wan had previously disclosed. It had been shared with him by Lu Mei. Zheng Wan was taken aback. Indeed, she could resign. But what would happen to Zhang Zihao? He was currently at a pivotal point in his career. Anxiety washed over her. After all, when she became pregnant, she had chosen to seek a surrogate rather than terminate the pregnancy, signifying her genuine concern for Zhang Zihao. Thus, when Xiao Ran suggested that this issue could jeopardize his future, her worry escalated. You vile scoundrel, she seethed, when the court awards you a substantial sum, I shall repay you in full for everything. With that, she stormed off in a huff. Xiao Ran shook his head. Indeed, the wicked never reflect upon their actions. It was she who had adorned herself with a green hat. No, she had even dug a pit for him from the very beginning, ensnaring him into playing the role of a father for 3 years without merit, all while working for the Zheng family for 4 years, appropriating his entire income. Yet, she failed to mention any of this, focusing instead on her potential shame and the impact on Zhang Zihao's future. What of me? I am the true victim. Nonetheless, Xiao Ran held no illusions that Zheng Wan or any member of the Zheng family would ever reflect on their misdeeds. For the next 3 months, he would ensure they experienced no respite, and once calamity struck, he would return their suffering tenfold. A short while later, a stunning beauty ascended to the 2nd floor, illuminating the space with her presence. What a beautiful woman! Zheng Gang was seated directly across from the staircase, and upon seeing her, his eyes widened in astonishment. Once I have money, I must pursue this woman. Alas, his exclamation turned into a curse as he realized she was headed straight for Xiao Ran. No way. It can't be. His jealousy surged, reddening his eyes. Such a stunning beauty, with a bosom so prominent and ample, and a backside so round and pert. Yet she dares to sit across from Xiao Ran. How is this possible? How can this happen? That scoundrel was merely a docile dog while at home. And now this dog is seated alongside such a divine goddess, while he... What kind of girlfriend does he possess? Not only is she unremarkable in appearance, but she also works in a foot massage parlor of dubious repute. The disparity is striking. Zheng Wan, hearing the commotion, turned to glance, her expression immediately darkening. Just a day post-divorce, and he has already found someone new? Impossible. Clearly, Xiao Ran has been involved with someone else for quite some time. Otherwise, how could such a seamless transition occur? How brazen of him to accuse me of infidelity when he himself is behaving in this manner. In a fit of indignation, she rose and strode over to Xiao Ran's table. Chapter 11. Astounding, 400 million in revenue. Zheng Wan looked down upon Xiao Ran, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Xiao Ran, do you truly have the audacity to criticize me? Who is she? Your new paramour, I presume? Ms. Lu Mei, is it? With that remark, I could very well sue you for defamation. However, I shall not stoop to your level, but should you utter such irresponsible words again, I will not let it pass. Xiao Ran chuckled lightly. This is Lu Mei, my attorney. Zheng Wan was taken aback. Xiao Ran's lawyer was supposed to be He Qian, not this delicate creature. Goodness! How could such a bosom be natural? Surely, it must be augmented, and that posterior two-pert, likely enhanced as well. She thought maliciously. Yet, Lu Mei exuded an air of competence and commanding presence, which confirmed her role as an attorney. Perhaps she was a junior lawyer from the firm. Given that He Qian was the finest divorce lawyer in Sioux City, assigning a junior to handle Xiao Ran's affairs seemed entirely plausible. It dawned on her too late. She had never considered that Lu Mei could actually be a lawyer. Embarrassment washed over her, wishing for a crack in the floor to swallow her whole. However, it was evident that Xiao Ran had intentionally brought her here, choosing this venue to provoke her, to undermine her. Xiao Ran, you may revel in your moment now. But tomorrow I shall instruct my lawyer to file a request with the court to freeze your assets, preventing you from squandering our shared wealth, Zheng Wan stated coldly. Knowledge imparted by her attorney and Zhang Zihao. Are you feeling bold? Just wait until your assets are frozen. Let us see how you manage. Xiao Ran chuckled. Very well. Do give it a try. Let us see if you can freeze my assets tomorrow. You think you can just declare it so? The court is not your personal domain. Just wait and see. Zheng Wan stormed back, her appetite for dinner now thoroughly extinguished by her ire. Xiao Ran laughed heartily, though his gaze remained icy as it fell upon the 4 members of the Zheng family. Lu Mei observed quietly, her heart involuntarily stirred. It seemed that Xiao Ran had endured significant injustices at the Zheng family's hands. Otherwise, why would he be so intent on opposing them? He had no need for their compensation, which he would donate entirely, and would incur additional legal fees. It could only be said that his animosity towards the Zheng family was profound, driven by a desire to see them suffer financially, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. She smiled charmingly, deliberately shifting her chair closer to Xiao Ran. This woman was astute. Xiao Ran understood her intent and inched closer as well. They appeared to be engaged in a confidential discussion, their demeanor intimate. Yet in truth, they spoke of nothing of consequence, merely exchanging thoughts to provoke Zheng Wan's ire. Sure enough, Zheng Wan noticed, nearly returning in a fit of rage. Do you truly consider yourselves just a client and lawyer? Must you be so close? She exclaimed, standing abruptly and grabbing her bag as she stormed off. She was clearly infuriated. Once Zheng Wan had departed, Xiao Ran chuckled, straightening his posture to express gratitude to Lu Mei. Thank you, he said. For what? Lu Mei feigned ignorance. Come, let us eat, Xiao Ran replied. After their meal, he hailed a cab for Lu Mei and watched her leave before returning to his residence. This woman was quite intriguing, beautiful, perceptive, and possessing a commanding presence. Unfortunately, he found himself devoid of the inclination to pursue romance. Would someone of Lu Mei's caliber ever consent to be his lover? Unlikely. However, in the face of an impending apocalypse, circumstances might shift drastically. Even a simple meal could incite madness. Thus, he resolved to defer such thoughts for later. At present, Xiao Ran had little time to chase after women. He needed to focus on his fitness. The world was beset by relentless storms, obscuring the sun. While he was uncertain if this bleak condition would persist, he must prepare for an indefinite absence of sunlight, recognizing that a robust physique would render him less susceptible to illness. Furthermore, he needed weapons. Once the apocalypse began, he intended to make the Zheng family regret their past actions, ensuring they were aware of his substantial food reserves. However, if they realized they could not procure sustenance from him, they would undoubtedly spread the word, inciting the entire community to besiege him. Such an eventuality was inevitable, as memories from his previous life had demonstrated. Thus, he required an arsenal, ideally firearms. In China, acquiring guns was impossible. Abroad, however, it was feasible, and he had the financial means. Yet, foreign lands could be perilous, where weapons could be easily obtained, leading to chaotic confrontations. Establishing a safe haven and stockpiling supplies relied on a strategy of stability, so would he risk venturing outside the country? Absolutely not. Nonetheless, it mattered little. He could utilize a shooting range, opening a spatial portal in front of the firearms, retrieving bullets as they were shot, and when necessary, release them with a mere thought, allowing for precise fire or sweeping shots without the sound of gunfire. By investing substantial sums, he could acquire an ample supply of ammunition, all in a state of readiness. As he walked home, lost in thought, he eventually returned. Around 10 o'clock, a message from Lu Mei arrived, simply wishing him good night. He recalled how, during his pursuit of Zheng Wan, he would send 10 messages before receiving a single reply from her, often delayed by at least half an hour. Now, the dynamics had completely shifted. Why? Money, indeed, proved to be a formidable force. Faced with a staggering fortune of nearly 400 million, even a goddess like Lu Mei would reach out to say goodnight. Xiao Ran smiled and took 10 minutes before responding, "Good night." He resolved never to be a sycophant again. Instead, he aspired to be the one to reap the rewards from the goddesses. As the night passed, Zheng Wan struggled to find restful sleep. Her mind consumed by the number 12 million, Xiao Ran's audacious demeanor, and the intimate moments shared between Lu Mei and Xiao Ran. Finally, at 9 o'clock, she called Han Tao, urging him to promptly investigate Xiao Ran's bank account. An hour later, Han Tao returned her call. "Did you find anything?" Zheng Wan inquired eagerly. "Yes, I did. How much?" "You'd better brace yourself." "What is it?" Zheng Wan's excitement grew, sensing that the figure must be astonishing. 20 million? Or even 50 million? Your ex-husband's transactions over the past 6 months, to be precise, the transactions from the last 2 days, have reached nearly 400 million, Han Tao revealed, taking a sharp breath after delivering the news. 400 million, 400 million. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the phone, followed by Han Tao's concerned voice. "Ms. Zheng? Ms. Zheng?" Chapter 12. From heaven to hell. Zheng Wan picked herself up from the floor, the pain of the fall overshadowed by her exhilaration as she exclaimed, "Are you certain it's 400 million and not 40 million? A zero makes all the difference." 400 million, I assure you, Han Tao replied, confessing that he had counted 3 times to confirm the amount. However, this sum was credited to Xiao Ran's account only after their divorce, originating from a special account designated for lottery winnings. "What?" Zheng Wan jumped up. "Are you implying he won after our divorce? Does that still count as marital property?" Though she had no formal legal education, she understood that it likely did not. Based on the timeline, your ex-husband must have purchased the lottery ticket on the day of your divorce or 2 days prior, Han Tao analyzed. If it was bought 2 days earlier, it undoubtedly qualifies as marital property. But if it was purchased on the day of your divorce, the determination depends on whether it was before or after the divorce. Zheng Wan pondered, then resolutely stated, "It must have been before the divorce. Otherwise, why would he have insisted on leaving with nothing? He must have been eager to claim the prize for himself, which is why he rushed to divorce me." Such reasoning appeared sound. Yet it overlooked a fundamental logic. How could Xiao Ran have known he would win before the draw? She, in her retrospective deduction, instinctively assumed Xiao Ran had prior knowledge of his impending fortune, neglecting the most basic of principles. Han Tao smiled and said, "Then allow me to congratulate Ms. Zheng in advance on her impending fortune of nearly 200 million. Zheng Wan, radiant with joy, replied, "I will need to trouble lawyer Han to apply to the court for a freeze on my ex-husband's bank accounts." "No problem," Han Tao readily agreed. Should he triumph in this monumental divorce case involving 400 million, he would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the legal circles of Sioux City. After ending the call, Zheng Wan promptly dialed Zhang Zihao. However, before she could utter more than a single word, Zhang Zihao interrupted. "Do you realize how many people are gossiping about us? Why are you calling me?" "No, please listen to me." Zheng Wan took a deep breath, stating, "Xiao Ran has struck it rich because he won the lottery." Zhang Zihao was momentarily taken aback, for in his analysis, he had entirely ruled out the possibility of a lottery win. Who in their right mind would buy a lottery ticket? Yet, it turned out that Xiao Ran had indeed become wealthy through a lottery victory. "Can you guess how much he won?" Zheng Wan continued without hesitation. 400 million. There was a loud crash on the other end of the line, indicating that Zhang Zihao had dropped something in shock. 400 million. Who wouldn't be dizzy upon hearing such news? The crucial aspect was that this sum was connected to them. Ignoring the blow to his pride, Zhang Zihao quickly inquired, "When did he buy the ticket?" "That is the key question." Lawyer Han had investigated and determined it was purchased either 2 days prior to or on the very day of my divorce with Xiao Ran. There were only those 3 days, and that evening, 100 grand prizes totaling 500 million were announced, all of which Xiao Ran must have won. Zheng Wan lamented. That means he owed 100 million in taxes, such a hefty sum. To her, that 100 million rightfully belonged to her as well, at least half of it. Zhang Zihao nodded. Thus, if we can prove that Xiao Ran purchased the ticket before the divorce, even if he claims it after, it remains marital property. Exactly. Zheng Wan agreed. By the time I finalized the divorce, it was already noon, as long as we exclude the afternoon time frame. He must have bought the ticket before the divorce. Furthermore, Xiao Ran immediately mentioned wanting to leave with nothing, if he wasn't already aware of his win. Why would he propose such a thing? This reasoning was indeed sound, as Xiao Ran must have known he would win, and his desire to leave with nothing was an attempt to keep the winnings from being classified as marital assets. Zhang Zihao found himself drawn into her logic, nodding in agreement. What was most significant? A grand prize of 500 million. The impact was overwhelming. He was still in a daze, unable to think clearly. Zihao, we are about to get rich. Zheng Wan exclaimed excitedly. You should quit your job, and we can immigrate and live abroad. Zhang Zihao pondered for a moment, then nodded. That sounds good. As soon as I step outside, too many people are pointing fingers at me. My wife has found out, from last night until this morning. She has caused such a ruckus, threatening both divorce and suicide, driving me to the brink of madness. His affection for his wife was not particularly profound. Rather, it was her father's influential position within the medical system that prompted him to cling to his father-in-law's coattails for personal advancement. However, he had grown weary of this charade and no longer wished to endure it. Even if he had to part with half of the fortune, that would still amount to a staggering 200 million. What nation could he not visit? What luxurious mansion could he not acquire? Very well. Keep a close watch and expedite the acquisition of the funds, he declared, feigning calmness, though his voice trembled uncontrollably. Naturally, Zheng Wan acquiesced. After sitting quietly on the bed for a considerable time, she finally ventured out and announced, Dad, Mom, Gongzi, I have something to share with you. Moments later, jubilant cheers echoed throughout the community, heralding the news of the Zheng family's fortune. Yet, within half an hour, word spread like wildfire. Xiao Ran had won the grand prize, 500 million. Even after taxes, 400 million remained. Nevertheless, this constituted marital property. And even if Xiao Ran were to divorce and claim the winnings, he would still be obliged to relinquish half of the sum. 400 million. No, 400 million in hand. For the average citizen, whether it was 400 million or 500 million, both figures were astronomical. The Zheng family had struck it rich. How blind fate seemed to be, allowing this family to prosper. However, many elderly neighbors soon sought out Xiao Ran and Zheng Wan. What for? To play matchmaker. Given the prospect of 200 million, what did it matter if she had been divorced? She remained a coveted partner, drawing eager attention. Yet, as Zheng Wan daydreamed about which country to emigrate to, the phone rang. It was Han Tao. You need to freeze Xiao Ran's assets? She quickly answered the call. Ms. Zheng, I suggest you reach an amicable settlement with your ex-husband, Han Tao stated bluntly. Zheng Wan paused momentarily before inquiring, why? Aren't you supposed to be freezing Xiao Ran's assets? Because the lottery ticket was purchased after your divorce, Han Tao explained wearily. Was there even a need for litigation? The evidence was glaringly obvious. Impossible, Zheng Wan exclaimed, unable to accept such an outcome. You must be mistaken. I am not, Han Tao replied, aware of Zheng Wan's disappointment, which mirrored his own. This was a monumental lawsuit involving 400 million in asset division. Your divorce was finalized at 11:30 a.m., while Xiao Ran purchased the ticket at 2:11 p.m. The surveillance footage and the timestamp on the ticket corroborate this fact, he continued. Now, your ex-husband has filed a lawsuit, claiming that you concealed Zheng Jie's lineage, causing him significant emotional distress and demanding compensation. I strongly advise you to reach a settlement with your ex-husband. Otherwise, the likelihood of losing this case is substantial. His words were somewhat restrained. The probability of losing was not merely high, it was inevitable. Zheng Wan stood in stunned silence, her mind a blank void. 200 million was lost. Gone. No. This was my money. My money. She was in a state of hysteria, as if driven mad. Han Tao called out several times, yet received no response from Zheng Wan. Understanding that she was deeply affected, he ultimately hung up the phone. Chapter 13. Playing the fool in recent days, the Jiufu community has been abuzz with excitement. The Zheng family had just proclaimed that they could secure 2 billion from Xiao Ran, only to be met with news that the 4 billion belonged entirely to Xiao Ran as marital assets, thus requiring no division with the Zheng family. Observers noted that the once pompous Zheng family, who had paraded around the neighborhood like royalty, had now retreated into their shells, offering no rebuttal. So, is this latter news true? It must be. Indeed, heaven has its eyes. They were denied that fortune. Now they find themselves utterly humiliated. First exposed for their daughter's infidelity and her bearing a child with another man. only to have their hopes of a 2 billion windfall dashed. If I were a member of the Zheng family, I would likely be plagued by nightmares at night. At least for a decade, they might struggle to escape this shadow. And what of the Zheng family, who are now the subject of ridicule? All four of them are huddled in their room, each wearing a dejected expression as if the sky had fallen upon them. They lack the spirit to do anything. The thought of the 2 billion slipping away pierces their hearts with excruciating pain. "Grandma, I'm hungry," Zheng Jie suddenly exclaimed. "Always thinking about food," Zheng Yujun scolded, finding his grandson insufferable. "Whoever is the father should take care of him, not me." "Dad, what are you saying?" Zheng Wan retorted, rising in indignation. Zheng Yujun's face darkened. "If you and T engaged in such disgraceful conduct, Xiao Ran would still be our son-in-law, and you would never have divorced. That 4 billion would have been ours. And now, we've gained not a penny. Moreover, Xiao Ran intends to sue for a reallocation of their joint marital assets and seek compensation for emotional distress, which could cost the Zheng family a significant sum." However, Zheng Wan refrained from mentioning this, lest it drive Zheng Yujun further into madness. Zheng Wan looked at her father and said, "The money Xiao Ran earned was with me, and I have given countless amounts to my younger brother. Are you all completely oblivious? Now you dare to criticize your own son? Isn't that right, sister?" "Dad, isn't wrong," Zheng Gang chimed in. "If you hadn't divorced your husband, our family would have reaped 4 billion. Oh, now he is calling him brother-in-law." Zheng Wan, in a fit of anger, thought back to how they had all treated Xiao Ran like a beast of burden before, and now they blamed her. She felt she might choke on her own frustration. Zheng Gang continued to offer misguided suggestions, saying, "Sister, is there any chance you could reconcile with your husband? Although Xiao Jie isn't his biological son, he has called him dad for 3 years. There must be some bond, right?" "Indeed." Zheng Yujun and his wife clapped their hands in unison, their eyes gleaming with emotion. After calling him father for 3 years, could they truly be devoid of feelings? Moreover, 1 day of marriage brings 100 days of affection. What of 1,000 days? "Zheng Wan, you must go to Xiao Ran immediately. If he does not reconsider his decision, do not return to this home." Zheng Yujun issued a stern command. "Take your son and swiftly leave. I can hardly bear the sight of you both. Please, sister, plead with your brother-in-law." 400 million, 400 million. Zheng Gang resorted to softer words. Whether they could become part of the wealthy elite depended solely on Zheng Wan's capabilities. Zheng Wan was expelled from the Zheng family, her son forcibly placed on the ground by Zheng Gang, leaving her seething with indignation. What could she do? She had no choice but to seek out Xiao Ran. However, after knocking on the door of the villa for what felt like an eternity, there was no answer, and as night fell, the lights remained off. Confusion washed over her. Was Xiao Ran no longer residing there? Where could he have gone? Sioux City was vast, and given that Xiao Ran was a billionaire with assets of 400 million, he had countless distractions, even the potential for global travel. How was she to locate him? In that moment, Zheng Wan felt a mix of anger and regret, not for having hoped that Xiao Ran would be her savior, but for having hastily agreed to the divorce. If only she had delayed just 1 more day, no, half a day, she could have secured at least 200 million. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran was in the gym, drenched in sweat. He had hired a professional fitness coach and a nutritionist. Over the course of 3 months, he was determined to transform himself, achieving a robust physique. "Oh, Mr. Xiao, your physical condition is remarkably good," said Lu Susu, a beautiful female trainer. The rationale for choosing a female trainer was simple. Physical guidance inevitably involved contact, which could be awkward between men. With a woman, especially an attractive one, there were no such concerns, and it was also more pleasant to behold. "Mr. Xiao," Lu Susu explained while pointing at various data, "overall, your fitness level surpasses that of 99% of the population. Given that you claim to have undergone no previous training, I can hardly imagine the heights you could reach after this regimen." She pondered for a moment. "You could probably become a professional athlete." Xiao Ran was taken aback. Was there a malfunction with the machine? His physique was quite ordinary, plagued by common ailments like shoulder periarthritis from years of a demanding work schedule. How could it be that his fitness level exceeded that of 99% of others? Could reincarnation enhance one's physical condition? That would be splendid. Xiao Ran chuckled. "I wonder. At my age, do I still have the chance to represent the nation? It seems unlikely." Lu Susu laughed in response. "Unless you can outperform national-level athletes." They both shared a hearty laugh as the training commenced. Indeed, there were moments of unavoidable contact during the session, yet Xiao Ran made no deliberate attempt to take advantage. It was entirely unintentional. Lu Susu possesses a certain beauty, though she may not quite reach the level of Lu Mei. However, her years of dedication to fitness have endowed her physique with a radiant healthiness, particularly evident in her curvaceous and ample posterior, exuding a voluptuousness reminiscent of Western ideals. Xiao Ran's feelings towards her are somewhat ambivalent. He neither particularly adores her nor holds any strong aversion. Their practice sessions lasted a total of 3 hours, interspersed with brief rest periods. Xiao Ran had signed up for private lessons with Lu Susu, each costing 500, and with today's 3-hour session totaling 1,500. Such an expenditure would be exorbitant for the average individual. Thus, it is no surprise that Lu Susu greets Xiao Ran, a man of considerable means, with enthusiasm, on occasion. Even when their paths might not cross, she deliberately seeks him out, striving to flaunt her ample curves and generous bosom before him, her intentions unmistakable. Yet, with his mind preoccupied by apocalyptic thoughts, Xiao Ran finds little room for leisure, departing post-practice and leaving Lu Susu in a state of bewilderment. Am I truly so lacking in allure? Chapter 14. Legal claims. Upon returning home, Xiao Ran washed up and prepared for sleep. However, he first glanced at the stock market, noting a favorable gain of 6%, approximately 20 million. Quite satisfactory. He stretched and climbed into bed. A night passed, and Xiao Ran woke naturally, enjoying breakfast before making minor adjustments to his stock portfolio, which would be his focus for the upcoming 2 months. At 10 o'clock, Lu Mei called, informing him that she had officially filed a lawsuit with the court, seeking a reallocation of the marital assets between Xiao Ran and Zheng Wan. Additionally, she contended that Zheng Jie was not their biological child and sought compensation for Xiao Ran's emotional distress. In just a couple of days, He Qian had conducted an investigation into Zheng Wan's income, and combined with the financial records provided by Xiao Ran, they calculated the total earnings of both parties, deducting necessary expenses to arrive at a compensation figure, 500,000 in total. This amount is trivial for Xiao Ran at present, yet it represents a staggering sum for Zheng Wan and her family, likely to provoke their ire and restless nights. Nevertheless, their defeat in court seems inevitable. The only question remains how much they would ultimately owe. Xiao Ran nodded, recognizing that He Qian would personally handle the litigation. As the principal party, he needn't even attend the hearings, merely providing a power of attorney for He Qian to manage the proceedings entirely. After concluding his conversation with Lu Mei, Xiao Ran received notification from the real estate agent. The contract was prepared, and it was time to proceed to the housing authority for the transfer. This was a necessary step. Officially signing the contract would initiate the process, and even though Xiao Ran was paying in full, the housing authority's review would still require several working days. There was no urgency, given that Jia Yungui's renovation plans would take several days to finalize, followed by the procurement of materials. The absence of property documentation was not an immediate concern. Moreover, in the absence of complaints from the public, the authorities would not intervene, rendering it feasible to initiate renovations discreetly. Of course, prior to any natural disasters, Xiao Ran remained committed to adhering to the law. After all, this is indeed the final period of peace and order. After dining out, I returned home past 1 o'clock. Xiao Ran began to busy himself once again. He resolved to rent a warehouse for the purpose of receiving supplies, convenient and discreet. He initially searched online and, after careful consideration, selected a location and contacted the owner. As Xiao Ran did not engage in haggling, they quickly reached an agreement. They signed a 6-month contract, with Xiao Ran paying 3 months rent up front and the remaining 3 months due later. After 6 months, he would possess the right of first refusal for renewal. Xiao Ran felt he had made a wise decision, as he only needed to rent for 3 months and had indeed only paid for that duration. Certain supplies, such as food, could be stockpiled immediately. Xiao Ran arranged with a restaurant to prepare 100 tables of dishes, each at a standard cost of 3,000 yuan, requesting that the kitchen equipment be moved to the warehouse for on-site cooking. However, as time was too tight for today, the arrangement was made for tomorrow, for which he paid a deposit of 50,000 yuan, a trivial amount. The next day, he awaited the restaurant owner at the warehouse. Soon, the owner arrived with his staff, igniting the stove and bustling about, and by noon, they had prepared the 100 tables. After they departed, Xiao Ran stored the dishes and food into a spatial dimension. Sighing, he realized he would need to purchase new bowls again tomorrow. Xiao Ran chuckled. The downside of stockpiling supplies was the expense of bowls. No matter, he was financially secure. He had already ordered a substantial quantity of bowls and basins online, which would be delivered daily, eliminating the need for supermarket visits in the future. In the following days, Xiao Ran consistently received 100 banquet tables, rotating between different restaurants to avoid arousing suspicion. The various supplies he had purchased online were also delivered to the warehouse. Even with such extravagant spending, he managed to keep the daily expenditure below 1 million yuan. No worries. Once the money flowed in from the stock market, he would have truckloads of supplies brought in. He envisioned spending 20 or even 30 billion in a frantic 30 days. Lu Mei and Lu Susu, the two women, contacted Xiao Ran daily. However, Lu Mei remained reserved and proud, appearing to expect Xiao Ran to pursue her actively, while Lu Susu, upon discovering Xiao Ran was the winner of a 500 million yuan prize, became exceedingly proactive. Xiao Ran, not seeking another marriage, chose not to respond. Most importantly, he was inundated with numerous tasks daily, leaving him little time to contemplate matters of romance. He decided to consider such things when he had more leisure time in the future. Additionally, his appeal had been accepted by the court, and the first hearing was scheduled for tomorrow. As the day came to a close, Zheng Wan returned home, feeling utterly exhausted. In court today, He Qian presented a wealth of evidence detrimental to her case, including the paternity test results between Xiao Ran and Zheng Jie, as well as Xiao Ran's income statements and annual living expenses. Her lawyer advised her to reach a settlement with Xiao Ran, suggesting a compensation of 410,000 yuan to him. Among the total couple's income of 720,000, 260,000 is allocated after deducting necessary expenses, calculated at 520,000, half of which amounts to 260,000. Additionally, there is a claim for 150,000 as compensation for emotional distress, bringing the total to 410,000. However, He Qian initially proposed an emotional distress fee of 300,000. Most importantly, He Qian expressed that Xiao Ran does not require this sum, but intends to donate it entirely to the Hope Project, which will undoubtedly sway the judge's favor. 410,000. Zheng Wan is plagued by a throbbing headache. Does she possess 410,000? No, for the majority of the funds have been appropriated by Zheng Yujun and his wife to support Zheng Gang. Yet, the law is the law. Can she dare to defy it? Dad, Mom, we are highly likely to lose this lawsuit and are obligated to pay Xiao Ran 410,000. Zheng Wan announced to her parents and younger brother. What? 410,000. Zheng Yujun immediately sprang up, exclaiming, why doesn't he just rob a bank? Indeed, Lin Meiying chimed in. How dare he demand such a sum? Has he lost his mind over money? Zheng Wan elucidated, Xiao Ran and my combined income is approximately 180,000 per year. Over 4 years, that totals 720,000. After deducting annual expenses of 50,000, we have 520,000 left. Divided equally, that is 260,000 plus the 150,000 for emotional distress, summing to 410,000. Zheng Yujun fell silent for a moment before responding. Why are you telling us this? The marital assets are yours. You must find a way to return them. Zheng Wan, filled with rage, retorted, Dad, most of my salary has been taken by you. I barely have 30,000 on hand. How am I to procure 410,000? Zheng Yujun shook his head. I am not concerned with that. Your brother is about to get married and needs the money. Moreover, what if you don't repay Xiao Ran? Does he dare to confront us? Humph, if he does, I'll chase him away with a broom. Chapter 15. The Poisonous Woman. Zheng Wan felt a mix of anger and frustration. You only see Zheng Gang, don't you? Am I merely a servant to him? It's been this way all my life, with all the good things reserved for Zheng Feng, as if she was found on the street. By the way, don't you have that adulterer? Lin Meiying remarked, showing no respect for her daughter. Why not ask him for money? We have raised his son for so many years. Shouldn't he compensate us? Upon hearing this, Zheng Gang became animated, saying, Yes, yes. Let him pay us a few 100,000. That would suffice for my marriage. Zheng Yujun added, the doctor's income must be substantial, and he likely receives bonuses. At the very least, demand 500,000 from him. Otherwise, he shouldn't expect to keep his son. Zheng Gang jumped up, energized at the mere mention of money. Zheng Yujun concocted another ill-conceived plan, saying to his daughter, you should go find that adulterer right now. Take your son with you. And tell him that if he doesn't give us 500,000, you'll leave your son with him. Why should I raise someone else's child? Dad, are you trying to drive me away again? Zheng Wan asked incredulously. This is the second time. If you can't retrieve the 500,000, then consider me no longer your daughter. I will sever all ties with you. Zheng Yujun once again thrust his daughter out of the house, compelling Lin Ming to place her grandson outside as well. Dad, Mom. Zheng Wan pounded on the door, yet the inhabitants within feigned ignorance. It was a neighbor who, hearing the commotion, opened the door to investigate, but Zheng Wan, unwilling to lose face, clutched her son and departed. Once outside the building, Zheng Wan sank down, utterly drained, while Zheng Jie continued to fuss, prompting her to chastise him in exasperation. Overwhelmed, she dialed Zhang Zihao, her sole beacon of hope. However, upon revealing her expulsion from home and the demand for 410,000 yuan, she inquired if he could lend her some funds temporarily. Wanner, you know my paycheck is under my wife's control, so I cannot assist you. Besides, since your parents took the money, shouldn't you retrieve it from them? Zhang Zihao responded. Furthermore, I have assured my wife that I will cease all contact with you, so please refrain from calling or messaging me. The line went dead, leaving Zheng Wan in disbelief. She sat motionless on the ground for half an hour, her gaze igniting with a fierce determination. If you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. At worst, I shall fight to the bitter end. A day passed. Xiao Ran was in the gym, drenched in sweat. After nearly 10 days of rigorous training, he had begun to see some results. His abdomen was gradually becoming defined. Yet achieving a chiseled six-pack would require further time and effort. Lu Susu observed closely, feeling a sense of urgency. It had been 10 days, and Xiao Ran showed no signs of interest. She was nearly tempted to strip down to entice him, yet he seemed oblivious to her advances, leaving her frustrated. The phone rang. Xiao Ran paused his workout, glanced at his phone, and was surprised to see it was Lu Mei calling. He answered, "Hello, Lulu." Lu Mei's sultry voice came through. "A significant event has occurred." "I am all ears," Xiao Ran replied. "Your ex-wife's family is aware that Zheng Wan is destined to lose her case. They have kicked her and Zheng Jie out of their home, leaving her to fend for herself and gathering the necessary funds. In desperation, this morning, she took her son to the hospital and handed him over to Zhang Zihao." Lu Mei recounted. Consequently, upon learning this, Zhang Zihao's wife stormed into the hospital, likely driven by her inability to conceive. Upon seeing Zheng Jie, she became exceedingly agitated. In a fit of rage, the child pointed a finger at Zhang Zihao's wife, provoking her to inadvertently push Zheng Jie down the stairs, resulting in the child's tragic death. Following the incident, Zhang Zihao's family sought to appease the victim's family, offering a generous compensation of 1 million yuan, which Zheng Wan accepted. However, Zhang Zihao's fate was grim. He swiftly divorced his wife and was subsequently dismissed from the hospital, evidently incurring the wrath of his father-in-law. It seemed he was in for a tumultuous future. Xiao Ran was taken aback. The Zheng family. No, Zheng Wan had actually acquired money in such a manner. Well then, I shall take my time to deal with you all. Very well, I understand. He hung up the phone, not allowing this matter to weigh on his mind as he continued his training. Afterward, he departed amidst Lu Susu's disappointed gaze. At the Zheng household, upon seeing Zheng Wan emerge from her room with takeout, Zheng Gang hurriedly approached her, exclaiming, "Sister, if you wish for something to eat, just let me know, and I shall promptly fetch it for you. Takeout is neither hygienic nor timely." "Indeed, let Zheng Gang handle the purchase," Zheng Yujun chimed in. Their daughter had received a compensation of 1 million. Even after deducting the portion owed to Xiao Ran, nearly 600,000 remained. Zheng Gang was counting on that sum for his marriage. Zheng Wan did not spare them a glance, heading straight to her bedroom with the takeout. "Damn it," Zheng Gang muttered under his breath. He had humbled himself for 2 days, yet Zheng Wan had not offered him a shred of kindness. "What do you mean, damn it? That is your sister." Zheng Yujun lightly tapped his son on the head, though without force. "Have you forgotten? We previously cast your sister out of our home, severing our father-daughter relationship. Now, for the sake of money, we invite her back. Would anyone be pleased in her position? You must exercise patience and properly appease your sister. Otherwise, you will need to find a way to fund your wedding on your own." With his head drooping, Zheng Gang nodded in agreement. Once inside her room, Zheng Wan silently consumed her takeout, her thoughts swirling, her gaze frosty. Everyone believed Zheng Jie's death was the result of Zhang Zihao's wife's impulsive actions. But was that truly the case? Certainly not, for it was Zhang Zihao's wife who she had summoned with a phone call. during which she had unleashed the most venomous words upon her, attacking her for her inability to bear children, which drove Zhang Zheho's wife into madness, leading her to the hospital. Moreover, she had shown her son a photograph of Zhang Zheho's wife, instructing him to insult her as a barren woman upon encountering her, which caused Zhang Zheho's wife to completely lose control, culminating in tragedy. Zhang Zhehao, you were the one who wronged me first. She gritted her teeth, shedding a few crocodile tears. After all, Zhang Jie was her own flesh and blood. Yet, she swiftly donned a smile. Now that Zhang Jie was no longer, the barrier between Xiao Ran and herself had vanished. If she merely pursued him anew and promised to bear his children, he would undoubtedly reconcile with her. 400 million. She would never relinquish such a fortune. Absolutely not. Chapter 16. The takeout was stolen. Xiao Ran spent the entire day attending banquets and receiving deliveries before returning to his community. Just yesterday, Jia Yingwei had presented him with the renovation plans, and he had obtained the property deed. Thus the renovations were already underway. Xiao Ran transferred an additional 20 million to him, urging him to promptly procure materials and commence work. Xiao Ran naturally returned to his rented apartment, number 1502, which necessitated taking the elevator. Remarkably, the elevator was conveniently stationed on the ground floor. As he stepped inside, just as the doors were about to close, a woman rushed over, repeatedly pressing the button for the upper floors, prompting the doors to open once more. A fashionably dressed woman entered, enveloped in an alluring fragrance reminiscent of high-end perfume, subtle yet captivating, a scent that tantalized the senses without overwhelming them. Her beauty was striking, radiating a brilliance that seemed to illuminate the elevator space, exuding an enchanting allure that captivated the heart. She stood approximately 168 centimeters tall, not short by any means. But Xiao Ran, at 178 centimeters, towered over her slightly. She pressed the button for the 17th floor. Silence enveloped the elevator, punctuated only by the lingering aroma. Standing at the back, Xiao Ran admired the graceful curves of this mature beauty. In former times, he would have averted his gaze, but now, his demeanor had undergone a remarkable transformation. His admiration was purely aesthetic. The woman, glancing at him through the almost mirror-like elevator walls, suddenly turned around and inquired, "Oh, you must be Xiao Wei." Xiao Wei. Xiao Ran was momentarily taken aback. Had he already acquired a nickname? He couldn't help but chuckle. "Indeed, I am Xiao Ran." The woman giggled softly, her stunning figure causing a delightful stir, captivating his attention. She cleared her throat and introduced herself. "Hello, I am Han Yun." However, the journey from the 1st to the 15th floor was brief. Ding! The elevator reached the 15th floor, and Xiao Ran nodded to Han Yun before stepping out. He quickly dismissed the brief encounter as he walked along the corridor to his apartment, opening the door and sinking into the sofa. Just as he was about to turn on the television, he recalled that he had ordered takeout on his way home, which should have arrived by now. Upon checking the app, it confirmed that the delivery had indeed been made, but upon peering outside his door, he found no trace of the food. He contacted the delivery person, who assured him that the order had been delivered and even provided photographic evidence. Where could the takeout have gone? Had it been stolen? It was a possibility. Xiao Ran's mind wandered to the tales he had heard online about stolen deliveries. He never expected to find himself in such a predicament. The crux of the matter? Yes, it was undeniably significant, for even if he were to recover his meal, he wouldn't dare consume it again. However, he could not simply let the thief of his takeout go unchallenged. He reordered the meal and proceeded to report the situation to the property management, who promptly reviewed the surveillance footage. Indeed, at 5:07 p.m., the delivery person had dropped off the order and taken a photograph before departing. Shortly thereafter, the door of apartment 1501 swung open, revealing a small boy who, after playing in the corridor for a while, set his sights on the takeout. Glancing around, he seized the delivery and retreated into his home. The mystery was solved. Xiao Ran, accompanied by a property management representative, approached apartment 1501 and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" came an impatient voice from within. "Property management, we need to discuss something." The property manager personally led the team, as Xiao Ran had not only purchased the sole villa in the community, but also emerged as the victor of a substantial 500 million prize, naturally prompting a desire to curry favor. Then came the sound of footsteps. The door swung open to reveal an elderly man. Casting a puzzled glance at the property manager and inquiring, "What is it?" The property manager smiled and replied, "Your grandson, if I may presume, has taken the takeaway from room 1502 next door. Preposterous, came a thunderous shout as a formidable matron approached, unleashing a torrent of accusations upon the property manager. Which of your eyes witnessed this? My Shao Kong is so well-behaved. How could he possibly steal someone else's takeaway? I warn you, do not speak such nonsense, or I shall demolish your property management office. Undeterred, the property manager maintained his smile. Madam Qin, we are not unjustly accusing your grandson. I have surveillance footage to substantiate our claim. He produced his phone and displayed the video, recorded moments earlier from the monitoring room. What are you showing me? To his astonishment, Madam Qin refused to even glance at the screen, shoving the property manager's phone aside. Get out now and do not disrupt our dinner, or I will report you for illegal intrusion. With a resounding slam, the door shut. Inside, the sound of Madam Qin chastising her husband could be heard, instructing him to swiftly remove any intruders and close the door, dismissing any further discussion as unnecessary. This left the property manager seething. Your grandson has stolen the takeaway. The evidence is irrefutable, and yet you remain so brazen? This is excessive. Mr. Xiao, I apologize. We will continue to communicate with this family and ensure they compensate you, the property manager expressed. Recognizing that an esteemed resident like Xiao Ran could elevate the community's overall image, while the Qin family, well, that was another story. Xiao Ran contemplated for a moment and said, "All right, I leave it in your hands." He returned to his residence, pondering the situation. What effective measures could the property management implement? It appeared he would have to take matters into his own hands. He began searching online. What to do if a mischievous child steals takeaway? As he perused the responses, he found some quite earnest while others were humorously absurd, as if anyone would order takeaway worth 10,000. I could, Xiao Ran chuckled to himself, realizing that the money must be spent within 3 months, or it would become mere paper, or a string of numbers confined within a bank. Thus, he began devising a plan. The mischievous child had pilfered the takeaway without facing any consequences, not even a reprimand, which would naturally encourage further misbehavior. I shall give you an opportunity. Before long, the takeaway arrived, and Xiao Ran commenced his meal. Upon finishing, he descended to purchase some fruit. With nearly all global plant life in peril, how could one expect to indulge in fresh fruit? It seemed implausible. As fate would have it, just as he stepped outside, the door next door opened simultaneously, revealing Madam Qin escorting the mischievous child. Upon spotting Xiao Ran, the child appeared momentarily sheepish, but Madam Qin exuded an intimidating presence. I remarked, "You possess a fortune amounting to several hundred million, yet why are you so excessively calculative?" Aunt Qin had already begun to berate. What harm is there in indulging in a meal delivered to you? For you, it is but a trifling matter. How could you still have the audacity to confront the property management? We are all neighbors, bound by kinship. Do not escalate the situation to an embarrassing extent, or I shall not let you off lightly. Chapter 17. The oncoming wind. Xiao Ran chuckled softly. It is indeed true that a person, when reduced to a lowly state, becomes invincible. Your grandchild pilfered my takeaway, and yet you dare to argue with such vigor? You dare to issue me warnings? Threaten me? Xiao Ran was tempted to deliver a sharp retort, but he reconsidered. One must not allow minor grievances to disrupt greater plans. I still need to devise a method to deal with you. If I were to frighten that mischievous child now, it would squander my careful design. Thus, he remained silent and quietly entered the elevator. Aunt Qin felt immensely pleased, while the mischievous child seemed to be concocting something devious. Ding! The elevator arrived at the first floor. Xiao Ran stepped out, with Aunt Qin and the child trailing behind. One could still hear Aunt Qin declaring, "Little Bao, next time, take his delivery again. After all, he is wealthy, and it's only right to take a little from him." The child, emboldened by adult support, felt even less apprehensive. A faint smile graced Xiao Ran's face. He desired nothing more than for you to push your luck further. He made his way to a fruit store, purchasing an abundance of fruit. It mattered not if he could not consume it all. Once cast into the alternate space, it would remain eternally fresh. Upon returning home, he washed an apple and began to eat. This global calamity might endure for an indefinite duration. Thus, it was prudent to stockpile as much fruit as possible, for it may be centuries, even millennia, before such delights are seen again. Indeed, he thought, enough to sustain several generations. A night passed. With the dawn of a new day, Xiao Ran first ventured to a highly esteemed restaurant, requesting a custom takeaway. The lunch he ordered was exorbitantly priced. Utilizing a plethora of imported ingredients, the premium caviar alone cost 20,000. Altogether, this meal totaled an astonishing 80,000. Even so, Xiao Ran felt it was a bargain. However, all available high-quality ingredients had been employed. There was simply no room for further expense. Well, 80,000 is still a substantial sum. The most remarkable aspect of this meal, it was invigorating and stimulating. Consequently, the restaurant manager could not help but scrutinize Xiao Ran, inquiring how many companions he had arranged for that day, advising him to be cautious not to overindulge. Xiao Ran paid the 80,000 with ease, noted the delivery address, retained the receipt, and departed. He continued to accept bookings for 100 tables of banquets, received a day's worth of deliveries, and then returned home to the community. Meanwhile, at the Qin residence, the mischievous child, having faced no reprimand for stealing the takeaway the previous day, on the contrary, he was encouraged, now eagerly watched the neighboring household. When the delivery person arrived, he waited for them to depart before darting out and seizing a rather impressive food container, triumphantly carrying it into his own home. Aunt Qin was in her home when she noticed a mischievous child entering with a large food container, her face instantly lighting up with a smile. How audacious of Xiao Ran to contact the property management yesterday. Truly, was it worth such a fuss over merely taking a meal? Thus, today, she thought to indulge in another portion as a lesson. Yet, Uncle Qin interjected, "Isn't that someone else's takeaway? Would it be right for us to eat it?" To which Aunt Qin casually replied, "He has plenty of money. What's the harm in us having a little? Besides, where do you think the lottery winnings come from? Aren't they from the contributions of ordinary folk, one coin at a time? This is merely ill-gotten wealth. Can we not partake? Wow, a lobster!" The child exclaimed as he eagerly unwrapped the packaging, bursting into cheers. The container held 8 compartments, each filled with a different dish. Aunt Qin and Uncle Qin couldn't help but salivate at the sight. The lobster, along with some unidentifiable meat, screamed luxury. It must be worth quite a sum. Uncle Qin hesitated, expressing concern. "If we eat this, might we encounter trouble?" Aunt Qin pondered briefly before dismissing his worries. What's the worst that could happen? A few hundred yuan at most. Can he really call the police on us? The child mistakenly took it. What trouble could arise from that? With this reasoning, Uncle Qin fell silent. The 3 of them began to feast. This is delicious," they exclaimed, truly savoring the exquisite flavors. The child couldn't contain his excitement, asking, "Grandma, can I go get more tomorrow?" Of course, Aunt Qin assured him. They enjoyed their sumptuous meal. And when Xiao Ran failed to show up after a while to claim his food, Aunt Qin couldn't help but smirk with disdain. It seemed yesterday's scare had done the trick. Today's meal was indeed delightful, and she secretly hoped for more such opportunities. Confident that Xiao Ran wouldn't dare to protest. However, as time passed, Aunt Qin began to feel restless, a sentiment mirrored by Uncle Qin. They exchanged glances and sent their grandson to watch television while they retreated to their room. After a while, the noise subsided, only to resume shortly after, creating a cycle of disturbance and calm. When Qin's son and daughter-in-law returned home, they found Qin Kong engrossed in television in the living room, his eyes half closed, indicating he'd been there for quite some time. This sight infuriated Qin's daughter-in-law, who stormed into Aunt Qin's room ready to scold them. "Is this how you care for your grandson?" Just then, her face flushed, and she quickly retreated. "What's wrong?" Qin's son asked. "Your parents," she struggled to find the words. "They're utterly shameless. They couldn't wait until nightfall to start, and Qin Kong is still in the living room. Son, call 120 quickly. Your father's in trouble." Aunt Qin's panicked voice echoed from inside, filled with dread. What happened to Dad? Qin's son was utterly bewildered. After a moment of stammering, Aunt Qin finally revealed, "Your father has been well. He has been at it since this afternoon, and he just fainted." The son of the Qin family could scarcely believe his eyes. At such an advanced age, his father would still find himself embroiled in such a scandal. No wonder his wife emerged with flushed cheeks. He hastily made a phone call. Moments later, an ambulance arrived. Shortly after that, both Elder Qin and his wife were wheeled away together, covered with a sheet, yet it was still discernible that they were unclothed. The fact that they were taken out together spoke volumes. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence what had transpired. The community was small. How could any incident remain concealed? It was utterly laughable that the elderly couple had encountered such an embarrassing situation while engaging in their private affairs, leading to an emergency call. Surely, at around 30 years of age, one would not expect such a calamity, but it was not their son and daughter-in-law involved. It was the old couple themselves. What? They were over 60? At such an age, how could they possibly find themselves in such a disgraceful predicament? From now on, they would have to walk through the neighborhood with their heads held low. However, whether Elder Chin could be saved remained a question. It served them right. The elderly couple from the Chin family were hardly virtuous. Indeed, it would be best if they perished in the hospital. There were plenty of gossips in the community. Chapter 18. I report a case upon hearing the sound of the ambulance. Xiao Ran smiled slightly and hailed a cab. Where to? The police station. He intended to file a report. Upon learning that Xiao Ran had his takeaway stolen, the police officers chuckled. Young man, you can report a theft of takeaway. But I would recommend checking the surveillance footage with the property management first, and then confronting the thief directly. After all, they are your neighbors. And some matters are better resolved privately, advised the officer. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. Indeed, after my first takeaway was stolen, I approached the property management and found the culprit, my neighbor's grandson. However, the adults in his household not only refused to compensate me for my loss, but also insulted me. He continued, Today, I ordered another takeaway, and once again, it was stolen by their grandson. Hearing this, the officer's expression grew serious. Now that's outrageous. To steal, and then refuse to make amends while hurling insults? It's no wonder you came to report this. The officer added, You cannot allow dishonest individuals to take advantage of the honest. All right, I will accompany you to address this matter sternly. Xiao Ran chuckled. It may be more than just that. This takeaway was rather expensive. How expensive could it be? The officer asked, dismissively. 8,000. The officer, who had just taken a sip of tea, sputtered in surprise, narrowly avoiding a mess as he turned his head. He coughed repeatedly. How much? Did I hear you correctly? Or did you misspeak? Xiao Ran produced the receipt and handed it over. The officer examined it, and his expression shifted to one of incredulity. It truly is 8,000. But who would order takeaway worth 8,000? Why spend such a considerable sum when one could simply dine at the establishment? However, it is the prerogative of others to order takeout at any price they choose. No law dictates a maximum expenditure for takeaway meals, does it? Nevertheless, this situation has escalated dramatically. It is not merely a case of stolen takeout, but rather a theft of valuable items, akin to the theft of gold and jewels. Officer Lu raised his gaze toward Xiao Ran. I must verify this matter at Taifeng. Lu. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement. No problem, I can accompany you. Officer Lu rose. Xiao Lu, come with me. Thus, the trio set forth towards Taifeng Lu. On their way, Officer Lu expressed astonishment upon hearing that Xiao Ran had ordered an 80,000 yuan takeout. Goodness, that single order is equivalent to my annual salary, he exclaimed. Another officer, nearly 50 years of age and surnamed Zhua, cast a glance at Xiao Ran, pondering whether Xiao Ran intentionally ordered such an extravagant meal to provoke the neighbor's mischievous child into stealing. Otherwise, the coincidence seemed rather implausible. Regardless of intent, theft remains indefensible, particularly when the value exceeds 3,000 yuan, thereby constituting a criminal offense. Upon arriving at their destination, the restaurant manager emerged, his demeanor shifting to one of eagerness upon spotting Xiao Ran. He repeatedly addressed him as Mr. Xiao, and, upon learning that Xiao Ran's takeout had been pilfered and that he was accompanied by 2 officers to verify the meal's price, he dutifully began to elucidate the ingredients of the order. The items were either imported or comprised the finest domestic delicacies, such as Yangtze River knife fish. The cost of the 80,000 yuan meal amounted to over 60,000 yuan in expenses, leaving them with a mere 30 profit, indeed a modest return. However, this clearly substantiated the value of Xiao Ran's order at over 60,000 yuan, for which he had duly paid 80,000. This matter had escalated significantly. Very well. We shall take it from here. Officers were communicated to Xiao Ran. The evidence Xiao Ran provided was comprehensive, demonstrating the meal's worth and including surveillance footage from the property management. Consequently, the police's next step was to approach the Chin family, as the child had mistakenly taken the order and, being only 7 or 8 years old, could not be criminally charged. Thus, if the Chin family was willing to offer compensation, the case could be resolved. The dilemma lay in whether the Chin family would willingly pay 80,000 yuan for an order they had mistakenly consumed. Feeling somewhat amused, Xiao Ran smiled. All right. He decided to dine at Taifeng Lu and subsequently sought out Lu Susu for a workout. Before the onset of the harsh winter, He aimed to enhance his physical condition as much as possible. At the municipal hospital in the Northern District, after urgent medical intervention, the elderly Mr. Chin was finally stabilized. As the couple separated, having escaped imminent danger, the family began to contemplate their predicament. How had Mr. Chin suddenly transformed into a teddy bear? At that moment, a doctor approached, revealing the results of the blood tests. Mr. Chin's blood was found to contain significant amounts of stimulant substances, which explained his remarkable resilience. How could this be? They wondered, as Mr. Chin typically refrained from consuming supplements. Ah, that takeout. Aunt Chin suddenly recalled, her face contorting with rage. Xiao Ran, you scoundrel. I will not forgive you. Xiao Ran. The son of the Chin family was taken aback, perplexed at how this could possibly involve Xiao Wui. Aunt Chin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately divulged the incident of her grandson stealing the takeout. It must be him, the Chin family's son. Without a hint of guilt for his child's initial theft, erupted in fury. How vile! To poison food. I shall sue him, demanding that he pays until his family is destitute. At the mention of financial ruin, the three adults exchanged glances, each revealing a glimmer of greed. After all, he had won a staggering 500 million. He must reimburse us in full. The son of the Chin family picked up the phone to call the police. But after hanging up, merely 10 minutes passed before he saw two officers approaching. Ah, such swift response. The three members of the Chin family hurried to greet them. Are you the relatives of Chin Kong? It was officers Zhua and Lu who arrived. Such an unusual title, thought the son of the Chin family, hesitantly replying. I am Chin Kang's father. I was the one who called the police. You called the police? Officers was said, surprised. Aren't you the guardians of the child who stole the takeout? Why report it? Well, please tell us your situation first. Officers would gestured for the Chin family to explain. Aunt Chin rushed to speak, adamantly asserting that Xiao Ran had intentionally poisoned the food. This left the two officers rather baffled. Are you saying that Xiao Ran poisoned his own takeout with the intent to harm you? Officers was summarized. Precisely. Aunt Chin nodded. Officers would chuckled, saying, such a claim is unlikely to gain the prosecution's approval, nor would the court entertain it. Of course, you may hire a lawyer to sue Xiao Ran. That is your right and freedom. We are here to investigate the theft of the takeout. Well, there is really no need for an investigation. You've already admitted to it, he continued. This simplifies matters, as the thief is a child, so only the cost of the takeout needs to be reimbursed. The three members of the Chin family were infuriated. It was so evident that Xiao Ran had poisoned the food. How could the police be so blind or foolish? Very well. We will pay, but Xiao Ran must also compensate us for medical expenses, lost wages, and emotional distress, stated the daughter-in-law of the Chin family. However, to make Xiao Ran pay, they first had to admit that they had stolen his takeout, thus obligating them to reimburse for that as well. Yet, how much could the takeout possibly be worth? They were determined to make Xiao Ran pay until he was bankrupt. Officers will laughed, saying, that will be fine. The total is 80,000 yuan. The three members of the Chin family erupted in disbelief. How is that possible? 80,000 for a single takeout? Why don't you go rob a bank instead? Officer, you cannot allow that rascal Xiao Ran to extort us. The son of the Chin family remarked. What kind of takeout could possibly be worth 80,000? Officers would thought to himself that he was equally astonished when he first heard it. With a smile, he replied, indeed, it amounts to 80,000, and we have the invoice to prove it. Furthermore, we conducted an investigation at the respective restaurant, where the raw materials alone cost over 60,000. After taxes and a modest profit, the total indeed reaches 80,000. Despite his explanation, the three members of the Chin family remained skeptical. However, upon cross-referencing the dishes ordered, they were left speechless. It was evident that the restaurant's claims were not unfounded. Aunt Chin finally regretted allowing her grandson to steal the takeout. Now, what could be done? Xiao Ran had reported the incident. The police had accepted the case, and crucially, they had admitted to their actions. Not to worry. As long as we maintain that Xiao Ran poisoned the food, we can ensure he pays dearly. Especially since the old man Chin lies in the emergency room, Aunt Chin insisted. Officers were replied sternly. First and foremost, Xiao Ran never touched the takeout, so the possibility of poisoning is non-existent. Secondly, the so-called poison was merely a supplement. As a young man, it is entirely normal for him to consume such items, which you merely pilfered. Although I am not a lawyer, I can assert with confidence that if Xiao Ran insists the takeout was intended for himself, you cannot compel him to pay even a fraction of the hospital fees. His certainty left the three members of the Qin family dumbfounded. How much has Grandpa Qin spent on medical expenses thus far? It had already surpassed 5,000. While that was a minor concern, the real issue was that they could not hold Xiao Ran liable for compensation, which they had hoped would yield a substantial sum. Thus, considering everything, what price would they have to pay for their child's petty theft? 90,000, or perhaps even more. Aunt Qin sank to the ground, resorting to a display of defiance. The police are aiding the villain in bullying our family. Someone, please, judge this situation. This outburst attracted a crowd, but to what avail? It was merely self-degradation. Xiao Ran chose not to confront the scene at the hospital. After all, individuals like Aunt Qin were unreasonable and would undoubtedly create a scene. So what was the point in arguing with the shrew? Everything could be settled in the aftermath of this turmoil. At that time, one could simply deal with them decisively. He anticipated that upon their return, the Qin family would seek him out, either to create a ruckus or to feign pity, neither of which he wished to confront. Thus, he opted for a hotel to avoid being disturbed in the middle of the night. He was correct in his assumption. That evening, Aunt Qin indeed stormed back to the community, banging on Xiao Ran's door, causing a ruckus that awakened residents both above and below. When asked to lower her voice, Aunt Qin disregarded their pleas, telling them to return to their slumber. This incited the ire of the community, resulting in her being beaten and subsequently sent to the hospital, coincidentally sharing a ward with Grandpa Qin. In a perfect twist of fate, Xiao Ran remained oblivious to these developments. The following day, he proceeded as planned to a shooting range, ready to collect his ammunition. The bullets for handguns cost 10 yuan each, while rifle bullets are priced at 20 yuan apiece. Naturally, Xiao Ran opted for a rifle, specifically a fully automatic model, and he deposited 500,000 yuan to commence his shooting spree. The sound of gunfire echoed loudly as he aimlessly fired, knowing that any bullet that traveled 2 meters would be retrieved by the spatial portal. In rapid-fire mode, he expended an entire magazine in no time at all, causing the barrel to become exceedingly hot. Switching firearms, he continued his endeavor. After 5 hours, he had spent nearly 400,000 yuan, which meant he had acquired 20,000 rounds of ammunition. 20,000. If he could master the precise shooting of bullets using the alternate dimension, that would be sufficient to eliminate 20,000 targets. Quite an exaggeration. Xiao Ran chose not to continue, as even with earplugs, the incessant gunfire over 5 hours left his head buzzing, and the recoil from each shot caused his shoulder to ache. He resolved to rest the following day and seek another shooting range the day after, avoiding reliance on a single venue. Although it was common for bullets to disappear into the mud at an outdoor range, having all 20,000 rounds miss their mark could draw unwanted scrutiny. There were still over 2 months until the apocalypse. That evening, Xiao Ran returned to his rented apartment only to find that excrement had been splattered on his door. It was clear that the Qin family was responsible. He went to the property management to review the surveillance footage, but this time, the Qin family had wised up, covering the camera with a bag from a blind spot before committing their act. The footage provided no evidence of the Qin family's involvement in either obstructing the camera or defiling his door. It was a blatant act of cowardice. Xiao Ran smirked. He promptly contacted the police, knowing that identifying the culprits was best left to professionals. Subsequently, he approached the neighbors below the Qin family, offering them a sum of money to assist him in a particular task, to install a building-shaking device on their ceiling. The family then temporarily relocated to a hotel. What is a building-shaking device, you may ask? As the name suggests, it shakes the building, thump, 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 at midnight, ensuring that even the heaviest sleeper would awaken. It could be controlled remotely via Wi-Fi or smartphone. With a smile, Xiao Ran anticipated that from that night onward, the Qin family would face sleepless nights. He did not allow the Qin family's antics to disrupt his routine. He continued trading stocks, attending banquets, and acquiring ammunition. Merely 3 days later, the Qin family could no longer endure the disturbances and contacted Xiao Ran through the property management, offering compensation and agreeing to clean his front door. Xiao Ran's life was exceedingly monotonous, trading stocks, exercising, attending banquets, collecting ammunition, and procuring supplies, all proceeded in an orderly fashion. Additionally, he dedicated a day to practicing how to attack using the spatial portal, focusing on honing his aim. After expending approximately 1,000 rounds, he achieved a 100 hit rate within 2 meters, 90 within 5 meters, and 60 within 10 meters. He did not continue, for bullets were not merely precious, but their procurement was rather arduous. In Sioux City, there were only a few shooting ranges, and to find another would require traveling to distant locales. His compound bow had already arrived, and during his leisure moments, he would shoot arrows into the spatial portal, utilizing those arrows for target practice. The destructive power was not particularly significant. He could even practice within his community, as long as he remained unseen. With over 2 months remaining until the apocalypse, he resolved to practice diligently. Thus, a month passed swiftly. The renovations of the villa were progressing fervently and in accordance with expectations, while Xiao Ran's stock portfolio had dwindled from 3.5 billion to 1 billion. He withdrew a portion to cover the renovation costs. A small amount was allocated for purchasing supplies, while a substantial sum remained in the stock market to continue generating wealth. It was not yet time to withdraw everything. By the way, Xiao Ran had also purchased a vehicle. Chapter 20. The resentment towards the affluent Xiao Ran acquired a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It was not overly expensive, costing a little over 2 million, yet the modifications he commissioned amounted to over 5 million. The glass had to be replaced with bulletproof material, the tires needed changing. In summary, it had to withstand the impact of hail, for Xiao Ran intended to venture out during the onset of the apocalypse. Was it wise to venture out in such peril? It was for the sake of energy. Gasoline and diesel were not commodities that could be procured in abundance simply by having wealth. Hence, Xiao Ran had to wait until after the apocalypse to scavenge. Therefore, the strength and sealing performance of his vehicle were of utmost importance. The modifications to the vehicle could not be completed hastily. Thus, he estimated it would take over a month before he could take possession of it. Certainly, it would be ready before the apocalypse commenced. Upon returning to his community, Xiao Ran approached the elevator. A man was waiting for the lift, appearing to be in his 30s, handsome yet somewhat unkempt, with stubble, mismatched buttons, and a strong scent of alcohol, clearly having had a restless night, evidenced by his pronounced dark circles. He cast a glance at Xiao Ran, first revealing a hint of envy, then lifted his chin slightly, seemingly to draw Xiao Ran's attention. "Do I know you?" Xiao Ran thought it unworthy of his time to engage. Ding! The elevator arrived. The two entered sequentially, each pressing their respective floors. Xiao Ran noted that the man had pressed the button for the 17th floor, coincidentally the same as the alluring woman, Han Yun. Although there were 4 households on that floor, unless the elevator had just ascended, one would prefer to wait rather than share the lift with others. Could he be Han Yun's husband? How fortunate, Xiao Ran mused. However, at the very moment the elevator doors were about to close, a hand reached out, halting their closure. The doors reopened, and 4 men entered. Their visible skin was adorned with tattoos. One even sported an ear stud, as if to declare boldly his rogue identity. Upon seeing them, the inebriated man visibly paled, instinctively retreating, yet the confined space of the elevator left him no choice but to press against the wall. The man with earrings first canceled both of the pressed elevator buttons, then stood at the entrance to the elevator, preventing the doors from closing. "Hey, when will you repay me?" A portly man approached the drunkard, speaking menacingly. He was evidently the leader of the 4. Just moments ago, the drunkard had exuded arrogance while glaring at Xiao Ran, yet now, confronted by the portly man, he seemed like a frightened chick before a hawk, trembling with fear. "Chu boss, if you could give me 2 more days, I promise to pay you back," he stammered. 2 more days? Haven't I already given you several extensions?" The portly man slapped the drunkard's face, the sound echoing sharply. The drunkard dared not evade the blows, merely begging for mercy. Xiao Ran sighed. "I don't care about your debts, but what is the meaning of blocking the elevator? If you have issues, discuss them outside. Don't disturb others here. Get the hell out of here," the portly man shouted, pressing the drunkard's face with one hand while turning to Xiao Ran. Did Xiao Ran fear him? If he did, he would have silently exited the elevator. If this were an apocalypse, with a mere thought, he could have dispatched these individuals repeatedly. Of course, this was not the end of the world. If he were to use bullets from another realm to eliminate these 4, he would inevitably face imprisonment and be forced to explain the origin of the bullets, a considerable hassle. However, even without bullets, he felt no fear. After a month of rigorous training, the results were beginning to manifest. His physical prowess, already exceeding that of 99 of individuals, had ascended to an even higher level. Taking on 4 opponents? He found it quite effortless. Even if they were property owners, they had no right to expel him, let alone when they were not. Shaking his head, he declared, If anyone should leave, it's you. Hurry up. You've already wasted enough of my time. Damn. The portly man spat. And seeing their leader's anger, the three subordinates glared at Xiao Ran with fury, while the thug with earrings reached out to grab Xiao Ran by the collar. With a swift punch, Xiao Ran sent the earring-wearing man doubling over and kneeling, retching violently. Seeing Xiao Ran strike again, the portly man and his companions were infuriated, swinging their fists at him. In a chaotic melee, the four were swiftly kicked out of the elevator. As for Xiao Ran, he received a few hits, but his formidable physique rendered him largely unscathed. It was merely a bit painful. If I had more fighting experience, I would have avoided more blows. Maybe even none at all, Xiao Ran mused. Moreover, the elevator was too cramped, leaving little room for dodging. Now, with no one obstructing the elevator, the doors swiftly closed, and Xiao Ran pressed the button for the 15th floor. Don't think that just because you helped me, I'll be grateful to you, the drunkard suddenly exclaimed. I never asked for your help. Listen, is that even human speech? Xiao Ran glanced at him, pondering how they seemed unfamiliar with one another, yet he faced such animosity. Unless it was envy of wealth. Xiao Ran was taken aback upon noticing the man reeking of alcohol and drowning in debt. It was evident that he was struggling in life. The entire neighborhood was already aware of his windfall of 500 million, which naturally bred resentment in this individual. This explains why the man's initial gaze was filled with envy, followed by a look of disdain, likely berating himself for his own lack of fortune. Xiao Ran chuckled softly, choosing to probe at the man's wounds, inquiring, "How much do you owe?" The inebriated man abruptly fell silent, as if struck at his core. "If you'd like, I can press the button for the first floor. Those four should still be down there," Xiao Ran continued. The man shivered visibly, fear etched across his face. Xiao Ran then remarked leisurely, "Although I do not intervene solely for your benefit, I have indeed rendered you assistance. It would suffice if you simply refrained from expressing malice towards me. However, you owe me an apology." With that, he positioned his finger over the button for the first floor, genuinely unbothered about returning to cast the drunken man out. The man, cornered, reluctantly uttered, "I'm sorry. I couldn't quite hear you," Xiao Ran replied coolly. "I'm sorry." The man raised his voice, feeling utterly humiliated, yet after witnessing Xiao Ran's prowess, he dared not retaliate. Clenching his fists in frustration, Xiao Ran scoffed, musing that it was fortunate it was not the end of the world yet. Otherwise, a single bullet could easily put an end to him, rendering his death meaningless. Ding! At that moment, the elevator arrived at the 15th floor, and Xiao Ran stepped out. As the doors closed behind him, a muffled thud echoed from within, likely the drunken man kicking the elevator in a fit of anger. Humph, not worth my attention. He's merely a small fry, he thought. If he continues to be oblivious when the apocalypse arrives, I might just lure his wife with food and toy with her right before his eyes. The thought of Han Yun's alluring maturity sparked a flicker of interest in him. She must be his wife. Chapter 21. Zheng Wan seeks reconciliation. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Xiao Ran initially assumed it was the drunken man, pondering what had inspired such sudden courage. However, peering through the peephole, he was surprised to find it was Zheng Wan. Was this surprising? Not in the least. In fact, Xiao Ran felt a twinge of curiosity as to why his ex-wife had only now chosen to approach him. "Xiao Ran, I know you are inside," Zheng Wan said, attempting to adopt the softest tone possible. "Please open the door. I have something to discuss with you." What could she possibly have to say? Most likely, it would be an apology for her past mistakes, begging for his forgiveness, promising to be devoted to him from that moment forward. The motive? The windfall he had received. If Zheng Wan were aware that the sum had swelled to over 1 billion, her enthusiasm would surely multiply tenfold, making it a trivial matter for her to sever ties with the Zheng family. Just playing with you. The apocalypse had yet to arrive, and he could not harm her just yet. Thus, he would toy with her a little longer. "Whatever you have to say, you'd best say it out here," Xiao Ran stated coolly. Zheng Wan, however, felt a surge of joy. Since that meal, it was the first time she could converse face-to-face with Xiao Ran. Being able to manage herself was already a step forward. "Xiao Ran, I know I was wrong in the past," she spoke with utmost sincerity. "And I understand that no matter what I say, I cannot undo the harm you have suffered. However, I must tell you that the one I have always loved is you. The child I carry from Zhang Zihao is a result of his violation. I am also a victim." Sob. Xiao Ran was taken aback, astonished by such audacity in her lies. "How shameless can you be? Do you take me for a fool?" Xiao Ran thought to herself, suppressing a smile, but responding with a tone of skepticism. Really? Is Zhang Zihao truly that despicable? Yes. Yes, yes. Zheng Wan nodded vigorously, secretly thinking how naive Xiao Ran was to believe her so easily. This man remained unchanged. Yet Xiao Ran continued. Then you should report it and accuse him of rape. Huh. Zheng Wan was momentarily stunned, bewildered. Accuse Zhang Zihao of sexual assault? Would she dare confront him directly? If they confronted each other, he would reveal everything. And then how could she hope to reclaim Xiao Ran's affections? Thinking quickly, she replied, "It's been too long, and I have not gathered any evidence, so I cannot accuse him. Without evidence, what is there to fear? A woman can retract her consent, and that constitutes rape." Xiao Ran remarked. "You must be watching too many social media videos," Zheng Wan thought to herself, yet she did not dare to reprimand Xiao Ran now. A man worth 4 billion, after all, was akin to a father figure. "Xiao Ran, let bygones be bygones," she said softly. "Now that Xiao Jie has passed, there are no more obstacles between us. Shall we reconcile? Xiao Ran, I know you love children, and I can bear you a son that belongs to both of us." Xiao Ran's expression turned peculiar, nearly bursting into laughter. Not to mention, he already possessed over 10 billion. Even with just the original 4 billion, he would attract countless women if he sought a partner. If I truly wished to remarry, wouldn't Lu Mei be a tempting option? Nevertheless, to toy with this vindictive ex-wife. Xiao Ran patiently played along. "I already have a girlfriend," Xiao Ran stated. "Who?" Zheng Wan's heart trembled, and a vision of a stunning beauty flashed through her mind. Was it that lawyer? Xiao Ran nodded. In truth, he and Lu Mei had only a vague semblance of intimacy. He had not pursued her, nor had she ever confessed her feelings. Yet, for the sake of the narrative, he brought Lu Mei into the conversation. Zheng Wan nearly choked on her breath. That wretched woman. I always found it odd how Lu Mei would rush to his side at a moment's notice. Clearly, she had ulterior motives. She exclaimed, "Xiao Ran, that lawyer is clearly a gold digger. Think about it. Why did you have no luck with women before, and suddenly such an exquisite lady is pursuing you? She is enamored with your wealth, not your person. Yet I am different. Even when you possessed nothing, I still cherished you and chose to marry you." Xiao Ran. A prudent man seeks a virtuous wife. Even the most beautiful woman will age, and only those who truly love you can accompany you throughout your life. How outrageous. Xiao Ran was astounded. Even with Liang Jingru's backing, no rational person would dare utter such words. What audacity! You married me out of love? Nonsense. It was to conceal your premarital pregnancy, to safeguard Zhang Zihao's reputation and career. You sought me, this honest man, to take the burden. And you would have me believe it was out of love? Truly, one who is despicable becomes invincible. Xiao Ran feigned contemplation, as if he were somewhat swayed. Zheng Wan sensed this and quickly interjected. "Xiao Ran, if you doubt my sincerity, you can immediately call that lawyer, claiming your investment has failed and that you are broke. Let us see if she will not part ways with you at once." "Huh, if I were penniless, would you still seek me out?" Xiao Ran had no intention of heeding her words. Instead, he asserted, "Even if she is attracted to my fortune, what of it? She is exceedingly beautiful, with ample bosom, and I am quite fond of her. Therefore, I ask you not to disturb me any further." The insinuation was abundantly clear. Beautiful and ample. With that, he lost interest in playing games with this venomous woman, retreating to his room to indulge in a film. Zheng Wan continued her tirade. But after a while, without any response from Xiao Ran, she realized he had departed. In the past, Xiao Ran would have been compelled to kneel for 3 days before his keyboard. But now she dared not complain. She softly murmured, "Xiao Ran, time will reveal true hearts. You shall see that only I genuinely love you." Fearing he might not hear her, she sent him a similar message via her phone before leaving. Yet, how could she compete with Lu Mei? She was a lawyer, exuding an air of sophistication, and indeed, this woman was a vixen, not only beautiful, but possessing an enviable figure. Men are so superficial, drawn to such bewitching appearances. But Xiao Ran possesses 400 million. How could she bear to relinquish that? Most importantly, Xiao Ran is still her ex-husband. That fortune rightfully belongs to her. What to do? She found herself contemplating cosmetic surgery and breast enhancement, feeling a flicker of temptation, yet hesitating. Firstly, it would require substantial funds, and secondly, the process is undoubtedly torturous. Xiao Ran smirked coldly. Zheng Wan had received the hint. She would likely consider undergoing surgery and enhancement. That would certainly cost her dearly. However, at this moment, Zheng Wan was probably still vacillating, lacking the resolve to proceed. Perhaps a gentle push was in order. Should he simply wait for the apocalypse to rid himself of this malicious woman? That would be too lenient. Xiao Ran thought of Lu Susu. Yes. It was time to arrange a meeting with this fitness coach. Chapter 22. A little push after dinner. Xiao Ran went to the gym to sweat it out. After a month of training, his movements had become quite standard, yet he decided to enroll in another month of private coaching with Lu Susu, who promptly arrived to guide him, although there was little left to teach. Shall we grab a late-night snack afterward? Xiao Ran inquired with a smile. Absolutely. Lu Susu's eyes sparkled with excitement, having finally glimpsed the light at the end of the tunnel after a month of effort. After 3 hours of training, as the gym was nearing closing time, Lu Susu went to change her clothes, and they left together. The sight of her alluring figure, with her curvaceous hips swaying enticingly, caused every man around to swallow hard. Xiao Ran took Lu Susu to a nearby barbecue place, just on the edge of their neighborhood. It was still relatively early, around 10 o'clock, and they naturally encountered some elderly folks out for a stroll. Now a celebrity, Xiao Ran was easily recognized, and the sight of Lu Susu beside him left no doubts in anyone's mind. For their late-night feast, Xiao Ran ordered a few lamb kidneys, causing Lu Susu's cheeks to flush with a charming blush. After finishing their meal, they returned to the community, drawing more attention, though Xiao Ran was indifferent to it all. He wanted to be seen. They took the elevator to the 15th floor, and upon entering the apartment, Lu Susu eagerly embraced him. As the night unfolded, Xiao Ran felt that the previous 20 years of his life had been in vain. He had shared intimate moments with Zheng Wan, yet those encounters were merely perfunctory. She insisted on turning off the lights, forbade any affection, and lay unresponsive throughout, resulting in their encounters dwindling to almost none over the years. Xiao Ran had once thought Zheng Wan was simply frigid, but after his rebirth, he realized she harbored feelings for another, treating him merely as a routine obligation. Therefore, he had come to view intimacy as something mundane, merely a release after prolonged restraint. However, after last night, he discovered that such experiences could be immensely pleasurable. Lu Susu was an entirely different entity, fiery and enthusiastic, not only cooperative but also proactive, brimming with experience. Good heavens, Xiao Ran thought. I never knew it could be this exhilarating. Of course, Lu Susu's wealth of experience suggested she had had her share of partners. But Xiao Ran had no intentions of marrying her. Was there a need for concern? Lu Susu was merely interested in financial gain. It was a mutual arrangement. Hee. I thought you were an unromantic brute, but it seems you're quite the opposite. Lu Susu complimented, her eyes shimmering with satisfaction and allure. Xiao Ran replied with a faint smile, I'll give you 100,000 a month, and I'll buy you a car. Thank you, boss. Lu Susu purred enticingly. As for becoming Xiao Ran's wife, she certainly lacked such grand ambitions, aware of her own standing and how easily she could share a bed with him. What about other men? Xiao Ran was merely seeking novelty. The price that Xiao Ran offered was quite satisfactory to her, 100,000 a month. Along with a car, how enticing. The two had indulged in a night of revelry, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion and falling asleep, leaving them both feeling rather uncomfortable. Thus, they decided to take a shower together. Suddenly, a loud and frantic knocking echoed through the door, as if someone had met an untimely demise within the household. It must be Zheng Wan. No one else would be so frantic. Xiao Ran wrapped herself in a bathrobe and stepped outside. Peering through the peephole to confirm her suspicion, it was indeed Zheng Wan. Ah, she is here. The plan is proceeding smoothly, he thought with a smile before opening the door. Xiao Ran, I heard someone say that you had a woman stay over last night. Is that true? Zheng Wan inquired hastily. Xiao Ran nodded. Indeed. How could you do this? Zheng Wan's face turned ashen, radiating fury as if she had been wronged. Xiao Ran chuckled. Why shouldn't he? I am currently single. Can't a single man seek companionship? This was a valid point. Zheng Wan stood there, momentarily speechless. Xiao Ran, who is she? Lu Susu emerged from the bathroom, also in a bathrobe. Upon hearing a woman's voice, she felt unperturbed about appearing in such attire. The eyes of the two women locked immediately. Not that lawyer. Zheng Wan nearly exploded with rage. Xiao Ran, you are something else. You claimed that lawyer was your girlfriend, yet you brought another woman to your bed. However, as she scrutinized Lu Susu, a pang of anxiety gripped her. Lu Susu was not only more beautiful, but also younger, and possessed a more appealing physique, tall, fit, and notably endowed. Furthermore, as Lu Susu had just showered, she bore no makeup, showcasing a natural beauty that could easily surpass her own. Oh, that's my ex-wife. Xiao Ran replied casually. Zheng Wan, unwilling to concede, was determined not to let Xiao Ran slip away. After all, he was a treasure worth 400 million. Aren't you worried that Lu Mei might find out? She pressed. Before Xiao Ran could respond, Lu Susu interjected. Isn't it quite normal for wealthy individuals to have affairs? What's this? Do you still wish to control your ex-husband after divorce? That is quite laughable. Furious, Zheng Wan raised her hand, as if to strike Lu Susu. Yet, given Lu Susu's background as a fitness coach, she could easily overpower Zheng Wan. Lu Susu firmly grasped Zheng Wan's wrist, dismissively stating, assaulting someone is illegal, dear. Dear? Zheng Wan nearly fumed with indignation, interpreting it as a veiled jab at her age. With a push, Lu Susu released her grip, causing Zheng Wan to stumble back a few steps. What more could she say? As she gazed at Lu Susu's ample figure, she recalled that Lu Mei was also well endowed. And suddenly it dawned on her, Xiao Ran indeed favored women with generous curves. Of course, what man wouldn't he? She reflected. Initially hesitant, she now resolved with newfound determination. Xiao Ran, I will not give up. Just you wait, she declared before hastily departing. Lu Susu was taken aback and turned to Xiao Ran, asking, why did she leave? Shouldn't she have stayed for a meal? Xiao Ran replied with a leisurely laugh. She must be planning to undergo cosmetic surgery and enhance her bust. Lu Susu glanced down at her own figure, reflecting on Zheng Wan's proportions, and scoffed. With her foundation, she might manage to achieve a C cup at most. On the other hand, M&E, Xiao Ran chuckled heartily, recalling how Zheng Wan had received a compensation of 1 million from Zhang Ziheo's family, of which she paid back 410,000, leaving her with approximately 600,000. However, pouring such an amount into the abyss of cosmetic procedures would swiftly deplete her funds. He eagerly anticipated witnessing Zheng Wan's downfall, realizing too late the deception she had succumbed to, while also burdened with foreign substances within her body that would complicate her daily life, leading her to profound regret. Chapter 23. Borrowing money. Xiao Ran and Lu Susu ventured out for breakfast. After their meal, Xiao Ran took her to purchase a car, having bought a large G-class vehicle previously. He saw no need to visit other dealerships and led Lu Susu directly to the one he favored. As a valued customer, he was treated like royalty upon entering. And ultimately, he purchased a car priced slightly over 500,000, registering it in Lu Susu's name. This thrilled her to no end, and she showered Xiao Ran with kisses. Meanwhile, the salesgirl watched with envy. A car worth over 500,000 given as a gift? Father, why not pamper me too? Unfortunately, her looks paled in comparison to Lu Susu's, and her figure was even less impressive. Despite her best efforts to allure, Xiao Ran remained oblivious. After the car purchase, Xiao Ran parted ways with Lu Susu, as he had pressing matters to attend to. Upon arriving at the warehouse, he resumed his collection of supplies, which were diverse and plentiful, including firewood for the fireplace. At the onset of the natural disaster, although the temperature had plummeted to around -10 degrees Celsius, heating the home to over 20 degrees was feasible with air conditioning and underfloor heating. However, on the fourth day, the power was cut off. Without electricity, how could one utilize air conditioning or heating? Thus, during the renovation of his villa, Xiao Ran insisted on installing a fireplace, which could burn firewood. A resource not limited like gasoline or diesel, one could purchase as much as they desired without scrutiny. Fresh water is as precious as food. Since the disaster began, were there any uncontaminated water sources besides bottled water? None. While distillation could yield pure water, it was inefficient, and boiling water required energy. With future power and gas shortages, how would one boil water? Would one resort to burning wooden furniture? Therefore, drinking water became one of Xiao Ran's key supplies for stockpiling. In addition to collecting tap water, he also ordered water from a purification company, having them deliver it directly by truck. It was inexpensive, so he decided to stock up. As the clock struck past 5 in the afternoon, he concluded his day's labor and returned to his residential community. After partaking in dinner, he made his way to the gym, once again under the guidance of Lu Susu. Upon finishing their workout, they returned home together to continue their exercise regime. The night passed swiftly. In the morning, Lu Susu was the first to head to the gym for work, while Xiao Ran indulged in a bit more sleep. Suddenly, there came a series of loud knocks at the door, jolting Xiao Ran awake. His first thought was that Zheng Wan had arrived, but that seemed unlikely. After the considerable shock she experienced the day before, she should be preoccupied with selecting a cosmetic surgery clinic. Throwing on a robe, Xiao Ran approached the door, peering through the peephole to discover an unexpected visitor, Han Yun, the stunning young woman from the 17th floor. Xiao Ran opened the door, and as Han Yun began to speak, she caught sight of him in his robe, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She quickly stepped inside, shutting the door behind her as if to shield herself from prying eyes. It was understandable. As a married woman seeking the company of a single man, she would surely face gossip from their neighbors, making it difficult for her to hold her head high in the community. Xiao Ran took a step back, smiling as he asked, "Do you need something? Could you lend me some money?" The enchanting young woman inquired, her voice tinged with shyness as she averted her gaze. "How much do you need?" Xiao Ran asked. Han Yun began to fidget with her fingers, hesitating before responding. 300,000. Their interactions had been limited to brief encounters in the elevator. They were hardly friends. Yet here she was, asking to borrow such a substantial sum, as if she believed him to be a fool. Xiao Ran neither refused nor agreed, instead probing, "What happened?" His mind was already forming a conjecture. After a moment's hesitation, Han Yun began to explain, "You can't expect someone to lend you money without divulging the reason, can you? My husband is a gambler. He lost everything and even borrowed from the casino, and now they are demanding payment. They said if we don't repay within 3 days, I will have to resort to unspeakable means to cover the debt." As she spoke, tears began to stream down her cheeks. Indeed, it seemed her husband, the drunken man Xiao Ran had encountered in the elevator, was the source of her distress. "How could you marry a gambler?" he asked. Han Yun sighed. He wasn't always like this. He was successful and handsome, but then he was deceived, suffered a catastrophic investment failure, and lost everything he had worked for. Since then, he has succumbed to despair and developed a gambling addiction. Previously, he would only lose a few thousand, but now he has lost 30,000 in one go. "Shouldn't you seek financial assistance from your in-laws?" Xiao Ran suggested. Han Yun shook her head. "My parents-in-law have given up on him. They won't lend us any more money." It was disheartening that even his own parents had abandoned him. Yet she remained steadfast in her commitment. Ah, true love indeed. However, both gambling and addiction are perilous paths, one that could lead to the disintegration of family bonds. "Xiao Ran, could you assist me just this once?" She grasped Xiao Ran's hand, her face suffused with pleading. Xiao Ran shook his head, stating, "We are not related. Why should I lend you money?" Did she think he had struck it rich, deeming money inconsequential enough to freely lend out 300,000? Did she consider him a fool? Han Yun, filled with disappointment, released her grip on Xiao Ran's hand. He continued, "However, if you are willing to offer something as collateral, I will consider lending you the money." In an instant, Han Yun's eyes sparkled with renewed hope as she inquired, "What do you want me to pledge?" "You." Xiao Ran replied with a smile. Chapter 24. The return from surgery. Han Yun was taken aback for a moment. Then her realization dawned upon her, causing her cheeks to flush in anger. "You are shameless," she exclaimed. Turning on her heel, she flung open the door and exited. At that moment, a young couple from room 1503 awaited the elevator, caught in the morning rush for work and school. The elevator from their side had just descended, prompting their arrival. Noticing this, Han Yun seemed anxious to avoid misunderstandings, as if to assert her integrity. "Xiao Ran, do not think your money makes you important. I would never accept such a disgraceful proposition." With that, she hurriedly ascended the stairwell. The young couple regarded Xiao Ran with peculiar glances. It was evident what had transpired. Xiao Ran, relying on his wealth, sought to support Han Yun, only to be rebuffed. How despicable. Ding! The elevator arrived, and the couple stepped inside. As the doors closed, they cast Xiao Ran a disdainful look. Anger welled within him. Was it wrong for him to set conditions when she approached him for a loan? Did she expect to borrow 300,000 without any stipulations? Did she truly believe others were fools? Moreover, to utter such words in front of others was clearly an attempt to tarnish his reputation. Fine. Xiao Ran snickered coldly and ascended the stairwell. Room 1702. He knocked on the door. "Who is it?" A man's voice responded, laced with irritation. "It's the property management." Xiao Ran replied. The door swung open, revealing the intoxicated man from 2 days prior. Upon recognizing Xiao Ran, the man appeared taken aback. "How did you become property management?" At that moment, Han Yun peeked from within the room, her demeanor betraying a hint of guilt upon seeing Xiao Ran. He waved at her and said, "I haven't given you the money yet. Why did you leave so hastily? How do you want to receive payment?" "I have no cash. Please provide me with an account number for a transfer." The drunken man, Lin Yue, momentarily stunned, erupted in fury, shouting at Xiao Ran, "What money? What have you two done?" Xiao Ran quickly raised his hands, smiling, "Please don't misunderstand. We haven't done anything." This was the truth. Yet, how could Lin Yue possibly believe it? "Why would you give money to my wife if you have none?" He turned to Han Yun, shouting, "Why does he want to give you money? You say, what were you doing outside just now behind my back?" Han Yun understood that Xiao Ran was being deliberate, seeking vengeance for the slander she had just cast upon him. However, she had no choice but to patiently explain to her husband, "I merely sought to borrow money from him, but he made unreasonable demands, which I declined. He must have felt disgruntled by my rejection and thus sought to sow discord between us." Xiao Ran chuckled and replied, "Would I truly offer him gold and silver for the sake of instigation? Here's my account. I shall transfer the funds." Lin Yue wavered. Turning to his wife, "Provide him with your payment code." What, husband?" Han Yun stammered, sensing Lin Yue's disbelief in her. Unmoved, Lin Yue insisted, "If your conscience is clear, why fear sharing the payment code with him?" Han Yun, resigned, retrieved her phone and displayed a payment code to Xiao Ran. He scanned it, entered a series of digits, and confirmed the transaction. Lin Yue snatched the phone from his wife's grasp, glanced at the screen, and his face turned ashen as he bellowed, 5,000. He transferred 5,000 yuan to you. Now tell me, what on earth transpired between you? Did you sleep together? Did you?" Han Yun hurriedly clarified, "Husband, please listen to me. Nothing happened between us. He merely seeks to make you misunderstand me." Xiao Ran winked at her. "I find you rather satisfactory. Do come seek me again." With that, he descended through the emergency exit. Once the door closed, he still heard the sounds of Lin Yue and Han Yun arguing. A slight smile crossed Xiao Ran's lips. "You have wronged me once. I shall repay you in kind," thus achieving equilibrium. However, Han Yun remained quite proud. It remained to be seen whether she could maintain such arrogance when disaster struck, deprived of food and water, hungry and thirsty, or if she would relinquish her dignity before a lavish feast, allowing herself to be toyed with. At that point, if you would rather starve than compromise your principles, I would admire you. Let us await the outcome. Upon returning home, Xiao Ran freshened up, donned his attire, and ventured out for lunch before heading to the warehouse to continue receiving shipments and shopping. Days passed, drawing ever closer to the impending apocalypse. Xiao Ran's investments in the stock market had burgeoned to an astounding 3 billion yuan. Although the 2-month deadline had yet to arrive, he had commenced clearing his portfolio and engaging in a buying frenzy. Pork, purchased in quantities of 5,000 tons, resulting in expenditures exceeding 100 million. Beef, also at 5,000 tons, consuming an additional 200 million. Lamb, similarly acquired at 5,000 tons, costing over 300 million. Nevertheless, Xiao Ran refrained from purchasing live fish and shrimp, as the alternate dimension could not accommodate living creatures, and dead fish and shrimp lacked palatability. Furthermore, he had already arranged nearly 10,000 banquet tables, ensuring an ample supply of fish, shrimp, and crabs. As for fruits, he procured a variety, each in quantities of 1,000 tons. Vegetables followed suit, acquired at the same volume. Rice, preferably sourced from Wuchang, was bought in abundance. Additionally, various grains were similarly obtained, each at 1,000 tons. Under Xiao Ran's frenzied spending spree, the funds in his bank account scarcely increased. As soon as they surpassed 100 million, they would be promptly depleted. By May 17th, even accounting for the unrealized gains from the stock market, Xiao Ran found himself with a mere 200 million. Spending money is truly exhausting. The villa renovations had not been completed as scheduled and had dragged on until today, when Jia Yingui officially handed over the house for inspection. After moving into his new residence and testing all the designs he had requested, he contentedly settled the final payment of 10 million. 2 days later, the modification of his luxury vehicle was completed, and he was notified that he could collect it. Upon arriving at the community entrance, he heard someone call his name. It was Zheng Wan. He turned around and nearly failed to recognize her. She had undergone a complete transformation. She had indeed become more attractive. Yet her face appeared excessively stiff, radiating a rather artificial aura. She had vanished for over a month, clearly to undergo cosmetic surgery. "Xiao Ran, look at me," Zheng Wan exclaimed proudly, showcasing her technologically enhanced visage. Xiao Ran glanced at her and then turned away. "Is this your reaction?" Zheng Wan was taken aback. Xiao Ran chuckled. "You asked me to look, and I did. Shouldn't you say something?" Zheng Wan grew anxious. "Say what?" Xiao Ran retorted, compliment your looks? Please, with that zombie-like face. You ought to stay indoors at night to avoid frightening children. Xiao Ran. Zheng Wan screamed, her expression a mixture of indignation and disbelief. Chapter 25, The Apocalypse Dilemma. Zheng Wan trembled with rage. In pursuit of beauty, she had poured all her savings into surgery and breast augmentation, even taking out a loan, incurring nearly 100,000 in debt. What was it all for? To rekindle her relationship with Xiao Ran and share in 400 million of immense wealth. And what was the outcome? Xiao Ran had the audacity to utter such words. You've been toying with me all along. The realization dawned upon her. Xiao Ran nodded, a smile on his face. Indeed, only now do you comprehend? Zheng Wan was nearly faint with anger. She had invested 700,000 into her transformation and endured so much suffering. Yet the result was not only the loss of her chance with Xiao Ran, but also being mercilessly mocked. That was 700,000. Now, she was without a job, her savings depleted, and burdened with debt. What was to become of her? Xiao Ran, I'll fight you, she declared, charging towards him in a fit of rage. However, her augmented figure hindered her speed and stability. As she ran, she stumbled and lost her balance, collapsing dramatically. One could only wonder if she had damaged her implants. Seeing that his ride had arrived, Xiao Ran paid her no further mind, climbed into the car, and departed with a flourish. The apocalypse draws near, and in that time, he will continue to subject Zheng Wan to humiliation and torment, ensuring that it is not until the 15th day that he sends Zheng Yujun and his family to the underworld. Zheng Wan collapses to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. With all her money spent and debts amounting to tens of thousands, she is left without a job. What will she do now? Wiping away her tears, an idea suddenly strikes her. She must return home. However, she cannot divulge the truth. Instead, she must pretend that she still possesses ample funds, allowing her family to support her, as they are solely interested in the compensation she received and will go to great lengths to appease her. As for the future, that can be dealt with later. Xiao Ran retrieved his vehicle and drove directly to the warehouse, continuing to gather supplies. Until the funds were exhausted, he would remain there. And with only 11 days left, spending 200 million should be a breeze. Today he completed his clearance, and his bank balance swelled to 2,300 million. That was it, his total assets. He continued with his extensive procurement. Counting on his fingers, he itemized clothing, batteries, and inflatable boats, everything useful and even the unnecessary. He bought an abundance of women's lingerie, various types of climbing gear, and thermal boots. Had he overlooked anything? He meticulously reviewed his list, confirming that nothing was amiss. What to do now? No matter, he could always purchase some items again. Xiao Ran continued his shopping spree, and finally, only 100,000 remained in his bank account. He decided to reserve this amount for emergencies. If necessary, he could visit a club for entertainment in the final days. As evening descended, Xiao Ran pondered and ultimately drove back to the villa. Why not indulge in the club's offerings? The thought of being caught by the police was unsettling. A fine would be trivial, but what if he were detained for 15 days? The end of the world was upon them. He reasoned that it was unnecessary to complicate matters at this juncture. Why did he entertain thoughts of the club? Because Lu Susu had returned to her hometown. She had left a week prior, not because Xiao Ran had grown weary of her, but due to her mother's severe illness. As the only child, she had resigned from her job to care for her mother. Naturally, Xiao Ran did not object, having spent over a month together. He even requested her address to send her several gifts. When Lu Susu received them, she would undoubtedly express gratitude to her benefactor, harboring no suspicions whatsoever. While he had previously overlooked the joy of such matters, experiencing it in her absence left him feeling somewhat empty. He resolved to endure. Since the onset of natural disasters, first, there were no police to apprehend those seeking refuge, and secondly, it was not only in clubs that one could find beautiful women. Many young wives and maidens would become increasingly liberated. Survival is an instinctual drive, a fundamental need that eclipses all else. Certainly, Xiao Ran does not deny that some individuals possess a sense of superiority, valuing their integrity and reputation above life itself. He would never impose his will upon others. He merely engages in exchanges. Having endured a profound wound, he finds no need for emotional entanglements. His satisfaction suffices. Why concern himself with others? In this lifetime, he resolves to embrace selfishness. As the days progress, Xiao Ran has collected all his packages. Yet, feeling uneasy, he meticulously recounts them. Indeed, there should be no There is absolutely nothing overlooked. But there is one thing, women. After being single for many days, he finds it increasingly difficult to endure. Xiao Ran believes that his yearning is not solely a matter of desire, but also due to the newfound strength of his body. His rebirth has undeniably altered his physical constitution. He is robust, exceedingly so. As Lu Susu remarked, his physique surpasses that of 99 of individuals. It is well known that a strong body is often accompanied by heightened testosterone levels. Thus, it is understandable that his thoughts drift to such matters. Xiao Ran cannot help but think of Lu Mei. While marriage is out of the question, how could he allow such a beautiful and enchanting creature to be taken by another? Ding! At that moment, he receives a message. How fortuitous, speak of the devil. And she appears. The message is from Lu Mei. As he reads it, a frown forms upon his brow. Lu Mei informs him that she has been invited by her dearest friend to visit her new home and will be staying for some time. When will she return? Xiao Ran inquires. At least half a month. Lu Mei replies, venting her frustration. Yaya is a hardcore doomsday enthusiast. She started building some doomsday fortress 2 years ago, and it's finally completed. I can't refuse her invitation. Goodness. Why are there doomsday enthusiasts who go so far as to leverage connections to purchase land in the mountains and spend nearly 100 million to construct a fortress? Xiao Ran is left speechless. He is aware that some doomsday aficionados convert their basements into shelters and that there are even doomsday rations for sale online. Yet, he never imagined that such individuals exist domestically, willing to invest 100 million in a doomsday fortress. One can only say it is an unexpected turn of events. But isn't this akin to competing for a woman? However, can Xiao Ran really intervene? His relationship with Lu Mei remains ambiguous, not yet lovers. So what grounds does he have to object? Even if they were indeed lovers, would Lu Mei not be allowed to support her friend? Enough of this. I must get ready. The car I called has arrived. Lu Mei sends one final message before falling silent. Clearly, she has begun attending to her own affairs. Xiao Ran chuckles to himself and sets his phone aside. Chapter 26. Calamity approaches May 31st. That evening, Xiao Ran tosses and turns, unable to sleep. While beside him lies a loyal dog. He discovered a stray dog by the warehouse. Initially, the dog would pilfer his food, but eventually, Xiao Ran chose to feed it, gradually assuaging its wariness. On the third day before the catastrophe, the dog had completely come to depend on Xiao Ran, following him home. Xiao Ran felt that after the natural disaster, humans were even less reliable than animals. Thus he preferred to adopt a dog. Tomorrow, the apocalypse was set to arrive. He felt a surge of excitement akin to a woman in her 10th month of pregnancy, eagerly anticipating the moment of childbirth. Perhaps, with rebirth, the apocalypse might not come after all. He was filled with both hope and trepidation, and before he realized how much time had passed, he finally fell asleep. A night passed, and a new day dawned. As Xiao Ran had breakfast, he found it tasteless. The closer it got to 9 o'clock, the more anxious he became. 8 o'clock, 8:30, 8:50. At last, the clock struck 9. Xiao Ran sat by the window and looked up at the sky. However, no hail fell. He was taken aback. Could it be that after his rebirth, the calamity truly would not come? That would be rather amusing. Nevertheless, it mattered little. His supplies were sufficient to last him several lifetimes, and he possessed spatial abilities that could allow him to achieve great things. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, a heavy object striking the glass. Xiao Ran jolted and looked outside. To his astonishment, a hailstone the size of a fist lay on the ground. This was no toy crafted by some mischievous child from a home refrigerator. It was a deep green hailstone. Hail! Xiao Ran's heart tightened momentarily. Then he felt a wave of relief. The apocalypse had arrived, just as foretold. Another hailstone struck, this time landing on the roof with a sound akin to metal colliding, darkening the once clear sky, which soon became shrouded in fog. Xiao Ran smiled. The entire villa had undergone renovations. Not only was he unconcerned about fist-sized hailstones, but even those the size of a human head posed no threat. As for the glass, it was no ordinary glass, but specialized, impervious to cracking even after hundreds of blows from a heavy hammer. Moreover, he could elevate steel plates, transforming his home into a veritable fortress. The hail fell at a moderate pace, but being struck by such objects was no trifling matter. A direct hit to the head could be fatal. The entire neighborhood was in uproar. People walking outside were struck and immediately cried out in distress, while cars and electric scooters, subjected to the weighty hail, sounded their piercing alarms. How could the community not be in chaos? Even though Xiao Ran had shut his door, the temperature within the room was visibly plummeting. This year had been particularly warm. By the end of May, temperatures had already surpassed 30 degrees Celsius, forcing those sensitive to heat to sleep with air conditioning. Yet now, the temperature had rapidly dropped from 32 degrees to below 20 degrees. Just an hour later, the room temperature plummeted to 15 degrees. Initially clad in short sleeves, everyone had to retrieve their sweaters to ward off the chill. By midday, astonishingly, the temperature had dropped to a mere 5 degrees. Xiao Ran had already lit the fireplace, tossing in a generous pile of firewood, which quickly elevated the indoor temperature to over 20 degrees, creating a warmth akin to spring and even bordering on excessive heat. Consequently, he allowed some cool air to circulate. Not only was it too warm, but the air was also dry, necessitating a touch of moisture to alleviate the aridity. How delightful! Ding ding ding. His phone buzzed incessantly with several messages. Upon checking, Xiao Ran found that both Lu Mei and Lu Susu had expressed their astonishment at the sudden hailstorm. Fortunately, they had been indoors during the tempest. After exchanging a few casual remarks, they returned to their respective pursuits. Xiao Ran switched on the television. In his previous life, he had never enjoyed such leisure. Following the onset of natural disasters, he had been preoccupied with caring for his adopted son, perpetually engaged in cooking and laundry. Numerous news channels were broadcasting special reports on the unexpected hail. It was discovered that the hail possessed toxic properties. Experts on the news fervently warned against the temptation to touch or lick the hail, cautioning that even mild exposure could lead to severe gastrointestinal distress. While extreme cases could result in death, this was no trivial matter. Turning to CCTV, known for its authoritative reporting, Xiao Ran tuned in to their live news coverage. The channel connected with 3 experts in the fields of climate, chemistry, and astronomy. The astronomer speculated that this peculiar, toxic hail might be linked to mysterious cosmic rays that had recently impacted Earth, resulting in unknown consequences. Meanwhile, the climate expert suggested that the planet had prematurely entered an ice age, forecasting a temperature dip of approximately 10 degrees below the norm for winter. Though not to an extreme extent, the chemistry expert, analyzing the liquid formed from the hail, was unable to identify the toxins within, but issued a stark warning. Never consume water contaminated by the toxic hail. All 3 experts uniformly urged the public to remain indoors. The hail itself was inherently dangerous, and its toxicity only compounded the risk. Thus, it was imperative to stay inside until the storm subsided. Xiao Ran shook his head in disbelief. While the wish for safety was noble, reality proved harsh. For at least the next 15 days, the hail showed no sign of abating, though it had indeed diminished in size and frequency. However, not many households were adequately prepared with ample food and clean water. He retrieved several dishes from the otherworldly space, arranging a feast of meat, shrimp, vegetables, and a soup on the table. He began to eat, sharing some food with his dog, ensuring that whatever he consumed, the dog would partake as well. After dining and resting a spell, he commenced his exercise routine. This habit was one he intended to maintain. Upon completing his workout, he indulged in a refreshing shower. Currently, a 5 cubic meter water tank is in use, ensuring that as long as Xiao Ran maintains a steady water supply, the household faucets remain functional, allowing for uninterrupted showers and normal toilet flushing. In the evening, he diligently consumed the leftovers from lunch. Despite possessing enough provisions to sustain him for several lifetimes, Xiao Ran harbors no inclination toward wastefulness, believing it to be a disgraceful act. Following dinner, he donned warm clothing, accompanied by his dog, which he affectionately named Leopard, and descended to the basement. There, he encountered an iron door. After surveying the area via surveillance, he opened it and stepped outside to walk his dog. The basement is connected to the community garage, accessible through a narrow passageway. Upon arrival, the scene was bustling. Elderly residents, with nowhere else to stroll, engaged in lively square dancing, while dog owners paraded with their pets around the garage, and young individuals kicked a soccer ball about. However, the garage, though seemingly spacious at times, became congested with the sudden influx of people, leading to an inevitable uproar. The commotion erupted when a dog unexpectedly urinated on the foot of a dancing elder, igniting a dispute between the dog's owner and the offended party. Both sides vehemently argued, one chastising the other for encroaching upon public space with their dancing, while the other rebuked the dog owner for failing to leash their pet, resulting in a cacophony of voices. Suddenly, Xiao Ran noticed a group of 4 approaching him. It was none other than his ex-wife's family. Zheng Wan led the way. flanked by her husband Zheng Yujun and their son, who surrounded her like bodyguards, their faces betraying eagerness to please. It dawned on Xiao Ran that the trio was intent on acquiring the compensation that Zheng Wan held, having lived together for 4 years. Xiao Ran was well aware of their avarice and shrewdness. Little did they know, Zheng Wan had declared bankruptcy. Let me enlighten you with the truth. For I cannot abide deception. As Zheng Wan and her entourage drew nearer, Chapter 27, a resounding rebuff unfolded. Xiao Ran. Zheng Wan spat through gritted teeth, her animosity palpable. Sensing her intense hostility, Leopard bared his teeth and growled at Zheng Wan, and had Xiao Ran not held the leash, the dog likely would have lunged at her. Excellent. Xiao Ran was not interested in a mere pet. A subtle smile graced his lips. I previously caused you financial loss. And now I shall slap your face with the truth, yet in a few days, you shall come crawling back to me. Feigning surprise, he inquired. Where did you undergo your cosmetic and breast augmentation surgeries? I have heard that such procedures are not inexpensive. The surgical fees alone can amount to several $100,000. And with post-operative care, it would likely total at least $700,000 or $800,000, wouldn't it? While Xiao Ran was unaware of the exact costs, he intentionally exaggerated the figures. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yujun grew agitated, fully aware of the amount of money his daughter possessed. Should she truly spend $70,000 or $80,000 on her face and chest, there would be no funds left for supporting his son. And they would even find themselves at a financial deficit. Wan, is this brat speaking the truth? The elder inquired, his demeanor turning confrontational. What a truly incompetent ally. Zheng Wan silently lamented to herself. Should not the family stand united against the outside world? How could she be questioned by her own family simply because of a word from Xiao Ran? Was this not a form of infighting? However, what could she expect from the Zheng family, who were excessively materialistic and greedy? Initially, they had expelled their daughter and grandson for the sake of money. Now, they were merely questioning her. What was so strange about that? Zheng Wan could only explain, Dad, do not listen to his nonsense. He simply does not want our family to live in peace. I have not spent much on my cosmetic procedures, so you need not worry. Upon hearing this, Zheng Yujun was somewhat convinced, though he refrained from further inquiry. Yet, would the old man let it go so easily? Upon returning home, he would undoubtedly scrutinize Zheng Wan's accounts, which would surely lead to trouble. Zheng Wan was well aware of this and felt even more resentment toward Xiao Ran. Muttering in a curse-laden tone, I hope this hailstorm lasts a while, so that your 4 billion can only lie stagnant in the bank, merely for you to gaze upon without the ability to purchase anything. Your words seem rather prophetic, Xiao Ran retorted with a smirk. Indeed, this calamity was far more dreadful than anyone had anticipated. It was not something that could be endured with mere patience. Soon, power outages would ensue, and the biting cold would be sufficient to drive anyone to despair. Coupled with food shortages and a lack of clean water, it would not be long before countless individuals succumbed to thirst, hunger, or freezing temperatures. Money? Cash would be akin to worthless paper, unsuitable even for wiping. While the funds and banks and the stock market were merely strings of numbers, forever inaccessible and ultimately just scraps of paper. Xiao Ran merely smiled. Zheng Wan could not possibly fathom that he had been reborn. Not only had his wealth surged to 3 billion, but it had also transformed into invaluable resources. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the richest person in the world, surpassing the second place by unknown multiples, even billions. You are truly selfish. Wishing for this disaster to persist solely to render my money useless, Xiao Ran declared loudly. Do you desire for our neighbors and fellow townsfolk to suffer misfortune? When Xiao Ran confronted Zheng Wan's family, some nosy elders had gathered to witness the spectacle. His words were clear to all, inciting nods of agreement and rising anger among the onlookers, who began to scold Zheng Wan. Some even openly berated her. This woman, who had strayed from the path of virtue and deceived others into becoming her scapegoat, displayed a character deeply flawed. To hope for the hailstorm to continue was indeed a sign of a malevolent heart. Many individuals were simply trying to fulfill their daily obligations, now trapped in their workplaces, while she wished for relentless hail, as if wanting her own family to be torn apart. What a venomous woman! Realizing her grave misstep, Zheng Wan's face paled, and she quickly turned to flee. She dashed from the crowd towards her own building. The onlookers, witnessing her retreat, began to scold Zheng Yujun and his wife, questioning how they could have raised such a daughter. Although Zheng Yujun and his wife were shameless and overbearing, they dared not confront the multitude's accusations and scurried away in defeat. Most importantly, they needed to investigate their daughter's finances to ascertain how much she had left. Xiao Ran continued to walk the dog, and only when the leopard was unwilling to proceed did he finally return home with his canine companion. This was merely the first day. No one had yet grasped the dreadful nature of the calamity, but the hail persisted, and the absence of any rescue efforts would soon instigate widespread panic. Upon returning home, Xiao Ran, who resided on the second floor, gazed out the window to behold a thick layer of ice coating the ground, punctuated by the relentless hailstones, while the fog grew increasingly dense. Under such conditions, how could one navigate? The government had dispatched troops to transport supplies, yet multiple transport trucks had encountered accidents, some even exploded, resulting in the loss of numerous soldiers. Naturally, they had to pause their efforts. Were the lives of these soldiers not valuable? If the situation had merely been challenging, the soldiers would have fought valiantly to resolve it. However, faced with insurmountable problems, it was inconceivable to sacrifice them in vain. The pervasive fog reduced visibility to a mere meter. Under such circumstances, one might consider relying solely on human effort to transport supplies, but the treacherous hail rendered rescue operations impossible. Not wishing to dwell on such thoughts, he decided to engage in some exercise. As he worked out, the leopard mimicked him, stretching its legs beside him. After his workout, he checked his phone and discovered messages from Lu Mei and Lu Susu, initially lamenting the weather, then advising him to take care, for natural disasters often ushered in human tragedies. The pressing question was whether law enforcement could operate under such weather conditions. If this persisted for several more days, the situation was unimaginable. Xiao Ran urged them to be cautious as well, particularly to secure their doors and windows against any potential intruders. Lu Susu readily agreed. While Lu Mei boasted that her fortress was well equipped, its windows impervious to the hail, with a generator, ample diesel, and sufficient food and drink to last for months, posing no issues at all. Xiao Ran set down his phone, took another shower, and then retired to bed. The incessant clattering of hail throughout the night made slumber elusive. However, equipped with earplugs and buoyed by a sense of preparedness, he soon drifted off to sleep. As dawn broke, Xiao Ran peered through the foggy window and checked the time. It was already 7:30, yet the sky, which should have been bright, was shrouded in gloom. Rising from his slumber, he opted not to prepare breakfast but instead selected a meal from the alternate dimension. The options were plentiful, ranging from extravagant to modest. Today, he chose a simple serving of shepherd's purse wontons, steaming hot. For the leopard, he tossed a piece of perfectly cooked steak in a bowl of fresh milk. While enjoying his meal, he turned on the television to catch the news. Another day had passed, yet the hail showed no signs of abating, and the fog remained thick, with no indication of dispersal, while alarming reports continued to emerge. After the natural disaster struck, all aircraft in the sky met with calamity. Chapter 28, The Display of Wealth. The plane soared at an altitude of 10,000 meters, free from hail and thick fog, yet the question of landing loomed ominously. Some aircraft dared to descend, only to meet immediate disaster. Others, running low on fuel, faced the perilous choice of attempting a landing or succumbing to a loss of power and crashing down. Should these planes plummet into uninhabited wilderness or the vast ocean, it would be a mere misfortune. However, a descent into a city would spell catastrophe. Though people were confined indoors, they disseminated videos and descriptions of the unfolding chaos through the internet, which rapidly spread across the globe. This instilled a profound sense of dread among humanity. Was the apocalypse upon us? Xiao Ran picked up his phone and discovered a group invitation from the property manager, a disaster response group for the community. Every homeowner and even tenants received this invitation. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ran decided to join the chat. Instantly, his phone was inundated with messages. The sheer volume was overwhelming. To decipher the messages, one had to scroll up, preventing automatic updates from obscuring the screen. Most inquiries revolved around the duration of this calamity and the anticipated arrival of government relief supplies. When suddenly, a voice emerged from the cacophony. A certain Li Zhonglin claimed to have a cousin in the city government, asserting that the disaster would persist for an extended period. He announced that the nation had activated an emergency shelter plan, intending to transport a select few into pre-constructed underground cities, where they would remain until it was safe to emerge and rebuild their lives. He boasted of possessing 3 slots for entry into these underground sanctuaries, and as a single man, he was willing to sell 2 of them to interested parties via private messages. Xiao Ran shook his head at the absurdity of it all. Such schemes had transpired in his previous life as well. There were no underground cities. Li Zhonglin was nothing more than a charlatan, a mere tenant rather than a homeowner, deliberately spreading falsehoods. Astonishingly, he had swindled a dozen individuals. Some lost money, which was unfortunate, but others were cheated out of essential supplies. And a few even lost both their wealth and well-being. It wasn't until the 11th day of the disaster that his deceit was exposed, leading to his brutal demise. On the 11th day of the calamity, power had long been extinguished, leaving each individual a solitary island. Despair loomed large, and in such dire circumstances, people could resort to any means. Xiao Ran refrained from issuing warnings. In fact, others within the group had already cautioned against potential fraudsters. Yet, in times of such turmoil, individuals clung desperately to any glimmer of hope. Those inclined to believe would do so, and they deserved the consequences of their naivety. Xiao Ran had no interest in playing the role of a benevolent savior. His mere abstention from malevolence was, in itself, the greatest goodwill. It seemed time to provoke a reaction from his ex-wife. Xiao Ran pondered for a moment, recalling that the Zheng family had always been meticulous with their finances, never stockpiling goods in bulk. Instead, Lin Meiying would visit the supermarket each evening to seek out discounted produce that was nearing its expiration date. As a result, aside from rice, the Zheng household possessed little in the way of provisions. During the 10 or so days in his past life, Xiao Ran and his companions subsisted mainly on rice accompanied by pickled vegetables. Just how frugal was Zheng Yujun during normal times? He would let the faucet drip into a bucket beneath it, ensuring the water meter remained static, a clever way to exploit state resources. Yet, following the calamity, this habit proved to be a lifesaver, resolving their drinking water dilemma. At noon, Xiao Ran laid out a sumptuous feast, accompanied by an abundance of instant noodles and a towering pile of bread. After capturing several photographs, including one of a leopard enjoying a steak, he shared them on social media, visible only to Zheng Wan. He captioned the post, "Thank goodness I'm a homebody. I prepared some supplies in advance, haha." He had tested the waters and found that his ex-wife had not blocked him. It was likely she wished to monitor him through her social media feed. Thus she would certainly see his post. After lunch, he took a stroll with his dog in the garage. The crowd was still sizable. Yet compared to the previous day's liveliness, the atmosphere felt considerably more oppressive, with faces etched in concern, particularly for those whose family members had not yet returned from work, leaving them anxious about their loved ones' welfare amidst the scarcity of food and warmth. The temperature had plummeted to -5 degrees Celsius, with every household relying on air conditioning. Otherwise, they would be forced to wrap themselves in layers of blankets, shivering uncontrollably. However, by the day after tomorrow, when the power supply would be cut off and temperatures would descend to -15 degrees, true despair would set in. After walking the dog, Xiao Ran returned home. The disaster group chat had lost its previous vibrancy, and members had grown more pragmatic, initiating trades to sell supplies, albeit at prices that had inflated at least tenfold. They were criticized for profiting from the national crisis, even to the detriment of their neighbors. Xiao Ran chuckled and shook his head. Those who were spending 10 or even 20 times the original price on supplies would soon be deemed foolish, yet in a couple of days, the vendors would regret their decisions. What good was money? It was utterly worthless. Thus, possessing money to purchase supplies now felt like an unexpected windfall. Xiao Ran scrolled through the group chat until he located Han Yun's account and sent her a friend request. Unsurprisingly, it was rejected. He did not send another request. Instead, he simply smiled. His intention in sending that request was merely to nudge Han Yun's awareness. Subsequently, he posted a photograph in the group, showcasing 10 boxes of instant noodles and 20 boxes of water. In no time, he was inundated with attention in the chat, receiving numerous friend requests. He chose to ignore them, as he was merely indulging in a display of wealth. On the other side, Zheng Wan naturally noticed Xiao Ran's social media post. Upon seeing the mountain of food, her mouth watered uncontrollably, and when she spotted a street dog gnawing on a steak, she felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Xiao Ran. What a waste. An egregious waste. She couldn't help but reflect on what she had consumed over the past day. Plain rice and pickled vegetables. Now even a dog eats better than she does. When she saw Xiao Ran flaunting her wealth by posting a photo in the group, her anger surged. Those provisions should belong to her. How could Xiao Ran post them in the group, inciting envy? No, she must recalibrate her strategy and win Xiao Ran's favor anew. Initially, it was for money, but now she craves both money and food. Zheng Wan, you wretched girl, Get out here now. Zheng Yujun banged on the door, shouting loudly. Zheng Wan's face darkened. They had already quarreled all night yesterday, and now they were not letting her off the hook? However, she now had a plan. Want food? You must rely on me. She adjusted her mood and stepped out with the poise of a victor. In Building 9, Room 1702, Han Yun unhesitatingly rejected Xiao Ran's friend request, spitting in disdain. This villain had caused her to have a fierce argument with her husband, leaving lingering resentment. And now she dared to request to be friends? Yet, when she saw the multitude of people in the group chatting about Xiao Ran, she found herself scrolling up through the chat history, soon discovering the photo Xiao Ran had posted. Food. Clean water. She couldn't help but lick her lips. She could endure hunger. But being without water was simply intolerable. Chapter 29. Purchasing supplies. The people of Huaxia have a habit of stockpiling provisions. At the very least, they must have rice. Yet how many families have the habit of stockpiling water? Especially those who have installed water purification systems, who can simply turn on the tap for drinking water, would naturally not think to hoard it. Han Yun's family was such, they did not have a water dispenser, and naturally, there could be no bottled purified water. They did have a few bottles of soft drinks, but those had been nearly depleted since yesterday. She was not tempted by food, but her thirst for drinking water was insatiable. For a fleeting moment, she truly considered accepting Xiao Ran's friend request. However, she restrained herself. How could she bow to this villain? Besides, did she not understand the ulterior motives behind Xiao Ran's actions? If she sought Xiao Ran's water, the other party would surely demand something in return. Was she so cheap as to sell herself for a few bottles of water? Sister-in-law, did you see someone posting pictures of food and clean water in the group? A beautiful young woman approached, her face alight with excitement. Her name was Zhang Jingya, the cousin of Lin Yuhua, who was about to graduate from university and had come to Sioux City to search for a job, temporarily residing with them until she found employment and could afford to move out. Han Yun nodded and immediately added, "He's not a good person. Do not engage with him at all." Zhang Jingya pondered this, but her eyes sparkled with intrigue. After all, what would it matter if she spent a bit more money to buy supplies? That evening, after Xiao Ran had dined, she continued her routine of walking the dog. The leopard was wild and needed to run several laps daily to release its surplus energy. Upon arriving at the underground garage, she noticed that the number of people inside had dwindled significantly. Yesterday, numerous individuals engaged in square dancing, yet today not a single soul was present. This was attributed to a lack of inclination and the biting cold. Only a handful remained. However, upon spotting Xiao Ran, they swiftly congregated around him. "Xiao Ran, do you have any surplus food and clean water? Please sell me some. I'd like to buy a bit too. Name your price, as long as it's reasonable. I will take as much as you have. Everyone needs food and water. How can you expect to have it all?" Before Xiao Ran could respond, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices. Eventually, they turned their attention back to him. As the possessor of the supplies, what was the point of their uproar? With a smile and a shake of his head, Xiao Ran replied, "I'm sorry, but I only have a limited amount of supplies. This calamity could last for an indeterminate period, and I must reserve some for myself." At this, the crowd became indignant. "If you're not selling, why did you even mention it in the group chat? Xiao Ran, we are neighbors. You can't just stand by and watch us perish, can you? Indeed. Will you just sit idly by while we starve and thirst? What kind of heartless person are you? Aren't you afraid of retribution?" One individual, with a particularly venomous tongue, turned his ire towards Xiao Ran's adopted son, sneering, "No wonder your wife bore such a wretched child." Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow. "In matters of commerce, especially in times of disaster, it is a mutual agreement. Should I choose to sell you food, it reflects my benevolence and generosity. If I choose not to, that is merely my right. What can you accuse me of? To berate me and unearth my scars? That I cannot tolerate." He cast a glance at the speaker, then at the woman beside him, presumably his wife. She was not yet 30, possessed an agreeable appearance, and her figure was indeed commendable, with curves that even winter attire could not conceal. He smiled at her. "Would you care for some food and drink? Come to my home." The rude man, enraged, shouted, "Are you trying to steal my wife right before my eyes? You are utterly brazen." He reached out to grab Xiao Ran by the collar. In response, Xiao Ran executed a swift countermove, twisting the man's arm, causing a sharp crack as it dislocated. The leopard, ever fierce, pounced to protect its master, sinking its teeth into the man's calf with a ferocity that was unrelenting. Given Xiao Ran's current combat prowess, facing 3 or even 4 opponents would pose little challenge. And should he utilize his otherworldly abilities, he could easily decimate the entire neighborhood, not just once, but repeatedly. The rude man let out a cry of anguish. In truth, the dislocated arm caused little pain, but the bite from the leopard was excruciating, bringing forth beads of cold sweat. Get lost, Xiao Ran said coldly. You brought this upon yourself. In these times, when law, order, and morality are beginning to crumble, you dare to provoke me? You are courting death. He released his grip. Yet the leopard remained fiercely tenacious, refusing to let go. Loyal dog. Xiao Ran felt a surge of delight. Indeed, in this apocalyptic world, dogs prove to be far more faithful than humans. Offer them a morsel, and they shall not betray you. Conversely, present a human with a bite to eat, and they might covet your every possession, plotting your demise to seize all that you own. Let go, leopard, Xiao Ran instructed, assuring it that his flesh was unpalatable, promising instead a stake upon their return. At this command, the leopard finally relinquished its hold. However, those surrounding him were nearly rendered faint with indignation. Just listen, allowing a dog to feast on steak? Every household faced the dire crisis of food scarcity, and yet here he was, permitting a dog such a luxury. Utterly infuriating. Xiao Ran, not only have you committed violence, but you also unleash your dog upon us. The man with the sharp tongue was drenched in cold sweat. Unless you compensate me to the point of ruin, this matter will not be resolved. Xiao Ran laughed heartily. Then by all means, go ahead and report me. Do you truly believe this calamity will never end? Someone nearby interjected, unable to hold their tongue. Once this disaster concludes, people like you will undoubtedly face retribution for your misdeeds. Xiao Ran could not be bothered to respond. Was he the one who initiated the violence? No. He was merely defending himself. Why dwell on it? He turned to the young woman with a smile. You are welcome to visit my home anytime, though you understand there will be a price to pay. With that, he sauntered away, continuing to walk his dog. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. The crowd seethed with suppressed rage. Yet they failed to consider that Xiao Ran owed them nothing. It was they who approached him, and when unable to procure supplies, they blamed him. Who had coddled them? Thus, humanity's selfishness emerged, magnified by the catastrophe. After walking his dog, Xiao Ran returned home. 2 days had passed, and the people's hearts were growing restless. The true blow that plunged everyone into despair was the impending massive power outage set to commence the day after tomorrow. First, residential electricity was cut off. Then, the communication towers followed suit. Even if mobile phones retained some battery life, they became mere ornaments. In such a dire circumstance, panic would undoubtedly reach its zenith. As trust among neighbors evaporated, and every household barricaded themselves, perceiving everyone as a potential threat. All of this transpired in just over 3 days. Chapter 30. Primitive transactions. On the 3rd day of the calamity, Xiao Ran awoke naturally. He brushed his teeth, washed his face, and then prepared breakfast. Sharing 2 large meat buns with the leopard. Steak could not be an everyday indulgence. One must prioritize nutritional balance. Having previously been a stray, the leopard had cultivated a commendable habit of not being picky with food. To be well fed was a luxury in itself. Therefore, whether it be steak or meat buns, it devoured each morsel with great relish. Observing its voracious appetite, Xiao Ran felt a pang of hunger and soon finished a bowl of shrimp noodles. Following that, he indulged in some milk, ensuring that the leopard received its share as well, for this dog had yet to reach full maturity and needed ample nourishment to grow strong. Finally, Xiao Ran concluded his breakfast with a plate of fruit. Upon glancing at the group chat, he was met with a wave of negativity. This was the 3rd day, yet the hail continued unabated, and the dense fog showed no signs of lifting. The national relief efforts had yet to materialize, leaving everyone in a precarious situation, facing the prospect of starvation and thirst. However, at present, the group merely vented their frustrations. In a couple of days, they would likely resort to desperate measures to seize food. The bonds of kinship and friendship would crumble in the face of hunger and thirst. The loss of humanity could occur in an instant. Ding! A message arrived for Xiao Ran. It was from Zheng Wan. He was not surprised. After flaunting her wealth on social media yesterday, her message today felt rather belated. Was Zheng Wan attempting to maintain an air of restraint? Xiao Ran, could you grant me another chance? A natural disaster has erupted, and it may persist for a long time. I assure you, I am not after your money. Please believe that my intentions are sincere. After a moment, she sent another message. May I come to see you tonight? Here it comes, Xiao Ran thought with a cold smile. His malicious ex-wife. What could she possibly be plotting? Let me think about it, he replied. At the Zheng household, upon receiving Xiao Ran's response, Zheng Wan smirked. He has taken the bait. Zheng Yujun scoffed heavily, declaring, this little wretch dared to humiliate me publicly. Let us see how I deal with him this time. Zheng Gang was also eager, ready for action. Zheng Wan nodded. We will proceed according to plan. I will deceive him into opening the door. And Dad and my brother will rush in to subdue Xiao Ran. Lin Meiying expressed her apprehension. What if the disaster passes, and Xiao Ran reports us? Zheng Wan showed no signs of concern. Given the current circumstances, this calamity will not dissipate quickly. Many will perish. And surely countless others will resort to similar actions as I will. The law cannot hold us accountable if we act in numbers. Besides, if we eliminate Xiao Ran, how could he possibly report us? Zheng Yujun trembled at the harshness of his daughter's words, unable to fathom that she would suggest such violence. Little did he know, Zheng Wan was capable of orchestrating the demise of her own flesh and blood. With the disaster upon them, she feared killing others even less, especially someone she loathed so intensely. Ultimately, if you wish to avoid starving to death, you must act decisively tonight, Zheng Wan concluded. Zheng Yujun and his son nodded in agreement, tormented by the thought of their meager meals of plain rice and pickled vegetables. Yes, they were on the brink of starvation. What did they have to fear from committing a crime? Ding. Xiao Ran received a friend request, initially inclined to ignore it. He noticed the accompanying note. I am Han Yun's sister-in-law, Zhang Jingya. A flicker of interest ignited within Xiao Ran as he accepted the request. Master Xiao, do you have an abundance of food and drink? Zhang Jingya quickly messaged. Not an excessive amount, but sufficient to sustain, Xiao Ran replied. Could you sell me some? Zhang Jingya inquired once more. Haha, in these times, food and clean water are akin to life itself. Who would part with their own existence? Xiao Ran intentionally emphasized the critical importance of sustenance and hydration, equally vital as life. Yet, was he exaggerating? Not in the slightest. With the impending power outage tomorrow, everyone would come to a stark realization. Natural disasters do not conclude, and aid will not arrive. Thus, the significance of food and clean water cannot be overstated. After a while, Zhang Jingya responded, What must I do to persuade you to share your provisions? I am on the brink of starvation and dehydration. Please send a photo without any beautification or filters. Otherwise, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Ding. Shortly after, Xiao Ran received a photograph. It depicted a beautiful woman at a scenic spot, leaning against a rock and flashing a peace sign. Her looks scored a solid 80, and her figure matched that. While not yet at goddess level, she was undoubtedly a beauty. All right, can you find out where I am? Xiao Ran replied. I shall come immediately. The messages ceased for a moment. Then there was a series of knocks at the basement door. Xiao Ran first checked the surveillance. He had installed not one but 3 cameras, ensuring the entire corridor was monitored with no blind spots. Only one woman appeared, clad in thick winter attire. It was Zhang Jingya, nearly indistinguishable from the woman in the photo. Xiao Ran smiled and opened the door. Upon entering, Zhang Jingya exclaimed, Wow, it's so warm in here. She quickly removed her coat. Her figure was indeed commendable, though not quite on par with Han Yun's. Thinking of Han Yun made Xiao Ran's heart flutter. When would he indulge in such a delightful experience? Zhang Jingya, oblivious, was captivated by the food spread on the table. Although modest in quantity, it featured meat, fish, vegetables, and a bowl of chicken soup. She could not contain her excitement and asked Xiao Ran, Is this prepared for me? Xiao Ran chuckled. Indeed. But whether you may partake depends on your performance. Zhang Jingya bit her lip, seemingly grappling with a difficult decision, before nodding slightly after a moment. An hour later, Xiao Ran provided Zhang Jingya with 2 additional packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water before sending her on her way. His safe house would not accommodate any woman overnight. As Zhang Jingya stepped outside, tears began to fall. Once a sought-after beauty in university, she had been pursued by countless admirers and lavished with attention. Yet now, however, upon feeling the weight of the bottled water and instant noodles wrapped in her clothing, a look of satisfaction emerged on her face. To survive is to earn the right to discuss other matters. Chapter 31. Striking at the ex-wife's family. How delightful. Xiao Ran felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Indeed, one cannot harbor emotions indefinitely. Trouble will inevitably arise. Upon returning upstairs, the dog, Leopard, immediately began to circle around him, sniffing intently before tilting its head, as if questioning the unfamiliar scent that clung to him. Xiao Ran chuckled, momentarily forgetting the dog's keen sense of smell. Leopard. From now on, The duty of guarding the house falls to you. If you hear any unusual sounds or detect the presence of others, do make sure to alert me." He jested, indifferent to whether the dog comprehended his words. To his surprise, Leopard barked twice, seemingly in agreement. "Good boy," Xiao Ran exclaimed, picking up his phone to browse through messages. Both Lu Mei and Lu Susu had reached out to him, expressing concern as the extreme weather persisted for 2 days without any sign of improvement. Nevertheless, one resided in a fortified shelter while the other had received ample supplies from Xiao Ran, ensuring their survival for at least 2 to 3 months. Xiao Ran noted that various group chats had become quite animated. For instance, the work group was filled with pleas for help as many were trapped in their offices. The long silent elementary, middle, high school, and university groups buzzed with anxious messages, clearly indicating that everyone was in a state of panic, desperately seeking any means to signal for assistance. Xiao Ran, however, felt powerless to aid them. He too wished to venture out to procure gasoline and diesel. Yet the dense fog deterred him from acting, as it posed a significant risk of accidents. The daylight hours dragged on in monotony. That night, the underground parking lot lay eerily empty. The frigid temperatures discouraged anyone from lingering in the cold. The fewer the people, the colder it became, creating a vicious cycle. Suddenly, a group of 4 appeared stealthily, attempting to avoid making any noise. Ironically, the more they tried to be quiet, the louder their footsteps echoed in the silent garage, leading them to exchange glances, each convinced that the others were making too much noise. It was none other than the Zheng family. At last, they reached the location of Xiao Ran's villa, where a passage led to the basement, an area designated as private, secured by a door. Zheng Wan instructed Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang to take cover by the wall, ready to spring into action the moment the door opened to seize control of Xiao Ran. She then knocked on the door. Prior to this, she had already contacted Xiao Ran by phone. In the basement, Xiao Ran observed the surveillance footage. The Zheng family's antics were utterly transparent. They could never have anticipated that he had installed not just 1, but 3 cameras, capturing the entire passageway. Unsurprisingly, the whole family had arrived, intent on taking him down, perhaps even to eliminate him and usurp his residence. With a smirk, Xiao Ran opened the door. Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang rushed in, but in an instant, both were sent sprawling back out. Who else, if not the father and son Zheng Yujun? Then, Xiao Ran emerged, arms crossed, casting a mocking glance at Zheng Wan. Such enthusiasm, the whole family has come. Zheng Wan was taken aback. Having been married to Xiao Ran for 4 years, no matter how indifferent she was, she could not be oblivious to his capabilities. How could he possess such formidable fighting prowess? Xiao Ran, retrieving a baseball bat from another realm, revealed a cruel smile. "You all have come. And while I was opening the door, you rushed in, hoping to subdue me. Surely, you do not intend to seize my house. What did our song say? When friends arrive, we have fine wine, but when wolves come, we have shotguns." Xiao Ran's gaze hardened as he swung the bat downwards. Bang! Crack! Ah! Zheng Gang was the first to scream in agony as his arm was shattered by the bat, his face turning pale, beads of cold sweat cascading down. Xiao Ran's smile was chilling, evoking dread. How much blood has this former brother-in-law extracted from him? Continue. He swung again. Stop! Stop! Lin Mei rushed forward, shielding her son with her body. The daughter was inconsequential, but the son was her lifeblood. "If you dare, kill me," the old woman wailed. "Do you dare strike me?" Bang! Without hesitation, Xiao Ran brought the bat down again. Does the Zheng family possess anything of value? No. Furthermore, in his past life, he was betrayed and killed by the Zheng family. Had Lin Mei not taken action then? If Xiao Ran had the ability to resurrect, he would undoubtedly kill the Zheng family members repeatedly, reviving each time, relishing in their demise over and over. How could he possibly let them die so easily? For now, he had to temper his blows, exercising caution, unwilling to deliver a fatal strike. How could he allow them such a swift exit? With a heavy blow, Lin Mei let out a scream and fainted instantly. Xiao Ran did not relent, delivering a blow to Zheng Yujun, who also cried out in pain as his right arm was brutally shattered. But it was not over. Xiao Ran set his sights on Zheng Wan. Zheng Wan was momentarily stunned before letting out a shriek and turning to flee. Xiao Ran swiftly pursued, delivering a resounding strike to Zheng Wan's chest, the sound of shattering resonating through the air. The implant had ruptured. Even so, Zheng Wan's face turned ashen, struggling to catch her breath. Xiao Ran tossed 3 packets of instant noodles and a bottle of water her way. Why this sudden kindness? Wrong, it was not kindness. Firstly, he was unwilling to let the Zheng family members die too swiftly. Secondly, how would 4 individuals divide 3 packets of noodles and 1 bottle of water? If they desired to eat in the future, they would have to come back for another beating. Xiao Ran spoke softly, casting a long shadow over Zheng Wan's face, causing the venomous woman to tremble, chilled to the bone. Now leave. With a stick in hand, Xiao Ran returned home, shutting the door behind him, feeling a surge of vengeful exhilaration coursing through his every pore. He relished the imagery of striking the 4 members of the Zheng family. Alas, he lamented, he could not strike them further. After all, they were human, and he was not yet ready to part with them so soon. He intended to torment them for a few more days. Sighing, he resolved to wait until their wounds had healed before taking further action. For now, he anticipated the chaos that would ensue as this family fought over scarce food supplies. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he video called Lu Mei and Lu Susu. Knowing that power would be cut off the next day, possibly for an extended period, or perhaps forever, it felt like a farewell. By the way, Xiao Ran, do you have a satellite phone? Lu Mei suddenly inquired. Yaya and I believe that if the calamity persists, the power supply will undoubtedly be affected, and we want to be able to communicate. Yaya has a satellite phone, do you? Truly, she was a doomsday enthusiast. How could she not have prepared for such an eventuality? Xiao Ran chuckled. I possess a Huawei Mate 60. It is a satellite communication terminal, not merely a phone. Chapter 32, Power Outage. As night fell, the apocalypse entered its 4th day, marking one of the most despairing moments yet. Today, the power would be cut off. Outside, the temperature plunged to minus 10 degrees Celsius. How could one survive without air conditioning? If they had been prepared, they might have set up a heated bed or something similar, but the disaster struck suddenly, leaving city dwellers in utter despair. From this day forth, civilization, order, and morality would entirely collapse. Thus, it would not be inappropriate to refer to today as the true prelude to the apocalypse. He recalled that in his past life, the power had been cut around noon. He wondered if this time would be any different. Probably not. He chose not to dwell on it. Even if the power did not go out today, it would undoubtedly do so tomorrow or the day after, with no one to maintain the power station. How could the electricity possibly remain uninterrupted? It was merely a matter of time. He amused himself playing with the leopard, who reciprocated with boundless energy, leaping and bounding about without causing any chaos, earning Xiao Ran's affection. He preferred the Chinese rural dog, a loyal guardian, over a mere lapdog. Standing by the window, he gazed outside into the misty, somber atmosphere. The weather was unlikely to improve for at least 10 days, and he longed for the sun. Soon it was noon, and Xiao Ran sat down to eat, with the leopard indulging in its meal as well. Suddenly, the lights flickered, followed by a collective outage of all electrical appliances. Xiao Ran immediately understood. The power had been cut. However, he had connected a backup power supply. He owned a battery generator, but it required diesel to operate. Although he had prepared some diesel, it was insufficient to sustain the generator's continuous operation day and night. He had prepared a substantial quantity of fully charged batteries, exceeding 1,000 in number, sufficient to sustain him for an extended period. At that moment, his phone buzzed incessantly with notifications. Indeed, the power had been cut. Yet many base stations possessed backup power sources, capable of operating for an additional 1 to 2 days. However, what utility does a mobile phone possess in such dire circumstances? The air conditioning and electric blankets were rendered useless, leaving one at risk of succumbing to the cold. The group was filled with lamentations and grievances, the power outage serving as the final straw that broke the camel's back. It was over. They were truly doomed. 3 full days had elapsed without any sign of rescue. Now, with the power cut, it would not be long before even mobile signals vanished, leaving them to call out to an indifferent sky and an unresponsive earth. Xiao Ran shook his head, foreseeing that despair would soon turn everyone into a tempest of fury. For some wicked individuals, this catastrophe would unleash the malevolence ingrained in their very essence. With communications severed, the community was thrust back into a primitive state. In such a lawless environment, who would bear witness to their heinous acts and bring them to justice? For ordinary people, the apocalypse was akin to hell. For the wicked, however, it was a paradise for their nefarious deeds. There came a series of knocks on the basement door, and upon receiving a notification on his phone that the surveillance had detected a presence, Xiao Ran recognized it was Zhang Jingya. Had she returned seeking sustenance? He descended the stairs and, confirming that she was alone, allowed her entry. The two shared an unspoken understanding. One prepared the meal, while the other removed their outer garments. Today, however, Xiao Ran first drew a drop of her blood and placed it into a rudimentary testing device. The result beeped, displaying a green light. This was a test for sexually transmitted infections. Green indicated negative, while red signified positive. Excellent. This meant he was free to indulge without concern. Zhang Jingya initially hesitated to refuse, but when Xiao Ran presented her with a roasted chicken, she quietly began to eat. Having secured billions from a major project, Xiao Ran provided her with an emergency contraceptive pill. He had no desire to bring forth progeny in this bleak world, and certainly not with Zhang Jingya. She said nothing, simply swallowing the pill. As she prepared to leave, he handed her 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water, ensuring her sustenance was assured. Additionally, he thoughtfully charged her phone. Why? It was undoubtedly of use. Zhang Jingya departed, her weary form dragging with fatigue, while Xiao Ran glanced at the time, realizing that over an hour had passed, explaining his own exhaustion. As he ascended the stairs, the leopard circled him, sniffing curiously. Why did he carry the scent of another? And why was he confined to the first floor? Alas, the dog could not inquire. The leopard whirled around Xiao Ran, wagging its tail energetically. Xiao Ran understood and chuckled. All right, let's take a stroll and have a chat. You are not the 3 fools of the snowy land, so why are you unafraid of the cold garage? He led the leopard to the underground parking lot. To his surprise, what had been a desolate place just a couple of days ago was now bustling with people. Predominantly elderly folks. With the power cut, homes were uncomfortably cold and devoid of television entertainment, leaving the elderly with little to do. Thus, they flocked to the underground garage, not only for its spaciousness, but also for the opportunity to converse and perhaps devise solutions to their predicaments. After all, as the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined can rival Zhuge Liang. Upon seeing Xiao Ran, an elderly gentleman immediately perked up and swiftly approached, blocking Xiao Ran's path. Startled, Xiao Ran inquired, "Is there something you need?" The gentleman, surnamed Ma, was over 60 and had been a minor supervisor in a state-owned enterprise before retirement, wielding considerable authority. He was notorious for his abrasive demeanor within the community, often lashing out without regard for reason, which earned him a rather poor reputation among the residents. Clearing his throat, Mr. Ma addressed him. "You are Xiao Ran, correct?" Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle at the condescending tone, so formal, yet so high-handed. "I am Xiao Ran," he replied coolly. Mr. Ma snorted through his nostrils. Naturally, he recognized Xiao Ran, which explained his decision to intercept him. With an air of superiority, he continued, "We, the senior comrades, have been discussing the future of our community. We unanimously believe that this calamity will not be brief. Hence it is imperative for us to unite and weather this storm together." Xiao Ran remained silent, merely observing Mr. Ma. This rhetoric was clearly a preamble. Ahem, ahem, Mr. Ma coughed a couple of times, a common trait among those in authority who often clear their throats before making a statement. "First and foremost, we must avoid wastefulness. Young Xiao, you must possess a fair amount of food and bottled water, correct? Kindly relinquish them to us for safekeeping, and we shall distribute them as needed. When the disaster strikes, we will certainly report your contributions to the party and the state. Your merits will not go unnoticed." Xiao Ran couldn't help but laugh aloud, saying, "Mr. Ma, do you take me for a fool? Hand over my food for you to distribute? Who would willingly part with their provisions and clean water now? You might as well resort to outright robbery." Mr. Ma, taken aback by the retort, felt a surge of anger and humiliation, nearly losing his composure. After a moment's pause, he trembled as he pointed a finger at Xiao Ran, yet managed to articulate a response. Chapter 33. Han Yun softens Mr. Ma's rebuke incited the other elderly residents, who rallied in indignation. "Young man, do not presume that a few coins elevate your status above your elders." One scolded, "We have consumed more salt than you have rice." Heed the advice of the matron and apologize to Director Ma at once. Comply with his demands and do not oppose the party and the state, or you shall face dire consequences. The elderly surrounded Xiao Ran, their voices a cacophony of admonition. Xiao Ran glanced at an elderly woman, declaring, "I am 27 years old, and you are at most 70. Even if we were to consider your age as threefold mine, I consume 3 bowls of rice daily. Therefore, you must consume at least 1 bowl of salt each day." He was merely employing a metaphor. The elderly woman was rendered speechless, feeling that Xiao Ran was utterly incomprehensible. Xiao Ran continued to confront the elderly men and women, leaving them exasperated and unable to articulate a response. Have you nothing to say? Xiao Ran smiled and, with a flourish, departed with his leopard companion. The leopard, already growing impatient, wondered why its master was engaging in such lengthy banter with these seniors when it had been brought out for a stroll. Now that Xiao Ran was finally willing to leave, it dashed off with exuberance. After the leopard had its fill of frolicking, Xiao Ran felt quite exhausted. Yet he regarded this as a form of exercise, a perfect opportunity to practice long-distance running. Upon returning home, he washed up and prepared for dinner. Habitually, he picked up his phone and was greeted by a plethora of friend requests. Just as he was about to disregard them, a familiar profile picture caught his eye. Han Yun. Ah, so she couldn't resist after all. He refrained from teasing her and simply accepted the request. As a man, one should be magnanimous. However, while the request was accepted, Xiao Ran did not initiate a conversation. Isn't it customary for those seeking assistance to speak first? After half an hour, Han Yun finally sent a message. Could you provide me with something to eat and drink? Xiao Ran had left her waiting for half an hour before responding. Certainly. But instantly, Han Yun replied, I can accompany you, but you must agree to my terms. Fine, you can ask for whatever you desire, and I shall reciprocate. Xiao Ran retorted swiftly. Come over. We can discuss this in person, she replied. Xiao Ran chuckled, setting his phone aside, while the leopard tilted its head. Its eyes seemingly filled with questions. We shall improve our diet with some seafood, Xiao Ran explained to it. The leopard remained perplexed, its canine face displaying confusion. For dinner, Xiao Ran opted for barbecued delicacies, specifically preparing 3 lamb kidneys. Naturally, the leopard indulged alongside him, relishing the exquisite fare. In this apocalyptic world, the leopard undoubtedly fared better than 99% of the populace, while many others were left to endure hunger. After a brief wait, a message from Han Yun arrived. I have arrived. Xiao Ran smiled and said to the leopard, You stay here patiently. I'll be back shortly. The leopard, panting and lying on the ground, merely wagged its tail a couple of times. Its master often spent considerable time in the basement alone, so it decided to take a nap. Upon reaching the basement, Xiao Ran first checked the surveillance footage. Although his combat prowess was formidable, caution had become second nature. He opened the door and stepped inside, only to notice a familiar outfit. Wasn't he that what Zhang Jingyao had worn before? It dawned on him. This must belong to Han Yun. As Zhang Jingyao arrived at the end of May, one must wonder if she would prepare winter clothing. Consequently, she naturally had to wear Han Yun's attire. It seems that this winter garment is the warmest, chosen by both Zhang Jingyao and Han Yun, which is rather amusing to consider. Xiao Ran closed the door, and for a moment, the atmosphere turned awkward. Xiao Ran was in no rush. It was not he who would suffer from hunger or thirst. Han Yun bit her lip and said, I need 100 pounds of rice and a box of water. And you must help me carry it to the 16th floor. I will handle the last floor myself. Indeed, her demands were exorbitant. Xiao Ran raised a finger. I will ensure you have a hearty meal here, and you may drink as much water as you desire. When you return, I can provide you with an additional pack of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Han Yun refused, declaring, Then I shall take my leave. She moved towards the door, and Xiao Ran showed no intention of stopping her. Han Yun gritted her teeth, halted her steps, and turned back, saying, 50 pounds of rice and half a box of water. She had halved her request. Xiao Ran shook his head, depending on your behavior. I might grant you a few more packs of instant noodles and water when you leave. If you disagree, you may go, he said leisurely. Han Yun bit her crimson lips, her body frozen in place, as if ensnared by a spell. Just as Xiao Ran thought she had turned to stone, Han Yun finally managed to utter a single word, all right. With a chuckle, Xiao Ran retreated behind the screen and retrieved several dishes from another realm, a mix of meat, vegetables, and soup, accompanied by a bowl of rice. He beckoned Han Yun over, and upon seeing the spread, the enchanting woman could not help but lick her lips. Craving the feast. Go ahead and eat, said Xiao Ran, who was in no hurry, leisurely sitting down while scrolling through his phone. Currently, the internet was rife with anxiety. It was not that all areas were experiencing power outages, but rather that most places were in disarray. What would happen if this continued? Was the apocalypse truly upon them? After scrolling for quite some time, a loud burp interrupted the silence. Xiao Ran looked up at Han Yun, who blushed deeply, utterly embarrassed. She had overeaten. Xiao Ran chuckled. Shall we begin? A long-held wish is finally fulfilled. An hour later, Han Yun exited the door. Xiao Ran handed her 3 packs of instant noodles and 3 bottles of purified water for her to take back to Lin Yue. This woman truly loved her husband. Despite Lin Youwei's gambling addiction and his parents' abandonment, she remained steadfastly devoted to him, which struck Xiao Ran as foolishly single-minded. However, what did it matter to him? Chapter 34. The Qin family's revenge. Xiao Ran smiled as he returned upstairs. The leopard, though accustomed to the peculiarities of its master, approached him, wagging its tail and sniffing inquisitively. Why does my master smell like someone else today? The leopard gazed at Xiao Ran with puzzled eyes. Xiao Ran chuckled and gently tapped the leopard's head. Are you planning to take charge of me as well? As Han Yun returned to her home, she took a moment at the doorstep to adjust her attire, ensuring no hint of disarray betrayed her presence. Only after confirming her appearance did she unlock the door with her fingerprint and step inside. Upon entering, she called out, "Husband, dinner is ready." Lin Yue emerged. A look of skepticism etched on his face. "Is there food at home?" he inquired. "I asked the neighbor to buy some," Han Yun replied casually, her expression composed. It must be said that women are innate performers. Lin Yue, undeterred, asked, "Do you still have money?" Han Yun raised her left hand, revealing, "I traded my gold ring for it." Lin Yue expressed a hint of regret. That ring cost over 10,000 initially. But in these times, money, gold, and jewels may soon lose their value. At least we can exchange them for some food. His mood brightened as he realized he no longer needed to repay his gambling debts. Recently, he had been tormented, with daily paint splatters at his door and futile police reports. The truth of his debts left him vulnerable, yet as long as his life was not threatened, law enforcement remained powerless. However, since the calamity began, he could finally sleep soundly. A smile broke across his face as he remarked, "That Xiao, with his 5 billion, is the most unfortunate. His money was barely warm before disaster struck. Now, even with all his wealth, he cannot spend a dime. Serves him right for being a nouveau riche." He felt a mix of envy and resentment toward Xiao Ran, still haunted by the events that transpired in the elevator that day. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's name, Han Yun felt a pang of anxiety, fearing her husband might be alluding to something. Only later did she realize he was merely speaking without intent. She forced a smile, internally grimacing. "It is indeed the very nouveau riche you scorn who provided us with food and clean water, and even played with your wife. I'll go boil some noodles," she announced. Lin Yue waved her off. "Go ahead." He was quite the patriarch. Moments later, the distinctive aroma of instant noodles wafted through the air. Zhang Jingyao emerged from her room, exclaiming, "Wow, it smells delicious." Lin Yue nodded. "Your sister-in-law has been quite extravagant, using her gold ring to buy 3 packets of instant noodles and 3 bottles of water." Zhang Jingyao responded, "Right now, food and water are paramount. Gold and silver cannot be consumed, and cash is only good for wiping." "Mind your language, young lady," Lin Yue scolded, frowning. Zhang Jingyao stuck out her tongue. "Understood, brother." Shortly after, Han Yun brought out the noodles, but only 2 bowls. "You both eat. I'm not hungry," she said. This was the truth, for she had indeed eaten her fill at Xiao Ran's, even feeling somewhat overstuffed. Zhang Jingyao, however, wasted no time. Grabbing a bowl and digging in, her curiosity piqued. "Why do these noodles resemble the ones that Xiao Ran gave me?" Of course, they were from a well-known brand, White Elephant Instant Noodles, so she suspended any further suspicion. At the Qin household, the daughter-in-law inquired, "Husband, must we truly proceed with this?" Qin Dongfang nodded, expressing concern over their dwindling food supplies. With 5 mouths to feed at home, could they afford to starve or perish from thirst? Furthermore, the audacity of that scoundrel infuriated him. His son merely took a portion of takeout. Yet the man resorted to setting a trap that landed his father in the hospital and demanded a compensation of 80,000 yuan. Their mother, in a fit of rage, had even splashed dung on his door, only for him to disturb their rest by banging on the walls in the dead of night. Now that an opportunity presented itself, how could he not take action against this villain? Mrs. Qin slammed her hand on the table, declaring, "That scoundrel is indeed a piece of work. He flaunts his wealth in the group chat, yet when old Ma and the others ask him for food, he completely ignores them, showing no regard for anyone's well-being." Qin Dongfang nodded in agreement. "Our attempt to confront him can be justified as a noble act of robbing the rich to aid the poor and ridding society of a menace." With this righteous rationale, the 4 adults of the Qin family were filled with fervor, even the child brandishing a pair of scissors, exuding an aura of determination. Following the takeout incident, the child had narrowly escaped a beating from his parents, naturally harboring a deep-seated resentment toward Xiao Ran. Yet, not a single member of the family paused to reflect on whether all of this was truly Xiao Ran's fault. Who had initially stolen the takeout? Who had taken it without remorse, acting with audacity and aggression? As the night deepened, the family stealthily set out, armed with an assortment of weapons, kitchen knives, hammers, and scissors. They climbed the stairs to the underground garage, where the chill of the night was biting. At 11 o'clock, the garage was devoid of life, and the five of them trembled as they walked. Even in the depths of winter, Sioux City typically hovered around -5 degrees Celsius, with the lowest temperatures at -8, yet tonight, it was a frigid -15. Normal winter attire was insufficient against such cold. Even with layers, they shivered uncontrollably. The darkness enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly impossible. Fortunately, their phones still held power, allowing Qin Dongfang to switch on his flashlight, leading the way. In no time, the five arrived beneath Xiao Ran's villa. However, upon witnessing the iron gate before them, they exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily dumbfounded. They had focused solely on how to confront Xiao Ran, never considering how to breach his doorstep. Did they truly believe that a hammer could shatter this gate? It wasn't that they underestimated themselves, but they knew that even if they tried until dawn, success was unlikely. What to do? All five stood there, at a loss. Perhaps we should return and discuss a better plan for tomorrow? Old Qin suggested. A murmur of agreement rippled through the group. Just as they were about to turn away, a sudden creaking sound startled them. The gate swung open on its own, startling the five as they jumped back in unison, with the timid old Qin nearly losing his footing. Yet, despite the doors opening, no one emerged from within. Taking a bold step forward, Qin Dafa peered into the darkness beyond the gate, but all he could see was an impenetrable blackness. What now? The five individuals exchanged glances, and with a determined bite of his teeth, Qin Dongfang declared, "The door is ajar. We must venture inside and seize this splendid opportunity." This must be an electronic door, possibly malfunctioning due to the ongoing power outage. After all, such failures are not uncommon under these circumstances. Xiao Ran is likely fast asleep, so if we storm in now, he might remain blissfully unaware, only to awaken later bound and at our mercy. The five moved stealthily, treading lightly. However, upon their entry, none of them noticed that the iron door had closed automatically behind them with a decisive click. Chapter 35. Eliminate them all as the sound echoed. The five suddenly realized something was amiss. What was happening? At that moment, a light flickered to life, illuminating the room. The Qin family was taken aback. Was this place haunted? Doors opening and closing on their own, and lights activating? What brings you here at such a late hour? Xiao Ran's voice resonated, accompanied by a yawn. He had been preparing to sleep, but was awakened by the alarm from his phone. The infrared camera had promptly detected the five members of the Qin family. Seeing them approach, Xiao Ran had kindly used remote control to unlock the door. Now that they had entered, it was only fitting to secure the door behind them. Initially startled, the Qin family soon recognized that the door's operation and the lighting were under Xiao Ran's control. However, they quickly regained their composure. It was just Xiao Ran against them. Surely five could easily overpower one, and besides, Xiao Ran was unarmed. There's electricity here. Aunt Qin, although slow to comprehend, was the first to react. Qin Dongfang and the others awakened from their stupor, sharing in the joy of their discovery. This electrically equipped house was now theirs, and it was warm too. They were on the verge of tears from the overwhelming relief. Wonderful. Marvelous. Xiao Ran smiled and offered an explanation. I have installed a battery backup. So the power hasn't gone out, and there's a fireplace keeping the place cozy. Oh, that explains it. The Qin family nodded in understanding, only to be consumed by indignation. Were they here to receive a lesson in science? How delightful. This villa would now belong to them. Qin Dongfang waved the kitchen knife in his hand and said, Xiao Ran, I am not unreasonable. I present you with two choices. Either you exit the door willingly, or we will have to dispatch you, then toss you out. Laughter erupted from the Qin family. Even young Qin Kong joined in. Was this truly a choice? Certainly not. It was merely mockery directed at Xiao Ran. Did you not once take pride in your wealth, scheming against us? Now, you flaunt your bravado. What significance does your wealth hold? Can you truly wield it to crush me? Even the audacious young Qin Kong pointed his scissors menacingly at Xiao Ran, demanding, kneel down. Xiao Ran chuckled softly. Your family truly is something else. It's rather late, and I must retire for the night, so I shan't waste any more time with you. He raised his hand, forming a gun shape aimed at Qin Dongfang. Huh, do you think this toy gun will frighten me? Qin Dongfang laughed heartily, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Xiao Ran grinned and exclaimed, "Bang!" Suddenly, a cry erupted from Qin Dongfang as he collapsed, a crimson bloom blossoming at his left leg, the pain piercing him to the core. The 4 members of the Qin family were left in stunned disbelief. How could Qin Dongfang be injured? They rushed to assist him, but their efforts only elicited louder cries of agony from him. "It hurts." Aunt Qin turned her furious gaze to Xiao Ran, shouting, "What have you done to my son? You scoundrel! If anything happens to him, I will not let you off lightly." Xiao Ran merely laughed. "You barged into my doorstep, demanding I either succumb to poison, be crushed, or freeze to death. Oh, but the moment I retaliate, you claim I must be spared? Sigh, why would I expect logic from those who are unreasonable?" The Qin family previously offered compensation out of guilt? Hardly. It was because Xiao Ran had subdued them with the might of his formidable power. Xiao Ran aimed his gun at Aunt Qin, who faltered slightly, despite knowing Xiao Ran held only his hand. The strange and inexplicable injury to her son filled her with dread. "Why you dare?" she stammered, her bravado faltering. Bang! Xiao Ran uttered a single word, and before she could emit a scream, a bloodied hole appeared in her forehead, causing her to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The remaining members of the Qin family were paralyzed with fear, cold sweat streaming down their backs. Qin Dongfang, now forgetting his own pain, trembled uncontrollably. Bang! 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 Young Qin Kong, still a child, hastily aimed his gun and unleashed a barrage at Xiao Ran. Yet, Xiao Ran remained unscathed, even offering a toothy grin in response. "You cheat!" the young boy cried out, brandishing his scissors as he charged forward. "I'll stab you, you old bastard." This child was beyond redemption. With a swift motion, Xiao Ran fired a bullet that struck the boy squarely between the eyes, causing him to fall back with a thud. Anyone who dared to draw a weapon against him, regardless of their identity, would be met with lethal force. Xiao Bao, the daughter-in-law of the Qin family, let out a heart-wrenching wail, brandishing a kitchen knife as she rushed towards Xiao Ran. He, however, saw no purpose in wasting ammunition and simply opened a portal. Whoosh! The Qin family daughter-in-law vanished without a trace. What? The spectacle left old man Qin momentarily stunned, his anger and fear forgotten as he stared vacantly at the spot where his daughter-in-law had just stood. "Where is she? Where is she?" Xiao Ran stepped forward, and the 2 corpses vanished without a trace, drawing the eyes of old man Qin and his son entirely to him. Now they were certain. The disappearance of their kin was no mere coincidence, but the doing of Xiao Ran himself. "Where have you taken the people?" Elder Qin asked, his voice trembling. "Are you human or a devil?" Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle. "A devil? Aren't you the real devils? I would never sneak into someone else's home at midnight armed with a knife or a hammer to harm anyone." The Qin father and son were rendered speechless. "I shall send you on your way," Xiao Ran said coldly. Elder Qin let out a terrified scream and scrambled to flee. He wanted to escape. As for his son, that was of no concern. However, after just a couple of steps, he suddenly vanished. Naturally, Xiao Ran had drawn him into a different dimension. Xiao Ran could open a portal within a 2-meter radius around him. So while it appeared that Elder Qin was distancing himself from Xiao Ran, he was, in fact, walking straight into a trap. Only Qin Dongfang remained. At this moment, he surprisingly regained his composure. With a gunshot wound in his thigh and Xiao Ran possessing unfathomable powers, did he still have any hope of leaving alive? "Xiao Ran, who exactly are you?" he asked despairingly, seeking the truth before his demise. Xiao Ran approached him, leaning close to his ear as if to whisper something, but in the next instant, he exerted force and tossed him into the portal. Qin Dongfang vanished in an instant. Was it amusing to taunt a dying man? Xiao Ran gazed at the blood-stained floor of the basement and sighed. He resolved to avoid killing at home in the future. If it were absolutely necessary, he would find a way to dispose of the bodies directly into the portal to spare himself the cleanup. There was no remedy for the current situation. He retrieved a cloth and began to wipe the area. Thankfully, it was he who could easily retrieve a bucket of water. What if it had been someone else? Water was now a source of life, holding the same significance as food. After several minutes, Xiao Ran finally managed to clean the bloodstains. He had to take another shower before heading to bed. He reminded himself once again to avoid killing at home in the future. Chapter 36. An unexpected encounter in the garage. A night had passed, marking the 5th day of the apocalypse. At 8 a.m., the world outside remained shrouded in thick fog, dim and dreary. Hail continued to fall, albeit lighter and less dense than before, leaving a thick layer of ice on the ground, now combined with ice pellets, rendering it treacherously slippery and dangerously toxic, making it impossible for anyone to venture outside. There was no rescue in sight. It had already been 5 days, and people's patience had worn thin, replaced by a looming sense of despair that enveloped every heart. An undeniable concern was that this natural disaster was unlikely to conclude anytime soon, and rescue would not materialize. How then would everyone save themselves? Anxiety grew increasingly palpable among the populace. Xiao Ran arrived at the garage with his leopard, only to find the atmosphere particularly tense that day. Everyone exchanged peculiar glances, as if they were not long-time neighbors, but rather sworn enemies. It seemed he would need to walk his dog at night from now on, in a direct confrontation, armed with the ammunition reserves from his otherworldly domain. Xiao Ran certainly possessed the capability to lay waste to the entire neighborhood multiple times over. However, the crux of the matter lies in the reality that, should a life-or-death conflict arise, who would dare charge at him head-on? After all, Xiao Ran lacked eyes in the back of his head. What if a hidden arrow were to strike? The adage rings true: while a visible attack may be dodged, a concealed one is far more treacherous. Xiao Ran believed it prudent to exercise caution in his endeavors. Why take unnecessary risks? He had acquired a dog merely to alleviate his boredom, yet to jeopardize that purpose would be counterproductive. Moreover, he had discerned that many individuals were eyeing him with keen interest. Clearly, after flaunting his wealth within the group, he had attracted quite a few gazes. Nevertheless, Xiao Ran remained unfazed. Let them attempt to breach his safe haven if they possessed the audacity. The arrival of numerous guests would certainly stave off monotony, and, amusingly, he could orchestrate some grand spectacles. Xiao Ran had long since contemplated this. As he turned to return with his leopard, he was unexpectedly met by 3 individuals, the couple Lin Yue and Han Yun, along with Zhang Jingya. This was intriguing. Upon spotting Xiao Ran, both women flushed visibly, hastily lowering their heads to avoid revealing any signs of embarrassment to the others. Conversely, Lin Yue's eyes sparkled upon seeing Xiao Ran, and he approached with enthusiasm. 500 million, he exclaimed loudly, ensuring that those nearby could hear him clearly. In response, several individuals wore expressions of schadenfreude. Indeed, while they were enduring misfortunes of their own, was it not Xiao Ran who appeared to be the most unfortunate? Having won a 500 million prize, it seemed he would only be able to spend a few tens of millions, leaving the remainder languishing in the bank. A mere spectator in his own fortune, Lin Yue's audacity was quite remarkable, bringing up such a sensitive topic. Striding towards Xiao Ran, he chuckled, "Are you particularly anxious lately? With wealth, but nowhere to spend it? It seems this calamity is not one that will resolve swiftly. Is that why you revel in my misfortune?" Xiao Ran shook his head, pondering whether this was a reflection of humanity's baser instincts. Even amid their own suffering, the mere thought that others might be faring worse brought them joy. It left Xiao Ran speechless, as though his financial woes somehow entitled them to partake in a feast. The irony was that his resources were ample enough to rival nations. Did they truly wish to provoke him? Very well, he would not hesitate to return the insult. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, Han Yun quickly interjected, urging her husband, "Enough, dear. We are all enduring this disaster together, as neighbors in the same community. We should support one another. What purpose does this serve?" Zhang Jingya chimed in, "Indeed, indeed." Both women were wary of inciting Xiao Ran's ire, fearing that he might cease to engage in transactions with them in the future. Lin Yue, after all, had consumed half a packet of instant noodles that morning. And who had provided it? Both women were simultaneously persuading Lin Yue while desperately exchanging knowing glances with Xiao Ran, signaling him not to become agitated, assuring him that they would discuss matters later, and urging him not to lose his temper at such a crucial moment, especially not to disclose their relationship. At that moment, however, the leopard turned its attention to Han Yun and Zhang Jingya, sniffing the air and wagging its tail, displaying an exuberant enthusiasm. The keen nose of the dog had detected the scent that lingered on Xiao Ran, which originated from the 2 women. Observing the leopard's enthusiasm, the 2 women understood the implication, their faces flushing as they exchanged glances. A realization dawned upon them. They wished for nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. How would they address each other from now on? Good sisters? Xiao Ran couldn't help but chuckle, surprised that the 2 women had discerned each other's identities due to the leopard's reaction. He was indifferent to their embarrassment and approached Han Yun instead. Seeing this, Lin Yue immediately intervened, exclaiming, "What do you think you are doing?" His wife was exceedingly beautiful and alluring. and he was well aware of how many people had their eyes on her, which often left him feeling anxious and suspicious. Xiao Ran effortlessly brushed Lin Yue aside, who was weakened by drink, and leaned closer to Han Yun, whispering, "Come with me, or I shall reveal our relationship." Han Yun's cheeks paled at his words. Without hesitation, Xiao Ran turned to leave. "Don't think you can have it both ways. What did you say to my wife?" Lin Yue shouted, furious. "You stop right there." Han Yun signaled to Zhang Jingya for assistance while attempting to calm her husband, saying, "Dear, please don't be angry. There is no need to stoop to his level. Don't let him upset you. Let's go home. It's quite cold outside." Fuming, Lin Yue stormed off, cursing under his breath. Though he was bold with his words, he was terrified of confronting Xiao Ran after the incident in the elevator. Once the three returned to their building, Han Yun suddenly said, "Honey, you go ahead. I need to find a way to borrow some supplies." Lin Yue regarded his wife with suspicion, contemplating that just moments ago, Xiao Ran had whispered to her, and now she wanted to go off alone. Did she have ulterior motives? He was a gambler, but not a fool. Observing this, Zhang Jingya quickly offered, "I will accompany my sister-in-law." After a moment's thought, Lin Yue nodded, "Let Jingya go with you," with her cousin accompanying her. He believed Han Yun was unlikely to seek out Xiao Ran again. Reluctantly, Han Yun agreed. As Lin Yue ascended the stairs, the two women walked back in silence. The atmosphere palpably awkward. What might transpire with Xiao Ran? Both women were acutely aware of the implications. Going alone was one thing, but together, especially given their sister-in-law relationship, it felt unbearable. "Perhaps, sister-in-law, you should return first," Zhang Jingya suggested. She undoubtedly harbored selfish motives. By visiting Xiao Ran, she could indulge in a sumptuous meal, whereas at home, she would be relegated to instant noodles. She was not keen on consuming instant noodles. After all, having already shared a bed with Xiao Ran, what difference did it make whether it was once or 10 times? Chapter 37. Sister-in-law Han Yun was moved. Unlike Zhang Jingya, who had not yet married and regarded matters of intimacy with a certain nonchalance, Han Yun, despite her alluring appearance, held a rather conservative mindset. Her strong moral compass rendered her averse to the notion of selling her body. It could be said that had it not been for her husband, she would never have sought out Xiao Ran the previous day. However, Xiao Ran had explicitly requested her presence. "I will wait outside for a moment," she said. "All right," Zhang Jingya replied, relieved, for this was hardly a matter of glory. Zhang Jingya then ventured alone into the passage leading to Xiao Ran's villa basement. Although it was still daylight, the garage remained shrouded in darkness, compelling her to retrieve her phone for illumination. Previously, Xiao Ran had charged her phone, and now it proved useful. She sent a message to Xiao Ran and gently knocked on the iron door upon reaching it. With a creak, the door swung open automatically. As Zhang Jingya stepped inside, a bright light greeted her, but Xiao Ran's voice echoed, "Where's Han Yun? Didn't I ask her to come?" "My sister-in-law is a bit shy," Zhang Jingya quickly explained. "I came today. Can my sister-in-law come tomorrow?" "That won't do," Xiao Ran coldly rejected. With no other choice, Zhang Jingya retreated to find Han Yun. Upon learning that Xiao Ran desired both of them together, Han Yun's face paled, nearly causing her to faint. Yet, thinking of her husband, she resolutely persevered. For the sake of her husband, she endured. "Let us go." She gathered her courage and grasped Zhang Jingya's hand, leading her down the passage. This time, before they could knock, the iron door opened automatically. Xiao Ran had observed them clearly through infrared surveillance. As the two women entered, the door locked behind them. Upon entering the basement, a wave of warmth enveloped them, and the bright lights bestowed upon the two women a sense of rejuvenation. Han Yun couldn't help but lament why the owner of this villa was Xiao Ran and not Lin Yue. "Go ahead and eat," Xiao Ran's voice beckoned. The two women sat at the table and began to eat. Initially, they maintained a semblance of decorum, but having only consumed one proper meal from yesterday until now, relegated to instant noodles otherwise, they found their restraint faltering. Though they cherished their appearance and aimed to maintain their figures by eating sparingly, it was not to such an extreme. Once they started eating, their decorum slipped away. Half an hour later, both women were satiated, and Xiao Ran even offered them each half an apple, to their ecstatic delight. "We can still eat fruit? And so fresh." At this moment, Han Yun felt a tremor within her heart. Was she truly prepared to abandon her husband and shamelessly cling to Xiao Ran? Just as this thought arose, she quickly scolded herself. It was merely food after all. How could she be so shameless? "First, let us wash up," Xiao Ran suggested. The two women had not bathed for several days and were beginning to emit an unpleasant odor. Fortunately, the weather was cold. Otherwise, the stench would have been unbearable. Upon hearing Xiao Ran's words, Han Yun and her companion were taken aback. Surely you must be dreaming? First of all, the water pipes are frozen, and no water can flow. Secondly, even if there were water, it would be toxic. Who would dare to touch it? Xiao Ran walked to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and warm water cascaded down. He cupped his hands beneath it, feeling no burn. Is this purified water? Han Yun exclaimed with excitement. She adored cleanliness and usually bathed twice daily. Go on, Xiao Ran waved his hand. The two women exchanged glances and, shedding their reservations, stepped into the shower together. Alas, it was merely a shower. How much better it would have been to soak in a bathtub. The second and third floor bedrooms were equipped with bathtubs, but Xiao Ran would never allow them upstairs. This basement had also been remodeled, featuring a glass shower room, a bed, and a dining table, albeit slightly smaller in size. Midway through their wash, Xiao Ran entered. When they finished bathing, they used a hairdryer to dry their hair. Otherwise, in such cold weather, their damp hair would freeze. Xiao Ran provided them with ample instant noodles and bread, even a few sausages. Naturally, purified water was in abundance as well. The two women concealed their food and bottled water beneath loose winter clothing. Otherwise, parading their provisions would invite theft. One must never overestimate human morality. Chapter 38. Trouble approaches. Han Yun and Zhang Jingyao returned home, their hearts racing with trepidation. Truth be told, before the calamity, even with 1 million in cash, they would not have felt this anxious. The societal order was once so stable that no one dared to commit robbery in broad daylight. But now, for a morsel of food or a sip of water, everyone resembled starving wolves ready to pounce. Once inside, the two women revealed their provisions, sighing with relief. However, Lin Yue furrowed his brow and inquired, "Why were you gone for so long?" Han Yun, feeling awkward, replied, "Food is scarce now." Initially, they were unwilling to sell, but after much persuasion, they finally agreed. This time, Lin Yue was not so easily deceived. Who would be foolish enough to sell food and water? That represents life. Han Yun quickly signaled Zhang Jingyao with her eyes, urging her to help corroborate the lie. Yet before Zhang Jingyao could speak, Lin Yue seized Han Yun, sniffed her hair, and his face changed dramatically. "You washed your hair? Where did you wash it?" He seemed to have recalled something, dragging Han Yun into the bedroom. Amid her piercing screams, he inspected her and was instantly consumed by rage. "You wretched woman, how dare you betray me with another man?" He unbuckled his belt and lashed out at Han Yun. Zhang Jingyao hurriedly intervened. "Brother, your sister-in-law is doing this for you. Otherwise, you would have starved long ago." This remark sent Lin Yue into a complete frenzy. He fixed his furious, bloodshot gaze upon Zhang Jingyao and struck her with the whip of his belt. "Ah!" Zhang Jingyao cried out in pain, covering her face. After a while of venting his fury upon his wife and sister, he growled menacingly, "Who is that bastard? Is it Xiao Ran? Is it Xiao Ran?" He couldn't help but recall their previous encounter in the garage, where he had mockingly ridiculed Xiao Ran. Now, it seemed like the greatest joke of all. The man had been with his wife. No wonder Xiao Ran had whispered something into Han Yun's ear, and no wonder she had refused to go upstairs. She had been selling herself. The instant noodles and water from yesterday were a result of this. No, there was more. Why had Xiao Ran transferred 5,000 yuan to Han Yun that day? "You treacherous woman, I will settle this when I return." Lin Yue stormed into the kitchen, grabbed a kitchen knife, and rushed out. Where was he headed? To confront Xiao Ran, of course. What man could tolerate such humiliation? Upon seeing this, both Han Yun and Zhang Jingyao, forgetting their pain, hurried after him. Yet, they could not keep pace with the enraged Lin Yue, and soon he vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Lin Yue, brandishing the knife as he charged into the underground garage, presented a fearsome sight that caused passers-by to hastily step aside. What was happening? Who had wronged him? What could be worse than the theft of food and water? Filled with fury, Lin Yue paid no mind to anyone else, striding purposefully towards the villa where Xiao Ran resided. Was he truly seeking to confront Xiao Ran? What grievance could he possibly have against him? Aside from the betrayal of his wife? As onlookers exchanged glances, the realization dawned upon them. Han Yun had indeed been unfaithful, and her lover was none other than Xiao Ran. With this understanding, envy and resentment blossomed among them. Han Yun was renowned in the neighborhood for her beauty. Calling her the most exquisite would not be an exaggeration. Her alluring figure, with curves that captivated the eye, made her an irresistible enchantress. What man would not desire her? Yet, Where would such an opportunity arise? Now, Han Yun was having an affair with Xiao Ran? Good heavens, that fortunate scoundrel. Was it not true that, when disaster struck, all wealth dwindled to mere numbers? Why would Han Yun still allow Xiao Ran to possess her? Curiosity piqued. The crowd followed suit, albeit at a cautious distance. Wary of provoking Lin Yue's wrath, fearing he might turn violent against anyone in his path, Lin Yue stepped into the long corridor, his phone long dead, leaving him without any means of illumination. Frustration boiled within him as he stumbled through the darkness, not slowing his pace, ultimately colliding with the wall, which only intensified his ire as he muttered curses under his breath. At last, he reached the iron door and began to pound on it with a kitchen knife. Xiao Ran, how dare you meddle with my wife? Come out. I swear I will end you. Initially, the crowd merely speculated, but with his declaration, he inadvertently exposed himself, prompting a collective gasp as the truth was laid bare. How enviable. It was evident that with Han Yun's enchanting beauty, she could not possibly be a paragon of virtue. It was unfortunate that she had been toyed with by Xiao Ran. Every man present, even those in their 50s or 60s, swallowed hard. After all, a man remains a boy at heart until death. Lin Yue relentlessly battered the door, creating a shower of sparks. At that moment, Han Yun and Zhang Jingyao hurriedly arrived. Upon seeing the onlookers, Han Yun stumbled, nearly fainting. It was over. Her reputation lay in ruins. More critically, with Lin Yue's outburst, would Xiao Ran ever consider engaging in dealings with her again? Would she starve or die of thirst? What was to be done? Suddenly, the iron door creaked open, spilling light into the dim corridor, accompanied by a rush of warmth. Lin Yue instinctively shielded his eyes, having grown accustomed to the darkness. The sudden brightness pierced him with a sharp pain. Xiao Ran turned on a powerful flashlight, inflicting further damage on Lin Yue's already strained eyesight. Infuriated beyond measure, Lin tightened his grip on the knife's handle and bellowed, Xiao Ran, you have sullied my wife. How will you compensate me? Han Yun nearly fainted again. How could he have uttered such words aloud? She felt utterly humiliated. Xiao Ran's voice emerged coolly. What do you expect me to do for you? In truth, his relationship with Han Yun and Zhang Jingyao was one of mutual consent. There was no question of compensation. However, since Lin Yue had come to confront him, he decided to entertain the situation. Lin, unable to conceal his greed, replied, compensate me with this villa of yours, and that shameless woman is yours to keep. I'm already tired of her. The fact that Han Yun could bring back copious instant noodles and clean water indicated that Xiao Ran undoubtedly possessed even more supplies. He might feign indifference, but could he truly cherish a wife who had been tainted? No longer. Let this pair of illicit lovers freeze, starve, or die of thirst. Han Yun's complexion paled, as if struck by a heavy blow. Shame, anger, and the heartbreak of misplaced affection washed over her. She had devoted herself entirely to Lin Yue, unwavering even when he lost everything to gambling. She had gone so far as to sell her own body to provide for him. And this was the reward she received? Han Yun sat on the ground, utterly disoriented. Chapter 39. Dark transformation. With a swift motion, the flashlight illuminated Lin Yue's eyes. Despite his futile attempts to shield himself, he was compelled to retreat repeatedly until he collided with the wall of the corridor, coming to a halt with a thud. A blinding light flickered, and Xiao Ran emerged. You have quite the appetite, he remarked coldly. Xiao Ran, I will fight you. Lin Yue bellowed, brandishing his knife and swinging wildly in the direction of the light. In that moment, his vision was clouded by rage, leaving him unable to discern Xiao Ran's location. Xiao Ran smirked and delivered a sharp kick. Lin Yue, unable to see his opponent, nonetheless felt the force of the blow land squarely on his abdomen, sending him staggering backward until he finally fell to the ground, collapsing against the corridor wall. With a clatter, the kitchen knife slipped from his grasp. Xiao Ran stepped forward, nonchalantly picking up the fallen knife. As he approached Lin Yue, he positioned the blade threateningly before him. Still dazed, Lin Yue blinked back to reality, only to be confronted by the knife mere inches from his face. Fear washed over him, and he nearly lost control in panic. The courage born of his earlier anger dissipated like a receding tide, replaced by an overwhelming terror that clenched tightly around his heart, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his back. Why you mustn't act recklessly, he stammered. In that instant, he reverted to the cowardly gambler he had been months prior, cowering in the elevator. Xiao Ran cast a glance at Han Yun, a malicious grin spreading across his face. I intend to buy your wife. Name your price, How many packets of instant noodles and bottles of water will suffice? Lin Yue hesitated. He could forsake his wife, for she had betrayed him, but selling her to Xiao Ran was an entirely different matter. Could he still consider himself a man? In ancient times, only the most degenerate gamblers would part with their wives. If he were to name a price, he would be forever branded with shame. Make it quick. My patience is limited. Xiao Ran pressed the knife's edge against Lin Yue's throat, the cold steel eliciting a shiver from him, and a rush of warmth surged within. Fortunately, as it was cold outside and he was dressed heavily, any accident would go unnoticed. 10 packets. 10 packets. Lin Yue shouted desperately, as if seeking to escape a dire predicament. Xiao Ran chuckled, glancing toward Han Yun. She appeared drained of all strength, sitting numbly, her eyes devoid of light, resembling a marionette. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yue stealthily rose to his feet, intent on returning home and shutting the door tightly, vowing never to hear another word related to Xiao Ran. However, Xiao Ran's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly slashed with the knife. With a sickening sound, blood sprayed forth. The kitchen knife lodged itself in Lin Yue's neck, and a torrent of crimson gushed from the wound. Xiao Ran drew his sword, only to find the blade firmly lodged in place, rendering it impossible to extract. He dismissed it. Such a weapon held no allure for him, and there were plenty of cold weapons available. He stepped back a few paces to avoid splattering blood upon himself. To spare the life of one who had attempted to stab him was out of the question. What time was it now? He had no qualms about taking a life. He feared not the act of murder before the crowd. Then, silence enveloped the scene. A life had been taken. Xiao Ran had killed. In an instant, the onlookers scattered in terror, their souls seemingly fleeing their bodies. Although they were aware of the chaos enveloping the world, the audacity of such an open act of murder left all in a state of shock. At that moment, however, Han Yun unexpectedly rose and approached Lin Yue. Lin Yue's resolve was waning, yet the sight of his wife approaching ignited a flicker of hope within his eyes, as if he were experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity. Han Yun reached out to remove the knife from Lin Yue's throat. With all her strength, she yanked it free, collapsing onto the ground in the process. Lin Yue pressed one hand to his wound while the other pointed at Xiao Ran, signaling his wife to strike. Han Yun raised the knife and swung it down. Yet, instead of aiming for Xiao Ran, the blade struck Lin Yue's face. With a thud, the cleaver met flesh but could not sever bone, nonetheless. One of Lin Yue's eyes was blinded, leaving his remaining eye wide with disbelief. He could hardly comprehend that his usually obedient wife would turn the blade upon him. He gazed at Han Yun in utter astonishment, finding this betrayal far more shocking than the wound inflicted by Xiao Ran. Han Yun withdrew the knife and struck again, and again, until exhaustion overcame her, and she collapsed, weeping bitterly. She felt wronged. She felt indignant. After sacrificing so much for her husband, only to be met with his utter lack of understanding, culminating in his betrayal for a mere 10 packets of instant noodles. A woman driven to madness by love, once corrupted, becomes a formidable force. Xiao Ran could only grimace. Such a woman was not one to be embraced in slumber, lest she awaken in the night with a blade in hand. Yet, Han Yun rose once more, swaying unsteadily as she approached Xiao Ran, her attire drenched in blood. Bearing a somewhat fearsome appearance, she flashed him an enchanting, sinister smile. "May I borrow your shower? In return, I shall grant you the pleasure of my company." Such brazen words would have been unthinkable for her in earlier times, yet now she spoke them with reckless abandon. It seemed the betrayal by her husband had left her profoundly shaken. Xiao Ran responded with a nonchalant smile. "Go ahead." He escorted Han Yun back to the villa. Zhang Jingya, pondering the situation, hurriedly followed, finding the prospect of being alone with a corpse too daunting. While Han Yun bathed, Xiao Ran leisurely sipped tea beside her, while Zhang Jingya trembled in the corner. Both Xiao Ran and Han Yun were fierce individuals, while she remained fragile and helpless. After a full half-hour, Han Yun finally emerged. How much water did she use? Xiao Ran did not calculate. In any case, if others were to discover this, they would surely be furious with her. However, Xiao Ran was entirely unconcerned. He had no idea how many tons of tap water he had collected. Washing like this every day, he could never exhaust it in 100 lifetimes. Such extravagance was remarkable. Chapter 40. The meeting of villains. Han Yun and Zhang Jingya departed. Xiao Ran offered them some advice, such as ensuring the door was tightly closed and not opening it for anyone, as well as confirming that no one was lurking outside before leaving. Of course, the latter scenario was unlikely, given the bitter cold. Sioux City had never experienced temperatures plummeting to -10 degrees Celsius. The winter clothing was woefully inadequate. Thus, a brief outing was tolerable. But lingering outside for an extended period? That was unbearable for anyone. This was merely -10 degrees. Should the temperature drop to an extreme of -40 or 50 degrees, the frigid air could damage the lungs, and within 20 minutes, one's internal organs could sustain harm. Death would not be surprising. Therefore, a little caution before venturing out was all that was necessary. Xiao Ran's long-windedness stemmed from Han Yun's beauty and figure. He was reluctant to part with such a companion. If Han Yun were to be forcibly taken by someone, he would certainly lose interest. He pondered briefly. Should he publicly eliminate Lin Yue? He would undoubtedly become a formidable presence in the neighborhood. The downside was that everyone would avoid him, fearful of being harmed. The upside was that most would hesitate to provoke him. It seemed the two outcomes were quite similar. Xiao Ran smiled. After today's events, people would likely surmise he possessed considerable resources, thus attracting numerous onlookers. He was not afraid of those who were overt, and if necessary, he could expose the secret of his alternate space and eliminate everyone. Yet, if possible, he preferred to enjoy the company of his charming neighbors for a few more days. Being trapped in the neighborhood alone would be exceedingly dull. Engaging in intimate activities was indeed entertaining, but could one really do so for 24 hours straight? Thus, Xiao Ran regarded the entire neighborhood as his playthings. Having faced death once, he could hardly be expected to possess any conscience or benevolence. Not committing evil was, in fact, his greatest virtue. News of Lin Yue's demise swiftly spread throughout the neighborhood, causing quite a stir. Consequently, several individuals gathered to convene a meeting, naturally centered around Xiao Ran. The person leading the charge was Mo Peng, who had once been involved with gangs in his youth and held the fourth position, earning him the moniker Mo the Fourth. He had some notoriety in the neighborhood. Thus, the meeting targeting Xiao Ran was convened at his residence. Surprisingly, despite being 40 years old, Mo Peng had a woman in her 20s at home who was rather attractive. Someone recognized her identity and exclaimed, "Isn't that Wang Meiqi, the wife of Li Juanhao?" Upon hearing the revelation of the individual's identity, Wang Meiqi involuntarily trembled, her mouth parting as if to speak. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air as Mo Peng admonished her to retreat to her room. He then addressed the others, stating, "This woman, in her desperation for a morsel of food, has forsaken her husband and shamelessly sought refuge with me. Out of pity, I granted her a bite to eat and offered her warmth for the night." The others exchanged knowing smiles, yet they cast sidelong glances at Mo Peng, silently acknowledging his ruthlessness. "You, Mo Laosi, a notorious rogue, possess little sustenance at home. Rather than claiming this young wife covets your provisions, it would be more accurate to assert that you have led her and her husband to ruin, eliminating the male head of the household, seizing their supplies, and abducting the female. Such a narrative might find more credence. Should you doubt, perhaps a knock on the neighboring door will reveal whether Li Juanhao will answer. I assure you, no one will respond. Should they force the door open, they might uncover Li Juanhao's lifeless body. Yet, the cold weather renders the likelihood of any odor unlikely. Otherwise, they would surely detect the stench through the barriers. But why should this concern them? Their purpose was indeed to discuss how to deal with Xiao Ran. Yet was it truly for the sake of justice? Certainly not. In these times, few are genuinely inclined to meddle in others' affairs. Their motives lay in the suspicion that Xiao Ran possessed a wealth of resources, prompting their visit. After all, Xiao Ran had executed Lin Yue without a flicker of hesitation. Who would not fear such a ruthless individual? Only in numbers could they muster the courage and assurance to eliminate him and seize all he possessed. One individual, grinning, inquired of Mo Peng, "How does the young wife fare?" "Tight." Mo Peng laughed heartily, noticing the glimmer of desire in the other's eyes. He added, "If you wish to partake, I shall only charge you 2 packets of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food. 2 tails of meat would suffice." The man pondered but ultimately declined, deeming it too costly. Wang Meiqi could hardly be considered a beauty. Her figure was decent, but worth 2 packets of noodles? Perhaps if it were Han Yun, it might be different. Friends, if we can pull off this heist, we shall surely become wealthy. When the time comes, any woman in the neighborhood will comply with our desires if we present them with food and clean water. Mo Peng rallied his companions. "Let us do this." The remaining 5 echoed in unison. Mo Peng had not invited too many participants, for with a larger group, the spoils would inevitably be divided among more. Yet 6 individuals should be sufficient to subdue Xiao Ran. It was certainly enough. Oldly, you were a locksmith, correct? Do you still possess the tools and skills? Mo Peng inquired of the eldest among them, a man nearing 70, his beard and hair completely white. Oldly grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, half of which were missing. No problem, he replied. Excellent. Mo Peng continued, addressing the group. Oldly will handle the door while we secure Xiao Ran. Everyone, be resolute and strike with lethal intent. Nods of agreement followed. Very well, we shall act at midnight, Mo Peng declared, sealing their fate. The remaining 5 individuals did not return home, as concerns lingered. What if one of them betrayed the group and informed Xiao Ran in exchange for supplies? Therefore, no one was permitted to leave before taking action, especially with only a few hours left. Chapter 41. The Water Source. After a brief interval, Mo Peng and Oldly emerged, and through the partially opened door, one could see Wang Meiqi lying on the bed, her expression vacant, resembling a corpse. However, Mo Peng and Oldly paid her no mind. The 6 took a moment to rest, skipping dinner and enduring the hunger. Mo Peng was unwilling to part with his provisions, and Oldly's group could not possibly bring food, so they chose to endure. Once Xiao Ran was subdued, they would indulge in a hearty meal. Time passed slowly until midnight arrived. It was time to act. The 6 departed, with Mo Peng not even bothering to lock the door, unperturbed by the thought of Wang Meiqi fleeing. He had resolved to seize Xiao Ran's villa for himself. They made their way to the garage, illuminating their path with flashlights, and soon arrived beneath the villa. Gazing at the sealed iron gate, Mo Peng smirked and said, Oldly, it's up to you now. Not a problem, Oldly replied as he approached to tinker with the lock. However, 10 minutes later, he was still at it. Oldly, why is it taking so long? Mo Peng and the others were growing increasingly cold. Oldly was nearly in tears. This is a top-tier electronic lock. How paranoid can this guy be to install such a sophisticated lock, even in the basement? I need some time. Damn it, it's freezing out here, my hands are numb, and I can't even exert half my usual strength. Impatient, Mo Peng pressed, how much longer? About 10 to 30 minutes, Oldly responded. This revelation nearly sent the others into despair. It was freezing, and they were expected to remain in this wretched place for half an hour? Oldly, have you exhausted all your energy on women? Someone shouted, criticizing him for thinking of women when they were supposed to act. The group erupted in curses. They were a disorganized mob. If everything went smoothly, they would be fine, but any setback could lead to infighting, and disbanding was not out of the question. Then, unexpectedly, the iron gate creaked open. Oldly, you did it, they exclaimed. How could you say it would take 10 minutes, and then it opened right away? Yet Oldly stood perplexed, stating, I didn't open the door. What? Then what happened? The 6 swiftly turned their attention to the entrance. Suddenly, a blinding light shone forth. Holy crap, my eyes. The 6 stumbled back, hastily aiming their flashlights in the direction of the light. Xiao Ran appeared before them. But unlike the weapons they wielded, kitchen knives, hammers, and screwdrivers, Xiao Ran held a water gun in his other hand. A water gun? The 6 members of Mo Peng chuckled. Do you intend to drench us with a water gun? In the next instant, Xiao Ran fired. The sound of water bullets whizzed through the air, striking with astonishing speed and intensity. A smile crept across Xiao Ran's face. This was an electrically powered water gun, its force comparable to that of a high-pressure water gun, yet concentrated into each water bullet, amplifying its impact considerably. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The water bullets hit their faces, hands, and necks, eliciting anguished screams from the 6, their cries piercing the air, a testament to the searing pain. This was toxic water, transformed from poisonous hail. The 6 finally grasped the situation, but it was too late. The intense burning sensation had already brought them to the ground, leaving them to wail helplessly. Xiao Ran ceased firing and waited. It was not until half an hour later that the groans of the 6 began to subside. He had even brought over a small stove, primarily to warm his hands, but in doing so, he inadvertently prevented Mo Peng and his companions from freezing to death. Now, listen to me, Xiao Ran spoke calmly. I require you to accomplish a task. If successful, these instant noodles and water will be yours. Should you fail or attempt to forcibly seize them, I welcome you to try. Mo Peng did not outright reject or accept. Instead, he inquired, what do you want us to do? Asking posed no risk, and given their current predicament, they needed time to recover. Xiao Ran grinned. Go to room 302 in Building 11. Inside, There are 4 individuals, an elderly couple and a pair of siblings. I want each of you to take turns with all 4 of them. Here, each person gets 4 rounds, and upon completion, you can claim your reward based on the rounds. Wait, isn't that your ex-wife's family? The 6 of Mo Peng gasped, realizing the gravity of Xiao Ran's request. Yet, did this task pose a challenge for them? Oldly could pick locks, and their weapons were readily available. Subduing a household of 2 men and 2 women was hardly daunting, although they felt a pang of hesitation when considering the men. What about directly overpowering Xiao Ran? Glancing at the plastic basket beside him, brimming with instant noodles, jerky, and clean water, their eyes glinted with envy. Ultimately, all eyes turned towards Mo Peng. Having previously been involved in gang activities, he was undoubtedly the most daring among them. After a moment's contemplation, Mo Peng replied, "Very well, we shall take on this task." The remaining 5 were perplexed, but Mo Peng winked at them, signaling for them to remain calm. Thus, silence enveloped them. Xiao Ran tossed 3 boxes of protection gear, chuckling. If anyone can manage more rounds, there will be additional rewards. However, do not seriously injure or kill this family. I intend to savor the experience. You have only 1 day. How ruthless. To have them take turns with all 4, regardless of gender, and yet this was merely the appetizer? Just how deep was his animosity towards this family? However, they still heard some rumors and were aware that Zheng Wan had betrayed her partner before marriage, leaving Xiao Ran to bear the burden. Upon reflection, they found it understandable. After all, if the roles were reversed, they might have been even more ruthless than Xiao Ran. The 6 individuals, armed with their tools, began to advance, while Xiao Ran followed behind with a water gun. Mo Peng quietly remarked, "That kid has a water gun. If we get hit by one of those water balloons, we will lose our resistance. Therefore, let's follow his lead. Once we complete the task, we can exchange our tools for a reward, allowing us to get close to him. At that point, we will strike together and subdue him." Truly, Mo Laosi had devised a commendable plan. Yet, do we truly intend to confront a man? Someone hesitated to question. Damn it. Eyes shut, regardless of gender. Mo Peng retorted fiercely. The other 5 could only nod in agreement, but with only 24 hours to deliver 4 strikes, it posed a challenge, considering they were no longer the young, vigorous lads they once were. Before long, they arrived at the door of room 302. Xiao Ran thoughtfully tossed out a box of medication, saying, "Ingu, those in the know understand. If you can't handle it, just take one. You really are considerate." Mo Peng silently picked up the medicine box. Chapter 42. The calamity of the Zheng family. Oldly began to pick the lock. He was indeed a professional, managing to open it in just half a minute. The reason he struggled with Xiao Ran's lock was due to its renovation costing 80 million. Designed to be robust and impervious to damage. If a mere locksmith could easily pick it, then even in the midst of a hailstorm, Xiao Ran would have to find Jia Yungue to deal with him. Instantly, the 6 rushed inside. "Who are you? Ah, what do you want?" "You are Mo Laosi, the locksmith, Oldly. And you, Zheng Wei." The 4 members of the Zheng family immediately exclaimed in shock, which quickly morphed into terrified screams. Xiao Ran smiled and turned to leave. "Ah, my ex-wife's family. Take your time to fill the void of my resentment. This is by no means the end unless someone from the Zheng family decides to take their own life. However, given the character of the Zhengs, would they ever consider such a thing? Therefore, I should be able to torment my ex-wife's family several more times." Xiao Ran returned home, indulging in a good night's sleep. The leopard attempted to join him in bed, but was unceremoniously kicked off by Xiao Ran, who jestingly scolded, "Regardless of whether you are male or female, you cannot share my bed. Tomorrow, when the fog clears, I will see if I can find you a female companion." The leopard let out a couple of cries, uncertain whether it was protesting or urging Xiao Ran to act swiftly, hoping to escape the ranks of singlehood. As the night passed, the community buzzed with tales of the calamity that had befallen the Zheng family. Just last night, Mo Laosi and a group had forced their way into the Zheng residence, seemingly subjecting the 4 members of the Zheng family to an ordeal. Why 4? You may ask. It is because all 4 members of the Zheng family were wailing in agony. After a brief pause, their cries resumed, a spectacle that was utterly shocking. One might argue that it was somewhat acceptable for Mo Laosi and his companions to target Zheng Wan, as she is merely a young wife with decent looks. But what about Lin Meiying, who is of considerable age? It is truly perverse that Mo Laosi and his cohorts would stoop so low. Yet, the most grotesque aspect is that they did not spare even Zheng Yujun and his son. To what depths of depravity must one sink? This information, relayed by Aunt Zhao from room 402, may not have been witnessed firsthand, yet she was well informed. Not only did she discuss it in the group chat, but she hurried to the garage the following morning to confront those involved. Is this terrifying? Indeed it is. However, did any righteous souls emerge to rid the Zheng family of their tormentors? Not at all. Everyone merely tended to their own doorstep, indifferent to the plight of others. Yet, this incident has made the community more vigilant. The heads of each building began to visit every household, preparing for solidarity in the face of similar occurrences. Surely, no one wishes to be taken down one by one. In the short term, this strategy may prove effective, but as days pass and hunger and thirst grow, many will inevitably turn their attention to those within their own building. After all, familiarity breeds a certain level of comfort. One cannot enter a home without knowing how many inhabitants may emerge to retaliate. Therefore, one must seek out the vulnerable. Alas, the Zheng family has become the sacrificial lamb. But who among the populace feels sympathy for them? It is inconceivable. Are there any virtuous individuals within the Zheng family? Surely. Everyone is aware of the true nature of Zheng Yujun and Lin Meiying. Zheng Gang is a quintessential scoundrel, proficient in all vices, drinking, gambling, and debauchery. As for Zheng Wan, she had maintained a relatively untainted reputation until recently, when her persona crumbled. The emergence of her premarital pregnancy, bearing the child of an illicit affair, has brought forth scandal, leaving a well-meaning suitor to bear the burden. The most shocking revelation? Rumors suggest that she orchestrated the death of her own son to claim compensation. To what depths of malice must this woman descend? Therefore, one can only conclude that the Zheng family's fate is a manifestation of karmic retribution. Evil begets evil. And who could possibly feel pity for them? It was shortly after 10 in the morning when Xiao Ran awoke, stretching luxuriously. The sensation of waking naturally is truly delightful. After completing his morning routine, he prepared breakfast. One portion for himself and another for Baozi, a feast that would make anyone's mouth water. It would not be an exaggeration to say that even Han Yun could not compare to Baozi's meal. However, can a mere plaything ever rival a devoted companion? Just as he finished breakfast, Xiao Ran received an alert on his phone. Someone had arrived. At first, he mistakenly believed it to be Han Yuna at the door. But upon closer inspection, he realized it was an unfamiliar woman. The infrared monitor captured her face in monochrome, revealing only that she was a beauty, yet lacking in intricate details. She stood alone, appearing somewhat hesitant. Though her hand was raised, she lingered without knocking, nervously biting her lip, embodying indecision. After a full 5 minutes, the woman finally knocked. With a click, the iron door swung open. She momentarily froze. But upon seeing the light inside and feeling the warmth emanating, she instinctively stepped through. Click! The door closed automatically behind her. She shivered slightly, startled by the sound of the door shutting. Let us be direct. I haven't the luxury of time for roundabout conversations, Xiao Ran stated, scrutinizing the woman before him. In truth, time was the least of their concerns at that moment. Are you in a rush for a class or a meeting? Yet, despite his words, it was a different matter altogether. The woman bit her lip once more, summoning her courage to face Xiao Ran. Could you spare me some food? Xiao Ran chuckled softly. How did you know I had provisions? I heard it from others, she replied. I am simply too hungry and thirsty. It was clear she had come seeking aid, yet she likely understood the price for such assistance, hence her hesitation at the threshold. Xiao Ran regarded her with appreciation. Indeed, you are quite pleasant to behold, he mused. While she may not have reached a perfect score of 90, she certainly surpassed 80, far exceeding the likes of Zheng Wan. She appeared to be around 20 years old, in the bloom of youth, though her figure was obscured by heavy winter clothing. Xiao Ran smiled and inquired, What is your name? Zhonglei, she promptly replied. I reside at Building 16, Apartment 2201, though I am not an owner but a tenant. I attend Su University and am in my final year. Xiao Ran continued, Why do you not stay on campus? The school has dormitories, and renting off campus incurs expenses. His implication was clear. Was she being supported by someone? Zhonglei explained, I found the dormitory conditions lacking, and my family is financially stable. So I sought a place nearby to rent. I was set to graduate by the end of the month, yet I never anticipated encountering such a calamity. Indeed, who could have foreseen such a disaster? Not only was she attractive, but Xiao Ran also saw no reason to turn away the delicious offering that had come to his door. Nevertheless, he cautioned, I do have some food and clean water. But you must understand the significance of food in these times and the cost you may have to bear. I understand, Zhonglei nodded, her hesitation giving way to determination. Chapter 43, Door-to-door delivery very well. Xiao Ran moved behind the screen, retrieving several dishes along with a bowl of rice and a bottle of purified water, then beckoned Zhonglei to join him. Upon seeing the spread before her, Zhonglei could not help but swallow hard. I am so hungry and thirsty. She walked over and took a seat. First, she drank water, and as the cool liquid soothed her parched throat, she felt an overwhelming sense of bliss that nearly escaped as a soft moan. Then, she began to eat ravenously. However, as she continued, she removed her coat. It was warm. How could it be so cozy here? To her astonishment, there was electricity and heating. She looked at Xiao Ran with pleading eyes, asking, "Can I stay here indefinitely? You can do anything you want with me." Once inside, she truly did not wish to leave. Xiao Ran, however, naturally declined. Even Han Yun, who possessed a more striking appearance and a better figure, was not qualified to reside here, so she was certainly not an exception. It was fine to play around, but to genuinely become his woman, one had to be flawless. The painful lesson learned from Zheng Wan was still fresh. "Are you a virgin?" Xiao Ran asked casually. Zhonglei's face flushed involuntarily, and she shook her head. She had had a boyfriend since her sophomore year, and they had even lived together. How could she still be a virgin? However, I have only ever had one boyfriend. She quickly added, trying to bolster her image. Does it make a difference? Xiao Ran dismissed the topic with indifference. Hurry and eat. Disappointed yet obedient, Zhonglei resumed her meal. Satisfied with her progress, Xiao Ran rewarded her with 2 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water. Typically, it was a 1-to-1 ratio. Just as he was about to send Zhonglei away, the surveillance system issued a warning. Someone was approaching. Another woman. Xiao Ran grinned. It seemed everyone knew he had resources, prompting them to come here to offer themselves. Fine, I'll accept the good quality ones, but the inferior ones can be disregarded. I'm not greedy. I prefer the exquisite. Outside, just as the woman was about to knock, the door swung open, catching her off guard as she spotted a young beauty exiting. The 2 women exchanged glances, instantly understanding each other's intentions, leading to an awkward silence. Zhonglei hastily departed. The new arrival stepped inside, only to find Xiao Ran emerging in a bathrobe. She glanced at him, her face flushing, and she quickly lowered her gaze. Xiao Ran was unfazed and remarked, "Are you here for a transaction as well? Let us be direct." The woman's face paled slightly, but she nodded nonetheless. Xiao Ran smiled. "Lift your head, let me see. One must inspect the goods before purchasing." The woman raised her head. Her appearance was around a score of 70. Xiao Ran felt a tinge of disappointment. In truth, a score of 60 was already the threshold for beauty, and 70 was certainly above average. Yet Xiao Ran's recent taste had become rather discerning. Anything below 80 failed to capture his interest. Just like Zhang Jingya. If she were not paired with Han Yun, he wouldn't have considered her at all. After all, he now had options. After his rebirth, his physique indeed experienced a remarkable enhancement, surpassing that of 99 of individuals. However, no matter how robust one's constitution may be, can it truly endure over half the day tilling the fields? "You may leave," Xiao Ran declined. Yet he still offered a bottle of water and a pack of instant noodles, ensuring that her trip was not in vain. This is how one establishes a reputation. The beauties in the neighborhood, those who possess confidence, are welcome to come forth. Even if business does not materialize, at the very least, they can cover their travel expenses. The woman initially paled, but upon seeing the food and water, her eyes sparkled with delight as she hurriedly accepted. "Thank you. Thank you." Xiao Ran ushered the woman out, confident that word of this would soon spread. "Ladies, if you find yourselves in dire straits, do not hesitate to seek me out." Nevertheless, among the residents, Han Yun undoubtedly stood out as the most stunning and alluring, with a figure that was hard to rival. Finding a second comparable beauty would prove exceedingly difficult, especially one who was still unwed, suitable for him to nurture. Xiao Ran believed that for a considerable time, he would remain solitary, akin to a leopard. Better to be selective than to settle for mediocrity. To Xiao Ran's surprise, Han Yun and her sister-in-law did not come seeking him today. It appeared that Han Yun had endured considerable emotional turmoil. Betrayal by her husband followed by his demise, and she was one of the executioners. Although Lin Yue would not have survived even without her subsequent blows, Han Yun clearly could not perceive it that way. Up until yesterday, she was willing to sell her body for her husband, yet she had transformed into a woman who dared to wield a blade against him. If she felt no inner conflict, it would indeed be peculiar. As night gradually descended, by around 7 o'clock, Mo Peng and his companions arrived. They knocked on the door. To the garage, Xiao Ran's voice emanated from a concealed speaker. Thus, Mo Peng and his 6 companions retreated to the garage. Lin You's corpse had not been disposed of. If Xiao Ran did not attend to it, no one else would, especially given the frigid weather, which had preserved the body in a frozen state. Consequently, although the scene was somewhat ghastly, no foul odor emanated. Upon witnessing the sight, the 6 men frowned. Who would feel comfortable in the presence of a corpse? They had been in a hurry yesterday and had not paid much attention, but as they found themselves in this position today, they quietly lamented their misfortune. Fourth brother Mo. We await your signal, Zhang Guowei whispered. Mo Peng silently cursed, thinking, aren't you all expecting me to take the lead? So be it, since he had initiated this endeavor. It was only fitting that he would reap the greater rewards. For instance, this villa. All right, he nodded. At that moment, a beam from a flashlight illuminated the area, and Xiao Ran strode forward. Let us inspect the goods. Mo Peng produced a plastic bag and tossed it to Xiao Ran, containing the 4 used condoms he had disposed of. As soon as Xiao Ran opened the inspection, he would immediately rush forward, and Zhang Guowei and the others would follow suit in a collective surge. Could 6 robust men not subdue a single individual? Without that water gun, you are nothing. Chapter 44. Rubbing salt in the wound, Xiao Ran smiled faintly. The portal to the alternate dimension was now ajar. He feigned looking down, directing the flashlight towards the ground. Now is the moment. In an instant, Mo Peng was the first to charge forward. Die, he bellowed. This signal prompted the others to join the fray. Upon witnessing Mo Peng's advance, Zhang Guowei and the 5 others naturally followed suit with a roar, heading toward Xiao Ran. One by one, they vanished, silently and without a trace. Xiao Ran swept his consciousness across the alternate space, revealing 6 vividly lifelike corpses, their expressions fierce and menacing, yet tinged with a hint of fear. Oh. This indicates that upon entering the alternate space, one does not immediately perish. Rather, there is a process, albeit exceedingly brief. Though Mo Peng and his cohorts plotted against him, did he intend to spare these 6? Their sole purpose was to bring pain and humiliation to the Zheng family. Now that this objective had been accomplished, what reason was there to keep them? Xiao Ran smiled to himself. With a mere thought, he cast all the bodies from the alternate space. These were laden with supplies. Placing them alongside corpses, despite the assurance of no contamination, was still discomforting. He took photographs of the 6 bodies with his phone before returning to the villa. He sent the images to his ex-wife, uncertain if Zheng Wan's phone still had battery life. He hoped it did. After a prolonged silence, he sighed. It seemed her phone had indeed run out of power. Well, it was just a matter of not rubbing salt in the wound. After showering, Xiao Ran intended to retire for the night. To his surprise, upon picking up his phone, he found a message from Zheng Wan. Did you kill those 6 beasts? Her excitement was palpable, evidenced by her multiple exclamation marks. Xiao Ran chuckled and replied, yes. Xiao Ran, thank you. I knew you still had feelings for me. Zheng Wan was so moved, she was nearly in tears. Although she had been subjected to the torment of 6 vile men, if it could evoke Xiao Ran's sympathy and protective instincts, she felt she had struck gold. She envisioned residing in a grand villa, indulging in exquisite delicacies, free from any worries. She immediately called Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran, I'm coming over to see you right now, okay? I think you might be misunderstanding something, Xiao Ran laughed. While it is true that I killed Mo Peng and the others, they were coerced by my threats to go to your home. If they had not complied, I would have dispatched them, which is why they resorted to such depravity against your father and brother. Otherwise, why do you think they indulged in such grotesque acts? One must leave a mark when committing misdeeds. I must make you loathe me, to ensure you feel immense regret. Zheng Wan could hardly believe it. With a gasp, her phone slipped from her grasp, crashing to the floor. Zheng Wan, you harbinger of misfortune. Only the furious roar of Zheng Yujun echoed, clearly indicating that Zheng Wan had made a monumental mistake by activating the speakerphone. Her excitement led her to mistakenly believe that Xiao Ran still harbored feelings for her, leading her to impulsively boast in front of her parents and younger brother about becoming the mistress of the villa, suggesting they should flatter her if they wished to reside there. Alas, her joy quickly turned to despair. Those 6 individuals were unexpectedly sent by Xiao Ran. At over 60, Zheng Yujun, a seasoned man, was humiliated, having been outmaneuvered and confronted by 6 people. One can only imagine the resentment and indignation festering within his heart. Yet, all of this stemmed from Xiao Ran. Why would Xiao Ran seek such revenge against the Zheng family? It was due to Zheng Wan's infidelity. She had, in desperation, found an unfortunate soul to take responsibility for her unexpected pregnancy. Could Xiao Ran not feel anger? Thus, all of this turmoil was instigated by Zheng Wan. If it weren't for her, the family would not have endured such suffering and hardship. Previously, they had indulged and placated Zheng Wan for the sake of her compensation. But now, on the sixth day of calamity, what use was money? At least 99% of the populace had realized that former wealth had turned to mere illusions, reduced to worthless paper and meaningless digits. True wealth lay in sustenance and clean water. Given this reality, would they still concern themselves with Zheng Wan? Especially since their own suffering was a consequence of her actions? How infuriating! Zheng Yujun could no longer contain his rage, removing his slipper to strike Zheng Wan. She dodged, but Zheng Gang and Lin Meiying soon joined forces, quickly subduing her for a merciless beating. Zheng Wan's face was left bloodied and swollen, resembling that of a pig. Only then did Zheng Yujun pick up his phone, addressing Xiao Ran in an obsequious tone. Xiao Ran, we will deliver Zheng Wan to you. In return, could you provide us with a box of instant noodles and some water? Zheng Wan lay on the ground in pain, unable to utter a word. Her father had betrayed her. Surprisingly, she felt little shock. After being cast out of the house twice, she should have been prepared for this. Brother-in-law, just bring my sister back. Haha, family reunion, Zheng Gang said, rubbing his sore backside, which throbbed painfully. How could Xiao Ran possibly agree? What he desired was the family's despair, a battle within, ultimately leading to their complete demise. He laughed heartily, ending the call. Zheng Wan, how delightful must it feel to be betrayed by your own kin? Zheng Yujun glared at his daughter, his anger intensifying. Dad, I'm starving. Zheng Gang interjected. Mo Peng and his companions not only ravaged their resources, but also exhausted the scant food and water left in the house, leaving them famished for over a day. Zheng Yojuan's gaze hardened as he commanded, bind this wretched woman. Zheng Gang hesitated for a moment. Dad, you don't mean to eat my sister, do you? Zheng Wan involuntarily shuddered, gazing incredulously at Zheng Yujun. Surely not. Zheng Yujun waved his hand dismissively. Why ask so many questions? Just bind her up. There's no need for such frivolous chatter. Zheng Gang promptly fetched some rope, and together, the father and son secured Zheng Wan. Despite having gone a day without food, the strength of two robust men far surpassed that of Zheng Wan, who was equally famished. Let us go from door to door and inquire if anyone desires your sister. A single encounter can be exchanged for a packet of instant noodles, 2 taels of rice, or a bottle of water. Zheng Yujun finally divulged his intentions. Father, have you lost your mind? Lin Meiying could scarcely believe that Zheng Yujun would stoop to such a level as to sell his daughter. Zheng Yujun shot her a glare. Then you go and procure something to eat and drink. Lin Meiying opened her mouth to protest, but ultimately fell silent. Zheng Gang, starved and desperate, immediately acquiesced. Dad, I will search the odd-numbered floors while you take the even ones. Agreed, Zheng Yujun replied. Zheng Wan had ceased her tears, her expression now one of utter numbness. What does it mean for sorrow to reach its apex? This is it. Chapter 45. Li Zhonglin's scheme recently. Li Zhonglin has been under immense pressure, and it only seems to intensify. At the onset of the calamity, he concocted a fabrication. He claimed to have a relative working in a governmental department, and that the state had established a sanctuary with exceedingly limited capacity for entry, designed to weather the storm of disaster. He asserted that he held 3 coveted spots for admission to this refuge. Astonishingly, a few individuals believed him, not only obeying his commands but also showering him with favors, offering up all their possessions. There were not many fools, only 9 in total, 2 of whom were women. Naturally, he had taken advantage of them, though their appearances were rather unremarkable. However, he was no prominent figure. With women willing to indulge him freely, how could he not relish the situation? Yet, as days turned into weeks, provisions and clean water dwindled, while the grandiose tales he spun remained unfulfilled, causing anxiety to fester among the 9. They began to question daily when the government would send transport to rescue them. He was running out of new lies to fabricate. Should the truth of his deceit emerge, he would undoubtedly be torn limb from limb by the enraged and despairing 9. How chaotic is the world now? Is murder truly that astonishing? Therefore, he needed to devise a strategy, or he might lose his very life. He gathered the 9 together. I just received a message from my cousin. He says the fog outside is too dense for the troops to mobilize, so our transport will not arrive for a few more days, Li Zhonglin stated. Having used this excuse multiple times already, prompting visible impatience among the 9. Li Zhonglin hurriedly added, our food supply is dwindling. We must find a way to survive. My cousin mentioned that during these unprecedented times, we must adopt extraordinary measures. Ladies and gentlemen, I have conveyed to my cousin the recent events occurring in our community, and he has proposed that we apprehend Xiao Ran. This individual exhibits profoundly antisocial tendencies, posing a significant threat to society during these tumultuous times. Thus, he must be restrained. My cousin asserted that once we have subdued Xiao Ran, we may independently manage his resources. Instantly, several individuals displayed signs of intrigue. Why do they place such trust in Li Zhonglin? Is it not because they yearn for survival? And why are they now beset by anxiety? They fear starvation, dehydration, and exposure to the elements. Ultimately, it all boils down to a singular motive, the desire to endure. By capturing Xiao Ran and seizing his provisions, they believe they can extend their survival until government aid arrives. They cannot be deemed foolish. Rather, in moments of despair, one clings to even the faintest glimmer of hope, however elusive it may be. Moreover, Li Zhonglin possesses a keen understanding of human nature, using my cousin to relay commands. And who is my cousin? A member of the government. Therefore, to apprehend Xiao Ran and appropriate his resources transforms into a righteous act. As the saying goes, one must have a justifiable cause. Now that they possess one, they are the champions of justice. Indeed, Xiao Ran is a nefarious individual, flaunting his wealth in the group without sharing with others. He even brazenly murdered Lin Yue, rendering him a criminal. Our apprehension of him serves to rid the community of a menace. The 9 others echoed in unison, each consumed by righteous indignation, engaging in self-brainwashing. Seizing the moment, Li Zhonglin instructed, everyone, arm yourselves. Shouting, Ruefen, you will approach the door. Xiao Ran is quite the libertine. It is rumored that one can acquire food and water by merely spending the night with him. Hence, act a little provocatively. As soon as he opens the door, we shall seize him. No problem. The only 2 women among the 10 confidently replied, patting their chests. Let us proceed. With a flourish of his hand, Li Zhonglin exuded an air of confidence. In truth, he is merely a salesman with a silver tongue. Yet never did he anticipate that one day he could persuade 9 individuals to heed his command. This is a matter of life and death, not merely a dinner outing. Thus, the value of his leadership is undeniably substantial. They arrived at the garage, illuminating their path with a flashlight. Following the power outage, even during the day, the garage remained shrouded in darkness. Without a flashlight, visibility was impossible, and at night, it was even more so, with the entrance engulfed in complete blackness. Among the 10, there was but one flashlight, necessitating that those behind grasp the shoulders of those in front to navigate safely. At last, they reached the base of the villa. Shouting, Ruefen, it is your moment, Li Zhonglin addressed the 2 women in the group. He then turned to the others. Let us find a place to hide. He waved the flashlight, searching for a hiding spot. In truth, given the pervasive darkness, was there even a need to seek refuge? This is undoubtedly a matter of empiricism. After all, it has only been 6 days since the apocalypse began, and not everyone can adapt and transform immediately. Suddenly, Li Zhonglin was jolted. What did he see? Between 2 vehicles, there were a surprising number of individuals, standing or crouching, perhaps a dozen. Were they lying in wait for Xiao Ran? They must first negotiate the distribution of spoils to avoid conflict later. He chuckled. Are you all here to rid the world of evil as well? How about we first determine the distribution of what we achieve? He gestured for his subordinates to follow him. It was imperative to establish the terms of distribution beforehand. Otherwise, a violent clash between the 2 groups was inevitable. Our numbers are roughly equal, so how about we split whatever supplies we obtain down the middle? Li Zhonglin suggested. However, the opposing group remained silent. This was rather excessive. Not only did Li Zhonglin feel a surge of anger, but his 9 subordinates were also visibly displeased. Even if they were dissatisfied with the proposed arrangement, was it too much to expect a response? Li Zhonglin furrowed his brow and said, Ladies and gentlemen, my proposal is made with sincere intent. Even if you find it unsatisfactory, should we not engage in a dialogue? Why the silence? He had approached closely, shining his flashlight in their direction. My goodness. In that instant, Li Zhonglin and his men were struck with such shock that they felt their souls might escape their bodies. It was not a group of individuals lying in ambush, They were clearly corpses. Several bore evident fatal wounds, with blood holes in their foreheads and chests. While one had its throat slit, the face rendered unrecognizable. Li Zhonglin and his men collapsed in terror, some sitting on the ground in shock. While two women were so frightened they lost control, warmth spreading down their backs. No wonder they had the fortitude to remain silent in such frigid conditions. It turned out they were merely lifeless bodies. Would corpses fear the cold? But why were their bodies here? Wait, this was beneath Xiao Ran's residence. Could it be? A shared apprehension surged among the 10, causing them to tremble and sweat profusely. Perhaps we should reconsider this. Someone stammered. Chapter 46. A complete sweep. What were they here for? To kill Xiao Ran and seize supplies. Of course, murder was secondary. If Xiao Ran complied, there would be no need for bloodshed. After all, aside from the inherently deranged, who truly relishes taking lives. Yet now, the risk of killing Xiao Ran seemed exceedingly high. They could die. In light of this, who could refrain from retreating? After all, they were merely ordinary individuals, not professional assassins. Li Zhonglin hesitated. Retreating would lead everyone to face the dire predicament of lacking food and water, and he would become the target of their blame, potentially leading to his demise. Therefore, retreat was not an option. To divert the conflict, it is imperative to subdue Xiao Ran. What is the death of a few? As long as he remains alive, it suffices. Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. We must capture Xiao Ran today, or we shall perish from hunger and thirst. Li Zhonglin asserted with grave resolve, stating that if we do not fight now, we shall indeed await our demise. Summon your courage. Xiao Ran is but a man, and he stands alone. Should we fear him? He proclaimed loudly. You would do well to fear me. However, a voice resonated from a distance, followed by a blinding light that rendered their flashlight insignificant, akin to mere stars compared to the resplendent moon. The intense glare compelled all 10 to shut their eyes simultaneously, overwhelmed by its brightness. Then, they quickly comprehended the situation. It was Xiao Ran. Why are you out in the garage at this late hour? Hissed Wang, while the leopard growled lowly, baring its teeth menacingly. The dog, acutely sensitive to malice and fiercely territorial, had claimed this area beneath the villa as its own. With the night shrouded in stillness, this group approached stealthily, clearly harboring ill intentions. A dog that bites does not bark. The leopard merely growled once before stealthily advancing towards the 10, poised to launch a surprise attack. Xiao Ran did not intervene. In such darkness, dogs possess far greater agility than humans. He was unconcerned about the leopard's safety. His nocturnal excursion was solely to walk the leopard, but upon returning, he discovered Li Zhonglin's group plotting against him. How intriguing. In his previous life, Li Zhonglin had met a similar fate, being deceived and ultimately killed by aggrieved residents just days prior. Yet this time, the focus was directed at him. This thought brought a smile to Xiao Ran's face, an excellent way to pass the time and add a touch of amusement. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. The leopard had launched its ambush, sinking its teeth into one man's calf. The others were bewildered, taken aback by the unforeseen chaos, compounding their confusion. Xiao Ran shone the bright light into their eyes, obscuring their perception of the unfolding events, leaving them to hear only their companions' agonizing cries, which incited a primal fear within them. Run. Faced with the unknown terror, they were paralyzed with fright, hastily attempting to flee. You've come this far, and now you wish to escape? Xiao Ran pursued them, as his task was exceedingly simple. All he needed to do was open the spatial portal, and one by one, they would vanish. Li Zhonglin felt his hair stand on end, engulfed by an all-consuming dread. He heard the shouts of his subordinates dwindling, some abruptly ceasing, only to disappear the next moment. These were living beings. How could they vanish without a trace? This thought sent a jolt of terror through Li Zhonglin, threatening to rupture his heart. The overwhelming fear rendered him powerless. He collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. He was utterly terrified. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. I am willing to do anything. I implore you, spare my life. Yet, Xiao Ran felt a twinge of annoyance. For this fellow had managed to evade the spatial portal he had opened ahead by mere chance. Leopard, go? He commanded, directing his flashlight toward Li Zhonglin. The leopard, akin to a shadowy panther, swiftly lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Li Zhonglin's throat. Li Zhonglin struggled desperately, but the leopard clung tenaciously, refusing to relent. As he flailed, a suffocating panic enveloped him, causing him to lose control of his bodily functions. Leopard, return. Xiao Ran called out hastily, as even from a distance, he could detect the foul stench wafting through several layers of fabric. He had no desire to return home and spend half an hour bathing the leopard. The obedient creature immediately released its grip and sprinted back to Xiao Ran. Naturally, Xiao Ran would not let Li Zhonglin off so easily and approached to deliver a final bullet. Consider yourself fortunate. With a swift motion, the bullet pierced Li Zhonglin's forehead, erupting in a crimson bloom. Xiao Ran then disposed of the body, stacking it aside to avoid any disruption during his evening stroll with the dog. This, too, served as a form of deterrence. He was eager to observe whether, with the addition of these 10 corpses, anyone would still dare to set their sights on him. Returning home with the leopard, both man and beast indulged in a refreshing bath. Subsequently, Xiao Ran ascended to the second floor to rest, while the leopard remained on the ground floor, dutifully serving as Xiao Ran's sentinel. As night fell, the 6th day of the apocalypse commenced. Rumors circulated within the community, particularly regarding the Zheng family. The father and son duo had shown themselves to be both bizarre and ruthless, having bound Zheng Wan, allowing anyone to take advantage of her for merely a packet of instant noodles. However, given the current scarcity of food and water, Zheng Wan's business was not thriving, though she still managed to attract some customers, ensuring the Zheng family's survival for the time being. In truth, many women had resorted to selling their bodies. Yet none were as egregious as the Zheng family, where the father and brother actively participated in coercing her into such degradation, an unprecedented case. True to their reputation, the Zheng family had once again lowered the bar of decency. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran paused momentarily before breaking into a sardonic smile. This was indeed a feat only the Zheng family could achieve. Zheng Yujun had always been excessively patriarchal during his time in the Zheng household. He relentlessly exploited his daughter to subsidize his son. Why did this family of 6 insist on living together? Zheng Yujun would rather endure a cramped space than allow his daughter and son-in-law to reside elsewhere, for that would mean losing control over their finances. Now, with Zheng Yujun selling his daughter, Xiao Ran was not the least surprised. In fact, had it not been for his intervention, Zheng Wan would likely have been the first to be slaughtered and consumed. Presently, she still held some value, but once her business dwindled entirely, it would probably mark the moment of her demise. Xiao Ran scoffed. No matter how dire the circumstances of that wretched woman, he felt no sympathy. And if Zheng Wan were to be devoured, who would be next? Lin Meiying? Zheng Yujun? Or perhaps Xing Yang? Xiao Ran truly wished to establish a gambling den. As he brushed his teeth and washed his face while listening to music that morning, he pondered whether anyone else in the entire neighborhood was also engaged in such mundane routines. He resolved to have breakfast once he finished brushing. His meal consisted of a bowl of tofu pudding accompanied by 2 fried dough sticks, whereas Baozi opted for 2 meat buns. Before he could contemplate his next course of action, he noticed someone arriving from the basement. Upon checking the surveillance, he was surprised to see Han Yun and Zhang Jingya. Chapter 47. Building 2. Su Feng. Xiao Ran opened the door to welcome the 2 women. Although Zhang Jingya appeared somewhat timid, Han Yun exuded confidence, a playful smile adorning her lovely face as she inquired, "Shall we indulge ourselves as usual?" Xiao Ran gestured for them to enter, having already prepared the meal. As the 2 women began to eat and drink, he casually asked, "Why didn't you come yesterday?" Han Yun paused momentarily before replying, "I contemplated many things yesterday, even thoughts of suicide. But upon reflection, it would be utterly foolish to take my life over a worthless man." She shook her head, her demeanor sultry and alluring. "With my beauty, I should relish the affection of men, shouldn't I? From now on, I shall no longer allow any man to bring me sorrow." Indeed, extremes often lead to reversals. In this apocalyptic world, her only option was to barter her body to gain advantages. Had this been the past, her superiors at work would undoubtedly have succumbed to her charms. Xiao Ran, however, was indifferent. He had no desire for Han Yun's affections. An hour later, the 2 women departed quietly, aware that food was now an invaluable commodity and could incite significant trouble if discovered. Stretching lazily, Xiao Ran thought it best to engage in some exercise. Building 2. Su Feng, the building leader, had been actively mediating conflicts among neighbors since the calamity, earning considerable respect. That day, he invited 19 homeowners to his residence. "Ladies and gentlemen, the perilous nature of our current situation needs no elaboration," Su Feng declared. A man in his 40s with a square jaw and hawkish eyes that seemed capable of piercing through to the depths of one's soul. His voice bore a compelling resonance, prompting nods of agreement from the audience with each utterance. Thus, we must take it upon ourselves to survive. While the situation is indeed grave, it also presents us with an opportunity, a chance. This notion elicited puzzled expressions from the crowd. Su Feng smiled knowingly. Have you not realized that we now inhabit a state of anarchy? If one were to commit murder, even if others possess mobile phones with battery life and signal to call for help, would the police arrive in time? What does this signify? The law has ceased to exist. Therefore, if we unite, might we not achieve something remarkable? Surveying the group, he noted their eyes glimmering with newfound fervor, their breaths quickening. He continued, the first step is to dominate this entire community, becoming its de facto rulers. Once we have amassed sufficient manpower, we can strategize for expansion beyond our borders. I firmly believe that this hailstorm cannot persist indefinitely. Once it ceases, even amidst lingering fog, our familiarity with the surrounding environment of the community will enable us to venture to the nearby supermarket or convenience store in search of supplies, and perhaps even infiltrate neighboring areas. Do you not yearn for multiple companions, to be attended to by a multitude? Such a scenario was once unimaginable. Yet now, if you dare to dream, to act, and to strive, it shall surely come to fruition. The 19 individuals, stirred by emotion, raised their arms in unison, voicing their fervor. Su Feng, sensing the moment was ripe, proclaimed, "Who wishes to join me in this endeavor?" I. The entire group stood, responding with fervent enthusiasm. Su Feng nodded, choosing not to further incite their spirits, but instead spoke with measured calmness. Our first step is to subdue Xiao Ran. Firstly, he has brazenly committed murder within our community, taking more than one life, and many regard him as a demon. Thus, if we can bring him down, our prestige will rise instantaneously. Secondly, he likely possesses a considerable stockpile of resources. Once we capture him, we need not worry about hunger for some time. Hence, we can wait patiently for the hail to cease. However, these words instilled a sense of hesitation among the crowd. One individual spoke up, Su Feng. Many have attempted to take down Xiao Ran, yet all have met their demise. I have heard there are already 20 corpses piled at the entrance of his villa. Indeed, this man is exceedingly brutal and terrifying. It may be best to avoid provoking him. Others nodded in agreement. Su Feng smiled and replied, no matter how formidable Xiao Ran may be, he is but a single individual. Can we not, as a collective, subdue him? Moreover, we can employ strategy. The crowd's eyes brightened. What strategy? Su Feng grinned, lowering his voice, and began to elaborate. Upon his conclusion, their eyes sparkled with newfound resolve, dispelling their previous doubts and fears. Could they truly not subdue Xiao Ran? They found it hard to believe. If there were no objections, let us prepare for action. Su Feng's declaration was resolute. At noon, as Xiao Ran was preparing to dine, his phone began to alert him. He glanced at the screen and saw that someone had entered the basement. Initially presuming it to be a young woman, he was surprised to find a man, approximately 50 years old, with an earnest demeanor. The man began to knock insistently on the door. Xiao Ran, rather than opening it, transmitted his voice through the intercom. What is it? The man ceased his knocking, turned towards the source of the voice, and hastily replied, I have information to sell you. What information, and at what price? Xiao Ran inquired. The man responded, there are individuals plotting against you. If you provide me with a box of instant noodles and a case of water, I will disclose their specific plans. Observing him through the surveillance feed, Xiao Ran pondered briefly, then a smile graced his lips as he replied, I can offer you 3 packets of instant noodles and 2 bottles of water daily, provided you prove useful. The man contemplated for a moment and nodded. Very well, we can establish a long-term collaboration. Speak your mind, said Xiao Ran. The man replied, I am Xiao Ran, the owner of room 1902 in building 2. Today, our building leader, Su Feng, summoned us for a meeting specifically to discuss how to eliminate you. What is the specific plan? Xiao Ran inquired. However, Xiao Ran did not respond but instead asked, what about my food and water? Step back a bit, Xiao Ran instructed. Xiao Ran complied, distancing himself from the doorway, thinking to himself how cautious and meticulous Xiao Ran truly was. With a clang, the iron door opened, revealing 2 bottles of water and 3 packets of instant noodles on the ground. Yet, in the next moment, the iron door swiftly closed again. Isn't he being overly cautious? Xiao Ran muttered, then called out toward the door. Su Feng and the others plan to launch a night raid tonight, and among them are welders. This iron door may not withstand a welding attack, you know? Moreover, there are a total of 9 of them. If they surge in, all armed with knives. Can you really hold them off? After a lengthy silence, just as Xiao Ran began to wonder if Xiao Ran had heard him, Xiao Ran's voice finally emerged. You should join them and report to me at all times. Xiao Ran, however, declined, stating, the provisions you provided are merely enough for me to relay information. If you wish for me to act as a mole, you must increase the remuneration. Agreed. The iron door opened once more, and on the ground lay an additional 2 packets of instant noodles and 1 bottle of water. Xiao Ran's voice resonated again. Keep an eye on them. Report to me at all times, and I will provide you with the same amount of food and water daily. Deal. Xiao Ran ceased further negotiations, gathering the instant noodles and purified water, concealing them within his thick winter clothing. He turned to leave, illuminating his path with the flashlight on his phone. After walking a considerable distance, beams of light suddenly shone in his direction, and he reciprocated the illumination, discovering that the figures before him were indeed Su Feng and his companions. However, Xiao Ran felt no fear. Instead, he smiled. So did that kid take the bait? Su Feng inquired. Xiao Ran produced the instant noodles and water. 4 packets of noodles and 3 bottles of water. What do you think? Has that kid fallen for it? Ha. Su Feng and the others erupted in laughter. That kid could never have imagined that we not only had a traitor among us, but had deliberately sent him an undercover agent. Now that the power is out, can the welders even work? Stop your nonsense and tell us what the situation is at the villa. Xiao Ran shook his head. That kid is exceedingly cautious. He wouldn't even let me inside. However, I did observe the thickness of that iron door. It's at least 20 centimeters thick and controlled by electricity. Otherwise, just pushing it open would require considerable effort. Even if there were electricity, cutting through the door with a welder would be unrealistic. Gasp! The crowd exclaimed in astonishment. A 20-centimeter thick iron door, what does that imply? The doors in a civil defense shelter are probably only about that thick. Have you turned your home into a bomb shelter? Fortuitously, we did not plan to attack from the basement. Otherwise, it would have been a futile endeavor. However, the internal structure of the villa remains elusive. No matter. The attention of that young man is entirely focused on the basement. As planned, during the night, Team 2 will feign an assault from the basement to divert Xiao Ran's attention, while Team 1 will launch a surprise attack from the ground, catching Xiao Ran off guard. Once we breach the villa, that young man will be all alone. How can he possibly withstand our onslaught? Su Feng vociferously rallied the crowd, invigorating them as if they had been imbued with a fresh vigor, and they all raised their arms and shouted in unison. Within the villa, Xiao Ran chuckled to himself. Would he place his trust in Xiao Ran? Of course not. Not a single word of it. He believed solely in himself. He merely pretended to go along with Xiao Ran's act, for after all, a monotonous life can be dreadfully dull. The suggestion of an assault from the basement was merely a ruse. The true attack would likely come from somewhere else, a classic diversion to misdirect his focus. Yet, did they truly dare to assault from the ground? Xiao Ran pondered, and it indeed seemed plausible. For instance, if they were to drive a vehicle out. Although the windows might shatter under hail, they could lay blankets over the glass in advance. After all, within the confines of the community, could they not drive at a snail's pace and still reach the villa's entrance? When the time came, those inside could emerge from the vehicle, their heads shielded by the blankets, thereby avoiding injury from the hail in the short term. Then, with a mighty thump of a hammer, the gate would surely swing open, and with equal force against the villa's front door, they could charge in. The success of such a plan hinged on the assumption that Xiao Ran's villa remained unaltered. However, the truth was that Xiao Ran had invested 80 million in renovations. Even if one were to bring in a bulldozer, he had complete confidence that the villa would withstand the assault rather than succumb to it. Could mere mortals hope to breach the villa's defenses? How laughable. He eagerly anticipated the expressions on their faces when they inevitably failed to enter. Perhaps he should take a nap, as it seemed he would be awake quite late tonight. He lay down to rest, but was soon awakened by the sound of an alarm. Grabbing his phone, he noticed that yet another visitor had arrived. A woman. Oh, she seemed somewhat familiar. Suddenly, it clicked. She was the wife of the loquacious man. At the onset of the calamity, while walking his leopard, Xiao Ran had encountered a group of individuals seeking supplies, to which he had naturally declined. One particularly insufferable fellow had even made a caustic remark about Zheng Jie being a bastard child, for which he had received a sound thrashing. At that time, He had intentionally extended an invitation to the loquacious man's wife, suggesting she come to him when hungry. And now she had truly come? Xiao Ran shook his head. When one is driven to desperation by hunger, dignity becomes a trivial concern. Wait, something was amiss. Xiao Ran noticed another figure lurking in the corridor. The loquacious man. Not only had he ambushed the entrance, but he also clutched a stick in his hand. Was he planning to launch a sneak attack the moment the door opened? The error lies within oneself. The other party does not humiliate themselves to sell out, but rather intends to employ seduction as a means to bring about their demise. How ruthless. However, has this foolish man forgotten that he was once left battered and bruised by my hands? With such feeble combat prowess, does he truly believe he can end my life? Ah, a sneak attack. In that case, it bears little relation to one's fighting ability. One can catch even a champion off guard with a well-timed strike. Hee. The grand performance has yet to commence. Let us begin with a tantalizing appetizer. Xiao Ran approached the basement and called out through the door. Who is it? Xiao Ran. It's me, Lin, responded the woman outside. Did you not say that whenever I was hungry, I could come to you for food? Xiao Ran feigned recollection, and after a moment, exclaimed, Ah, food I have. But do you know what price you must pay? Yes, I know, Lin replied. Good, Xiao Ran said. And with a click, the door swung open, releasing a flood of light and warmth. Lin glanced at her husband, and the foolish man nodded at her, signaling for her to enter first, while he planned to strike as soon as he saw Xiao Ran. Summoning her courage, Lin stepped into the room. The inviting glow and warmth were intoxicating. The foolish man crouched low, intending to follow, but to his astonishment, the iron door closed automatically. Startled, he hurriedly reached for the handle, desperate to prevent it from shutting. However, the force of the door was overpowering, and with a resounding thud, it sealed shut. The foolish man was left dumbfounded. I am still outside. Chapter 49. The wall between Lin entered the basement, only to be taken aback. Where's my husband? Where's he? Xiao Ran approached, casually tossing a few packets of instant noodles, some braised eggs, and several bottles of mineral water, commanding, lean against the door. Instinctively, Lin was about to refuse, but the sight of the abundant food transformed her protest into silent lip movements. She had been starving for several days. Otherwise, she would not have risked following her husband to this perilous place. Xiao Ran smiled and handed her a chicken leg. Eat. Compelled by the enticing aroma, Lin reached out to take it, and without hesitation, took a bite. Xiao Ran kindly offered her a bottle of water, which she accepted and drank, quenching her parched throat. Within minutes, she had devoured the food completely. Are you full? Xiao Ran inquired with a smile. For Xiao Ran. This was merely a minor interlude. He was aware of the foolish man's intention to kill him, yet he refrained from taking lethal action. Was it out of mercy? No. This was a matter of striking at the heart. One can always kill, but what significance does it hold to do so directly? It is only right to have you dwell perpetually in regret and shame. Xiao Ran dares to act thus because he possesses sufficient strength. Otherwise, if he were merely an ordinary individual, he would certainly eliminate any threats at their inception. He could easily dispose of that loquacious man at any moment. Can the latter escape this community? In fact, Xiao Ran need not even lift a finger. He could simply offer a morsel of food as a reward, and countless would eagerly volunteer to serve as executioners. Human life has become exceedingly cheap. To take a life is now all too simple. With the resources at his disposal, Xiao Ran could orchestrate a veritable bloodbath within the community with only a minimal investment. In the past, it was the power of wealth. Now, it is the power of food. He refrains from such actions solely because he wishes for the deaths to be prolonged, lest he find himself bored. You should persevere. At the very least, wait until the hail ceases or the fog lifts. By then, my energies will be devoted to gathering resources, and once I can venture out, there will undoubtedly be more intriguing individuals to occupy my time than merely fixating on these neighbors. He awaited the arrival of nightfall. As night descended, Su Feng and his companions commenced their operation. They split into two groups. One team, led by Su Feng, would stage a diversion to mislead Xiao Ran, ensuring he could see and hear them, leaving no room for suspicion. The other team faced a far greater peril. They hoisted a bed to the base of the apartment building, covering it with bedding to shield most of their bodies, with a plastic layer in the center to prevent any toxic water from melting hail from dripping upon them. Although visibility outside was a mere meter, the community was small, and they were well acquainted with the area, making it impossible to lose their way. 10 individuals stood beneath the bed, carrying it with ease across a distance of over 100 meters. Su Feng rallied his comrades, exclaiming, "Brothers, whether we can strike it rich, indulge in sumptuous feasts, or have beautiful women obediently call us daddy depends on this very moment." The group responded with a resounding shout, their spirits high, and thus they set forth. Chapter 50. Both paths failed. Su Feng and his companions embarked on their separate paths, one open and the other concealed, both advancing towards the villa where Xiao Ran resided. It was certain that those traversing the basement would arrive first, wielding 2 flashlights as they began to examine the iron door. A knock reverberated, producing a dull thud. "Wow, this fellow has truly invested in fortifying the basement entrance," someone exclaimed, recognizing the formidable sound of the iron door. Another chuckled. Could it be that this fellow had foreseen the apocalypse? Su Feng scoffed. He must have watched too many zombie films. This thick iron door is undoubtedly designed to fend off the undead. Now, with merely toxic hail and cold weather, what good does an imposing iron door do? However, if this young man has indeed been brainwashed by apocalyptic films, the supplies he has stockpiled at home must exceed our wildest imaginations. Indeed, everyone's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Therefore, their haul this time would likely surpass expectations. Quickly, feign an attack. Armed with iron implements, they scraped against the iron gate, producing a jarring sound to simulate the illusion of welding. Xiao Ran offered a faint smile and pressed a button on his mobile phone. Suddenly, the entire fire sprinkler system in the corridor activated, showering down a deluge of water. In reality, it was inconceivable for Jia Yungue to consent to the modification of the community's fire safety facilities. If discovered, he would face criminal charges. Thus, Xiao Ran had him install an additional set of fire safety systems. Surely, that posed no issue. And what source did Xiao Ran utilize for this sprinkler system? Of course, it was water derived from toxic hail, albeit diluted. Instantly, the corridor erupted in cries of horror. This was poisoned water. Damn, that fellow is truly devious. Run. Su Feng and the others scrambled toward the exit, tumbling in their haste. After what felt like an eternity, they finally escaped the corridor, distancing themselves from the spray of toxic water, collapsing in shock and fear. Xiao Ran had audaciously modified the fire sprinkler system. Cursed property management. Cursed housing authority. Cursed fire department. How could such a blatant violation go unchecked? They failed to notice that Xiao Ran had not altered the fire facilities. He had merely added an extra layer. But did that make a difference? What to do? The group exchanged glances. Their mission to divert Xiao Ran's attention so that the ground forces could successfully infiltrate the villa had turned them into unwitting hindrances. Had they distracted Xiao Ran even slightly? Almost not at all. Su Feng was left dumbfounded. The situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Xiao Ran had managed to mock them cruelly without even making an appearance. And this outcome was far beyond what he had anticipated. How could he respond? In a moment of clarity, he exclaimed, "Let us go back for umbrellas." Yes, indeed. Immediately, everyone hurried back to fetch umbrellas. Fortunately, the substance sprayed upon them was merely diluted toxic hail liquid. Otherwise, the consequences would have been far graver, potentially leaving them incapacitated on the ground for at least half an hour. They would also need to change out of their wet clothing. Yes, otherwise, we might freeze to death. They rushed back, while simultaneously, the ground forces arrived at the entrance of Xiao Ran's villa. Break the door. With a resounding thud from a heavy hammer, the villa's gate was effortlessly smashed open, invigorating the crowd to press forward. They approached a window, swinging the hammer to strike. Bang! A heavy thud resounded, causing the hammer wielder's arms to go numb, leading the hefty iron hammer to crash to the ground, fortuitously landing on his foot and eliciting tears of pain. What was happening? The crowd, illuminated by flashlights, was left in stunned disbelief. Where was the window? There was no window. What they were staring at was unmistakably a steel plate. Some, in their disbelief, even reached out to touch it, only to find that what should have been the window had been replaced by a thick steel slab. Thus, when the hammer struck, the result was inevitable. Their arms were left trembling with shock. Was it even possible to penetrate this? Absolutely not. What should we do? What else can we do but retreat? Shall we not try the door? Are you foolish? They sealed the windows with steel plates. Do you think the door is unprotected? Hurry and withdraw. I can barely sustain this heavy bed any longer. I feel the same, and the outside is damp and cold. I sense toxic water seeping in. We must return. Our meager defenses cannot endure out here for long. We need to regroup. As they prepared to retreat, A window on the second floor suddenly swung open, and they heard Xiao Ran's voice. "You need not leave once you have arrived." "Xiao Ran," they gasped in unison, eager to look up, but the bed obstructed their view. Yet, whether they could see or not, they had to escape. They could not hold on any longer. Bang! Suddenly, the bed jolted, nearly toppling them over. What was happening? Bang! Another muffled sound followed, accompanied by the noise of something heavy crashing, reminiscent of stones striking against one another. How could this be happening? Creaking and groaning, the bed protested under the unbearable weight. How could this be? Boom! Before they could fathom the situation, the bed collapsed with a thunderous crash, trapping everyone beneath it and triggering a chorus of terrified screams. They struggled to escape, only to be horrified by the bed's immense weight, rendering them utterly unable to break free. At that moment, they finally discerned that a mountain of stones was crushing the bed, which explained its catastrophic collapse and why even 10 strong men could not lift it. The hail continued to pelt down. Although the hailstones were smaller than those from days prior, each one still stung upon impact. And the toxic nature of the hail meant that upon striking their skin, the poison would seep into their bodies, causing pain akin to fire. The 10 men cried out in utter despair, as if they had plunged into the depths of hell. Chapter 51. The Bounty on the Elusive Fish. Xiao Ran closed the window. The screams were too loud, shrill, and unpleasant. Naturally, it was he who had crushed the bed shield of these individuals with stones, iron fragments, and steel reinforcements, none of which he had skimped on. Woof! The leopard growled, baring its teeth, looking fierce indeed. If at this moment, Xiao Ran were to open the door, he would undoubtedly rush out recklessly. However, Xiao Ran would certainly not open the door. Outside, 10 individuals awaited only their demise, either to be pelted to death by hail or crushed by heavy objects, or perhaps poisoned first. The exact manner of their death remained uncertain, but death was inevitable. Thus, what was there to deliberate over with those whose fate was already sealed? A faint smile graced Xiao Ran's lips as he stepped out with the leopard. The underground garage. The leopard, with its keen sense of smell, could detect human scents from afar, making it exceptionally effective in the dark subterranean space. Of course, if the approaching individuals were to use flashlights, they would inadvertently reveal their positions. Xiao Ran made some arrangements, securing several flashlights in different locations. Though these flashlights possessed no advanced technology, they were equipped with infrared remote control. With a mere press of a button, they would simultaneously illuminate or extinguish. He turned off the lights and waited silently with the leopard. Soon, Su Feng and his companions returned. There was no way around it. Climbing the stairs took time, and they needed to change clothes, requiring a complete transformation from the inside out. How could they possibly be quick? The beams of the flashlights swayed as Su Feng and his group drew closer. It was nearly time. With a press of a button, 7 high-powered flashlights lit up simultaneously, casting their glow towards Su Feng and his companions. Although they too possessed flashlights, they had not aimed them at themselves, and thus, when suddenly confronted by the blinding light of 7 powerful beams, they instinctively shielded their eyes with their hands. In that moment, panic ensued. Xiao Ran emerged with the leopard, exuding an air of complete composure. A beam of light fell upon his back, casting a long shadow that rendered him both imposing and dignified. This was undoubtedly a meticulously planned entrance. Xiao Ran, Su Feng, and the others gasped in astonishment, peering through their fingers. The appearance of this figure sent them into a frenzy. After all, many had sought to eliminate Xiao Ran, and what was the outcome? Just look at the pile of corpses at the entrance of Xiao Ran's villa. It resembled a small mountain. Do not dare suggest that these individuals had simply run there to meet their end. Thus, Xiao Ran, an apparently ordinary person, possessed such extraordinary combat prowess. This was a mystery that left many baffled, breeding intense fear from the unknown. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, producing a gun from his pocket, a realistic firearm equipped with a silencer. He aimed it at Su Feng. "Kneel," he stated calmly. The sight of the gun elicited fear among the crowd, a dawning realization striking them. No wonder so many had fallen to Xiao Ran. It was because he wielded a gun. Why had they been so composed? After grasping the situation, they began to tremble once more. Su Feng, on the verge of kneeling, hesitated and exclaimed, "I almost fell for your trick. You are not a police officer, and in Huaxia, firearms are prohibited. I do not believe you could acquire a weapon. Those who were intimidated by your fake gun were simply foolish. The analysis is quite rational." However, Xiao Ran smiled faintly, slightly tilting the gun's muzzle, and then pulled the trigger. Click. Silently, a man fell backward, yet the impact against the ground produced a considerable noise. Bang! He was dead. A gaping hole in his forehead, his eyes wide open as if questioning. I never said I didn't believe you. Why did you have to shoot me? Instantly, everyone trembled in fear. A real gun, indeed. With a swift motion, Su Feng immediately knelt down. A true man must bend and stretch. As long as he can preserve his life, there will always be opportunities for revenge. Xiao Ran chuckled. For the simulated gun combined with real bullets from another dimension was a fearsome combination. Do you wish to survive? He inquired. Yes, Su Feng hastily replied. Alas, I am not inclined to grant you that opportunity, Xiao Ran declared, pressing the trigger as the bullet from the other dimension was released. Su Feng, realizing the dire situation, scrambled away, but could human speed surpass that of a bullet? Moreover, Xiao Ran had strategically positioned 7 flashlights for illumination, leaving Su Feng no chance to escape into the darkness. Following that shot, the remaining individuals fled in panic. Xiao Ran had no intention of sparing them. As long as they could escape into the shadows, they might survive. Yet, bullets flew from the other dimension, pursuing those fleeing. Bang, 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 one by one they fell. Still, some managed to slip into the darkness. Among them was Xiao Ran. However, the leopard had already pursued him. A cry from Xiao Ran echoed, accompanied by the low growl of the injured leopard. Leopard, return, Xiao Ran called out loudly. To him, the life of the leopard was far more valuable than that of Xiao Ran. Before long, the leopard returned, a visible wound on its left ear. Yet it wore a proud demeanor, having inflicted a more severe bite on Xiao Ran. Good job, leopard. Xiao Ran laughed. Now, let us tend to your injury. As for Xiao Ran, he would not pursue him. But would he simply let this man go? Absolutely not. Xiao Ran sneered, returning to the villa. He first treated the leopard's wound, then sent a message in a group chat, a bounty for Xiao Ran. Whoever kills him and posts a photo in the group can come to Xiao Ran to claim 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of water. Huh. With such a generous reward, there will surely be brave souls. Once this bounty was announced, Xiao Ran would undoubtedly become paranoid, and soon, someone would find him and end his life. As for how many would perish in the pursuit of Xiao Ran, Xiao Ran was indifferent. Why should it concern him? Is he unable to afford a mere box of instant noodles and a bottle of water? Xiao Ran took a refreshing shower and soon lay down to rest. In no time, he drifted into a peaceful sleep, feeling completely at ease. After all, this villa, revamped at the cost of 80 million, ought to provide him with a sense of security. Otherwise, it would truly be a wasted investment. However, while he slumbered soundly, the entire neighborhood was ablaze with commotion over the bounty he had set. 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of water. Not 2 packets and 1 bottle. But boxes, actual boxes. How many days could one survive on such a reward? Natural disasters cannot persist indefinitely, so the longer one endures, the greater the chance of becoming a survivor of this calamity. Indeed, many had succumbed to sleep, while others, with their phones drained of battery, remained oblivious to Xiao Ran's announcement. Nonetheless, numerous individuals, fully equipped, emerged from their homes, embarking on a hunt. At this moment, what do 2 boxes of instant noodles and 1 box of water signify? They are worth far more than the previous bounty of 10 million. The crucial point is that now, even if one were to commit murder, who would come to apprehend them? The social order had long since disintegrated. Chapter 52. The charlatan Xiao Ran awoke. It was the 8th day of the apocalypse. He leisurely brushed his teeth and washed his face before commencing his breakfast. Only then did he pick up his phone to check messages. To his surprise, Xiao Ran had been found and had his throat slit. Someone in the group had tagged him and shared a photograph. How swift. He suspected Xiao Ran had been hiding for several days. Xiao Ran replied in the group, "Add me as a friend. You can claim your reward at any time that suits you." Shortly thereafter, he received a friend request, which he accepted. The individual responded, "I will come by at 3 this afternoon. Please leave the items at the door." "Certainly," Xiao Ran replied. He glanced at the person's information and noted they were from Building 2, Sun Jihao. Considering that Xiao Ran was also from Building 2, it seemed likely that Sun Jihao knew him well enough to trick him into opening the door and easily dispatch him. Xiao Ran cared not for the details. All that mattered was that Xiao Ran was dead. Instant noodles and water? If he wished, he could fill the entire neighborhood with instant noodles or inundate it with clean water. Such was his audacity. Building 3, in stark contrast to the disorganized chaos of other buildings, had established a unified command, entirely obedient to one individual. However, he was not the building leader, but a man named Zhang Kuan. At 51 years of age, Zhang Kuan was a professional preacher. Originally, his business had not thrived, as people worshipped various deities without particular preference. Yet, when the catastrophe struck, his fortunes turned, and his trade flourished. Such an eerie natural disaster inevitably evokes thoughts of divine intervention. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Kuan proclaimed it to be a test from the heavens, intended to cleanse humanity of its sins. Only those who profess their faith in the Lord would be able to endure the tribulation. Consequently, he managed to indoctrinate all the inhabitants of building number 3. Surely, there must be some who remained unconvinced. The Lord stated that those who do not believe are heretics and should be met with the flames of punishment. While the execution of such methods is no longer feasible, Zhang Kuan took the lead in eliminating these non-believers. Thus, within building number 3, only one voice resonated, the voice of God, which was, in fact, Zhang Kuan's own. Despite wielding immense power, with all 112 households and 407 individuals in the building fervently devoted to him, Zhang Kuan faced a significant predicament. The allegiance of the people stemmed not from a genuine belief in salvation, but rather from the conviction that following him was essential for survival. The pressing issue at hand? Food and water. He must resolve the challenge of sustenance. Otherwise, those who knelt before him today may very well conspire to boil him for their supper tomorrow. What to do? His immediate impulse was to seize the supplies from Xiao Ran. Yet Su Feng and others had already demonstrated that attempting to snatch food from a tiger's jaws only results in being fatally struck down. Thus, only two paths lay before him. The first was deception. If he could convince Xiao Ran to believe in the divine message, he could effortlessly acquire all of Xiao Ran's resources. Surely, offering everything to the Lord is the righteous course of action. The second option was negotiation, providing Xiao Ran with what he needed in exchange for supplies. After considerable contemplation, Zhang Kuan dialed Xiao Ran's phone number. The power had already been cut off. Thus, even if the base station remained operational, how many days could it endure? In a couple of days, he would likely have to venture to Xiao Ran's doorstep for any form of communication. Hello, Xiao Ran. This is Zhang Kuan, the representative of building number 3. Zhang Kuan said, and I am also the Lord's representative on earth. Anyone who believes in the Lord can find salvation through me. A charlatan indeed, Xiao Ran mused, recalling the man's proclamations. He remembered such a figure, exploiting the apocalypse to fervently preach about divine wrath and celestial punishment, asserting that the calamity was a result of divine discontent with humanity. Only the devout would survive, while the non-believers were destined for annihilation. However, Xiao Ran was aware that this man had only 2 days left to live, and his understanding of this individual and the so-called church was rather limited. In his previous life, he and Zhang Kuan had no interactions, but this time was different. Is there something you need? Xiao Ran inquired, his tone indifferent. Zhang Kuan replied, Sinner, you are but a lost lamb. Stop right there. Xiao Ran interrupted, Get to the point, or I shall hang up. Do you not realize how precious electricity is at this moment? Chapter 53. A new bounty. Zhang Kuan appeared somewhat embarrassed. Nonsense. He naturally understood the current preciousness of electricity. How many people's phones still functioned? It was all thanks to power banks, but how long could those last? If it weren't for the valuable supplies you hold, do you think I would seek you out? Zhang Kuan took a deep breath. Before the disaster, he had persuaded many to join his faith, only to be rejected countless times, which had cultivated his patience. With a calm demeanor, he stated, I wish to purchase some supplies. The residents of our building are in dire need, and I hope you will consider my request. Xiao Ran chuckled lightly. Don't you think you should pray to your deity for provisions? How absurd. Even if you are a clergy member, I feel like cursing. If the Lord could bestow food, who would need to toil? This is merely a matter of faith. Do you understand faith? Bah, a faithless cur. Zhang Kuan silently scorned Xiao Ran while saying, I know you have an affinity for women. Our church has 2 female parishioners willing to offer themselves daily to meet your desires. In exchange, you would provide us with 2 boxes of instant noodles or equivalent food, along with 2 boxes of water. What do you say? Xiao Ran burst into laughter. After a prolonged fit of amusement, Zhang Kuan couldn't help but ask, Have you finished laughing? Xiao Ran finally ceased, replying, Firstly, are you a church or a brothel? Secondly, if you are to engage in such transactions, you should be well aware of the going rates. Currently, one night costs only 1 pack of instant noodles. And water is extra. Are your two female parishioners adorned with diamonds, or are they heavenly beauties, to demand a box of water and noodles each? In the neighborhood, Han Yun was undoubtedly the finest quality, yet Xiao Ran merely ensured she had a hearty meal and provided her with 3 to 4 packs of instant noodles and water. Your demands are utterly exorbitant. Zhang Kuen's face flushed with embarrassment. He truly did not understand the market, which only made Xiao Ran's mockery sting more. Suppressing his anger, he replied, "Our building has too many residents. We require at least 2 boxes of instant noodles and water daily. How about this? How many more women do you need? I can rally a few more to see if anyone is willing to sacrifice." Stop with the sacrifice talk, trying to sound noble. You are simply engaging in the oldest profession. Yet you present yourself as a savior, Xiao Ran remarked nonchalantly. I have no need for women, so you needn't worry about that. However, since you keep mentioning sacrifice, how about this? You find 3 men to engage in acts with you. Record a video, and I will grant you a box of instant noodles. I will hold you to your word. Oh, it's easy for others to sacrifice, but when it comes to your turn, Zhang Kuen found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally said, You dare to insult a messenger of the divine? Xiao Ran laughed. Aren't you all followers of the divine? Is there a hierarchy among believers? Others can sacrifice, but you cannot? My offer stands. If you want food, find 3 willing participants, and don't forget to record it. With that, he ended the call. There are always individuals who, upon acquiring a modicum of power, perceive themselves as elevated and distinct from others. In reality, however, is Zhang Kuen dissatisfied? Let him wallow in his discontent, a mere assembly of rabble. Do they genuinely believe that once they enter the fold of the church, they will unerringly follow you into the abyss? It is preposterous. There exists a saying in Huaxia, clinging to the Buddha's feet in a moment of crisis, which implies that when one is in dire straits, they may temporarily place their faith in you. If you are unable to assist or deliver salvation, then farewell to you. Come, let us see whether your followers genuinely worship the divine or merely revere the material necessities of survival. Xiao Ran spoke in the group. Anyone who can incapacitate Zhang Kuen from building 3 shall be rewarded with 10 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent in any other goods. Would 10 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent in food and water suffice to entice a valiant soul to take action against Zhang Kuen? Undoubtedly, it would. Dare to threaten me? I need not lift a finger. I can simply issue a bounty and watch you falter. Xiao Ran chuckled, dismissing any further consideration of Zhang Kuen. In the afternoon, he placed the promised food and water at the entrance, then monitored the scene via the surveillance cameras. Around 3 o'clock, a man approached, a robust figure in his 30s, with a formidable build and a rather intimidating appearance, adorned with tattoos around his neck and a scar across his face. The kind that could frighten children in broad daylight. He shone a flashlight and, upon noticing the food laid out, smiled and began to gather it. He was strong enough to carry the provisions with ease. Xiao Ran watched him depart down the corridor and into the underground garage. But once he ventured beyond the camera's view, he was lost to sight. Would anyone dare to rob this Sun Jihao? Xiao Ran suddenly pondered. Though his curiosity was fleeting, and he shook his head, dismissing the thought. At Building 7, outside door 902, a knock echoed. The occupant, Song Fei, peered through the peephole and beheld a remarkably beautiful and youthful woman, her face etched with fear, arms crossed, as if to ward off the cold. Indeed, clad only in a thin sweater, how could she not feel the chill in such frigid temperatures? Yet, it was precisely this vulnerability that accentuated her voluptuous figure, with her curves invitingly pronounced, stirring something within him. Is anyone there? The woman's voice trembled. Please, I am parched, famished, and cold. Will you take me in? I will heed your every word. Unable to resist, Song Fei clicked the lock open and exclaimed, Beautiful lady. Suddenly, the woman's demeanor shifted from fragile to fierce. With a deft motion, a gleaming dagger appeared in her hand. In one swift movement, she slashed at Song Fei's neck, blood gushing forth in torrents. Song Fei found himself rendered speechless, his eyes wide with terror as he gazed upon the cold-blooded beauty before him. He extended a hand, seemingly attempting to grasp her and demand an explanation for her merciless actions, but she disdainfully swatted his hand away. With a thud, Song Fei fell to the ground, blood gushing forth and quickly pooling around him. The commotion at the door alerted his wife, who emerged exclaiming, Honey, what happened? Yet, before she could finish her sentence, her gaze fell upon her husband lying in a pool of blood, eliciting a piercing scream from her lips. However, before her cry could fully escape, the woman lunged forward and swiftly seized her by the throat. Song Fei's wife struggled desperately, but to no avail. Her flailing limbs were futile against the assailant. Ultimately, her body went limp as she succumbed to asphyxiation. Only then did the beauty release her grip, her expression remaining unchanged despite having taken 2 lives. She was, after all, a professional assassin. Chapter 54. Targeting Xiao Ran. The decision to use a knife on Song Fei stemmed from his gender. As a woman, the assassin was at a disadvantage in strength. To ensure a swift kill, she opted for the blade. In contrast, she employed a chokehold on the woman, confident in her ability to execute the kill without the messy spraying of blood that would accompany a knife. After all, where could she find water to wash off the evidence? Thus, she resorted to a less strenuous method. This damn natural disaster. The female assassin muttered as she rummaged through the house. Her search served 2 purposes: to find sustenance and to check for any overlooked witnesses. Donning winter attire that concealed her voluptuous figure, she located the last remnants of food in Song Fei's home and began to eat slowly. Her name was Akai Sakuriri. Indeed, she was not a native, but rather a skilled assassin fluent in 5 languages, adept at disguise and combat. She had come to Sioux City to undertake a contract to eliminate a male target, as she only accepted assignments to kill men. Her striking beauty made such endeavors remarkably simple, allowing her to exploit her inherent advantages. However, just as she settled into her new accommodation and was poised to commence her mission, calamity had struck. Though a professional killer, she was no survival expert and was momentarily at a loss in such dire circumstances. Reluctantly, she returned to her primary vocation, killing. By taking lives, the possessions of others would become hers. As she sifted through Song Fei's mobile phone, she discovered it was nearly out of battery. Oh, this Xiao Ran seems to have an abundance of supplies. Akai's eyes gleamed with interest. While the food obtained from the 2 victims would only extend her life by a day, a mere bounty on Xiao Ran could yield provisions and water by the boxful. She licked her lips, her gaze intense. This man appeared to be a lecher, preying upon women in the entire neighborhood. A cold smile crept across her face. Killing you will be effortless. Yet, she also noted the palpable fear the residents harbored toward Xiao Ran. It was rumored he possessed a firearm. Akai Sakurai couldn't help but shudder. Although she was a professional assassin, adept in various methods of killing, she knew that beyond 7 paces, the gun would undoubtedly be faster, rendering her efforts futile. But what of those within 7 paces? A gun that is both swift and precise. Thus, the cinematic tropes of disarming and dodging bullets were mere fabrications, unless, of course, the gunmen were a novice. Armed with a firearm complicates matters greatly. With a momentary hesitation, Akai Sakurai soon brightened into a radiant smile. However, this man was clearly lecherous. She could merely exploit her allure to catch him off guard, and then swiftly plunge a knife into him. She began her preparations, slipping a dagger into her boot. She removed her outer coat, and, upon glancing in the mirror, admired the curves and contours beneath her sweater, a sight that would stir desire in any man. With purpose, she donned her winter attire and made her way to the underground garage, utilizing her phone for illumination. After a brief walk, she arrived beneath Xiao Ran's villa. The glow from her phone revealed bodies trapped in the midst of the vehicles, causing her to gasp in shock. Gunshot wounds. Her heart raced, and her expression shifted dramatically. As a professional assassin, she was no stranger to the wounds inflicted by bullets, and it was clear from the injuries that they had been caused by a rifle. Considering that firearms were prohibited in Huaxia, she would not dare to bring one into the country. Instead, she had acquired a dagger upon her arrival. So, where had Xiao Ran procured such a gun and ammunition? A rifle, no less. Had he once been a soldier? But surely, soldiers cannot bring their weapons home. Akai Sakurai felt bewildered and hesitant. Perhaps it was wise to avoid this enigmatic individual, especially given the numerous corpses outside. Yet, upon reflection, what was her advantage? Beauty. And what was Xiao Ran's weakness? A weakness for women. Surely, she could succeed. If she accomplished this endeavor, she could enjoy a prolonged period of comfort. Resolute, she stepped forward without further hesitation, entering the corridor and shedding her coat. Even if she shivered from the cold, she persevered, illuminating her face with her phone. Fearing that Xiao Ran might fail to recognize her as a stunning beauty, she began to knock forcefully on the iron door. How remarkably sturdy it was. She marveled silently. With her expertise, she could ascertain that this iron door could not be breached even with a substantial amount of C4. It was more secure than a typical bank vault. She awaited Xiao Ran's emergence. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran had indeed noticed Akai Sakure. Which resident is this? Although he couldn't possibly recognize all the inhabitants of the community, a beauty such as her would certainly be known, even if he had never seen her before. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked, "Who are you, and what do you want?" "I am Zhongli," she replied in the most delicate tone. I just wanted something to eat." Xiao Ran glanced at the surveillance footage, confirming that she was alone before unlocking the iron gate. Once Akai Sakuriko entered, he promptly closed the gate behind her. This iron gate operated via remote control and fingerprint recognition, ensuring that even if someone else were to enter, they could only stand helplessly before it. As the gate shut, Akai Sakuriko felt a pang of anxiety. She had mentally labeled Xiao Ran as a potential veteran, a sharpshooter, a master of combat, and now she had to confront such an individual alone, which was undeniably nerve-wracking. However, it was pleasantly warm inside. In an effort to showcase her figure and enhance her allure, she deliberately removed her winter coat. Although she had been shivering from the cold, she now felt no chill at all. There was heating. How marvelous. This only intensified her desire to claim this space as her own. Moreover, there was light. Her heart raced, yet she maintained a facade of bashfulness as she asked, "Where are you?" Xiao Ran's voice emerged from behind the screen, instructing her to remove her clothing. What? Akai Sakuriko found it hard to believe. His urgency seemed excessive. Xiao Ran chuckled softly, not driven by lust, but rather sensing something amiss about this woman. He needed to ascertain whether she was armed. No one else had deliberately disrobed at the entrance. She was the first and only one. Consider the frigid temperature, below -10 degrees. While she could not freeze to death in the short term, her audacity alone was sufficient to raise Xiao Ran's suspicions. After all, how many individuals could shed their coats in such cold weather? The very thought of the biting chill would make most jump. Yet she had done just that. Xiao Ran could interpret this as her attempt to accentuate her physique, but was it truly necessary? When a person possesses an uncommon level of endurance, they naturally warrant attention and caution. Had Akai Sakuriko realized that her cleverness had backfired, she would surely have refrained from removing her coat. Chapter 55. The female assassin and Lu Bingqing. Akai Sakuriko hesitated for a moment, but having already entered, could she really back out now? Gritting her teeth, she began to undress. Her movements were slow, in line with the modesty of a respectable woman. Fortunately, her dagger was concealed within her boot, she thought to herself. Gradually, she stripped down to her undergarments. "Is this sufficient?" she asked, but Xiao Ran merely chuckled. "Do you wear your undergarments while bathing? Can you even bathe here?" Akai Sakuriko retorted in shock. Indeed, Xiao Ran simply grunted in response. Tempted by the prospect of bathing, Akai Sakuriko acquiesced. She stepped into the bathroom, where the shower cascaded with hot water. Tentatively, she touched the water with her fingertips, and upon realizing its safety, she was overwhelmed with excitement. Yet, she was also astonished. While others struggled even to drink water, and some were preparing for conflict, here she was indulging in the luxury of a hot shower. How outrageous. "How did you manage this?" she inquired. However, she momentarily set aside her concerns and fully indulged in the invigorating cascade of hot water. It had been 8 days since her last bath. Even though the current temperature was frigid, making perspiration nearly impossible, her profession inevitably left traces of blood upon her. Consequently, she had long harbored disdain for the odor emanating from her body. At last, she could relish a thorough wash. In this moment, her resolve to seize control of her surroundings solidified. But what about Xiao Ran? She suddenly jolted, realizing that in her astonishment, she had neglected to observe Xiao Ran's actions for quite some time. What was he doing? Akai Sakuriko did not dare underestimate him. Just then, a man entered the bathroom. "How dare you come in?" she exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and anger flooding her. Xiao Ran chuckled. "Did you not come here of your own accord? Now you wish to act coy? Yet, I did not expect you to be of mixed heritage." As the water washed over her, her originally dark hair transformed into a golden hue. Akai Sakuriko recognized the futility of her concealment and decided to remove her colored contact lenses, revealing her striking azure eyes. "Indeed, my father is an American," she declared with pride. "Is that truly something to boast about?" Xiao Ran retorted, visibly displeased as he approached her. Akai Sakuriko immediately retaliated, her anger boiling over. She no longer wished to endure but rather sought to eliminate this man from Huaxia, even unarmed. Her skills as a professional assassin were formidable. The issue, however, was that her opponent was no ordinary individual. After his rebirth, Xiao Ran's physique seemed almost enhanced, exhibiting unparalleled strength that placed him among the elite of the world. While Akai Sakuriko was formidable in her own right, she fell significantly short of that pinnacle. Thus, the outcome of their hand-to-hand combat was her resounding defeat. As Akai Sakuriko caught her breath, she seethed, "Aren't you going to back off?" Yet Xiao Ran calmly replied, "Your muscles are quite robust, and your combat skills are impressive, beautiful. Who exactly are you?" A flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind as she responded, "I am merely a martial arts enthusiast. Is that not acceptable?" "Of course it is," Xiao Ran replied with a smile, his hands encircling her neck. Seemingly captivated by the elegance of her long, white neck, which sent shivers down Akai Sakuriko's spine. "However, I found a dagger hidden in your boot." Xiao Ran's voice rang out. Realizing something was amiss, Akai Sakuriko attempted to move, but the grip around her neck tightened abruptly. She gasped for breath, struggling desperately and attempting to kick Xiao Ran, but her efforts were futile. Her surroundings began to blur, and the severe lack of oxygen became excruciating. Just when she thought she was on the brink of death, Xiao Ran suddenly released his grip. "What is your true identity?" he inquired, his voice sounding distant, cold, and tinged with despair. Naturally, Xiao Ran showed no courtesy to someone intent on taking his life. The will of Akai Sakuriko had already begun to crumble on the precipice of life and death. She hastily exclaimed, "My real name is Akai Sakuriko. I hail from Little Japan. My father is from the Ugly Kingdom and is a professional assassin. I have come to Huaxia to eliminate a man named Lu Bingqing. Not you." Fear of death gripped her as she faced Xiao Ran. So she was from Little Japan. It was no wonder she exhibited such pride when mentioning the Ugly Kingdom, for it was her father's homeland. "Ah, biologically, he is indeed her father, huh? Lu Bingqing. That name seems rather familiar." Xiao Ran pondered, and suddenly realized that Lu Bingqing was a prominent entrepreneur in Sioux City, reputedly a son-in-law who seemed to have seized the narrative of a protagonist in a light novel, propelling his wife's company from a modest factory to a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Hanyuan Real Estate, one of the top 10 private enterprises in Sioux City. However, who would hire an assassin to murder a celebrity entrepreneur? Never mind. It was of no concern to him. The essence of a woman from Little Japan was rather pleasant. If he ever had the chance to visit Tokyo, he would seek out a few more to indulge with. Xiao Ran remarked, a glint of murderous intent re-emerging in his eyes. He merely wished to ascertain whether Akai Sakuriko had come specifically to kill him, and if she had any accomplices. Now that he had clarified these matters, what was there to delay in sending her on her way? Keeping an assassin close by? Let alone the fact that she was a mere Little Japan girl. A treacherous wolf at that. He would not take such a risk even with his fellow countrymen. Seeing this, Akai Sakuriko immediately begged, "Please, don't kill me. I'm still a virgin, truly. That was my first time. Does being a virgin grant immunity from death? You come to kill me, and I might spare you simply because you are a virgin." Xiao Ran's heart was as hard as stone. He would never show a modicum of compassion towards an enemy. What mattered if she was beautiful? If she posed a threat to his life, he would ruthlessly extinguish her. Grabbing Akai Sakuriko, he forcefully shoved her, causing her to stagger backward. However, she merely took 2 steps back before suddenly vanishing, disappearing into another dimension. She was undoubtedly doomed. Who would hire a Little Japan assassin to commit murder domestically? Xiao Ran felt a flicker of curiosity, but this would remain an unresolved mystery. He disposed of the items left behind by Akai Sakuriko. There was little to sympathize with when it came to an assassin. Once everything was settled, he ascended to the upper floor. Suddenly, the phone rang. Xiao Ran glanced at the screen. The number was unfamiliar. After a moment of consideration, he decided to answer. "Hello. Hello. Mr. Xiao Ran. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Bingqing." Xiao Ran was taken aback. He now harbored serious doubts about the connection between Akai Sakuriko and Lu Bingqing. How could one arrive just as the other made a call? "Hello, Mr. Xiao Ran. Are you still there?" Lu Bingqing inquired, noticing Xiao Ran's prolonged silence. Xiao Ran chuckled. "I'm here, please continue. I'm not sure if you are aware of my identity, so allow me to introduce myself first." Lu Bingqing inquired, "Mr. Xiao, have you ever heard of Hanyuan Real Estate?" Xiao Ran replied, "I am aware that you are the owner of Hanyuan Real Estate," in an effort to prevent Lu Bingqing from delivering a lengthy discourse. Lu Bingqing chuckled. "It is good that Mr. Xiao knows. I have a proposal. if you are willing to relinquish your villa or allow us to reside in it. Then once the natural calamity is past, I would gladly offer half of my shares. Ah, such audacity. This is undoubtedly a fortune worth billions. Alas. Xiao Ran shook his head. There is no need for Mr. Liu to paint grand illusions. As for this disaster, who can say when it will conclude? Even if it were to end shortly, how many lives would be lost? In such turmoil, do you truly believe the stocks you hold retain any significant value? Even if the catastrophe were to cease soon, the real estate sector, among the most severely impacted industries, would likely face a total collapse. Therefore, the stocks in your possession, while not quite as worthless as scrap paper, are hardly in a better condition. The crux of the matter is that even if the hail ceases and the fog lifts, the greenery outside would be utterly devastated, leading to a dreadful famine. For an extended period, the most scarce and sought-after resources will be food and clean water. Money? What use is it? Liu Bingqing seemed momentarily at a loss for words, and after a pause, he said, "Very well, let us not discuss money. I have heard that you have a penchant for beautiful women. I happen to have one in mind. Allow me to show you if she meets your standards." Shortly thereafter, Xiao Ran received a multimedia message containing several candid photographs. The images featured a stunning young woman, no more than in her early 20s. Not only was she exquisite, but her appearance exuded an air of innocence, with long hair cascading over her shoulders and eyes that sparkled like clear water. Her height was indiscernible from the photographs, but her figure was undeniably well-proportioned, with a slender waist that could be grasped in one hand, complemented by ample curves. "I would offer you this woman. What would you be willing to exchange for food and water?" Liu Bingqing asked in a low tone. Xiao Ran chuckled. "Mr. Liu, are you not in the business of selling houses? When did you become a trafficker of human beings?" His tone had taken on a sharper edge. Even if he were to engage in business, he preferred to deal directly with the individual rather than through intermediaries profiting from the transaction. After a moment of silence, Liu Bingqing said, "Allow me to share a story. Do you have the time to listen, Mr. Xiao?" Xiao Ran responded with a smile. "It is a rare opportunity to hear a story from someone as prominent as you, Mr. Liu. Please, go ahead." Liu Bingqing began, "I was born into humble circumstances. Yet I worked diligently and earned admission to a prestigious university. With decent looks, I married my wife not long after graduation. However, my wife's family was well off, placing me in the role of a son-in-law. Mr. Xiao, as a fellow son-in-law, you must understand the challenges we face." Xiao Ran chuckled, "Though I, too, am a son-in-law. Your situation is 100 times more favorable than mine." Liu Bingqing continued, "Yet, my wife's health was frail, and despite our time together, we were unable to conceive. Not wishing to surrender the fruits of my labor to the parasites of her family, I sought another woman to bear me a son. The influence of my wife's family remains substantial, which is why I chose to place our child in this community, visiting only once a month. Coincidentally, the catastrophe struck on June 1st. I had arrived early, planning to take my son out for a day of fun, but the outcome, as one could imagine, left us trapped here." A thought suddenly struck Xiao Ran. He comprehended why assassins were fixated on Liu Bingqing. "You have an illegitimate child, naturally. One would seek ways to transfer Hanyuan real estate into the hands of that child. But would your wife's family readily acquiesce? When it concerns assets worth billions, what is an assassin in comparison? It is hardly surprising. With Liu Bingqing's demise, Hanyuan real estate would undoubtedly belong to his wife's family. An illegitimate child? One could easily eliminate that as well." "Wait." Xiao Ran was taken aback. "The photograph you showed me earlier, could it be your mistress?" Liu Bingqing readily confessed, "Indeed, she is my mistress. However, I am of an age to be her father. I chose her not only for her beauty but also because she is a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university, capable of providing my son with the finest genes. I harbor no secrets from you. I merely wish to convey that all my actions are solely for the survival of my son. For him, I would forsake everything. But equally, I would risk everything for his sake." The final statement was undeniably a threat. Xiao Ran responded with a faint smile, "Mr. Liu, are you declaring war on me? You should actually be grateful, as I have just dealt with an assassin. However, with the advent of natural disasters, I presume Akai Zakarika has lost interest in continuing this task, right? Regardless, my motivations for the kill were not for you." Liu Bingqing pondered briefly before responding with a smile, "I certainly do not wish to engage in conflict with Mr. Xiao. After all, your recent achievements have been quite remarkable. I hope Mr. Xiao can accept my proposal. I can offer you my woman in exchange for sufficient food and water for my son." Xiao Ran could entertain the notion of trading a woman, yet Lu Bingqing's lofty demeanor, masquerading as a benevolent father figure, bore no distinction from those who sought to usurp his resources. What if I refuse? He inquired coolly. It would be best if you complied, Lu Bingqing replied casually. I have brought along 2 bodyguards, both seasoned mercenaries. One is capable of taking down 4 or 5 adult men unarmed, and with weapons, dispatching 10 would be trivial. Thus, Mr. Xiao should consider accepting my proposal for the benefit of all. Xiao Ran smiled slightly, a commendable proposal, but let us not discuss it further. Farewell. He hung up the phone. The notion of trading his woman as a commodity instinctively filled Xiao Ran with revulsion towards Lu Bingqing. Perhaps Lu Bingqing was a formidable figure, yet he certainly did not endear himself to Xiao Ran. No. Xiao Ran picked up his phone once more, initiating a bounty targeting Lu Bingqing. This individual poses a far greater threat than Zhang Kuan, for he is the CEO and possesses the persuasive abilities to sway many, far surpassing Zhang Kuan's mere tricks. A hit is ordered on a man named Lu Bingqing, the CEO of Hongyuan Real Estate, currently residing in our community, accompanied by at least 4 bodyguards. Regardless of the number of individuals involved, a reward of 20 boxes of instant noodles or equivalent supplies will be granted for Lu Bingqing's demise. He posted several photographs of Lu Bingqing online, sharing them with the group. Chapter 57. The caution of Lu Bingqing slowly ended the call. Mr. Lu? The 4 bodyguards simultaneously gazed at him. Lu Bingqing had lied. He did not merely have 2 bodyguards, but 4? He placed his phone on the table, furrowing his brow, and glanced at a beautiful woman beside him, who appeared to be in her mid-20s, cradling a 3- or 4-year-old boy who was peacefully asleep. He declined. That's quite enough, Lu Bingqing stated coolly. The beautiful woman, still holding the child, teased. Didn't you say he was lecherous? How could you possibly refuse such an enticing offer? Lu Bingqing chuckled lightly. Indeed, this truly takes me by surprise. He rubbed his temples, appearing quite troubled. Mr. Lu, what shall we do then? One bodyguard inquired. Shall we force our way in? Force our way in? Lu Bingqing scoffed. Haven't there been several attempts at that already? Although your combat prowess exceeds that of ordinary individuals, you are at most twice as strong. Do you truly believe that the 4 of you can breach the door by sheer force? It's impossible, the beautiful woman interjected. Then I shall lure him to open the door. Lu Bingqing shook his head once more. That young man's villa must have been modified. If I were in his position and had invested so much in renovations, would I not install surveillance? While the power is out now, he could easily have a generator, using diesel or gasoline, capable of lasting 10 days to 2 weeks without issue. Thus, even if we remained silent at the door, we would not escape the notice of that young man inside. Moreover, Lu Bingqing sighed. Didn't that Xiao Ran mention that Xiao Ran could control the fire sprinkler system, drenching his intruders in poison? Let me ask you, if you lay an ambush at his doorstep and he douses you with toxic water, how would you resolve that? The 4 bodyguards were left dumbfounded. When it came to fighting or even killing, they were professionals, yet they were utterly unskilled in the realm of strategic thinking. What shall we do? Lu Bingqing shook his head. Why do you all fixate on Xiao Ran? While he may possess a wealth of resources, the current situation is too challenging. Let us shift our focus elsewhere, for instance, by establishing dominance over the entire community. In due time, we could have individuals dig through walls. I refuse to believe we cannot unearth that young man. The group's eyes lit up at this notion. Indeed, with so many households in the community, why must they confront Xiao Ran directly? The food of others is not food, and clear water is not merely clear water. When it comes to intellect, they have Lu Bingqing. When it comes to martial prowess, each of their 4 bodyguards can take on 10 men. Thus, with such a formidable combination, how could they not dominate a mere neighborhood? The beautiful woman merely cradles her child in silence. Xiao Ran stretches languidly, calculating that 2 factions within the community have already issued threats against him, one being a charlatan, the other a CEO. Both are not to be underestimated, he muses. In his previous life, he was an inconspicuous pawn, unable to intersect with such prominent figures. Thus, although they inhabit the same neighborhood, it feels as if they exist in entirely different realms. Yet now, both factions have turned their gazes upon him, drawn by his villa and the ample resources he possesses, which naturally incites their greed. Indeed, there are many who are avaricious, like the Qin family and Su Feng. What became of them? They all ended up as frozen corpses in the garage. Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingqing would meet no different fate. The fog has yet to lift. So let us play a little longer, Xiao Ran muses. In any case, he has no intention of leaving the villa. He is inherently positioned in an invulnerable stance. What is there to fear in a direct confrontation? Regardless of how many followers Zhang Kuan has, or how formidable Lu Bingqing's bodyguards may be, what does it matter if one has been a mercenary? Beneath the cover of firepower, all lives are equal. My sole concern is to avoid being outmaneuvered. This simply requires vigilance regarding women who come to him. Unfamiliar women might be manipulated by either faction, and even Han Yun and her companions could betray him. It is all about interests. If a woman is foolish enough to believe the conditions laid out by others, such as promises of sharing resources upon his subjugation, she might very well fall into a trap. After all, there is no emotional connection between him and them. It is purely transactional. To believe there is any trust between them would make him the greatest fool in the world. Xiao Ran is curious about whether anyone will succeed following the issuance of the 2 bounties, and how long it might take. He shall wait and see. As he monitors the messages in the group, night falls, and suddenly, the network goes down. The base station collapses. Now, even if his phone has battery life, it has become nothing more than a decorative object. Aside from playing single-player games and viewing locally stored photos and videos, there is nothing else to be done. However, the device in his hand is different. It can make satellite calls. He ascends to the 3rd floor to establish contact with Lu Mei. The signal has completely vanished. Indeed, from now on, satellite phones will be the only means of communication. On a brighter note, it seems unlikely that anyone will charge us for satellite call fees, he thinks. Lu Mei cannot help but chuckle, saying, "You really are optimistic. You still have the heart to joke around." I am indeed optimistic. I have stored enough provisions to last several lifetimes and transformed my villa into a secure stronghold. Thus, what do I have to worry about? The 2 of us exchanged words, and the calamity has made Lu Mei increasingly reliant on Xiao Ran, for the only person she can converse with, aside from her close friend, is Xiao Ran. "Xiao Ran, are you getting enough to eat?" Lu Mei inquired, expressing her concern. "If you're short on food, you must find a way to come to us. The supplies you has prepared are ample. Is this considered altruism?" Xiao Ran chuckled softly. Being treated well by others shouldn't be deemed altruistic, but if Lu Mei were to be kind to everyone, then that would indeed be altruism. "I have provisions. Just before the apocalypse, I happened to stockpile a considerable amount," Xiao Ran remarked. "If you finish your supplies, feel free to come to me. The food here can sustain us for 2 to 3 years without issue." Lu Mei was taken aback. Her friend had prepared enough food to last several months, which she already found astonishing. Yet Xiao Ran had stockpiled enough to last 2 to 3 years. Goodness. This individual is truly more prepared for the apocalypse than anyone could have anticipated. However, no one expected that the apocalypse would indeed arrive one day, and Xiao Ran suddenly became the greatest beneficiary. "You must be cautious. Never let anyone know you possess a large quantity of supplies," Lu Mei suddenly said with a serious tone. "Now, and in the future, the world will only grow more chaotic. People will commit unspeakable acts for a morsel of food. Therefore, you must remain discreet." Chapter 58. A new source of information. Upon hearing Lu Mei's admonition, Xiao Ran realized she had a clear understanding of the apocalypse and could not be considered altruistic. After chatting with Lu Mei for a while, he ended the call. Time to sleep. When Xiao Ran awoke, he sluggishly brushed his teeth and washed his face before summoning Leopard for breakfast. By instinct, he reached for his phone to browse, only to be reminded by the signal icon that all communication had been completely severed. Now, everyone had truly become isolated islands. He tossed the phone aside. It could now only function as a satellite phone. No matter, I shall watch television instead. He had prepared numerous external hard drives filled with movies, TV shows, and variety programs, complemented by several thousand fully charged batteries, enough to last him half a year or even longer. After all, lighting consumes very little electricity. The major power drain was the air conditioning, but now Xiao Ran relied on the fireplace for warmth, even heating water for his showers with it. So the villa truly consumed very little electricity in a day. By noon, Han Yun, Zhang Jingya, and Zhong Lei arrived punctually. After an hour, Xiao Ran unceremoniously sent the 3 women away. Staying overnight at the villa? Not a chance. However, he did instruct them to gather information about any significant events happening in the neighborhood and report back to him daily. With the internet completely down, acquiring news could only be achieved through word of mouth and listening. Indeed, it felt as though one had returned to a primitive society overnight. Xiao Ran sighed. Yet aside from the communication disruption, he seemed largely unaffected. He could still indulge in binge-watching dramas, enjoying films, and playing games. Indeed, it was the latter that he chose. He discovered a newly released game and quickly immersed himself in it. The quality of the game was commendable, and he found himself lost in it, playing until the deep hours of the night. He continued his escapade into the next day, only interrupted by the arrival of Han Yun and her companions. The afternoon saw him returning to the game, and he played until 3 in the morning, finally achieving victory. Elated, he crawled into bed, sleeping soundly until past 10 the next day, waking up with a slight headache. Gaming can indeed be addictive. I must refrain from such excess in the future, he reflected, while preparing breakfast for himself and the leopard. After breakfast, he ascended to the 3rd floor, leaning against the window to gaze outside. However, thick fog enveloped the area, limiting visibility to just over a meter. What scenery could one appreciate under such conditions? Yet, he could faintly hear the clamor outside. By noon, Han Yun and her friends arrived at their usual time. However, after their departure, Xiao Ran did not hastily send them away. Instead, he inquired whether any significant events had unfolded in the neighborhood over the past few days. Unfortunately, the 3 girls were too apprehensive to venture out. Hence they had gleaned no useful information. Sigh, this is troublesome. The abrupt loss of internet connectivity is truly disorienting. Yet, the absence of anyone seeking him for the bounty was telling. Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingqing were still alive and well. They are indeed quite formidable. Xiao Ran dismissed the thought. After all, these individuals could not breach the villa, and in a direct confrontation, the entire community, multiplied tenfold, would still fall before him. If only I possessed a self-preserving ability, I could charge forward without care. Xiao Ran lamented. As the 3 girls departed, Xiao Ran returned upstairs to sit for a spell when suddenly his phone began to ring. Someone was at the door. Upon checking, he was surprised to see Lin Lin, the wife of the brash man. He noticed that the corridor bore no sign of her husband. What could this mean? Xiao Ran descended the stairs and opened the door to let Lin Lin in. What brings you here? He inquired. Lin Lin bit her lip, taking a moment before replying. I wanted something to eat. Xiao Ran chuckled. In the face of hunger, everyone must bow. Come in. He placed several dishes on the table, and Lin Lin immediately sat down to devour the food ravenously. Xiao Ran asked, Does your husband know you are here? She hesitated, stammering before finally saying, yes. Xiao Ran raised an eyebrow, surprised that he allowed her to come. Better to starve than to lose one's virtue. He shook his head, then recalled something, asking, Has your husband mentioned the current situation in the neighborhood? Lin Lin did not anticipate that Xiao Ran would pose such a question. After a brief moment of surprise, she began to recollect and speak. Zhang Kuan and Lu Bingqing had indeed not been eliminated, yet their circumstances were starkly divergent. There were indeed individuals seeking the bounty, launching attacks on both Zhang and Lu, but these attempts were thwarted. However, internal discord was growing increasingly pronounced within Zhang Kuan's faction. It is easy to believe in a deity, yet when will divine intervention arrive to rescue them? As the days dragged on, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. For days, impatience began to fester. Thus, the collapse of faith could potentially transpire within mere days. Who knows, in a short span, a follower might betray Zhang Kuan and come to Xiao Ran to claim the reward. Conversely, Lu Bingqing's situation was entirely different. His 4 bodyguards remained steadfastly loyal, exhibiting formidable combat prowess, defeating all who dared to approach. Moreover, leveraging his pre-cataclysm status and eloquence, he had successfully persuaded many to align with him. Presently, Lu Bingqing's entourage had burgeoned to over 20 individuals. What was the crux of this? These were robust men, not like Zhang Kuan's followers, whose capabilities were woefully inconsistent. Their true combat effectiveness might be dismally low. Lin Lin was aware of these dynamics because her husband aspired to join Lu Bingqing's ranks, but Lu dismissed him, which incited her husband's ire, leading to a prolonged tirade against Lu Bingqing within their home. Chapter 59. Divergent Paths. That night, Xiao Ran was diligently engaged in his training, drenched in sweat, when suddenly his phone emitted an alert. Curious, he paused and glanced at his device. Someone was at the door, knocking, while holding a phone aloft, broadcasting a video to the surveillance camera. The content was indiscernible, merely hinting at inappropriate imagery. He descended to the basement, using a remote to unlock the door. With a click, the iron door swung open. The man at the threshold was momentarily taken aback before advancing, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Light illuminated the space, which was not particularly unusual, yet the warmth within was unexpected. He regarded Xiao Ran with a flicker of uncertainty, contemplating whether to seize control of the situation. Ultimately, however, he refrained, recognizing Xiao Ran's notorious reputation. "This is the video you requested," the man declared, raising his phone. "Place it on the table," Xiao Ran instructed. The man complied, but noticed that Xiao Ran remained stationary, prompting his confusion. "Aren't you going to watch it? Aren't you going to step back? Are you indeed this cautious?" Xiao Ran countered. The man nodded and retreated to the side. Xiao Ran smiled. "In truth, I am safeguarding your life. Otherwise, I might have let a bullet fly." He preferred to avoid any bloodshed within his home, as dealing with the aftermath could prove troublesome. Stepping forward, Xiao Ran seized the phone and began to watch. The footage did indeed depict inappropriate content, featuring two men, one of whom was Zhang Kuan, and the other was the individual before him. "Ah, a bold move indeed. You are truly a warrior." Xiao Ran nodded, tossing the phone back to the man, saying, "You wait outside. I will bring the items down." The man complied and retreated, while Xiao Ran closed the iron door. Moments later, the iron door swung open once more. The man re-entered, and indeed, several boxes of instant noodles and water lay on the floor. He crouched down, carefully moving the boxes of food and water outside. However, he was exceedingly cautious, casting glances at Xiao Ran, as if fearing an abrupt attack. At last, he transported all the supplies, and with a resounding thud, the iron door closed behind him. Xiao Ran regarded the meager supplies with indifference. They were hardly worth the sacrifice of his credibility. Yet, the fact that Zhang Kuan had been betrayed signified something profound. His small congregation was in disarray. Disasters often serve to consolidate faith, yet in the face of mortality, such faith is equally susceptible to collapse. Zhang Kuan had managed to gather a large following through faith, but was unable to guide them out of their plight. Thus, when faced with sufficient temptation, these individuals betrayed him without hesitation, even leading to his downfall. Xiao Ran shook his head, pondering the contrasting situation with Lu Bingqing. Unlike Zhang Kuan, he had not succumbed to the bounty. On the contrary, his influence had grown exponentially. Therefore, mere deception was insufficient. One must possess genuine strength and personal charisma to become the focal point, attracting others like a radiant star among the constellations, ultimately rising to become a leader. In times of calamity, personal allure becomes increasingly pivotal, uniting people firmly. For in moments of helplessness, individuals yearn for leadership to guide them through adversity. Undeniably, Lu Bingqing offered these people hope. This realization dawned upon Xiao Ran with a smile. His previously proposed terms were evidently insufficient to incite rebellion among them. In fact, he could significantly increase the bounty, offering 100 or even 1,000 boxes of instant noodles, which would still be trivial in his eyes. However, such an escalation was entirely unnecessary. He anticipated the moment Lu Bingqing would confront him, eager for them to witness his true strength. Should Lu unleash his full might, he would undoubtedly eliminate threats, ensuring that his secret of possessing spatial abilities remained concealed. Even if communication had been severed and knowledge of the situation was difficult to disseminate, Xiao Ran was still reluctant to take risks. In such chaotic times, prudence was paramount. At the Zheng residence, Zheng Wan made her final appeal. "If you release me, I will be yours. It is only natural that I would be good to you, and you would not have to pay any price. Brother Can, I know you truly care for me. Otherwise, you wouldn't have sought me out for 4 consecutive days. Trust me, if you assist me, I shall never betray you." The man known as King Gu is approximately 40 years of age, diminutive in stature, and possesses an exceedingly unattractive appearance, with skin of a deep hue. Yet, in Zheng Wan's eyes, he represents the sole lifeline that can extricate her from her dire predicament. His full name is Lu Can, however, hesitates, pondering. "No one would ever find favor in me. I am so unattractive and devoid of wealth. King Gu, do you require me to swear an oath?" Zheng Wan implores urgently. "Assist me in escaping my plight, and I shall undoubtedly uphold my promise. Everyone else has betrayed me. You are the only one who has shown me kindness. If I do not follow you, whom shall I accompany?" Lu Can, already wavering, finds himself compelled by her words and decides to free Zheng Wan from her bonds. She hastily dons her clothing, having previously hidden beneath the covers. Now, leaving the warmth of her bed, she recognizes that remaining unclothed would likely lead to her demise from the cold, not out of modesty. Lying there, subject to their whims, she feels little shame. Can go. Once we step outside, we shall eliminate all those outside. Zheng Wan declares ominously. Lucan is taken aback, for those outside are her kin. Yet upon reflection, he recognizes that Zheng Wan is also related to them. It is unconscionable to bind one's family for sale. Thus, it is understandable that her hatred for them runs deep. After a moment's contemplation, he grits his teeth and replies, For you, I am willing. Can go. You are truly wonderful. Zheng Wan responds, bestowing a kiss upon him, causing Lu Can's dark visage to break into a smile. You step outside first, conceal yourself behind them, and I shall emerge to capture their attention. When they see me, they will undoubtedly be astonished, and you can seize the opportunity to strike, prioritizing the two men. Zheng Wan displays considerable cunning, recognizing that men are the primary combatants, and once Zheng Yujun and Zheng Gang are dealt with, Lin Meiying will pose little threat. Lu Can nods vigorously in agreement. He opens the door, and Zheng Yujun glances at him, remarking, You've lingered too long. Had it not been for your daily visits, I would have charged you an additional half hour. Lu Can remains silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Zheng Yujun, accustomed to his taciturn nature, does not dwell on it. Just then, however, the door swings open once more. He is startled to see Zheng Wan stepping out. His expression shifts dramatically, and as he prepares to speak, Lu Can unexpectedly hurls an ashtray at him. With a resounding crash, Zheng Yujun is rendered unconscious. At this moment, Zheng Gang finally realizes what is occurring but refrains from immediate action, instead shouting, Mother! Mother! Zheng Wan, having long harbored disdain for her brother, rushes toward him, with Lu Can hastily following suit, and the three soon become entangled in a fierce struggle. When Lin Meiying hears the commotion and rushes out, she witnesses her daughter wielding a high-heeled shoe, aiming a vicious blow at her son's temple. Zheng Wan deliberately pauses for a moment to glance at her mother, then reveals a cruel smile before delivering a forceful strike. The stiletto heel plunged mercilessly into Zheng Gang's temple, and in an instant, a searing pain compelled him to struggle violently, unleashing a strength that far exceeded the ordinary, enabling him to break free. However, he swayed unsteadily, as if intoxicated. Mother! Why can't I stand? Zheng Gang exclaimed, but scarcely had the words left his lips when he collapsed with a thud. He was dead. Zheng Gang! Lin Meiying shrieked, her voice rising to a frenzied pitch as she leapt and pointed at Zheng Wan. You vile woman, you have murdered your own brother. Zheng Wan responded with a cold smile, brandishing another stiletto, and struck Zheng Yujun with it. Zheng Yujun, already in a state of unconsciousness, offered no resistance. His limbs twitched once before he succumbed to death. Old man! Lin Meiying cried out again, her gaze filled with fear and loathing as she glared at Zheng Wan, wishing she could devour her whole. Zheng Wan then languidly remarked, Throughout our lives, you have always favored your son, hoarding all the good things for him. Have you ever considered my feelings? Ha ha ha, I even orchestrated my son's demise. What does killing a brother or a father matter? You! Lin Meiying was utterly horrified, rendered speechless. Seize her! Zheng Wan commanded icily. Lu Can, obedient as ever, immediately advanced to restrain Lin Meiying. It dawned on Lin Meiying that her daughter intended to eliminate her as well. The instinct for survival overwhelmed all else, and she hurriedly pleaded, Wan, I am your mother. I have never harmed you. Your father was behind that. It had nothing to do with me. Zheng Wan laughed maniacally, retrieved a kitchen knife, and traced it above Lin Meiying's head. But did you try to stop it? No. What mother would stand by and watch her daughter become a prostitute, toyed with by different men? You are unworthy. With that, she brought the knife down. The blade struck Lin Meiying's forehead, yet, being a woman, Zheng Wan lacked the strength for a deep cut. Nevertheless, the intense pain ignited a surge of power within Lin Meiying, allowing her to break free from Lu Can's grasp and dash for the door. Lu Can attempted to pursue her, but was halted by Zheng Wan. No need to chase. She won't survive long like this, Zheng Wan stated coldly. Lu Can, lacking initiative, merely nodded. Zheng Wan cast a disdainful glance at him. His fighting spirit was far too feeble. Yet, he was her only available ally, and despite her distaste, she had no choice. I need more helpers, she contemplated. How could she acquire them? Money was of no use now, nor did she possess any. Resources were severely lacking. How, then, could she entice others to serve her? Only her body remained. She could at least be regarded as a moderately attractive woman. While other women traded their bodies for resources, she was different. She refused to be another's plaything. She aspired to be the queen who controlled the destinies of others. She waved her hand and, starting with Liu Kan, expressed her intention to assemble an army within the community that would heed her commands. "What is the situation outside?" she inquired of Liu Kansas. He promptly relayed some significant current events, leaving Zhongwan in a state of shock, barely able to believe the information. Could it truly be that Xiao Ran had so ferociously killed 20 or 30 people? Was that even conceivable? Didn't she know what kind of person her ex-husband was? Yet, it seemed she genuinely did not. After their divorce, he appeared to have transformed entirely into another individual. What could have caused such a drastic change? Zhongwan was utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, Xiao Ran remained a solitary figure, having not established any formidable power. How selfish, she mused, not wishing to share his possessions with anyone. Yet this was advantageous. Dealing with one person was far simpler than contending with a multitude. Many harbored grievances against Xiao Ran, so she resolved to gather these individuals together. Without delay, she set out to find the man with a sharp tongue who had been publicly humiliated by Xiao Ran, and whose wife had also been subjected to Xiao Ran's provocations. Surely, he would harbor a deep-seated resentment towards Xiao Ran. Unbeknownst to her, the man had already sought revenge but had failed, and in the process, his wife had fallen prey to Xiao Ran. She knocked on the door of the sharp-tongued man's home. "Who is it?" he asked, his tone unfriendly. After all, he had provisions and water at home and was wary of being robbed. "It is Zhongwan." Zhongwan. He was taken aback. He certainly recognized who she was. But why was she seeking him out? "I know you have a vendetta against Xiao Ran. Do you not wish to retaliate?" Zhongwan said coolly. With that, the door swung open. "Come in and speak." Another day had passed, marking the 12th day of the apocalypse. Xiao Ran glanced at his phone. It was June 12th. In his previous life, 3 days hence would mark his day of demise. Yet in this life, he was living extravagantly, indulging in whatever he desired: food, drink, warmth, hot water, and even the company of beautiful women who willingly approached him, whether for a solo encounter or a more indulgent experience. Such a life was incomparable to his past existence. The day unfolded as usual, but before noon, someone unexpectedly arrived. It was Lin Lin. "You came quite early today?" Xiao Ran observed, and upon realizing she was alone, he opened the iron gate to let her in. "Xiao Ran, I have news for you." To his surprise, Lin Lin did not ask for food but immediately delivered this statement. "Oh, what news?" Xiao Ran casually inquired. Lin Lin continued. "Your ex-wife has contacted my husband and pulled him into some anti-Xiao alliance, with the intention of targeting you." Xiao Ran was taken aback. Zhongwan had somehow escaped her predicament. Previously, he had received word that she was bound to a bed by her family, engaging in unsavory activities, and it seemed only a few days had passed since then. How had this woman managed to free herself? Lin Lin nodded. She had seduced a client, not only securing her own release, but also resulting in the death of her parents and younger brother. Witnesses reported seeing Lin laying lifeless in the stairwell, a kitchen knife embedded in her forehead. When the topic of clients arose, a flush crept across her face, for she realized she was not much different from Zhongwan. Both were engaged in the sale of their bodies. Xiao Ran could not help but chuckle, surprised by Zhongwan's remarkable ability to turn the situation around. As for the so-called downfall of the Xiao alliance, Xiao Ran remained utterly indifferent. A band of misfits dared to challenge him. He could easily dispatch them with a few bullets or even confine them to another realm, thus conserving ammunition. What was your husband's stance? Xiao Ran was curious about this aspect. If the loquacious man had indeed allied with Zhongwan, Lin Lin's revelation would become quite intriguing. Chapter 61. The wall smash. Lin Lin bit her lip and confessed. "It was my husband who instructed me to inform on you." "Oh, haha." Xiao Ran was somewhat taken aback. "Your husband actively sent you here?" Yes. Lin Lin nodded, her cheeks flushed crimson. Initially, her husband had been furious, wishing to turn Xiao Ran into minced meat, but after a few days of hunger, he gradually changed his mind. With death looming, what was there left to care about? Thus, the loquacious man even encouraged her to approach Xiao Ran. But could she disclose this? It was too embarrassing. "My husband believes that Zhongwan stands no chance against you, which is why he asked me to warn you, as a means to curry favor," Lin Lin explained. Due to a power outage, the garage was engulfed in darkness day and night, so Xiao Ran did not wait for evening. He took the leopard for a stroll at noon. After half an hour, the leopard, unable to endure the cold, urged a return to the villa. However, just before entering the passage, Xiao Ran paused, taken aback. He stepped back a few paces and shone his flashlight ahead. 2 corpses were missing. Xiao Ran could confirm that he had personally dispatched them, so he was acutely aware of how many bodies should be there, and now 2 were absent. Corpses did not sprout legs and flee, and the toxins from the hailstorm merely caused death. They did not transform individuals into zombies. So it was impossible for the 2 corpses to have escaped in such a manner. There was only one possibility. They had been removed. But why? Food. In his past life, he had been betrayed and dismembered by his ex-wife's family, serving as sustenance, making him particularly sensitive to this issue. Calculating the time. It was already the 12th day of the apocalypse. It was quite natural for many families to have exhausted their food supplies and resorted to scavenging corpses. After all, when faced with starvation, what was there that one would not dare to consume? Xiao Ran sighed, witnessing the grim reality of cannibalism replay itself. In the face of survival, both men and women cast aside dignity and morality, reverting to primal instincts. Shaking his head, Xiao Ran returned to the villa with the leopard. That evening, in Lu Bingxing's room. Today, over 20 individuals gathered here. Lu Bingxing sat in a chair, savoring the last remnants of his cigarette. Even though he had reached the end, he hesitated to discard it. In truth, having managed to smoke this far into a pack, he had already demonstrated considerable restraint. Prepared to act, he finally flicked away the cigarette butt. A resounding affirmation echoed from the crowd. Lu Bingxing was a man of intellect and standing, but most importantly, he was accompanied by 4 remarkably skilled bodyguards, instilling unwavering confidence in everyone present, creating a formidable cohesion that previous figures like Su Feng and Li Zhonglin lacked. They equipped themselves with tools and ventured out. Even Lu Bingxing's mistress carried a child along. Today's objective was to seize Xiao Ran's villa. With the villa at their disposal, what need had they for the previous premises? The group swiftly arrived at the villa. However, they did not proceed through the corridor. Smash it, Lu Bingxing commanded coldly. Instantly, 2 men stepped forward, wielding hefty hammers. In the days leading up to this moment, Lu Bingxing had not only been rallying personnel, but he had also made a crucial preparation. He had procured large hammers. Coincidentally, a nearby household was undergoing renovations, providing him with 2 substantial hammers suitable for demolishing walls. Aware that the fire sprinkler system in the corridor was under Xiao Ran's control and could unleash toxic water, Lu Bingxing, with his sharp intellect, would not fall into such a basic trap as to enter through the corridor. With no door available, why not simply break through the wall? Bang, bang, bang. The 2 men commenced their assault on the wall. 80, 80. Others nearby cheered them on, prompting laughter from many. Soon, the wall smashers grew weary, setting down their hammers and declaring, "Switch." They indeed needed a break. Thus, they changed shifts, and the hammers, designed specifically for wall demolition, swiftly created a gaping hole, gradually enlarging until it reached a size sufficient for a person to pass through, with 5 different teams taking their turns. A bodyguard named Lu Bo remarked, "Xiao Ran must have heard the commotion by now, but since we are deviating from the norm and not utilizing the corridor, he can only watch helplessly." Another bodyguard, Chen Chong, chimed in, "It's all thanks to our General Lu. Why must we enter through the door? Can't we break through the wall instead?" Haha. A shift in perspective opens up a world of possibilities. Lu Bingxing merely smiled modestly, yet inwardly, he felt a surge of pride, already calculating the potential gains from this endeavor. Clang. Just as the wall smashers were about to deliver the final blow to collapse the wall entirely, a powerful strike reverberated through the air, causing their hands to tremble and their palms to ache. Every bone in their bodies vibrated, as though their very insides were about to burst forth. What was happening? Why did that sound resemble metal colliding? Was there perhaps a refrigerator lurking behind the wall? The crowd swiftly directed their flashlights towards the wall, revealing an object behind it that glimmered with a metallic sheen. Was it steel? A few tentative knocks confirmed the heavy, muffled sound of metal, though they could not ascertain whether it was indeed steel. The group was left in a state of bewilderment. How unfortunate. They decided to change their position. After relocating, they resumed their efforts, hammering away for over half an hour until they finally broke through, creating a passage just wide enough for a person to squeeze through. However, upon completely demolishing the wall, their hopes were dashed once more. Another metal wall stood before them. Could it be that the entire wall was lined with a layer of metal? Undeterred, they resolved to tear down the entire wall, having already created 2 significant openings. Dismantling the whole structure wouldn't require much additional effort. As the flashlight beams illuminated the scene, A blinding metallic glare reflected back, causing their eyes to ache. Chapter 62. Deception and Betrayal. What a disheartening revelation. After laboriously demolishing an entire wall, they were met with yet another, this time a solid steel barrier. They wielded nothing but heavy hammers. Even if they had hydraulic cutters, how long would it take to slice through the steel wall? Even if they possessed such tools, would they have the electricity necessary to operate them? No. Thus, under the current circumstances, this wall appeared impregnable. Their initial excitement had transformed into utter despair. What now? The group turned to Lu Bingqing, who frowned in contemplation. He too had not anticipated such a result, and for a moment, he was at a loss for what to do. This young man had fortified the villa to such an extent. Lu Bingqing mused. Xiao Ran had purchased the villa and, instead of moving in immediately, had opted for renovations, a fact known to many. However, everyone assumed that Xiao Ran was merely redecorating. Who could have imagined it would be to this extent? Was this mere renovation? It was evidently the construction of an impregnable fortress. The others shared in his astonishment. But admiration was not their objective. They sought a means to breach this ironclad stronghold. At that moment, a hole unexpectedly appeared in the wall, and Xiao Ran's voice resonated through. It's the middle of the night, and you're hammering away here. Aren't you afraid of disturbing the neighbors? The crowd was initially taken aback, but soon regained their composure. The noise they were making would surely have roused not only Xiao Ran within the villa, but also residents of other buildings. Xiao Ran, if you have something to say, step forward. Lu Bingqing stated coolly. Didn't you offer a bounty on my life? Here I am. If you dare, come and claim it. His words sounded strikingly forthright. Yet Xiao Ran stood alone, while Lu Bingqing had the support of many. Was this truly fair? Xiao Ran chuckled. Lu Bingqing, you indeed possess the charisma of a leader. My bounty not only failed to take your life, but has instead bolstered your reputation. However, your followers are merely a rabble, and I am simply too disinclined to raise the bounty. Otherwise, do you believe your band would not crumble into dust immediately? Lu Bingqing laughed heartily. Very well. Set your price. The higher you set it, the more resources you must possess. Once we extract and eliminate you, our gains will naturally be greater. Why should we rely on your charity when we can seize it ourselves? After all, the spoils would be far more rewarding. Instantly, the hesitance in the eyes of the crowd transformed into resolute determination. Xiao Ran merely smiled. If he were to present a lavish banquet, would Lu Bingqing still maintain his composure? Yet, he found no inclination to do so. Lu Bingqing, I am here. How do you intend to procure my resources? He inquired, a smile dancing on his lips. You may be eloquent, but in the end, do you expect others to remain foolishly obedient to your whims merely through empty promises? Lu Bingqing retorted coolly. So, you plan to hide indefinitely, like a turtle retreating into its shell? His current strategy was to incite Xiao Ran, to coax him out. For without that, he was utterly at a loss. How could one breach such an impregnable fortress? It was inconceivable. Xiao Ran smiled again. Let us strike a deal. Lu Bingqing. What sort of deal? Lu Bingqing's brow furrowed, an unsettling premonition washing over him. Xiao Ran remained unfazed, entirely composed, indicating that this transaction would not bode well for him. Xiao Ran continued. Since you are so full of righteousness and concern for your so-called brothers, how about this? Allow your woman to come in and entertain me, and I shall grant each of you a pack of instant noodles and a bottle of purified water. What do you say? Now, the dilemma was thrust upon Lu Bingqing. Earlier, when he suggested offering his mistress to Xiao Ran, was that sincere? Clearly not. He had 4 bodyguards, intending to seize the moment when Xiao Ran opened the door to capture him, thus claiming the entire villa without any need for negotiation. Thus, Xiao Ran's public proposition to trade for his lover cast a grim shadow across Lu Bingqing's expression. Yet, how had he previously united his followers? What persona had he crafted? A man of loyalty. He promised that those who followed him would escape peril and enjoy prosperous lives. Now presented with an opportunity, would he be willing to sacrifice his woman for the benefit of his brothers, merely to ensure they each received a morsel of food and a bottle of water? In ordinary times, who would dare to let a billionaire CEO make such a sacrifice? However, in today's world, even a billionaire is merely an ordinary person. Lu Bingqing, relying solely on his eloquence, has managed to deceive everyone. When it truly comes to making sacrifices for his brothers, he hesitates. Doesn't this persona collapse instantly? You accuse me of being eloquent, yet are you not equally so? Lu Bingqing's expression darkened. This tactic had truly ensnared him. He glanced at his lover, the beautiful young woman who tightened her embrace around their child, and shook her head. She was no mere object. Yet, upon observing the others, he noticed that each one gazed at him with expectant eyes. Lu Bingxing took a deep breath and proclaimed, "Very well, I shall agree." "No, I shall not agree," the lovely young woman interjected hastily. Lu Bingxing lowered his voice, saying, "Do not create a fuss. I merely intend to lure that boy out. Once he emerges, I will have him apprehended, ensuring you suffer no loss. Do you think I would allow my woman to play with another man?" The beautiful young woman finally nodded in understanding. Lu Bingxing then called out, "What are the terms of the transaction?" Xiao Ran smiled slightly and replied, "Have your woman move closer to the wall so that I can see her clearly. If she isn't sufficiently beautiful, I shall have no interest. This opening you left not only allows for sound to travel, but also provides a view." Lu Bingxing looked at his woman, who handed their child into his arms and approached the metallic wall, stopping at the hole to allow Xiao Ran a clear view of her face and figure. Just as Lu Bingxing began to speak, unexpectedly, a door in the metallic wall opened silently, and Xiao Ran swiftly seized the beautiful young woman, firmly controlling her. Damn! This fellow had no intention of negotiating. His aim was simply to have her delivered to him. Enraged, Lu Bingxing saw 4 bodyguards spring into action, prepared to assault Xiao Ran. As long as they could subdue him, not only would they reclaim Lu Bingxing's lover, but this villa would also fall into their possession. Xiao Ran smiled slightly, now wielding a water gun. Chapter 63. The water gun strikes down. No one witnessed how Xiao Ran produced the water gun. However, it mattered little, for he had already fired. The water bullets shot forth with rapid succession. Even the most professional bodyguards could not evade the onslaught of these projectiles. The water bullets, transformed from hail, were potent in their toxicity. Thus, upon striking the skin, the pain was unbearable, causing even the most skilled bodyguards to writhe on the ground, emitting anguished cries. Who else? Xiao Ran, with one hand gripping the water gun and the other grasping the beautiful young woman's arm, rendered her struggles futile. The disparity in strength was overwhelming. Lu Bingxing stood in shock. His 4 bodyguards were all professionals, yet Xiao Ran effortlessly subdued them with merely a water gun. How could he possibly trust this? What could he do? If even the elite bodyguards displayed such incompetence, what could a rabble of misfits hope to achieve? It was utterly implausible. A disorganized mob could only thrive in favorable conditions. When faced with adversity, they would only hinder one another. Lu Bingxing gritted his teeth, maintaining a facade of composure as he inquired, "Now that you have secured the person, what about the provisions?" This way, he could still pretend that he was not ensnared in Xiao Ran's trap, but merely engaging in a transaction. It was a desperate attempt to salvage his dignity. Xiao Ran chuckled heartily and leaned down to ask, "What is your name?" The woman bit her red lip before reluctantly uttering 3 words, "Wang Lulu." Xiao Ran responded with a casual "oh," and continued, "Lu Bingxing has already forsaken you. How do you feel about that?" This was a direct strike to her psyche. Wang Lulu shot him a look filled with resentment. Had her gaze possessed lethal power, Xiao Ran would have surely perished countless times over. Ignoring her, Xiao Ran led Wang Lulu back into the villa, and with a swift motion, the door closed automatically, sealing shut with precision, leaving no trace behind. Even the earlier breach seemed to have vanished entirely, as if it had never existed. Therefore, any notion of using fire, water, or smoke to force Xiao Ran's compliance was clearly a delusion. Lu Bingxing clenched his fists tightly, yearning to confront Xiao Ran directly and deliver a beating. Yet he knew this was merely a fantasy. However, it served as a reminder. Weapons were omnipresent outside. The toxic hail did not need to melt. Even a mere brush against the skin would result in a searing pain. What would happen if the liquid formed from the toxic hail came into contact? The agony would be unbearable. Today, Xiao Ran had assaulted him with such a weapon, and next time, he too could wield toxic hail. It was deceptively simple and remarkably effective. The 4 professional bodyguards had been incapacitated in an instant, with no opportunity to retaliate. Yet, Lu Bingxing could not fathom one detail. How had Xiao Ran managed to melt the hail in this frigid weather? Perhaps he had wrapped it in a plastic bag and relied on his body heat to melt it? While feasible, it seemed reckless to attempt melting ice while on the verge of freezing to death. Surely, there had to be another method at play. If he could not melt the toxic hail, then its inherent potency would be limited. It would merely serve as a blunt object. His thoughts then turned to Wang Lulu. Despite his usual composure, his expression twitched in frustration. He was accustomed to being the head of a large corporation, where everyone treated his words with utmost respect. He had never been in a position of subjugation. Xiao Ran, you must die? His face darkened, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Chapter 64. The temptation of hot pot. An hour later, the sound of the iron door creaking open echoed through the air. Wang Lulu emerged first, followed closely by Xiao Ran, who was inexplicably carrying a stove. Xiao Ran. Lu Bingqing seethed, his teeth clenched, wishing nothing more than to annihilate him on the spot. Xiao Ran, unfazed, set down the stove, added charcoal, and then retrieved a pot from the room, placing it atop the stove. With a crack, the electric light illuminated the scene, revealing a pot filled with bubbling, crimson oil, where ingredients could be faintly discerned. Behold, it was a hot pot. The sight elicited involuntary swallowing motions from the onlookers, their mouths watering with an indescribable craving. In moments of hunger and chill, is there anything more delightful than indulging in a steaming pot of hot pot? How utterly despicable of Xiao Ran to tempt them so. Yet, Lu Bingqing paid no heed to the hot pot, merely beckoning Wang Lulu to approach. Trembling, she complied. Xiao Ran then presented platters of sliced meat and vegetables, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the crowd, each face betraying an overwhelming desire. Do you wish to partake? He asked nonchalantly. Who wouldn't he? Yet, who dared to approach? Setting aside the water gun in Xiao Ran's possession, the treacherous corridor loomed, fraught with the threat of toxic spray. Xiao Ran was indeed present, but he was perilously close to the iron door. A single leap could grant him entry into the villa, leaving others to face the consequences. Nevertheless, the aroma of the hot pot was irresistibly enticing, causing salivation to flow uncontrollably among them. Xiao Ran had already begun cooking the meat, dipping it into the sauce before taking a bite. Oh, it's scorching. He nearly spat it out, but after several moments of maneuvering it in his mouth, he finally began to chew. Delicious, truly delightful. After swallowing, he addressed the crowd. If you wish to eat, it's quite simple. Just bow your head to me and shout full at Lu Bingqing. A wave of hesitation swept over the group. Bowing was inconsequential. In these times, what value did dignity hold? Embarrassment was a trivial matter. However, to insult Lu Bingqing was an entirely different affair. Who would dare to scorn their leader? Would they still be able to work together afterward? Lu Bingqing raised an eyebrow. Xiao Ran was undermining his authority. Such humiliation would mar his reputation, making it challenging to lead others in the future. This would become a stain on his life-esque narrative. He glared at Xiao Ran, contemplating issuing a command to attack. Yet the four bodyguards remained sprawled on the ground, lost in unconsciousness, their fate uncertain. Would he send others into the corridor now? What if Xiao Ran activated the water spray system? Others were not foolish. Who would dare charge in at this moment? Why did Xiao Ran choose to enjoy hot pot in that particular spot? He had calculated that no one would dare to act there. This young man, despite his age, was remarkably difficult to contend with. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he managed to utter, "You are nothing but a parvenu. What is there to be proud of? Winning 500 million through the lottery, and after taxes, you're left with only 400 million. What right do you have to compare yourself to me? The head of $100 billion conglomerate?" Xiao Ran chuckled softly. It seems that even you, Lu, hail from humble beginnings. It was only by clinging to the coattails of your affluent family that you began your ascent. Thus, since none of us have risen from nothing, what right do you have to mock me? Moreover, when it comes to financial resources, it seems that you, Mr. Lu, are not much different from a pauper, are you? Does anyone fancy hot pot? My earlier suggestion has a time limit. Only 30 seconds remain. As they heard the countdown, anxiety swept through the crowd. 30 seconds for deliberation is far too brief. I want to eat. I'm starving. And there's meat. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves. They knelt before Xiao Ran and offered a bow, then whispered an apology to Lu Bingqing, exclaiming loudly, "Fool." With newfound courage, they strode toward Xiao Ran. As Xiao Ran was still within the corridor, as long as he remained seated, there was no chance of toxic water pouring down. Even in death, one must die with a full stomach. "May I eat?" the individual inquired. Xiao Ran gestured invitingly. "There are no chairs. Make do and squat while you eat." The person, unfazed, eagerly grabbed a pair of disposable chopsticks and began to feast. As they dipped a slice of mutton into the broth, lifted it out, and tasted it with the sauce, a wave of comfort washed over them, nearly bringing tears to their eyes. They thought they would never again have the pleasure of enjoying hot pot. Seeing this person devour their food voraciously, the others could no longer remain still. With someone breaking the ice, What was there to hesitate about? Forgive me, Mr. Liu, they shouted. Apologies were exchanged, followed by a chorus of exclamations of fool, before they bowed to Xiao Ran and hurriedly approached the hot pot. What sheer bliss! On such a frigid day, gathering around the stove to enjoy hot pot. The warmth of the food was utterly soothing. It was a sensation of comfort, even verging on happiness. Had Xiao Ran chosen to entice them at that moment, it is safe to assume that not a single person would have declined. 9 out of 10 would gladly accept, while the remaining one might only hesitate for 3 minutes before acquiescing. What was most crucial at this juncture? Undoubtedly, it was food. And what could be better than a steaming hot pot filled with both meat and vegetables? Who could possibly resist? Regrettably, Xiao Ran had no intention of doing so. Truth be told, Lu Bingsheng was quite tempted, yet he understood that even if he begged for mercy, Xiao Ran would never relent. Thus, he clung to the last vestige of his dignity and remained silent. Daddy, I'm hungry. At that moment, a child's voice suddenly rang out. The cold outside had awakened the little one. Lu Bingsheng gritted his teeth and replied, Let's go back and eat instant noodles. No, I want to eat meat. I want hot pot. The child pointed toward the stove, clearly seeing the steaming pot surrounded by a group of people eagerly cooking meat. What are you talking about? Lu Bingsheng snapped, feeling betrayed by those around him. Must his son betray him as well? No, I want to eat. I want to eat. The child instantaneously burst into tears, evidently a spoiled little master. Lu Bingsheng, feeling flustered, could not restrain himself from delivering several smacks to his son's backside, causing the boy to wail in agony. Are you out of your mind? The child is so young, and how many days has he gone without proper nourishment? Isn't it completely natural to feel hungry? Wang Lulu promptly snatched the child away, glaring fiercely at Lu Bingsheng. In truth, Lu Bingsheng regretted his actions almost immediately. He waved his hand, signaling Wang Lulu to hold their son further away. Just as he was about to speak, he witnessed the first individual approaching Xiao Ran suddenly collapse onto the ground, clutching their throat, their face turning ashen in an instant. Chapter 65. Collective Poisoning. What is happening? Everyone was taken aback, all eyes turning towards the fallen individual. That person was grasping their throat, beginning to vomit violently, expelling everything they had just consumed. Soon, another individual also collapsed, succumbing to similar convulsions. It seemed as if a switch had been flipped. All those gathered around fell to the ground, retching uncontrollably. Thus, the answer was self-evident. Xiao Ran. Lu Bingsheng was simultaneously furious and astonished, thinking to himself that this was the consequence of their gluttony. Now, this was undoubtedly food poisoning. The items provided by Xiao Ran were not to be trifled with, and they were now reaping what they had sown. Yet, he was also puzzled. Xiao Ran had eaten alongside these individuals, and he was the first to partake. Why was he unharmed? Did you poison them? He called out loudly. At that moment, the others had already descended into a state of unconsciousness. Xiao Ran merely smiled. It cannot truly be called poisoning. I merely added some apple seeds to their food. Lu Bingsheng was momentarily taken aback, but then realization struck him, and he exclaimed, Cyanide poisoning. Xiao Ran, surprised, chuckled. Your reaction is quite swift. Have you often contemplated poisoning your wife? How could you possibly acquire so many apples? Lu Bingsheng was baffled. Apple seeds contain cyanide, but to reach a lethal dose, how much would be required? Dozens of pounds? Hundreds of pounds? In this day and age, how could one even procure such a quantity of apples? Xiao Ran smiled slightly. I purchased them previously. I am a law-abiding citizen and would never resort to theft. Was this a veiled jab at his own attempt to seize the villa? Lu Bingsheng, however, remained unfazed by such insinuation and inquired, But why are you unaffected? Xiao Ran glanced at the individuals sprawled on the ground. The toxicity of cyanide was exceedingly potent, and these people had gradually fallen silent. He smiled and said, Because I simply ground the apple seeds into powder and mixed it into their seasonings, to ensure that they would inevitably use the seasoning. I did not add a single grain of salt to the hot pot. Hence, after tasting the bland food, they instinctively reached for the seasoning. Lu Bingsheng suddenly understood, exclaiming, You truly are insidious. However, your patience is remarkable. You actually peeled each apple seed and ground them. Why not simply use toxic hail? Xiao Ran shook his head. Even the pungent aroma of the spices could not mask the scent of the poison. In fact, the fragrance of the apple seeds was easily subdued. Of course, the primary reason for such actions stemmed from his abundant leisure. What else could he occupy himself with? Besides binge-watching dramas, playing poker, and working out, he felt the need to find additional pursuits. Thus, concocting a method to poison with apple seeds, a task requiring patience, was conceived by him. Lu Bingxing stared blankly at Xiao Ran, unable to fathom the mindset that allowed him to execute the preliminary tasks. You truly have too much time on your hands. No, it seems you possess an excess of resources. Did you truly peel away hundreds of pounds of apples at whim? Little did he know that Xiao Ran would never entertain waste. The prepared apples, stored in a different realm, would not spoil and could still be consumed later. At that moment, all those who had indulged in hot pot had succumbed. The toxicity of cyanide was overwhelmingly potent. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and approached Lu Bingxing, who shivered involuntarily. Did Xiao Ran display any extraordinary combat prowess? Not in the slightest. Initially, he employed a water gun to swiftly neutralize his 4 exceptionally formidable bodyguards, then used the hot pot as bait, compelling his subordinates to poison themselves, achieving a remarkable feat of 1 against many. Throughout the ordeal, Xiao Ran relied predominantly on cunning rather than brute force, wielding the most commonplace weapons, poisonous hailstones and apples, objects of utter ordinariness. Lu Bingxing, who prided himself on his intellect, found himself utterly defeated in this confrontation. As Xiao Ran advanced relentlessly, Lu Bingxing's fighting spirit evaporated. If so many could not contend with Xiao Ran, how could he alone? Well, there were Wang Lulu and her son, but could he ascertain that they would not hinder him? His most trusted 4 bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, their fates uncertain. In such a frigid environment, they were likely condemned. How could he possibly confront the formidable Xiao Ran? Casting a glance at his son, he abruptly turned and fled, with remarkable speed. Moreover, he extinguished his flashlight, rendering it nearly impossible to locate him in the pitch-black garage. Yet, nearly impossible does not equate to absolutely impossible. Xiao Ran grinned, opening the portal to another realm, and with a swift motion, dozens of bullets cascaded forth. A series of frantic screams erupted, followed by the sound of heavy objects collapsing, and then an eerie silence enveloped the space. Xiao Ran effectively unleashed a barrage akin to a machine gun. Requiring no precise aim, a few would inevitably find their mark, and even a single hit, in such an extreme cold, signified death. Lu Bingxing had met his end. The words of a boastful man, devoid of menace, allowed Xiao Ran to spare his life. He could eliminate him whenever he wished. However, Lu Bingxing was a different matter altogether. Even with the demise of his 4 bodyguards, he still possessed the capacity to stir turmoil. Those who pose a threat must be dealt with decisively. Regrettably, should he perish, the satisfaction derived from tormenting Wang Lulu would be significantly diminished. Am I becoming somewhat twisted? Xiao Ran couldn't help but reflect. Then he chuckled softly. In such a world, who could remain untainted? In comparison, his own eccentricities were minimal. Turning his gaze towards Wang Lulu, he said, "If you find yourself hungry in the future, seek me out." Wang Lulu, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow, realized that her protector, Lu Bingxing, had abandoned her and her child in their time of need. Little did she know that Lu Bingxing was already dead. Could he still serve as her pillar of support? Surveying the surroundings, she noticed faint beams of flashlight illuminating the scene, indicating that curious neighbors had come to witness the commotion. It baffled her how they could still possess the inclination to gawk. This confrontation would undoubtedly cement Xiao Ran's fearsome reputation. Surely no one would dare oppose him again. Wang Lulu, resigned to her fate, asked, "May I bring my son with me?" Without hesitation, Xiao Ran shook his head. "I can allow you to take some food back. But bringing the child here is out of the question." "What? Allow the child to witness their transaction? That would indeed be perverse." Wang Lulu merely wished for her son to have a warm meal, not considering the implications deeply. After being refused, she felt it inappropriate, but nodded at Xiao Ran and hurriedly left, clutching her child. She still had some water and supplies hidden in her clothing, and it was imperative to return home swiftly to avoid drawing attention from those present. Xiao Ran smiled faintly and proclaimed loudly, "I hereby announce a few rules. First, anyone who dares to touch a woman I desire shall meet their end. Second, I welcome confident beauties to trade with me. I can provide food and water." With that, he turned and returned to the villa, well aware that many lurked in the shadows. His words were directed at them. With his burgeoning notoriety, who would dare dismiss his declarations as mere idle chatter? Chapter 66. Crossing the threshold, Xiao Ran was not particularly concerned about Han Yun or Wang Lulu. Rather, he realized that without ensuring their safety, they could not approach him for his amusement. He had no intention of venturing outside. First, due to the cold, and second, the inherent danger. Though invincible in a direct confrontation, what if he were ambushed from behind? Caution is the mother of safety when it comes to security. No amount of vigilance is excessive. What time is it now? Do laws and morals still hold sway? Thus, he must remain vigilant. Indeed, this encounter had solidified Xiao Ran's legendary status as a harbinger of death. After the calamity, how many had perished at his hands? Dozens. What else could he be but a deity of death, a demon? How many would ponder whether these individuals were slain by Xiao Ran for no reason? Incorrect. It was not without cause, for they were all malevolent intruders intent on invading Xiao Ran's home. Is there a fault in protecting oneself and one's sanctuary? Others, however, perceive only Xiao Ran's brutality. Yet, this is precisely the outcome Xiao Ran desires. He seeks neither sympathy, admiration, nor affection from others. Fear, that is even better. Within a room, Zhengwan wore a grim expression. Even someone as formidable as Lu Bingqing could not withstand Xiao Ran. How could she possibly exact her revenge? Presently, even if she amassed a considerable stockpile of resources, could that truly rally others to assist her in confronting Xiao Ran? Who would dare? Furthermore, would it not be easier to eliminate her instead of targeting Xiao Ran? At this moment, Xiao Ran loomed as a veritable demon king. Of course, this is contingent upon everyone wielding cold weapons. Should anyone manage to procure a firearm, even the most timid would dare to challenge Xiao Ran. But how to acquire a gun? This is not a land where firearms are abundant. Unless one ventures outside, certainly, the police station must be deserted, and anyone remaining would likely perish from the cold, making it quite simple to obtain a firearm. She contemplated earnestly. In truth, venturing outside was not entirely impossible. Adorned in heavy clothing and topped with a raincoat, she could significantly minimize exposure to toxins, perhaps even shielding herself with a table for short distances. However, a substantial obstacle remained. The fog was exceedingly thick. Visibility was so poor that even the signs on buildings were indistinct. Thus, while exiting might be feasible, returning would prove challenging. Moreover, the frigid conditions rendered simple defenses unsustainable for long. Ultimately, one would either be struck by hail and succumb to poison or perish from the cold. Indeed, several days prior, someone had ventured out in search of sustenance. But did anyone return? Only one did, and that individual sensed something amiss immediately upon exiting the community and promptly turned back. Not a single person who had left the community managed to return. Zhengwan dismissed this tantalizing notion, recognizing that no one would willingly accompany her in madness. Wait, could she collaborate with Lu Bingqing? Anyone in the community might yield to Xiao Ran, but Lu Bingqing would certainly not. For Lu Bingqing's submission would signify a death sentence. Thus, he and Xiao Ran were sworn enemies. It was worth a try. Yet, there remained a significant issue. Lu Bingqing was unaware of where she was, and she did not know that he was already dead. Zhengwan's gaze was filled with malice, attributing the shattering of her family and the death of her loved ones solely to Xiao Ran. I must kill you. Zhengwan seethed through clenched teeth, her expression rife with resentment. Lu Bingqing has passed away, and Zhang Kuan has been repeatedly humiliated. Following the agreement, Xiao Ran awarded the promised reward and subsequently declared the termination of the bounty on Zhang Kuan, deeming him merely an old relic, no longer worthy of allegiance. What impact could he possibly make? Xiao Ran could scarcely be bothered to acknowledge him. The following day, Xiao Ran observed that the number of corpses in the garage diminished by 1 or 2 each day. Who could be pilfering the bodies? Curiosity piqued. He decided to install surveillance to monitor the corpses, which would also allow him to keep an eye on the garage's activities. In fact, he had intended to have Jia Yungue set up a camera during the renovation, but Jia insisted that public areas could not be equipped with such devices. However, after much persuasion from Xiao Ran, a wire was finally run. Thus, his task was simplified to merely installing the camera. With that accomplished, he shifted his focus and headed to the gym. Today marked the 13th day of the apocalypse, and in 2 days, it would be the anniversary of his demise in a previous life. As the date approached, a sense of unease settled within him, for he feared that this reality might merely be an illusion conjured in his final moments. In truth, he had met his end at the hands of the Zheng family, and the overwhelming emotions of hatred and despair had birthed this false narrative. Consequently, he chose to abandon all thoughts and indulge in pleasure. Time flew, and soon 2 days had passed. On the 15th day of the apocalypse, he opted not to have Han Yuan and the others visit, preferring solitude. With only the leopard as his companion, As night fell, he lay in bed, wide awake and unable to find slumber. The night passed, and upon awakening on the 16th day of the apocalypse, he found the world outside still shrouded in darkness. Checking his phone, he noted the date, June 16th, 4:12 a.m. In his former life, his existence had concluded on June 15th. Thus, it dawned on him that this was not a mere figment of his dying imagination. It was indeed reality. He had been reborn, endowed with memories and an abundance of resources. With a joyful laugh, he decided to call Lu Mei. Her voice, slightly drowsy, indicated that she had been roused from sleep by his call. It was indeed quite early, around 4 a.m. Xiao Ran, you better have a compelling reason for this call, or I swear I will make you regret it, she exclaimed. Xiao Ran chuckled. I'm not dreaming, am I? You call me at this ungodly hour just to ask if I'm dreaming? Lu Mei's voice rose in pitch, her irritation palpable. Mei, who is that? A sweet, melodious voice interjected, igniting curiosity within Xiao Ran. Could this be Ye, Lu Mei's close friend? They were indeed sharing a bed. Could there be something more intimate between them? Xiao Ran felt an insatiable itch in his heart, yearning to leap through the phone line to feast his eyes upon the scene and perhaps even join the fray. Lu Mei was indeed exquisite. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder about her purity. After enduring a betrayal in his previous marriage, Xiao Ran had become particularly sensitive to a woman's chastity. Well, as long as this wasn't a dream, he thought, you all may continue your slumber. With a chuckle, he decisively ended the call, leaving Lu Mei on the other and nearly beside herself. How could he awaken someone from their dreams only to hang up after a single sentence? This was sheer torment. No longer able to sleep, Lu Mei immediately redialed, only to find that Xiao Ran's phone was unreachable. He had turned it off. Xiao Ran, you scoundrel. Lu Mei fumed. At last, dawn broke. Xiao Ran rose, stretching luxuriously, invigorated. Transitioning from the 15th to the 16th, he felt as if he had transformed into a different person, free from any lingering anxieties. Indeed, he had been reborn. In this life, he wished to live splendidly, unshackled by any constraints. I shall do as I please. Who will attempt to stop me? A devilish smile played upon his lips. What to do today? His thoughts wandered to his ex-wife, and since the 15th had passed, it was time to release the burdens of his past. Perhaps it was time to eliminate her. Xiao Ran had no intention of personally confronting her. Instead, he grabbed a microphone, connected it to a speaker, and flung open the window, cranking the volume to its peak. Dear neighbors, a bounty has been placed on one named Zhongwan. Whoever captures her alive shall be rewarded with 2 boxes of instant noodles or an equivalent amount of food. With that, he hastily shut the window, as the cold air rushed in, chilling him to the bone. While he remained unfazed, the entire community erupted in chaos. As time progressed into the apocalypse, the scarcity of food and clean water escalated. The value of those 2 boxes of instant noodles had skyrocketed compared to the first and second days of the cataclysm. Such provisions could drive people to madness. In a room within the complex, Zhongwan paced back and forth, her expression dark as storm clouds. She had just learned of Lu Bingqing's demise, leaving her with one less potential ally. This revelation filled her with both bitterness and despair. However, the announcement that reverberated throughout the community sent icy tendrils of dread through her, leaving her agitated. The adage, great rewards bring forth brave men, echoed in her mind. Unlike Lu Bingqing, who commanded respect, who would fear her? As such, anyone could turn against her. Who could she still trust? As she turned to retrace her steps, she unexpectedly collided with someone. It was Lu Kansas. A glance at him sent a jolt of alarm through her heart, for she noticed a gleaming kitchen knife gripped tightly in his hand, his face radiating a murderous intent. As he opened his mouth, seemingly to speak, a singular thought pierced her mind: strike first. Thus, she immediately brandished the fruit knife in her hand. With a swift motion, Lu Kan offered no resistance. Seemingly caught entirely off guard, and was instantly slashed across the throat, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He stared blankly at Zhongwan, his expression filled with bewilderment, as if he could not fathom that Zhongwan would turn against him. A fierce glint flickered in Zhongwan's eyes. You have shown no mercy, so do not blame me for my ruthlessness. You sought to capture me and take me to Xiao Ran for a reward? You shall die. At that moment, 2 men rushed in, momentarily stunned by the scene before them. Zhongwan quickly clarified, saying, it was Lu Kan who intended to bring me to Xiao Ran for the bounty. Please do not misunderstand. These 2 were her recent allies. And if they misconstrued her actions as the murder of a companion, their small group would immediately fall apart. The two men were Luo Hu and Duan Jingtai. Duan Jingtai was Lin Lin's husband, the one with an indelicate tongue. They looked at the lifeless body on the ground, and then back at Zheng Wan, their faces betraying an odd smile. Suddenly, they erupted in laughter, doubling over as if they had encountered the greatest of joys. Zheng Wan was bewildered by their laughter and could not help but inquire, "What are you laughing at?" "At your foolishness," Luo Hu scoffed. "We were just quietly discussing how to deliver you to Xiao Ran, but we never expected Lu Qin to overhear us. We chased after him to eliminate him, only to find him here with you. Who could have anticipated that Zheng Wan would personally slay the only ally she had? How ironic and absurd. With Lu Qin's assistance, you might have dared to fight back, 2 against 2, even if you are but a woman in a desperate struggle. There might have been a chance of victory. Moreover, Luo Hu and his companion had to consider the possibility of a Pyrrhic victory, incurring great costs in the process. Should they continue? But now? Zheng Wan trembled at the realization that she had effectively destroyed her own defenses. How could she, a fragile woman, contend with 2 strong men? Why did she act so impulsively? Why did she not allow Lu Qin to speak? He clearly wished to communicate. Yet her haste and fear drove her to strike first. No, she should not blame herself. It was Lu Qin's fault. He could have spoken as soon as he entered. Why did he leave her in misunderstanding? Under such circumstances, anyone would have acted defensively, right? She naturally absolved herself of guilt, shifting the blame onto Lu Qin, dismissing the matter from her mind. Waving the fruit knife in her hand, she shouted, "Do not come closer. Stay back." Luo Hu and his companion merely sneered. Had Lu Qin still been present, they might have hesitated, but against Zheng Wan alone? The 2 men advanced, one on each side. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran opened the door to send Han Yun and her companions away. Moments later, however, the doorbell of the basement rang unexpectedly. Xiao Ran scrutinized the surveillance footage, observing 3 individuals, 2 of whom he recognized. One was Lin Lin's husband, the loquacious man, while the other was his ex-wife, Zheng Wan. However, her current condition was far from favorable. Her hands were bound, her face bore multiple injuries, and her expression was rife with resentment. Chapter 68. Entangled fates of past and present. How efficient indeed. A faint smile curled at the corners of Xiao Ran's mouth as he smoothly opened the door. Should this be a trap? And if the loquacious man intended to exploit this opportunity to deceive him into opening the door, he would only meet with the merciless engulfment of the spatial portal. Strangely, the loquacious man wore an excessively obsequious smile, bowing and scraping in a manner that revealed his utter submission. Xiao Ran sighed. This man's spine had evidently been broken. Having dallied with his wife, he could still greet him with such a facade of cordiality, indicating a deep-seated capitulation. How tiresome. He gestured towards the 2 boxes of instant noodles within. "Take them." The loquacious man and his companion were overjoyed, promptly shoving Zheng Wan inside before each seizing a box of noodles and making their escape. Xiao Ran pressed a button on the remote, sealing the iron door, then calmly regarded his ex-wife. Zheng Wan forced herself to suppress her venomous expression, managing a strained smile. "Xiao Ran, there are so many misunderstandings between us." Xiao Ran raised a hand, silencing her. "What do you think of this place?" he inquired. Zheng Wan appeared bewildered, taking several moments before responding. "It's wonderful. How could it not be? With heating and electricity, it's sufficient for a former star and socialite to humbly seek refuge with Xiao Ran." She finally comprehended the extent of the renovations Xiao Ran had made to the villa over the past 2 months. A smile graced Xiao Ran's lips as he urged her upstairs. Upon reaching the first floor, Zheng Wan's gaze fell upon the roaring fireplace, which undoubtedly made the space even cozier, causing her to perspire despite her thick winter attire. However, with her hands bound, she was unable to remove her clothing. Xiao Ran had no intention of assisting her in this regard. The leopard approached, its menacing gaze fixated on Zheng Wan, emitting a low growl. Were it not for Xiao Ran's command, it would undoubtedly have lunged at her. Zheng Wan trembled. A dog that bites does not bark. And the leopard was clearly a vicious creature. Yet, Xiao Ran produced a plate, placing a perfectly cooked steak before the leopard. "Eat." The leopard, however, did not touch the food, its attention unwaveringly fixed on Zheng Wan. In its simplistic understanding, she was an adversary. Thus, with an enemy in the household, how could it possibly eat? It was determined to protect its master and guard its territory. "You actually feed the dog steak," Zheng Wan exclaimed, her shock beyond words. Scarcely able to believe her eyes. What do people consume nowadays? Instant noodles, biscuits, bread. Only those with ample supplies might indulge in rice. Meat? Apologies. Which household stocks up on fresh meat? Even salted meat is not commonly preserved by every home. How extravagant of you to feed your dog steak. Are you not afraid of being condemned? Xiao Ran smiled faintly and took her seat at the table, which was lavishly adorned with an array of delectable dishes. There were king crabs, river shrimp, mutton soup, and braised beef. The spread was as sumptuous as one could imagine. Are you truly going to consume all of this alone? Do you not fear being overindulgent? Such waste, it is utterly excessive. Are you envious? Xiao Ran inquired. Zhongwan instinctively nodded. Her gaze towards Xiao Ran shifting from resentment to a fervent longing. Darling, shall we start anew? Xiao Ran erupted into laughter, laced with derision. Look at what you covet. He switched on the television, and immediately, vivid images filled the screen. It showcased Han Yun, her sister-in-law, Zhong Lei, and Wang Lulu, filmed discreetly during this afternoon. The hidden camera capturing them in stunning 8K clarity. Zhong Wan could discern every detail of their beauty. And she thought to herself how strikingly beautiful Han Yun and Wang Lulu were. Even as a woman who considered herself attractive, she felt dwarfed by their presence. Yet, even such exquisite beauties were reduced to serving Xiao Ran in humble submission. Her complexion paled as the realization struck her. Xiao Ran had ascended to such heights. How could he possibly still regard her? Xiao Ran, what grievance do I hold against you? Why must you treat me this way? She erupted. No longer restrained by her previous sense of submission, her gaze fierce as the last vestiges of hope evaporated. Xiao Ran chuckled. You dare question me? Indeed. A venomous woman remains unrepentant. However, I have no intention of debating with you. I show you this merely to illustrate how splendidly I now live, to evoke your regret, your jealousy, and your bitterness, to awaken you with scorn, to see you weep in remorse. That is a task for the underworld. My role is simply to send you there. With a grin, Xiao Ran pushed Zhong Wan towards the entrance. Her face drained of color as she grasped his intentions. Panic setting in. Xiao Ran, what do you intend to do? No. Unmoved, he opened the door, a smile gracing his lips, and with a swift kick, he propelled Zhong Wan outside. Whether in this life or the next, farewell. With a decisive slam, he shut the door. Zhong Wan rushed to return, but a hailstone struck her squarely in the face. Although the hail was no longer as large as it had been at first, it was still painful, akin to being struck by marbles. Moreover, the hail bore a toxic sting, causing her skin to burn fiercely. She screamed in agony, desperately seeking shelter. But merciless hail continued to pelt down upon her, leaving her in excruciating torment, rolling on the ground in agony. Xiao Ran, save me. Save me. She called out to the only person who could possibly save her, but her voice grew fainter until it ultimately vanished. She too became still. It was not the toxin that claimed her life, merely a touch of it. That would not be so swift. It was the extreme cold. Xiao Ran stood by the window, his face devoid of any expression. Just as he had stated, Zhong Wan was dead, and the enmity of past and present had been conclusively erased. He could finally let go. Xiao Ran turned and departed, feeling an unusual lightness in his heart. First, the 15-day deadline had passed, confirming his true rebirth. Second, the last member of the Zheng family had perished, completely untying the knots in his heart. From here on out, he could indulge in life at his leisure. He hummed a tune as he began his workout, an activity he could not afford to neglect. After completing his exercise, he took a shower and began to review the surveillance footage from the newly installed camera in the garage. He watched in a sporadic manner and soon discovered that yet another body had vanished. He rewound the footage and pinpointed the body snatcher. It was a group of burly men lifting a corpse, swiftly disappearing into the darkness. Xiao Ran recognized one of them as Lu Yang from Building 4. So, had the entire building turned to cannibalism? A chill ran down his spine at the thought, for Lu Yang and his companions had been stealing bodies with alarming frequency, nearly every 2 days. Considering an adult weighs at least 100 pounds, how could a few men possibly consume one within such a short span? It seemed the entire building must be complicit. Pondering this, Xiao Ran felt a shiver. Such was the state of the world. Chapter 69, Stepping Out. Another night had passed. On the 17th day of the apocalypse, Xiao Ran awoke, his spirits instantly lifted. Each day now held the promise of something anew. What? He gazed out the window in astonishment, for the previously dark and oppressive view had transformed, revealing a distinct brightness. The fog had lifted. Excitement surged through him as he dashed to the window. Indeed, visibility had surged to approximately 20 meters, though there remained some distance until the fog fully dissipated. Venturing out in such weather no longer posed a risk of losing one's way. He could finally step outside. Xiao Ran's heart danced with joy, for he had been trapped in the community for over half a month. Even amidst the daily company of women, the monotony of mere eating and sleeping had rendered him rather bored. After all, being a reluctant homebody and a willing one were two entirely different matters. It was time to explore. Most importantly, he needed to procure some energy resources, such as gasoline and diesel, which had been nearly impossible to obtain in abundance before the apocalypse. As for Lu Mei's friend, that was another story. She must possess significant backing, otherwise it would be inconceivable for her to easily secure land and construct an apocalyptic fortress. With wealth and power, acquiring more diesel and gasoline should be a simple endeavor. Oh well, it mattered little. Even zero-cost purchases were not too late. Xiao Ran revealed a smile. His G-Class, acquired for a mere 2 million, had undergone modifications costing over 5 million. The windows had been replaced with bulletproof glass, and the tires were designed for enhanced grip. The vehicle's body boasted formidable insulation, complemented by specially designed heating equipment, rendering its defensive capabilities exceptionally robust. After waiting for so many days, the moment for action had finally arrived. He could only hope that the roads outside would remain unobstructed, a significant concern indeed. When the hail had descended, the morning rush hour had yet to conclude, resulting in a multitude of vehicles on the streets. It was certain that many cars, unable to find shelter in time, had their windows shattered. Coupled with the thick fog, how many individuals would abandon their vehicles in the middle of the road? At that moment, Xiao Ran wished fervently that he had prepared a tank. The only piece of good news was that the nearest gas station was approximately 2 kilometers away. That should pose little difficulty. With resolve, Xiao Ran prepared to set off. Leopard, I cannot take you this time. Stay home and watch over things. Leopard barked in response, though it was uncertain if he understood. Xiao Ran made his way to the ground-level garage. The villa's garage was situated above ground, although the basement could also be converted into a garage, depending on the owner's preference. In Xiao Ran's case, he had transformed the basement into a living area and monitoring room to maximize space. He entered the vehicle, closed the door, and with a roar, the engine ignited as the G-Class slowly emerged from the garage. Hail immediately pelted the roof, producing a crisp sound. Xiao Ran smiled gently, unperturbed. Ordinary vehicles need not worry about their roofs being damaged unless they were of such poor quality as to be filled with foam. Thus, his reinforced luxury vehicle was certainly free from such concerns. Of course, hail also struck the windows, presenting a true test. Not only was the G-Class's glass bulletproof, but it could even deploy a steel mesh, effectively blocking the hail from entry. Stability was assured. The ground had already frozen, rendering it exceedingly slippery. However, with the use of anti-slip tires, the G-Class maintained a steady course. Xiao Ran remained exceedingly cautious, keeping the speed around 20 miles per hour. Was there any need for haste? He chuckled. The vehicle navigated through the community and soon arrived at the entrance, though the sensing device had long ceased to function, rendering the barrier immobile. No matter, I shall ram through. With a swift press of the accelerator, the car surged forward. Equipped with a collision bar of the highest quality, coupled with a modified engine, it could easily demolish not just a barrier, but even a wall if need be. However, Xiao Ran made no effort to conceal his presence. Visibility was around 20 meters, allowing many to see him. Who is that? Isn't that Xiao Ran? I saw that vehicle emerge from the villa. How dare he venture out? Isn't he afraid the hail will shatter his windows? Indeed, although the fog has cleared, the hail has not ceased. Let us venture out and test our luck. Indeed, one can shield the car windows with a quilt, leaving only a small opening to see the road ahead. Proceeding with caution and at a slower pace. Venturing out is certainly feasible. Many individuals, emboldened by courage, rushed to the underground parking garage, yet a considerable number hesitated, either due to lack of a vehicle or their advanced age. Though they too ventured to the garage, their discussions revolved around different matters. Rather than risking the unknown, why not reap benefits without effort? Xiao Ran, however, paid no heed to others. He drove forth, not at a great speed, yet he successfully departed the community. He felt akin to a hidden dragon emerging from the sea. Splendid. Fortuitously, despite the streets being cluttered with various vehicles, he managed to navigate around them. Only in one location did he encounter a complete blockade caused by 3 cars that had collided. No matter, he rolled down the window, extending an umbrella as he stepped out, then pressed a hand against one of the cars, causing it to vanish instantly. He had entered a different space. Securing one vehicle sufficed. Xiao Ran retracted the umbrella, closed the window, and continued on his way. In approximately 2 kilometers, he arrived at a gas station. He halted the car, exited, locked it, and proceeded directly to the fuel storage area. If he was to take, he would seize it all. One by one, he gathered the fuel tanks into the alternate space. In total, there were 3 tanks corresponding to 92 and 98 octane gasoline, as well as diesel. The absence of 95 octane gasoline left Xiao Ran somewhat displeased, as he had made the same trip, yet collected 1 tank less. Fortunately, each container was nearly full, likely filled just before the impending doom. Ah, splendid indeed. As Xiao Ran sheltered under the umbrella, preparing to return to his car, he abruptly noticed several vehicles awkwardly approaching, nearly colliding with his own. To his dismay, these cars encircled the G-Class vehicle. At this moment, numerous individuals emerged from the cars, evidently there to refuel, rushing to grab the fuel nozzles. However, due to the power outage, the nozzles were inoperable, and with the tanks already taken by Xiao Ran, there was no possibility of fuel emerging. The gas station's roof provided protection from rain, and indeed shielded against hail, yet it offered no warmth from the cold. The gathered individuals shivered, arms crossed, wearing hats and covered faces, rendering their identities unrecognizable. They, too, had spotted Xiao Ran, fixating on the garments he donned. His custom-made jacket, suitable for climbing Everest, undoubtedly provided remarkable warmth. Even without knowledge of its value, they could ascertain at a glance that it was indeed of high quality. Hey, if you don't want us to beat you to death, kindly remove your clothing. One individual brandished a club, shouting towards Xiao Ran. Chapter 70. I must eliminate you to silence you. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow and replied, It's so cold. What will happen if I remove my clothing and freeze to death? Haha, whether you freeze or not is none of our concern. The individual who spoke earlier appeared to be the leader of the group, as he was the only one voicing his thoughts while the others merely sneered. Brandishing sticks and kitchen knives, exuding a threatening demeanor that suggested they would resort to violence if he did not comply. Xiao Ran shook his head, noting that he was not a bloodthirsty person, yet there were those who sought to force his hand. With a faint smile, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a realistic-looking gun from a different dimension. What? Instantly, the group's pupils dilated in fear, and they instinctively recoiled. A gun? Who could remain unafraid in its presence? Continue your bravado, Xiao Ran remarked coolly. Now, I want all of you to run onto the road. Whoever is last, I will shoot. The group collectively gasped in dismay. We will be crushed by hail, they exclaimed in unison. This hail was particularly vicious, causing dual sensations of pain upon impact, and the agony induced by the toxins was unbearable, often leaving people writhing on the ground. In such weather, rolling on the ground would surely spell disaster. Xiao Ran scoffed, That is not my concern. Echoing their own words back at them, the group exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with malice. In that case, let us fight to the death. One declared, You are but one person with a single gun, while we are 11. How many can you possibly kill? With a unified roar, they charged at Xiao Ran. Since the onset of the apocalypse, many had turned savage, and in a world where it was either kill or be killed, everyone was compelled to fight desperately. Xiao Ran smiled faintly, secretly hoping they would charge forth. This way, he could conserve some ammunition. He opened a portal to another dimension. The first wave of attackers vanished instantly, and those who lagged behind, even upon realizing something was amiss, could not halt their momentum and plunged headlong into the portal. Only one individual was spared, his speed insufficient to escape. Trembling in terror, he pleaded, Do not kill me. I beg you, spare my life. He had completely abandoned any thought of resistance. Xiao Ran shook his head. You have uncovered my secret. I must eliminate you to silence you. The man, feeling utterly wronged, began to weep. But I don't know anything. I only saw people disappearing. How could I possibly know your secret? Is it not excessive to silence me for this? Xiao Ran smiled, and from the other dimension, a bullet silently flew forth, striking the man's forehead and erupting in a burst of crimson. He gazed at Xiao Ran with disbelief before collapsing lifelessly to the ground, his eyes wide open in death. Xiao Ran reached out, removing the cars obstructing his path, and then slid into the driver's seat, enveloped instantly by a wave of warmth. He left the engine running, The air conditioning still operational. Conserve fuel? Did he seem like someone in need of money? Returning home, Xiao Ran was uncertain whether the fog would dissipate or thicken again. Lacking any foresight, he prioritized safety above all else. After stockpiling ample supplies and preparing thoroughly, the thought of being stranded outside due to dense fog, unable to return home, and potentially freezing to death was almost comical. Safety was paramount. This was his guiding principle. He drove cautiously, as he had cleared the path upon arrival, and the return journey was effortless. Soon, he caught sight of the community's entrance. However, to his dismay, although he had crashed through the barrier, several stone blocks had suddenly appeared, obstructing the way. Inside the security room sat a dozen elderly individuals who, upon seeing Xiao Ran return, displayed expressions of excitement. Xiao Ran lowered his window slightly and inquired, "What does this mean?" "Xiao Ran, we are on the verge of starving and dying of thirst. So you must provide us with food and water, otherwise, we won't let you enter the community," one elderly man declared, opening the window. Although the security room had a roof to shield them from hail, it offered no protection from the wind or cold. As the window opened, a chilling breeze swept in, causing the elderly men to shiver uncontrollably. Xiao Ran chuckled, "Aren't you afraid I might retaliate?" "Huh, we are not foolish." The elderly men brandished toy water guns, aiming them at Xiao Ran. These were the most ordinary of squirt guns, capable of spraying a mere 3 to 5 meters. However, should Xiao Ran exit his vehicle to move the stones or attempt to enter the community, they could douse him with their water guns. It was evident that the liquid contained within was not ordinary water, but rather the transformed essence of toxic hail. Xiao Ran smiled. In such frigid weather, if he could buy some time, the toxic liquid in their water guns would freeze. How could they squeeze out a tube of ice? Nevertheless, he was disinterested in wasting time with these old fellows. He pressed down on the accelerator, and the car surged forward, the bumper colliding with the stone blocks, forcefully pushing them aside and rendering them ineffective at halting his progress. After reversing slightly and adjusting his direction, he maneuvered past the obstacles. However, instead of speeding away, he tossed 2 packets of instant noodles toward the security room. The elderly men, initially disheartened by Xiao Ran's boldness in demolishing the blockade, realized they could not obstruct the car's path. Given the ruthless nature of people today, they knew a mere acceleration could lead to collision. Yet, Xiao Ran unexpectedly threw out 2 packets of noodles. This ignited a frenzy among them, who rushed out of the security room like a tide, eager to snatch the packets. Despite their usual frail appearances, requiring others to give up their seats on public transport, the allure of the instant noodles unleashed a remarkable vigor within them, akin to ravenous wolves pouncing upon their prey. With a punch from you and a kick from me, the situation escalated. Some cunning old-timers even resorted to underhanded tactics. Suddenly, screams and muffled groans filled the air. Xiao Ran observed this farce through the car window, a faint smile curving his lips. You see, the alliance that had just formed was instantly shattered. Such is human nature. It cannot withstand the trials of adversity. When faced with interests and the specter of death, one's true self is swiftly revealed. The old-timers were entangled in a chaotic brawl, likely to the point of brain matter spilling, and Xiao Ran lost interest in watching further, starting the engine and driving away. After parking, Xiao Ran shed his jacket, and the leopard wagged its tail in greeting. He affectionately patted the dog's head. Glancing at the time, only 3 minutes remained until 11. He decided to dine with the leopard first. After the meal, he prepared some fruit, and once he had finished, he brewed a cup of goji berry tea. There was no choice. Daily consumption was relentless, and one must learn to maintain oneself. Shortly thereafter, the 4 women, Han Yun and her companions, arrived punctually. Chapter 71. Building 4. Xiao Ran was quite pleased and treated the 4 to watermelon. Each received 2 slices, not too many, yet not too few. The 4 women savored every bite. For Xiao Ran, resources were trivial. He possessed an abundance, with thousands of tons of watermelon alone. Even if he consumed one daily, it would last an eternity. However, for the 4 women, any fruit was a luxury. On such a cold day, enjoying steaming hot pot in a warm room, followed by refreshing, ice-cold watermelon. What a delight! It was a pleasure akin to that of deities. How could they possibly distance themselves from Xiao Ran? Even if he demanded they serve as his subordinates, they would obediently comply. In these times, he who controls resources holds the power. Of course, one must also possess the capability to safeguard those resources. Otherwise, one merely becomes a benefactor. Fortuitously, Xiao Ran embodied both traits. Should he wish, he could easily become the ruler of the entire community. Yet, what significance would that hold? Would he amass a horde of followers merely to engage in petty conflicts? Would large-scale wars erupt again in this era? How could one venture outside? Rather, in a few days, most people would succumb to starvation, leading to a sharp decline in global population. How could large-scale warfare possibly occur? Thus, for minor skirmishes, Xiao Ran's spatial portal was the ultimate weapon. A barrage of bullets unleashed, who could withstand such force? The four women devoured the watermelon with remarkable enthusiasm, leaving little trace of red, their expressions reflecting a lingering desire for more. It wasn't he that Xiao Ran was stingy. If he allowed them to indulge fully at once, they would no longer perceive it as precious. Now, they had access to food, but in limited quantities, which only heightened its rarity and further endeared them to Xiao Ran. The age-old adage of a favor for a grain of rice, a grudge for a grain of millet rings true in this context. After the watermelon feast, Xiao Ran reluctantly bid farewell to the four women. In the afternoon, many households could be heard grumbling and complaining. Due to the scuffle at the entrance over instant noodles, several individuals tragically lost their lives, some in violent confrontations, others succumbing to the cold. Upon learning of this, Xiao Ran merely smiled faintly. As long as he was not provoked, he had no desire to intervene. However, should they choose to antagonize him, well, they could meet their demise. His own survival was paramount. Nevertheless, he cast a glance towards Building 4, where the inhabitants had resorted to cannibalism. Once that moral threshold was crossed, one could resort to anything. Thus, vigilance was warranted. He was unafraid of open confrontation, but wary of hidden threats. As evening fell, an unexpected thick fog descended upon the city, swiftly reducing visibility from 20 meters to 10, then to 5, ultimately constricting it to a mere meter, reminiscent of the earlier days. Those who ventured out to scavenge for supplies were in dire straits. Those who returned early were fortunate, but those still outside were unlikely to make it back. With the frigid weather, the chances of freezing to death without finding shelter were alarmingly high. Xiao Ran clicked his tongue in relief, grateful he had not succumbed to greed and had returned early. Otherwise, he would have been forced to spend the night outside. Although his vehicle had been modified for warmth and he possessed the finest tactical jacket, sleeping in the car was uncomfortable and perilous. Who knew what unforeseen events could occur in the dead of night? In a post-apocalyptic world, one must always exercise caution. Safety was paramount. In Building 4, 7 men were gathered in a room, devouring soup from large bowls, their ravenous consumption causing beads of sweat to form on their foreheads. They were the organizers and managers of Building 4, which had now formed a tightly knit community, even cohabiting to maximize warmth. Sun Wentao finished first, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. We need not worry about food for now, but our clean water supply is running low. We won't have enough for the next meal. Lu Yang was the second to finish, wiping his mouth with a napkin as he spoke. That is simple. Many people should have gone out to gather supplies today. We can raid a nearby building to secure ample clean water and some extra provisions. That sounds good. I'm getting tired of eating meat every day, Lu Wei remarked. All right, let us wait a little longer before we set out. Whether our families can enjoy a decent meal depends on our haul tonight, Lu Yang replied. Which building shall we target? Being on the 4th floor, our nearest options are buildings 3 and 5. Which do you prefer? 3, 5. The majority favored building 3. Tonight, we shall attack building 3. In truth, the villa would have been the ideal target, Ma Junkai suddenly interjected. The others pondered this, nodding in agreement. But Xiao Ran is not to be underestimated, one cautioned. Indeed, I wonder if it is sheer luck or skill that he managed to kill so many with merely a toy water gun. Let's disregard whether he possesses true abilities or merely relies on fortune. For the time being, we shall refrain from provoking him. Indeed, this individual exudes an unsettling aura. In the dead of night, Lu Yang and his entourage of 30 individuals set forth, first arriving at the underground garage before entering Building 3. With a resounding crash, the door was forcefully breached, and a throng of burly men surged inside. Who could possibly impede their advance? An anguished scream echoed forth. Soon after, Lu Yang and his group emerged, making their way to the second residence. Once more, with a powerful strike, the front doors splintered open, and they flooded into the space. However, this time their stay was considerably prolonged, as the room was filled with the harrowing cries of a woman, ceaselessly rising and falling. It was not until 2 full hours had elapsed that they began to trickle back out. To their surprise, Zhao Jiai's wife was rather attractive. "Gentlemen, take care. Do not ruin her or bring about her demise. Let's take her back for further enjoyment." Indeed, indeed, let the brothers at the back hold their horses. Surely there are other beauties in Building 3. Patience is key. They persisted in their assault on the doors. Chapter 72. A breather. The apocalypse had reached its 18th day. At dawn, news spread like wildfire, recounting the atrocities committed in Building for the previous day. They had launched a surprise attack on Building 3, wreaking havoc throughout the majority of the structure and leaving nearly all its inhabitants dead, with only a scant few women spared, taken back to Building 4. Among the residents targeted, some, in a desperate bid for survival, had hidden within the underground garage, leveraging the shadows and chill to evade their pursuers, thereby escaping a grim fate. Nonetheless, by the following morning, over half of these survivors had perished. This information was relayed by their own accounts. Upon hearing this news, the entire community was thrown into shock, and an outpouring of condemnation ensued. Under the direction of the building heads, most homeowners convened in the garage for a meeting. Naturally, no one from Building 4 participated, as the focus of today's discourse was how to confront them. This was simply outrageous. Previously, Xiao Ran had also taken lives. Yet it was evident to any sensible person that he only retaliated after being provoked. Conversely, if one refrained from inciting Xiao Ran, who suffered? Who met their demise? No one. Thus, while fear of Xiao Ran lingered, after all, he had indeed killed many. There was no overwhelming terror, for as long as one did not provoke him, danger was averted. But Building 4 presented a different scenario. Even if one did not provoke them, they would still come seeking you, devouring your flesh, drinking your blood, and violating your wives and daughters. They resembled a band of cultists who could not feel dread. Thus, it was imperative to devise a strategy. Xiao Ran, of course, would not be involved. Upon awakening, his first act was to gaze out the window, where he noticed that the dense fog had considerably lifted. While visibility was not as high as the previous day, it still permitted a sight of around 15 meters. There remains the possibility of venturing out in search of supplies. He had just acquired 3 large canisters of gasoline and diesel yesterday, thus there was no urgency to head out again today. By noon, Han Yun and the 3 other women arrived, conveying the happenings at Building 4 to Xiao Ran, each displaying a countenance laden with concern. For who could predict whether those individuals from Building 4 might break down their doors at night and wreak havoc? Among them, even the less striking Zhang Jingya and Zhong Lei could be deemed at least 70-point beauties, while Han Yun and Wang Lilu were exceptional, surpassing 90 points in allure. Should they fall into the hands of the occupants of Building 4, their fates would be nothing short of tragic. Although they were currently engaged in selling, Xiao Ran was quite reasonable. They were not being exploited for free. On the contrary, they were enjoying sumptuous feasts, warmth, and hot baths, akin to being pampered by wealthy patrons. Though the terminology might be unpalatable, they were, in reality, leading lives far superior to others. What awaited them in Building 4? They would be ravaged, abused, and ultimately, reduced to mere sustenance. Amid such trepidation, could they not furrow their brows, weighed down by heavy thoughts? Xiao Ran listened as they recounted the atrocities of Building 4. Although the entire community had convened a meeting, unity of purpose was lacking, and no resolutions were reached. Rendering the gathering futile, everyone merely endured the cold in the garage. Indeed, they had resorted to cannibalism, having completely forsaken any semblance of morality, unbound by societal order. Their perception of right and wrong utterly obliterated. Only survival remained. In truth, such an understanding could indeed facilitate survival in a post-apocalyptic world. However, residing among a pack of beasts who had tasted blood, even Xiao Ran felt a prickling unease. He harbored no fear of these thugs. Yet if Han Yun and her companions were targeted by Building 4, none would escape unscathed. Xiao Ran was not yet weary of the game, and he certainly did not wish for Han Yun and the others to be captured and turned into playthings by those from Building 4. Moreover, once Building 4 eliminated the residents of the community, the flames of chaos would inevitably reach him as well. Since confrontation seemed inevitable, why not take the initiative to eliminate them? Xiao Ran contemplated, prioritizing stability in his strategy. Thus, even if he were to act, he must ensure his absolute safety. A 99 guarantee would be an act of irresponsibility towards himself. A plan began to form in his mind. He nodded discreetly. While this might not guarantee the complete demise of those from Building 4, It could at least incapacitate them from committing further misdeeds in the short term, likely resulting in the death of more than half of them. He then declared, "You all shall stay here for the next few days. Once the issue with Building 4 is resolved, you may return." The four women naturally rejoiced, but Wang Lulu hastily inquired, "May I bring my son along?" Xiao Ran shook his head, indicating that this was, of course, out of the question. Wang Lulu's expression fell, and she stood there in a daze, torn between the decision to come alone or remain at home with her son, leaving her in a state of deep conflict. Ultimately, she resolved to take matters into her own hands, entrusting her son to the care of a neighbor, a kind elderly couple. She believed that providing them with some food would ensure they would look after her child diligently. This decision stemmed from a sense of helplessness. After all, her affection for her son was not profound, viewing him merely as a means to elevate her own status. In comparison to her own aspirations, the choice was relatively straightforward. After partaking in a meal, she departed with a modest supply of food, returning an hour later. As evening descended, a thick fog enveloped the surroundings once more, reducing visibility to about a meter. This led Xiao Ran to ponder whether the fog would dissipate during the day only to coalesce again at night. If that were the case, failing to return before dusk would necessitate spending the night outdoors, waiting for the fog to clear the following morning before taking action or returning home. Glancing at the time, Xiao Ran resolved to proceed. Chapter 73, The Sealed Building First. He checked the surveillance footage before stepping outside. The four women, Han Yun and her companions, were in a deep slumber, none of them stirring. Xiao Ran had discreetly added a trace of sleeping medication to their dinner, ensuring they remained blissfully unaware of his nocturnal venture. A chilling gust of wind struck him, jolting him awake. It was indeed frigid. Even fully clad, he felt the penetrating cold, which likely plummeted to -30°C or lower during the night. Illuminating his path with a flashlight, he swiftly made his way to building number 4. Ascending the stairs, he reached the second floor. In this community, the ground floor of each building was essentially elevated, devoid of residents, serving only as storage for electric bikes and various supplies. Xiao Ran positioned himself behind the fire exit door, and with a mere thought, he summoned large, square blocks of ice. Why had he prepared these ice blocks? Given the current ice age, it seemed unnecessary. Yet, he feared the unpredictable weather. This year was exceptionally cold, and he worried that next year might bring extreme heat. The alternate dimension was vast, and ice was not particularly valuable. Moreover, it was merely frozen water, which could be utilized for drinking and bathing once it melted. Before long, he had laid down a thick layer of ice, approximately 1 meter high. He extracted steel bars and inserted them between the ice blocks, propping them up close to the ceiling. He then poured water into the gaps between the ice blocks and the steel bars. In the frigid weather, hovering around -30 to 40 degrees, the moment the water was poured, it froze instantly. Thus, the ice blocks and steel bars fused together seamlessly. Continuing to layer the ice blocks until reaching the ceiling presented a challenge. He retrieved a ladder and climbed up, pouring water over the blocks once more, culminating in the construction of an ice wall integrated with steel reinforcement. The safety door swung toward the ice wall, but would it still open? It required the force to shift an entire wall. Even if one were to cleave the fire safety door with an axe, confronted with such a formidable wall of ice, reinforced further by steel bars, how much effort and time would it take to break through? Perhaps 10 days, or even half a month. After enduring such a prolonged period of hunger, it is likely that most would succumb. Xiao Ran proceeded to another unit, employing the same method to barricade the safety door there as well. He even placed several vehicles in the corridor, effectively sealing the escape routes for those trapped within the building. Furthermore, there was the elevator shaft. Xiao Ran descended to the first floor, pried open the elevator door, and carelessly discarded ice blocks within, followed by flooding the shaft with water, rendering it completely inoperable. Now, for the residents of Building 4. The only means of escape was to leap from the windows. It wasn't a great height, merely a jump from the second floor, where the likelihood of death was minimal, and serious injury could be avoided by utilizing bedsheets or similar items to lower oneself down, thus further diminishing the risk of harm. However, what was the weather like? In such extreme cold, compounded by toxic hail raining down, how many could safely emerge unscathed? Certainly, a few might manage, but the odds were undeniably slim. That sufficed. If Building 4 had been so significantly weakened, the others in the vicinity would stand no chance against them. They were not worthy of survival. Xiao Ran was quite pleased with his handiwork. The key was that he had not needed to take any risks. He withdrew, returning to his villa, shutting the iron door behind him. The four women, Han Yun and her companions, were still in deep slumber, the effects of the sleeping pills evidently potent. Upon reaching the first floor, however, the leopard greeted him with its tail wagging. Xiao Ran smiled. When it came to loyalty, the leopard was unmatched. As for Han Yun and the others, they followed him merely for the favorable conditions he could provide. Should he fall into destitution, one could only speculate about their attitudes. Yet, Xiao Ran believed wholeheartedly that the leopard would remain steadfast. Those who can share in your poverty are truly the ones worth cherishing. As the night passed, the apocalypse entered its 19th day. Even before dawn broke, chaos erupted in Building 4. The safety door leading to the first floor was inoperable. Initially, no one paid it any mind. Perhaps the cold weather had caused moisture to freeze on the door, causing it to seal, and a forceful shove would surely open it. However, one by one, they found the door unyielding, ultimately startling the entire building's occupants. Consequently, several burly men took turns slamming against the safety door, akin to ants attempting to shake a tree, yielding no results. "Stand back," Lu Yong shouted, brandishing a fire axe as he approached the door and struck it fiercely. Splinters flew in all directions. After a time, exhausted, Lu Yong passed the axe to another to continue the assault. After about an hour of relentless effort, they finally breached the safety door. Initially, they thought their troubles were over, but upon beholding the thick wall of ice behind the door, they were collectively dumbfounded. What was happening? Why is there a wall of ice in the corridor on the second floor? Moreover, one can vaguely discern several pillars within it. Are those made of steel? This is utterly bizarre. Wasn't everything perfectly fine just yesterday? In the dead of night, who could have sealed off the corridor? Did the entire community partake in this endeavor? Otherwise, it is inconceivable that a single person or even a small group could accomplish such a feat. They have yet to witness the cars ensnared behind the ice wall. Otherwise, their hair would stand on end, as if trapped in a dream. How on earth did those vehicles get there? Even the most skilled female drivers would lack such expertise. "Let us use the elevator shaft," someone exclaimed suddenly. Thus, the group made their way to the elevator shaft, prying open the doors. However, when they shone their flashlights inside, they were left utterly speechless. Thick ice blocks had sealed off the ground floor as well. What now? They were trapped within this building. "Let us climb out the window," another clever soul suggested. The crowd's eyes lit up. The distance from the second floor to the first is only about 3 meters. Even a direct jump would likely not be fatal. Moreover, they could fashion ropes to descend, or even toss down bedding to cushion their fall. Yet, the problem remains. It is still hailing icy pellets outside. Is this some sort of joke? And what about the elderly and children? Who could be so cruel? The residents of Building 4 vented their frustrations. They might consider risking a jump, but it is not yet a matter of dire necessity, and none are eager to take such chances. For now, they decided to bide their time. As dawn broke, the news quickly spread throughout the community, with many unable to believe it. Rushing to Building 4 to verify the astonishing sight, each one expressing their astonishment. Indeed, it was as described. Who were these mysterious benefactors? Accomplishing such a feat overnight without leaving a name? The curiosity was palpable. Completing such an undertaking in a single night could hardly be the work of one person, especially with those few cars lodged in the staircase, which was utterly baffling. However, this question would remain forever unanswered. Chapter 74. The disappearance incident. The entire community convened once more. This time, the agenda focused on how to prevent the residents of Building 4 from escaping, effectively sealing them within the structure. The previous meeting had failed to reach a consensus due to the reluctance of attendees to confront a band of ruthless individuals, each hoping to let others take the lead while they observed from a safe distance. Consequently, no resolution could be achieved. Today, however, the circumstances were different. What threat did the residents of Building 4 pose now? None. Their only means of escape was to crawl or jump from the second floor, significantly limiting their numbers. Thus, how could they obstruct this route? Suggestions poured in. Some proposed digging 3 feet down around the windows of Building 4, artificially elevating the second floor to the third, thereby increasing the difficulty for those within to descend and raising the potential for casualties. However, the magnitude of this undertaking is considerable. It pertains to the safety of everyone involved. Thus, if one merely exerts a little effort, it is only natural for all to be willing to contribute. The tasks are divided by building numbers, with residents from each building emerging daily to lend a hand. Furthermore, individuals are assigned to vigilantly monitor the movements of Building 4 around the clock. Should anyone dare to escape through the window, an alarm will be sounded immediately, prompting a collective effort to subdue the individual, even to the point of causing fatal harm. The current situation dictates that it is either their demise or ours. Just 2 nights ago, residents of Building 4 slaughtered nearly half of those in Building 3, who, then, could still harbor sympathy for them, regardless of age or gender. All are deemed enemies. Xiao Ran, of course, would not partake in such activities and consequently face scorn from some, who accused him of living comfortably at the expense of others while contributing nothing, shamelessly reaping the benefits. The common saying goes, those with wealth should contribute money. Those without should contribute labor. If one is unwilling to work, surely they could at least offer some supplies. Yet, Xiao Ran resembled a miser, unyieldingly stingy, to the extent that some individuals, seemingly fearing he might not hear, resorted to shouting through a megaphone in the underground parking garage. Naturally, Xiao Ran heard their taunts. In the dead of night, he secured Building 4, even administering sleeping pills to Han Yun and her companions, wishing to conceal his involvement. The reactions from certain individuals were, as expected, not surprising to him. But had they forgotten who he was? He stepped outside, wielding a compound bow, letting loose a flurry of arrows that sent the group into a panic, fleeing in terror. Nevertheless, a few were struck down, while others sustained injuries. The deceased fell silent, while the wounded groaned on the ground, only to succumb to the cold shortly thereafter. Xiao Ran sneered. His sealing of Building 4 was not out of a benevolent desire to save the entire community. Rather, he perceived them as a potential threat to his own existence. After all, he would still need to venture out in search of resources, and he did not wish to encounter any ambushes on his return. Of course, the residents of Building 4 might act this way, but so could those from other buildings. He could place his trust in no one. Around 10 o'clock, Han Yun and her companions began to awaken one by one, astonished to find how late it had become. They harbored no suspicion that their deep slumber was due to the sleeping pills. Instead, they attributed it to the warmth of their surroundings. This was, after all, quite consistent with reality. Xiao Ran did not immediately urge them to leave, even though the troubles concerning Building 4 had largely been resolved. Breakfast consisted of warm soybean milk, fried dough sticks, and dumplings, all available for their choosing, which naturally filled the 4 women with excitement and curiosity. They wondered if Xiao Ran had prepared an entire room of provisions. After a brief morning exercise, it was already midday. The 5 of them first took showers, then had a meal. Once they finished eating, Wang Lulu departed, as she needed to deliver food to her son and share a portion with an elderly couple next door, grateful for their assistance in caring for her child. However, it was not long before Wang Lulu returned, her face a mask of terror. Xiao Ran, my son is missing, she exclaimed immediately. The situation unfolded as follows. Upon returning home, she discovered that her neighbor's door was ajar. Summoning her courage, she ventured inside, only to be met with a horrific sight. Blood was splattered everywhere. The elderly couple lay lifeless in a pool of blood, having perished some time ago, and her son was nowhere to be found. With no other recourse, she sought the assistance of Xiao Ran. Would he aid her in locating her son? Initially, he would not. The plight of another's child was of no concern to him. He had merely engaged in a transaction with Wang Lulu. She would provide her body while he would supply sustenance. Anything beyond that was irrelevant to him. Furthermore, even if he were inclined to assist, how would he proceed? Would he knock on every door? Who could say whether he would be met with a cleaver or a club upon entering? When it came to his own safety, Xiao Ran would never take such risks. Chapter 75. An unexpected visitor. Thus, Xiao Ran merely offered Wang Lulu some words of comfort, elucidating the difficulties of her search. Beyond that, he could do little else. The 3 women, Han Yun and her companions, naturally concurred with Xiao Ran's decision. After all, Wang Lulu's son held no significance for them. At most, they would express a few sympathetic words from a humanitarian perspective. However, had Xiao Ran agreed to search for Wang Lulu's son, they would undoubtedly have dissuaded him. What if something befell Xiao Ran? Their concern did not stem from deep affection for him, but rather from the fact that the villa's entrance was secured by a code and fingerprint lock, operable only via remote control, and Xiao Ran had granted them no such permissions. Consequently, should anything happen to him, they would find themselves trapped in the basement. Just imagine, with no one to stoke the fireplace, once the fire died out, how would they keep warm? The survival of one's own life certainly took precedence. They were not inclined to any noble ideals that would jeopardize their own existence to aid another. Apologies, but such a notion was utterly impossible. What could Wang Lulu do? She had no idea where her son was, and in such frigid weather, even if she were willing to search door to door. How long would it be before she succumbed to the cold? She had little choice but to resign herself to her fate. This illustrates her rather selfish nature. Clearly, her own safety was of paramount importance. Xiao Ran merely smiled. He did not require Wang Lulu to follow him for a lifetime. Whether she was virtuous or wicked mattered little to him. Should she dare to betray him, a single bullet would suffice. It was akin to visiting a club to seek a technician. Did one truly need to assess the other's character or morals? Of course. Wang Lulu remained deeply concerned for her son, appearing utterly distraught and lost throughout the afternoon. Just as Xiao Ran believed the day would pass uneventfully, a loud crash echoed, followed by the wailing of sirens. Indeed, it was the sound of police sirens, not the alarm of a car. Was a police vehicle approaching? Xiao Ran ascended to the third floor and peered out. As the clock struck past 5 in the afternoon, a thick fog reassembled, reducing visibility to a mere 2 meters. What could he possibly see? Nothing at all. A sense of restlessness crept upon him, yet to venture out for such a trivial curiosity? Unthinkable, under the current circumstances. The likelihood of breaching his sanctuary was non-existent, unless an army or military-grade weaponry was deployed. Xiao Ran descended the stairs to prepare dinner for the leopard before heading to the basement to invite Han Yun and the others for their meal. After dining, they enjoyed some fruit, while Xiao Ran connected a portable hard drive to the television, providing the 4 women with entertainment to pass the time. In stark contrast to the vibrant spring ambience within the villa, another household was engulfed in misfortune. A moment earlier, a vehicle careened into the community, swerving as if driven by a drunken man. In reality, the slick ground rendered the driver unable to maintain control. With a loud crash, the vehicle slammed into the unit of Building 5. The impact caused the equipment inside to malfunction, triggering the flashing lights atop the car and emitting a blaring siren. This was no ordinary vehicle. It was a police car, specifically a prison transport van. Moments later, one of the doors swung open, and a woman stumbled out, followed by another, then a third, and eventually the 9th. All 9 were women, varying in age and physique, the youngest in her 20s and the eldest in her 30s. Among them, the 30-something woman was notably corpulent, her bulky clothing making her resemble a spherical shape. Despite emerging from a prison transport, their attire was unremarkable, obscuring their true identities as guards or inmates. Although the accident was not severe, the women sustained minor abrasions. After a brief respite, the heaviest among them declared, "The vehicle is damaged, and with this dense fog, we cannot proceed. We must spend the night here. We need to find shelter, it's freezing outside. And we require food," remarked a woman adorned with a tattoo around her neck. The group ascended to the 2nd floor and knocked on the door of Unit 201. After a prolonged silence and no response, they proceeded to knock on the door of Unit 202. "Who is it?" came a prompt reply from within. Inside, a bald man peered through the peephole, gripping a kitchen knife. The tattooed woman stepped forward, smiling. "Brother, please open the door. We are seeking refuge from the cold. Whatever you desire, we will gladly oblige if you grant us a place to stay." Inside, the bald man scanned the group, confirming that only 9 women stood outside. A chilling smile crept across his face as he concealed the knife behind him and unlocked the door. The 9 women hurriedly squeezed inside. The cold outside was unbearable. As the 9 women entered, the bald brute slammed the door shut, brandishing a kitchen knife with a menacing expression. He barked, "Get inside, all of you. Anyone who dares to disobey will meet a deadly fate." Inside, ropes awaited. He intended to force the women to bind each other as hands. The ugly ones would be dispatched without hesitation, while the beautiful ones would serve his depraved desires. However, to his utter astonishment, none of the 9 women displayed even a hint of fear. This unexpected display left him momentarily dumbfounded. But in the next instant, he waved the knife menacingly. "You all want me to make an example of a few, so you'll learn to obey, don't you?" He stepped forward, the blade glinting ominously. To his surprise, 3 of the women did not retreat but advanced instead, glaring at him with fierce intensity. One was a stout woman, another was tattooed, and the last had her hair obscuring half her face. Yet her beauty shone through, her gaze resolute, akin to a wounded lone wolf. Chapter 76. The escape of the 9 flowers. The bald man was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a grin. 3 women wish to challenge him? He thought. I'll deal with this hefty one first, and then let us see if the others dare to be defiant. Just as he raised his knife, he noticed that all 3 women had simultaneously raised their hands, revealing firearms pointed directly at him. Shit! The bald man involuntarily dropped his knife with a clang, raising his hands in surrender. Don't be hasty. I'm just joking around with you, huh? He forced a laugh. Bind him, little green, commanded the stout woman. Sure thing. One of the women stepped forward, pulling a bra from her clothing to use as a makeshift rope, securing the brute's hands. Initially, he dismissed it, believing it could be easily torn apart. But when the woman finished, he discreetly attempted to break free, only to find himself utterly incapable of doing so. His expression darkened instantly. He had become a fish on the chopping block. The tattooed woman holstered her weapon and retrieved the fallen knife, holding it threateningly against the bald man's neck. His fear escalated, and he stammered, "Let us talk this out. Please don't." Silence. The tattooed woman interrupted, pressing the blade closer. "I have questions for you. Answer them honestly." "Why, yes," he replied, feeling the icy steel against his skin, cold sweat trickling down his brow. "These women are ruthless. Who on earth are they?" he wondered. "What is the situation in this community?" The tattooed woman inquired. The bald man began to speak candidly, mentioning the brutality of the group in Building 4, who had been locked inside by an unknown faction. He also spoke of Xiao Ran's wealth and penchant for bounties, revealing that he was a merciless individual responsible for at least 30 deaths. Upon hearing his account, the 9 women exchanged glances, a mixture of surprise and intrigue reflecting in their eyes. The natural disaster had only just begun, yet the outside world had transformed so drastically. Who were these 9 individuals? Criminals. The stout woman, Mei Ting, known as Sister Mei, was a human trafficker sentenced to 20 years in prison. The tattooed woman, Xiao Ran, referred to as Sister Zhou, was a drug dealer with blood on her hands. She had originally been sentenced to death, but received a 2-year reprieve due to her pregnancy. The beautiful woman with hair obscuring her face, Su Qingmei, had committed homicide in self-defense and was sentenced to 9 years. These 3 were the leaders among the 9. After the disaster, a riot erupted within the prison. They seized firearms and resisted the guards for several days, ultimately seizing an opportunity during the dispersal of heavy fog to escape in a prison transport vehicle. However, due to the fog, they lost their way and crashed into a residential community. The chaos outside mirrored their own tumult. It was hardly surprising. After nearly 10 days of unrest in the prison without any external reinforcement, it was clear that social order had completely collapsed. Thus, they found themselves free. Each of the 9 women exhibited a glimmer of exhilaration. Escaping from prison was a crime that would only add to their offenses. Yet who among them was not fearful? Before the might of the state machinery, they were as insignificant as ants. But now, where were the armies? Where were the police? Who would pursue them? In this world plunged into darkness, unless one was already acquainted with them, who would recognize their identities? It seemed that a man named Xiao Ran possessed considerable resources, even heating and electricity. Should they seize his villa? The women spoke excitedly. Despite their gender, the severity of their crimes was not to be underestimated. And given the present state of chaos, what did they have to fear? Mei Ting pondered for a moment and then remarked, "Xiao Ran's only reliance is a high-end toy gun capable of spraying venom, while we possess real firearms, which can shoot farther, a bullet or a water gun." The other women nodded in agreement. Mei Ting's analysis was astute. Although Xiao Ran's villa was sturdy and he had his toy gun, they held genuine weapons. How amusing. For having arrived, they would certainly unseat him from his self-proclaimed throne. His greatest flaw was his lustfulness, and they happened to be women. Thus, if they could lure him to open the door, he would be at their mercy. Xiao Ran declared, suddenly slashing with force. With a splatter, blood gushed from the throat of the burly man, who writhed violently, his hands bound, resembling a fish out of water flopping on the ground. Yet within moments, he lay still in a pool of blood, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief, unable to accept that he had met his end at the hands of a group of women. "Let us proceed to the villa," Xiao Ran stated, casually discarding the kitchen knife. Mei Ting nodded. Although the temperature inside this house was approximately 10 degrees higher than that outside, night had descended, and the chill was rapidly intensifying. The indoor temperature had plummeted below freezing and continued to drop. Thus, the presence of heating in the villa was exceedingly enticing. "I shall not go," I will part ways with you here, Su Qingmei suddenly remarked. Both Mei Ting and Zhou Yalan turned to her, their eyes glinting with menace. Su Qingmei, idly fiddling with her firearm, continued, "This world has become so chaotic that even if we separate, there is no worry of betrayal. Nowadays, murder is trivial. Who cares about our identities as criminals?" Previously, the 9 women stood united, for the capture of one could easily lead to the exposure of others. Hence, anyone wishing to depart from this group would find themselves facing collective retribution. However, the circumstances have changed. Who still clings to past transgressions? In fact, acts of murder are occurring incessantly. Building 4 alone witnessed the slaughter of half its occupants in a single night. In the past, such an event would have warranted military intervention. But now, who cares? In comparison, their former misdeeds seem trivial. Mei Ting and Zhou Yalan exchanged glances, both nodding slightly. "Very well, let us disband," Su Qingmei declared. "Since you have chosen to sever ties, be cautious when we meet again. Farewell." With that, Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting exited the room, leaving 6 women exchanging glances, who quickly followed suit, leaving Su Qingmei alone within. She approached and closed the door, then walked to the bedroom entrance. Upon opening it, she was startled to find a woman standing there. The woman, taken aback by the sudden opening of the door, retreated, exclaiming, "I am also a victim. I'm from the neighboring house. I was taken by the men outside, and my husband was killed by them." Su Qingmei's expression remained unchanged as she coldly replied, "Return to your own home." "Oh yes, yes." The woman hurriedly dashed to the door, exiting to return to her own house. Su Qingmei closed the door and sat down, finally revealing a look of relaxation on her face. She retrieved a photograph depicting 2 individuals. They appeared to be sisters. The older one resembled her, though she appeared no more than 20. Suggesting the picture was taken several years prior. The other was a young girl of about 16, both smiling sweetly. She held the photograph to her chest, murmuring, "Little sister, you must hold on. I will surely find you." Chapter 77. Turning the tide. Meanwhile, Zhou Yalan and Mei Ting, accompanied by the 6 women, arrived at the underground garage. After illuminating their surroundings with flashlights, they made their way toward Building 8. "It's dreadfully cold," someone complained. Mei Ting smiled. "Once we enter the villa, we need not fear the cold." Indeed, the others vigorously nodded, filled with anticipation. The garage was quite small, and even though they were unfamiliar with it and the darkness was pervasive, they eventually reached the corridor leading to the villa after a few minutes. They were well prepared, having already opened their umbrellas. One must always remain vigilant, especially since their intentions were inherently malicious, prompting them to exercise even greater caution. A series of knocks resonated at the door. The woman at the forefront, named Ingzi, was the most beautiful among the 8. To entice Xiao Ran into opening the door, it was only fitting that the most alluring of the group be presented. Regrettably, Su Qingmei had withdrawn from the group. Had she been present, it would have been hard to believe any man could resist her charms. "What do you want?" A man's voice emanated from the intercom. Ingzi wiggled her hips, forcing a smile, and coyly replied, "Big brother, didn't you say that as long as we were willing to share your bed, you would feed us? Hee. All of us sisters are eager to keep you company." Xiao Ran observed through the surveillance cameras, clearly seeing that there were 8 of them. Although they were all women, the quality of a few left much to be desired. Particularly the overweight woman. Was she serious? If she were to stand on the street, would anyone even pay her to approach? Moreover, what was this? Xiao Ran spotted a gun concealed behind the plump woman. They believed Xiao Ran had installed only a single camera, unaware that there were 3 strategically placed in various locations, equipped with infrared imaging. So, they had come to rob my villa? But what was the reason behind the sudden appearance of such a group of women in the neighborhood? A thought flickered through his mind. Could those previous sounds of collision and police sirens be linked to these 8 women? Well, since they had delivered themselves right to my doorstep, I might as well deal with them all at once. Otherwise, tracking down 8 women scattered throughout the neighborhood would be quite a hassle. "Come over here," Xiao Ran instructed, first disabling the surveillance and then summoning Han Yun and the other 3. He had no desire for them to witness him utilizing his otherworldly powers. Han Yun felt a twinge of discomfort and remarked, "What's this? Now that there are newcomers, are we to be cast aside?" Xiao Ran chuckled. "These newcomers are not to be trifled with. They are armed. Guns." The 4 women gasped in shock, and Zhang Jingyao was the first to respond. "Then let us ignore them. After all, they can't get in." Right. The other 3 echoed in agreement. With everything one could desire within the villa and its unparalleled safety, why engage in conflict with a group of armed individuals? Xiao Ran paid them no mind, instructing them to take cover behind the screen. He then turned off the lights. With a press of the remote, the iron gate slowly creaked open towards the passage. Outside, the 8 women peered into the pitch-black interior, hesitating momentarily. Why was it so dark? Had Xiao Ran anticipated their arrival? Yet, as the door swung open, warmth poured forth, enveloping them in an indescribable comfort. They could not help but step inside. One by one, they vanished without a sound. The darkness was so profound that the individuals behind were entirely unaware of the sudden disappearance of those ahead. It was not until 5 people had vanished that Xiao Ran, illuminating the surroundings with her flashlight, was seized by a sudden dread. Where had they gone? Where were the others? Why was there not a single shadow in sight? Ingzi, Xiaolu, she called out, her voice trembling despite her efforts to sound resolute. Her cry caused Mei Ting and another woman to halt, as they directed their flashlights into the room, desperately searching for their missing companions. Yet, their efforts yielded nothing. Panic gripped the 3 women. The oppressive darkness compounded by the unknown fostering a palpable terror. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, illuminated directly by the beam of light. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Ran and Mei Ting raised their weapons, pulling the triggers towards the specter. Bang, bang, bang. In the murky blackness, each gunshot emitted a brilliant flash. Yet to their astonishment, the figure remained standing despite the barrage. What atrocious marksmanship, Xiao Ran remarked with a chuckle. Was it really that Xiao Ran and Mei Ting were so inept? Certainly not. It was because he had opened a spatial door on the iron gate, causing all the bullets to be absorbed into an alternate dimension. Thus, it would be a miracle if even one bullet found its mark. In fact, none even penetrated the room. Had they struck the walls or the furniture, a sound would have ensued. However, in their overwhelming fear, Xiao Ran and the others were unable to contemplate such details. They trembled uncontrollably, finding it difficult to breathe. Xiao Ran could not afford to take even the slightest risk. Observing that the 3 women were not advancing and uncertain of how many bullets remained in their guns, he wisely refrained from approaching further. Instead, he switched on a powerful flashlight and directed it towards them. With a swift motion, silent bullets shot forth from the alternate dimension. The spatial door was no more than a meter away from the 3 women, ensuring Xiao Ran's accuracy was indisputable. Thud, thud, thud. All 3 women were struck in the forehead, collapsing backward. Thus, all 8 were annihilated. Xiao Ran approached, collecting both the bodies and their firearms before stepping outside the passageway and discarding the 8 corpses. He returned to the villa, shut the door, and turned on the lights anew. The 4 women, Han Yun and her companions, peered out from behind the screen, their faces etched with fear. Guns. Who wouldn't he be frightened? No matter how fierce you are, before a gun, you are as vulnerable as an infant. And what of those individuals? Han Yun asked, her voice quavering. They've been dealt with, and the bodies have been moved outside, Xiao Ran replied casually, though a frown creased his brow. He had observed that 4 of the 8 women bore tattoos, indicating they could not possibly be police officers, coupled with the sound of sirens. It led him to speculate that these 8 women had acquired firearms and a police vehicle from the station. Unfortunately, had he seen the vehicle, he would have realized his error. The guns were not obtained from the police station, but rather seized from a prison. In other words, the average person can now easily acquire firearms. This poses a significant problem. With the mastery of the alternate space and the ammunition within, Xiao Ran is undeniably invincible in direct confrontations. Yet, what if someone were to strike from behind? Such vulnerability is indefensible. Henceforth, he must exercise utmost caution whenever he ventures outside. Fortunately, his vehicle is bulletproof. Next time, he must procure a bulletproof vest and a riot helmet from the police station. Xiao Ran reminded himself to stay vigilant. He merely possesses an alternate space, not superhuman powers. Putting such thoughts aside, he decided it was time for rest, as the night was deep. Chapter 78. Venturing out again, another night has passed, marking the 20th day of the apocalypse. 20 days. Xiao Ran gazed at the gradually lightening exterior and couldn't help but marvel. The resilience of humanity is truly formidable. Even after 20 days, it seems that half, if not more, of the residents in the community are still alive. Furthermore, had it not been for the mutual slaughter among humans, the number of survivors would likely be even greater, which left Xiao Ran in awe. After lingering in bed for a while, he finally rose and made his way to the ground floor, where the leopard greeted him with a wagging tail. Xiao Ran smiled and tossed it 2 meat buns before opening the basement door and descending with his breakfast. Naturally, he had confirmed the safety of the area through surveillance. No matter the circumstances, the only person he truly trusts is himself. Han Yun and the 3 others were sleeping soundly. Compared to the biting cold at his own home, this place was remarkably warm. Snuggled under the covers, he felt an overwhelming coziness, the only downside being the cramped quarters. With only 1 bed for 4 individuals, it was indeed a tight squeeze. However, when weighed against the warmth, this inconvenience was entirely negligible. As the 4 women began to wake and prepare for breakfast, Xiao Ran allowed them to enjoy some dramas or read novels while he ascended to the 2nd floor. It was important not to remain constantly in their company. With nothing pressing to do, what else could a man and women engage in together? The temperature seemed to have dropped once more. A glance at the thermometer revealed the room's temperature had plummeted to 15 degrees, a stark contrast to the previous 23 or 24 degrees. He added more firewood and opened the window to take a reading outside. Remarkably, it was a chilling -41 degrees. If the daytime temperature had sunk so low, what could one expect for the night? Xiao Ran looked towards the residential buildings outside. It was no small feat for those who had survived until now. However, continuing to live would become increasingly arduous. Without air conditioning, underfloor heating, and certainly no fireplace, the only source of warmth would be the closeness of one person to another, which was merely a drop in the bucket. Thus, today, tomorrow, and the days to come would likely witness more individuals succumbing to the cold. Xiao Ran reflected deeply, but he knew that he was not a savior and had no desire to be one. He merely wished to take care of himself. At most, he chuckled to himself. He might take in a few beautiful women, for solitude could become exceedingly tedious, and after a year or so, he could very well lose his sanity. Inspired by such thoughts, Xiao Ran chose not to send Han Yun and her companions back to their own residence. They would undoubtedly struggle to endure even 2 days. Although they did not meet Xiao Ran's lofty standards, he found himself devoid of alternative options. When choices are scarce, one's criteria invariably must be lowered. However, the 4 women could only remain in the basement. It was inconceivable for Xiao Ran to allow them access to the upper floors. During the day, the thick fog had dissipated significantly, improving visibility to about 20 meters. Should he venture out to search for energy supplies? Xiao Ran pondered. Given the frigid temperatures, the number of individuals willing to brave the outdoors was understandably diminished. Exposure to such extreme cold for even 20 minutes could severely damage the lungs or even lead to organ failure. Of course, staying inside the vehicle would pose no threat. After considering his modified vehicle, which ensured adequate warmth, Xiao Ran resolved to limit his time outdoors to no more than 20 minutes. Indeed, for safety's sake, he aimed for a maximum of 15. Additionally, he needed to retrieve his bulletproof vest and helmet from the police station. Another reason for his decision to venture out was that remaining in the villa would constantly remind him of the 4 enchantresses below, leading him to worry about his own premature demise. Why did so many ancient emperors meet untimely ends? A significant portion succumbed to their own indulgences. Learning from history, since he was to embark on an outing, thorough preparations were essential. Xiao Ran donned his warmest winter attire and applied warming pads. As today's temperature was 20 degrees colder than his last excursion, this was no trifling matter. After some reflection, he prepared 3 days' worth of food and clean water in the basement, just in case he encountered unforeseen delays outside. He did not wish to return to find 4 corpses, or, even worse, only 3 survivors. Having temporarily taken in the 4 women, Xiao Ran was determined not to let them perish from hunger or thirst. Nonetheless, he secured the door firmly. Thus, should he meet his demise outside, Han Yun and her friends would have to accompany him in death. It seemed only fair. I sustain you. If I die, you shall share my fate. He felt the same way about the leopard, ensuring he had ample dog food and clean water, instructing the leopard to consume only 1 portion each day. After several days of training, the leopard understood this simple command, tugging at Xiao Ran's trousers while wagging its tail fervently, as if imploring him not to leave. With a smile, Xiao Ran patted the leopard's head and managed to break free from its grasp, stepping outside. Upon entering the vehicle and opening the door, he noted that the hail had nearly ceased, with not a single piece falling for quite some time. As he started the engine and drove out, he immediately sensed the car slipping. The road was perilously slick. The ground is now covered with a thick, smooth layer of hail. rendering both pedestrians and vehicles gliding across it as if on ice skates. This fortunate circumstance is due to the modifications made to the vehicle, which is equipped with superior anti-slip tires, and its substantial weight provides sufficient stability. Otherwise, the car would be at the mercy of the treacherous surface, likely resulting in a series of collisions. The entire city has transformed into a vast ice rink, albeit an excessively frigid one. Even when fully clad in winter attire, one can only endure the outdoor chill for a mere 15 to 20 minutes, lest their lungs suffer grievously. Xiao Ran deftly maneuvered the vehicle out of the residential compound, an act witnessed by many with a mix of astonishment and envy. The silver lining is that the fog has lifted and the toxic hail has nearly ceased. However, the downside is the temperature has plummeted once more. Sioux City has never experienced temperatures dipping below 10 degrees, raising the question of whose winter garments are truly adequate. Should one layer up? Setting aside the issue of fit, one must ponder the bulkiness of such an endeavor. The slick exterior, combined with the hazardous nature of the ice, poses a threat. A fall could result in skin abrasions. Among those who ventured out in search of supplies last time, a significant portion did not return. With the temperature now even lower and the roads more perilous, how many would dare to venture outside? Chapter 79. The unknown beast. Xiao Ran had preemptively consulted the map and identified the nearest police station, not a mere precinct, but a proper station, as the latter might not possess the resources he required. The closest police station is approximately 5 kilometers away. Maintaining a steady speed of 20 kilometers per hour seems prudent. After all, it is merely a 5-kilometer journey. Visibility is only 15 to 20 meters, yet driving slowly allows him to discern the road ahead. A left turn at the next intersection, followed by a straight path at the subsequent one. He murmurs to himself, checking the vehicle's temperature display, which reads a mere 0 degrees. Consequently, he raises a heat-insulating layer on all windows except the front, immediately feeling a notable increase in warmth. The front windshield remains unobstructed, for visibility is paramount while driving. The temperature gradually ascends to 10 degrees, prompting him to activate the electric blanket. With this, he would truly be free from the cold. However, this consumes considerable fuel. Xiao Ran chuckles to himself. Does he still need to fret over fuel? He plans to visit several gas stations today. Although emptying one would suffice for an extended period, who would complain about having more? Given his cautious nature, he ought to prepare enough to last for generations. The same applies to food and clean water. He cannot afford to lag in energy resources. Nevertheless, he first makes his way to the police station. Upon exiting the vehicle, he shivers involuntarily, as if stepping from summer into an ice cave. The wind howls outside, biting and cruel. Xiao Ran hastens towards the police station, mindful of the slick path that nearly causes him to slip. Fortunately, he regains his balance. He donned thick gloves, ensuring that even a brief contact with the icy surface would not result in a painful, toxic burn. The door stood ajar, yet when Xiao Ran pushed against it, it did not budge, frozen solid by the ice. Summoning all his strength, he pushed once more, and the door finally creaked open. However, Xiao Ran did not intend to open it completely. Rather, he sought to close it, for with the door shut, the howling winds would be kept at bay. Instantly, the temperature within improved, albeit marginally. Without air conditioning or underfloor heating, the indoor climate was still a frigid minus 30 degrees Celsius. Fortunately, Xiao Ran had adequately prepared for the cold, and he believed he could endure for 20 to 30 minutes in such conditions without difficulty. He began to search each room. An empty office, another empty office, an unoccupied reception area. Then suddenly, he froze. This particular room was not vacant. There lay a corpse. More precisely, it was a human body that had been partially devoured. The face was unrecognizable, gnawed away, and the chest had been hollowed out, leaving no clues to discern the gender. However, the curve of the waist and hips, coupled with a floral dress, confirmed that it was indeed a woman. Cannibalism. This was Xiao Ran's initial thought, but he quickly dismissed it. Would a person gnaw at another's face? Moreover, the chest appeared to have been excavated by claws. The harsh weather had preserved the flesh in its original state, indicating it was not cut with a blade, but rather ravaged by a beast, a ferocious one at that. In his mind, he envisioned a massive predator pouncing on a woman, tearing at her face, and then raking open her chest to consume her innards. Why the viscera? First, they contain a significant amount of moisture. Second, they maintain a higher temperature, both factors aligning with the current eating habits. In this frigid weather, clean water was scarce. Thus, Once the predator had devoured the internal organs, it discarded the carcass. In this city, humans were easy prey. With tools in hand, humanity reigned supreme, however, unarmed. One is vulnerable to countless beasts capable of lethal attacks. Could it be that a Siberian tiger from the zoo had escaped? Xiao Ran pondered. Or perhaps a Siberian wolf. Why these speculations? Other predators like lions and leopards could similarly kill and consume humans, yet they inhabit warmer climates and would succumb to the extreme cold. The snow leopard might be a possibility, but was there a snow leopard in the zoo? No. Thus, it seemed most likely that a Siberian tiger or a polar bear was responsible. Yet, how had this beast traversed the treacherous distance of over 10 kilometers from the zoo? Braving the poisonous hail? Xiao Ran found it utterly astonishing. However, the notion that a ferocious beast might be lurking nearby seemed even more implausible. This was not the Middle East, where one could harbor lions or tigers in their homes. Such a thought was baffling. Perhaps I am miscalculating. What if it is not a solitary beast, but rather a pack? In that case, the size of the creatures could be considerably smaller. Yet, that too seemed unlikely. For apart from the face, the corpse had been entirely eviscerated. If a multitude of beasts had been gnawing at it, how could they have refrained from devouring the limbs? Did they line up one by one? With lingering doubts, Xiao Ran exited the room, his vigilance heightened to an acute degree. He proceeded with deliberate caution, step by step. Perhaps that beast, or those beasts, had not yet departed and were lying in wait within the precinct. He could not afford to be careless. He had come to collect bulletproof vests and riot helmets to enhance his safety, not to court danger. In this heightened state, Xiao Ran felt his adrenaline surge, propelling him into a state of exhilaration, as if something were stirring within him, poised to emerge. He continued his search. After traversing 2 rooms, he stumbled upon another lifeless body. This time, 2 men, both police officers, lay sprawled out. Yet, akin to the previous female victim, their innards had been extracted, though their faces remained intact, revealing that their necks had been brutally twisted. One could imagine the ferocity of the beast that had encountered them, delivering a single blow to the face that shattered their cervical vertebrae, leading to an instantaneous demise. Both male corpses bore the same fatality. This certainty led Xiao Ran to conclude that the work of a singular creature, one of considerable strength, was at play, a single strike capable of snapping a human neck. His heart raced faster, thump thump thump, each beat resonating clearly within him. If this beast were to attack him head-on, Xiao Ran felt no fear. Whether employing a spatial portal to whisk it away or firing bullets from another dimension, he believed he could handle even an elephant with composure. However, the enemy's whereabouts were unknown. It could be lurking right behind him, prompting a surge of tension and dread. Fear, at times, is not entirely detrimental. It incites caution and unlocks boundless potential driven by the instinct for survival. Xiao Ran had no desire to perish. Thus, if that beast sought to assault him, he would muster every ounce of strength to retaliate. Thump thump thump, his heartbeat escalated, and Xiao Ran felt as though he had suddenly entered a remarkable realm. Chapter 80, A Mischievous Dog? Upon entering the police station and discovering the first corpse, Xiao Ran's adrenaline surged, as if something within him was on the verge of awakening. Now, his anxiety and unease intensified, this feeling growing ever more potent. Yet, before he could fully grasp it, a fierce gust of wind suddenly struck from behind. In that moment, Xiao Ran suddenly entered a state of profound transcendence. He found himself, astonishingly, perceiving the world behind him. No, it was not merely the rear. It was as though he had transformed into a divine observer within a game, capable of witnessing everything surrounding him, front, back, left, right, above, and below. Behind him loomed a colossal creature, a magnificent blend of black and white, charging forth with astonishing speed. Xiao Ran realized he would not have time to evade this impending strike. Yet, his neural reflexes outpaced his physical reactions. The instant he caught sight of the monstrous figure approaching, he immediately opened a portal behind him, 5 by 5 meters, ample enough to shield him securely. However, the divine perspective in his mind vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. He turned around, casting a fleeting glance, and beheld the creature, resembling the size of a lion. Its body cloaked in thick fur predominantly black with lesser white. Despite its lion-like stature, Xiao Ran was certain this was indeed a husky. But how could a husky grow to such a size? A lion, no less, especially that of a male's proportions. The husky did not charge through the portal. Rather, it seemed to sense the existence of this gateway and skidded to a halt, retreating several paces. It bared its teeth and emitted a low growl towards Xiao Ran, all while stepping back. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Ran had no time to ponder how a husky could attain such an enormous size. He believed that the previous trio had all met their demise at the hands of this very creature, subsequently devoured by it. Such a massive form would undoubtedly possess immense strength, capable of snapping a human neck with a single strike. Faced with such a formidable beast, hesitation was not an option for Xiao Ran. With a swift motion, bullets cascaded forth from the portal. The husky, evidently taken aback by Xiao Ran's unexpected maneuver, attempted to dodge as soon as it realized the danger. Yet, Xiao Ran was unrelenting. He unleashed a barrage of hundreds of rounds, and such a dense hail of bullets was impossible to evade entirely. The husky was struck almost immediately, yet astonishingly, it sustained only a single hit. The creature's speed was remarkable. The bullet impacted its hindquarters, but to Xiao Ran's astonishment, it penetrated only about 2 centimeters, its tip still faintly visible beneath the skin. Goodness! Was this creature's hide akin to bulletproof armor? Wounded and enraged, the husky roared at Xiao Ran, baring its teeth to reveal fangs approximately 7 centimeters long. One bite could easily sever a human throat. However, it merely locked its dark, penetrating gaze on Xiao Ran for a brief moment before turning and sprinting away, disappearing into the shadows with incredible swiftness. Even in daylight, the police station harbored numerous dimly lit rooms, and those without windows were particularly shrouded in darkness, providing ample cover. Xiao Ran retreated against the wall, opening the portal before him, nearly flush against his body, as he gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. The case has been solved. The 3 individuals were indeed killed and devoured by this canine beast. The Siberian husky, one of the 3 foolish creatures of the snowy terrain, was originally bred for sledding in Siberia, making it exceptionally resilient to frigid temperatures. Thus, it is hardly surprising that it has survived in such low conditions. However, how could this creature have grown to such an enormous size? Has it undergone a mutation? A mutation? Could this natural disaster incite the transformation of animals? Xiao Ran furrowed his brow, contemplating the information at hand. The husky's size had multiplied significantly, with its weight increasing from several dozen pounds to at least several hundred. Accompanying this growth was a remarkable enhancement in strength. Astonishingly, it could even dodge bullets, indicating a speed that was nothing short of extraordinary and an agility that was strikingly high. Furthermore, its skin was incredibly tough, rivaling that of a bulletproof vest. With such a formidable creature, one must question whether it has indeed mutated. Having faced a setback, it would surely seek to eliminate me. Coincidentally, I am rather vindictive and have no intention of leaving any loose ends. Therefore, having established an enmity, I must see to its demise. Xiao Ran took a deep breath and strode out of the house. Come, let us determine our fate. Typically cautious, he would not shy away when the moment called for urgency. Who will prevail? Xiao Ran advanced with caution, his mind racing. Previously, during the husky's ambush, he had entered a remarkably altered state, as if granted a divine perspective, allowing him to perceive everything around him. It would be more accurate to say it was a mental clarity. If he could maintain such a state, could the husky even attempt another ambush? Not a chance. But how could he summon this state once more? Xiao Ran was at a loss. He seemed to have forgotten about the husky as he continued to search through each room, discovering more corpses, all of which had been eviscerated. The work of that husky. Yet, Xiao Ran felt little rage. In this era, murder, death, and cannibalism have become disturbingly commonplace. Moreover, when humanity was strong, it hunted various animals, and now, as humans weaken and certain animals rise, it seems only natural for them to view humans as food. After all, the essence of this world is the survival of the fittest, applicable to humanity and the entire biological chain alike. The husky, perceiving humans as prey, would certainly not exempt Xiao Ran, especially after he had injured it. The animosity between them had undoubtedly intensified. Xiao Ran was convinced that the husky had not left, but was instead lurking, waiting for the opportune moment to strike, always poised for an attack. In such an atmosphere of tension, Xiao Ran's adrenaline surged once more, and that peculiar sensation returned, albeit slightly diminished. He still could not access that divine perspective. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. The husky had launched its assault. At that moment, Xiao Ran finally shattered the barrier, regaining the divine perspective. He saw that this time, the husky had leapt from the door at an angle. A claw swiftly struck towards his face. Should it connect, not only would Xiao Ran's neck be at risk of fracturing, but his visage could also suffer severe damage, perhaps even be entirely torn away. With a huff, Xiao Ran opened the portal to another dimension, inviting the adversary into a trap, while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of thousands of bullets from the gateway. Thousands. In his quest to eliminate this formidable beast, Xiao Ran spared no expense. Such a terrifying entity must be eradicated at once. The creature seemed to possess an uncanny sixth sense. Despite the portal being invisible to the naked eye, it suddenly halted, pivoted, and fled. Yet, even with its remarkable speed, the beast had to undergo the processes of stopping, turning, and reaccelerating, 3 distinct actions. And how swift were the bullets? Fired from a rifle, they approached the speed of sound. This time, Xiao Ran deliberately controlled the trajectory, shooting the bullets like a net, 7 nets, to be precise. Otherwise, why would he need to fire thousands in one go? Strictly speaking, he had discharged 7 rounds, though the intervals were nearly negligible, thus appearing as if he had simultaneously unleashed thousands. Was this mere play? The creature was struck. Woof, woof, woof. The mutated dog let out a howl of agony. Laced with fury, it was hit multiple times, its frenzied body losing control as it collided heavily against the wall, the tremendous impact causing the structure to shatter, propelling its massive form outward. Blood splattered everywhere. Just as Xiao Ran intended to pursue, a sharp pain pierced his head, and his body felt as though it had been drained of energy, leaving him nauseated. What was happening? He had utilized the portal countless times before without such repercussions. Could it be? Was it a divine perspective? No, it was not a divine perspective. He had acquired spatial abilities, even managing to open a portal and absorb anything within its dimensions. What did this signify? He had mastered spatial manipulation. Moments ago, he had perceived his surroundings, including those behind, above, and below him. Was this not a manifestation of spatial prowess? Was it termed spatial detection or spatial awareness? The name mattered little. But under immense pressure and an intense desire to survive, he had awakened a second facet of his spatial abilities. Let us call it spatial perception. After all, he did not subscribe to any faith, so why label it as divine insight? However, first, he was not yet adept at utilizing spatial perception, and second, employing this ability likely consumed a significant amount of his energy. This sensation of depletion was not merely physical exhaustion. Yet, when he used the portal, why was there no burden? Xiao Ran pondered deeply as he sank to the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat. Even so, he did not neglect to open the portal before him, wary of the creature returning for another assault. After a brief respite, he gradually regained his composure. He yearned to harness his spatial perception once more, yet he discovered that he could not actively engage it. Must one only encounter a crisis to unlock such abilities? Or was it simply that he had not practiced enough? If he were to utilize it more frequently, would he eventually be able to summon it at will? Xiao Ran pursued, intent on tracing the bloodstains to locate the massive canine, but the blood on the ground ceased abruptly after a short distance. Good heavens! Has the bleeding already stopped? Xiao Ran couldn't help but grimace. Such regenerative power was truly astonishing. Is there any living creature on Earth capable of such feats? If it had not undergone mutation, I swear I shall never wield my mighty sword again. With no other leads, Xiao Ran abandoned the search for the dog and returned to his original goal, to find a bulletproof vest. After a while, he located an arms depot. It was secured by a heavy door. Xiao Ran retrieved a welding gun and directed the flame at the lock, employing the principle of thermal expansion. After a brief moment, a sharp crack echoed as the security door suffered a fatal blow from within. It was no surprise, given that Sioux City had never experienced such low temperatures. Who would impose temperature control on a security door? Moreover, this was Huaxia, who dared to invade a police station for firearms. With a push, the security door swung open. Yet, for safety's sake, he cautiously opened a spatial portal in front of him. Caution is never excessive. Do not open the door. A voice called from within. Xiao Ran paused in surprise. He had merely opened the portal out of prudence, never anticipating that there would be someone behind the security door. Who is inside? He shone his flashlight into the room. 5 figures approached, each bearing an expression of fear. Upon counting, he noted 3 women and 2 men, all clad in heavy military coats, which likely aided their survival in such frigid conditions. However, they were all armed, each wielding a firearm. Given that this was an arms depot, it was not unexpected for them to possess weapons. "You've doomed us," exclaimed a gun-wielding man. "There's a dog that has turned into a monster." nearly the size of a lion, having slaughtered everyone in the police station. We barely escaped here, barricading ourselves behind this door to fend off that beast. And you've gone and destroyed it. Now we are all doomed. As he spoke, the man fixed Xiao Ran with a deep, resentful glare. Damn it. I'll take you down first. He raised his weapon, aiming it at Xiao Ran, but another individual shoved the gun aside just in time. Fortunately. Or else Xiao Ran would have been compelled to retaliate. If he had launched an attack, it would surely have been indiscriminate, as who knew if the others would seize the opportunity to strike. Therefore, it was best to eliminate them all. Nonetheless, Xiao Ran made a mental note of the man. He must be dealt with. Anyone harboring ill intent towards him posed a threat. Thus, ensuring their demise was the safest course of action. The one who wielded the gun was a woman, adorned with cascading long hair. Although her high collar obscured her chin and even her mouth, it could not diminish her beauty and allure. She was undoubtedly a beauty deserving at least an 85 out of 100. After all, with her chin and half of her mouth concealed, it remained uncertain whether to add to her score or detract from it. What is the situation outside? The woman inquired, not waiting for Xiao Ran's response, as she began to muse aloud. The fact that you can safely reach this place, and even have time to weld the door shut, indicates that the mutated dog has already departed. That cannot be a mutated dog. It must be a monster, a demon dog. The man who had previously aimed his gun became agitated once more. Xiao Ran chuckled lightly. I am unarmed and pose no threat. Why not lower the weapons for now? The few individuals inside exchanged glances, and one by one, they holstered their firearms. Xiao Ran stepped inside, fully aware that with his reflexes, he could swiftly open a portal to protect himself and eliminate any adversary should anyone attempt to raise their weapon against him. Thus, he maneuvered along the wall, ensuring he would not be caught off guard. I am Xiao Ran. May I ask your names? He casually inquired. The woman who had drawn the gun replied. I am Jiang Yuning, a police officer. Now, I ask you what is happening outside. Upon hearing her question, the remaining four displayed expressions of curiosity and anticipation. Indeed. What is the situation outside? We have been trapped here for days. Why has no one come to rescue us? This is still a police station. My phone has died, and I cannot call home or request leave from work. Had I known, I would not have come to the station that day. Who among us hasn't felt the same? They all chimed in, expressing their grievances. Jiang Yuning raised her hand, signaling for silence. Let Xiao Ran speak. Chapter 82. Setting Conditions, Additional Update. Did these individuals remain unaware of the circumstances outside? Perhaps they were aware of the initial day's events. But after being forced into this refuge, and with their phones now dead, they had completely lost contact with the outside world. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Ran stated, the social order has utterly collapsed. In this extreme cold, the vast majority of people cannot venture outside, left only to await their demise. What? Many gaped in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept such a harsh reality. How can this be? In such a vast nation, how could it succumb to a natural disaster so easily? Xiao Ran chose not to elaborate further, merely observing with a detached demeanor. The brutal truth was indeed a bitter pill for many to swallow. Gradually descending into such a profound abyss was one thing, but facing it abruptly would drive many to madness. I refuse to believe it. I refuse. The man who had earlier threatened to shoot Xiao Ran became increasingly agitated, veins throbbing on his forehead as he paced the room, seemingly on the verge of losing control. His name was Gubing. If it is true, we will find out for ourselves by going outside. Another man interjected, introducing himself as Chang Shuli. But there is that demon dog outside. Gubing shouted. Chang Shuli glanced at Xiao Ran and remarked. The fact that he managed to walk out alive indicates that the mutated dog has surely departed. That was a demon dog, Gubing emphasized. His frantic insistence over mere nomenclature revealed the extent of his nerves, teetering on the brink of chaos. Chang Shuli turned to Xiao Ran with a smile and said, You claim that almost no one can venture outside, and thus the entire societal order has crumbled. Yet, how did you arrive here? Do not tell me you have been confined to the police station these past few days. At this, the gazes of the five individuals simultaneously shifted back to Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran smiled slightly, because I possess a modified vehicle capable of traversing such extreme weather conditions. Chang Shuli wore an expression of realization and coolly replied, Name your price. How much will it cost to take me home? Xiao Ran chuckled. Even if I offered you 100 billion now, could you procure a single tea egg? The prophecy of the individuals from Taiwan had indeed come true. It was true that one could not afford a tea egg. Chang Shuli was momentarily taken aback. Then a smile crept to his lips as he said, "Forgive my lack of introduction. I am Chang Shuli, of the Chang family." The Chang family? Xiao Ran immediately recognized. For in Sioux City, mentioning the Chang family evoked widespread familiarity. The Chang family controls the Baolong Group, the largest enterprise in Sioux City, contributing over 100 billion in taxes annually. However, the family's rise to prominence is rumored to be rather unsavory, intertwined with the darker realms. Yet it could be said that the Chang family thrives in both shadows and light. Xiao Ran nodded, and so? Does belonging to the Chang family make you exceptional? Huh. Who still indulges you nowadays? Chang Shuli found himself momentarily speechless, for throughout his life, he had never encountered such direct retort. Typically, anyone bold enough to utter such words would have found themselves swiftly silenced by his bodyguards. Yet now, 3 of his protectors had perished at the hands of the mutated dog. Truly, a tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs. How audacious of this insignificant figure to confront him. Chang Shuli felt no anger. The upbringing he received conditioned him to wear a mask of congeniality. What purpose does anger serve? It would simply lead to violence. Thus, he quietly noted Xiao Ran in his mind. In this collapsed social order, taking a life would naturally incur no consequence. He continued, "I merely wish to inform you that the Chang family possesses everything and lacks nothing. Therefore, should you escort me home, you may take whatever you desire from my abode. Even female celebrities are available." This was not a deceit aimed at Xiao Ran. The Chang family frequently hosted gatherings with lesser-known stars and even third-tier celebrities, and those in the know understood the nature of such events. Of course, whether or not deception was involved was one matter, but should one actually visit the Chang family? The question of leaving with a beauty, or even leaving alive, would be a significant uncertainty. Would Xiao Ran be so easily swayed? Not a chance. With the resources he currently possessed, he had no need for someone to procure women for him. Both Han Yun and Wang Lilu were exquisite in their own right. The only drawback is that she is not a virgin. However, are there truly any virtuous women in the Chang family? Huh. Xiao Ran glanced at him with a hint of indifference and remarked, "I apologize, but my car only accommodates beauties." He turned his gaze towards the other 2 women. But regrettably, they could hardly be compared to Jiang Yuning, barely qualifying as decent-looking at best. Thus, the only woman worthy of sitting in his car was indeed her. Upon hearing this, Gu Bing and Chang Shuli exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, even revealing a trace of murderous intent. They discreetly tightened their grips on their firearms. "If you refuse to comply, then we shall eliminate you and seize your vehicle." As they prepared to act, a massive shadow suddenly loomed at the entrance. A monstrous beast. Gu Bing was so terrified that his soul nearly fled. Was that not the fearsome dog they had heard about? In an instant, all other thoughts vanished from his mind as he raised his gun and pulled the trigger towards the doorway. Bang, bang, bang. However, such feeble shots posed no threat to the mutated hound. It merely swatted the bullets away with its forepaws, sending them clattering to the ground. What is this? Gu Bing was engulfed in a chill. If it could swat away bullets, then what else could it be but a demon dog? While he was momentarily stunned, Chang Shuli also raised his weapon, shouting, "Fire! What are you waiting for? Do you wish to die?" At his bellow, the 3 women snapped back to reality, raising their guns to shoot. Yet, despite the other 2 women, Jiang Yuning, a police officer, was merely a novice. Her aim was poor, and under the recoil, the barrel of her gun only rose higher, causing bullets to fly chaotically. The hound lunged forward, crashing down onto Gu Bing, its claws raking across his chest, tearing his clothing, blood gushing forth. Gu Bing trembled violently, but after a few shudders, he fell silent. He was dead. The hound, seemingly in a taunting manner, cast a glance at Xiao Ran before snatching Gu Bing's lifeless body and swiftly retreating, disappearing in an instant. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that the ferocious beast did not embark on a rampage, content with claiming just one victim. They could not fathom that the hound was wary of Xiao Ran, a human capable of injuring or even killing it. After its mutation, the dog had become much more astute. "Xiao Ran, take me away. I will agree to any terms you set," Chang Shuli implored, truly frightened this time. Chapter 83, Strengthening Firepower Before the Apocalypse. The police station was one of the safest places. But now, the police were gone, replaced by a flesh-eating mutated dog. Who wouldn't he feel their hair stand on end? Xiao Ran did not even spare him a glance. her expression stern and resolute. The two huskies are relentless. Just as well. I had no intention of letting you off the hook. However, how does one resolve the predicament posed by this mutated beast, endowed with immense strength, remarkable speed, and formidable regenerative abilities? During our second confrontation, the husky was struck by over a dozen bullets yet appeared completely unfazed, showcasing a terrifying capacity for recovery. Xiao Ran's gaze shifted to the arsenal nearby. Were there weapons of greater potency? He began his search. Xiao Ran, I'm speaking to you. Chang Shuli, feeling ignored, could no longer contain his fury, advancing to grasp Xiao Ran's shoulder. Smack! Xiao Ran delivered a sharp slap, causing Chang Shuli to roll on the ground. Although Xiao Ran could not rival the husky in strength, among humans, he undoubtedly ranked among the strongest. Surely, a single slap could send Chang Shuli sprawling. Chang Shuli sat on the ground, dazed, his eyes spinning as if he were momentarily stunned. How can you hit someone? Jiang Yuqing couldn't help but exclaim, her sense of justice bubbling to the surface. Xiao Ran remained unperturbed. The pressing concern was the husky. What significance did a woman hold? Even if Jiang Yuqing or Lu Mei were to complain similarly, Xiao Ran would remain indifferent, and should they provoke him further, they might find themselves facing a bullet. When life and death hang in the balance, he could hardly afford to ponder the trivialities of whether his sword could be sheathed. Such individuals, regardless of their potential, would meet a grim fate. As Xiao Ran searched, a smile soon graced his face. He had discovered a sniper rifle. The ammunition for a sniper rifle differs from that of a standard rifle, possessing greater velocity and superior penetration. In truth, Xiao Ran had hoped to find an RPG or a machine gun, but a sniper rifle would suffice, its lethality far surpassing that of a conventional rifle. He shouldered the sniper rifle, conducting a brief inspection before commencing fire. Bang! 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 The sound echoed sharply. Each shot produced a powerful recoil. But Xiao Ran's formidable physique allowed him to absorb the impact without retreating, a testament to his exceptional physical prowess. Spent cartridges ejected, clattering to the ground with a crisp sound. Xiao Ran continued to fire, loading and shooting, until he had emptied the entire box of sniper ammunition. Alas, it was insufficient, such a meager supply. What madness is this? Jiang Yuqing and the others covered their ears, gripped by fear. For the kinetic energy of the sniper's bullets was immense, even if they were not aimed directly at them. The ricochets still possessed formidable penetrating power. How could they not be alarmed? Consequently, they remained oblivious to the fact that there were no stray bullets flying about. Xiao Ran discarded the rifle. The crowd was too large, making it impractical to display his spatial abilities. Why not eliminate these four? Xiao Ran was far from being soft-hearted or driven by lust. Rather, he entertained the notion of using these four individuals as bait, mere pawns in his strategic game. The two-headed beast, harboring a potent desire for vengeance, had just witnessed a murder committed before its eyes. In its perspective, these humans were undoubtedly allied. And although it could not eliminate Xiao Ran, slaying the others would serve as a form of retribution against him. Thus, given the chance, the beast would continue its spree of bloodshed and consumption. This was precisely the opportunity at hand. Xiao Ran was unconcerned with notions of mercy. His singular focus was on exterminating that beast. If, by some misfortune, the creature were to escape, how many lives could it extinguish with its formidable prowess? The sacrifice of these four individuals could lead to the downfall of that beast. Thus they would contribute to the greater good of humanity. He was not one to shy away from the moral high ground. The police station, however, was somewhat limited in its resources, possessing but a single sniper rifle and a mere box of ammunition. It was a gamble, but one worth taking. Let us move out, Xiao Ran declared. Chang Shuli's eyes sparkled with hope. Does this mean you will take me home? Jiang Yuning and the other two women also exhibited expressions of anticipation. We shall all exit together. As for what transpires thereafter, we shall each embrace our fates. Xiao Ran would never acquiesce to their desires, nor would he resort to deceit. So, you intend to remain here? Absolutely not. What can a mere good being achieve against that beast? The door is now destroyed, offering no barrier against it. Thus, to stay here is to await death. Chang Shuli and the others were filled with disappointment, yet dared not voice their discontent, particularly Chang Shuli, whose mind was racing with schemes. Once he ascertained which vehicle belonged to Xiao Ran, he would seize it without hesitation, unable to match Xiao Ran in hand-to-hand combat. While he might falter in close quarters, he possessed a firearm. Why engage in melee? Meanwhile, Jiang Yuning and the other two women lacked resolve, opting to take things as they came. Though exiting bore no guarantees, it was preferable to languishing here until death arrived. Thus, the five of them exited the armory. Moving towards the outside, Xiao Ran was acutely aware that the two-headed beast was likely lurking nearby, and upon perceiving their intent to flee, he was convinced it would not resist the urge to strike. After all, it was still a beast, and despite its mutations, it could not be overly intelligent. As they walked, suddenly, a shadow lunged forth, targeting the foremost Chang Shuli. In that perilous moment, Chang Shuli exhibited an extraordinary reaction time and speed, pushing the woman beside him to shield himself. The woman emitted a piercing scream, her face etched with shock, as if struggling to comprehend that Chang Shuli would betray her so callously. It is essential to acknowledge that over the past few days, she has discreetly become the lover of Chang Shuli. Under the cover of night, when no one was watching, they engaged in their intimate encounters countless times. As the saying goes, a day as husband and wife yields 100 days of affection, and their profound exchanges had occurred dozens of times. Yet, rather than regarding her with newfound appreciation, Chang Shuli callously cast her aside to save himself. How utterly heartless. However, her cries were abruptly silenced, for her throat had been severed. The sound of the snap was distinctly audible to all. In that fleeting moment, both Jiang Yu and the other woman felt an icy chill enveloping them, ensnared by an overwhelming dread that gripped their hearts, leaving no room to chastise Chang Shuli for his cruelty and indifference. There was, however, one exception. Xiao Ran swiftly reopened the portal to space, unleashing a barrage of ordinary bullets. Spatial perception, reveal yourself. He roared internally. The bullets flew forth, and the ferocious beast evaded the onslaught, sustaining only a few stray hits. Yet, it grew even more ferocious, determined not to let Xiao Ran escape. Having been wounded, it was resolute in its intent to eliminate this human. With its unparalleled speed, this human stood no chance of capturing it. Die. In this instant, Xiao Ran re-entered the state of spatial perception. He saw it. He accurately discerned the trajectory of the beast's advance, noting every detail. The drool at the corners of its mouth, its sharp teeth, and the bullets lodged within its body. Now was the moment. Xiao Ran fired again. A volley of over 20 sniper bullets shot forth in a straight line. If he were to scatter his fire like petals in the wind, even if every shot found its mark, the wounds would be too dispersed to deliver a fatal blow to the beast. To slay this mutated creature, the bullets must penetrate through the same wound, delving deep into its body. Furthermore, they must strike a critical area, such as the eyes. With precision, the first bullet surged towards the beast's eye. Under the influence of spatial perception, the bullets appeared to possess a guidance system, and the beast had undergone 7 transformations to evade detection. Reaching its limit and unable to change further, its eyes widened in disbelief. Even this foolish creature displayed a shocked expression, as if it could hardly fathom how Xiao Ran could still aim at it in such dire circumstances. How did you discern my position? Yet it was all too late. In the beast's pupils, the bullet loomed larger, consuming its entire gaze, before, thud, the bullet penetrated. Alone, that singular shot would not claim the beast's life. It might only inflict severe injury. Yet, a relentless succession of bullets continued to pierce through. The sound of bullets colliding echoed as the projectiles struck the rear of the ones ahead, driving the foremost bullet deep into the cerebral depths. After the discharge of over 20 rounds, the hound plummeted from the sky, letting out a pained howl. Chang Shuli was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter, exclaiming, I hit it! I hit it! He had indeed been firing at the hound moments before, believing himself to be the one who had achieved victory. Observing the hound still thrashing about, he stepped forward and fired several more shots, emptying his magazine. Chang Xiao, you are remarkable, another woman praised, momentarily forgetting that she had been thrust forward as a human shield. Did it matter? Not in the slightest. Jiang Yuqing, however, was engulfed in confusion. Although she was an administrative officer, she was still a police officer, possessing a degree of observational acuity. How many times had the bullets struck the wall? Countless. Such a cacophony could not have been produced by a mere handgun. It had to be an assault rifle, perhaps even dozens firing simultaneously. Furthermore, this was not a matter of auditory misperception. The spent shells on the ground and the bullet holes in the wall indicated that at least several hundred rounds had been unleashed. Yet, Chang Shuli's weapon, including the one in the chamber, contained only 9 bullets. How could 9 rounds create hundreds of bullet holes? Could it be? Her gaze shifted toward Xiao Ran. Xiao Ran exhaled deeply. Despite the formidable vitality and recovery capabilities of the mutated beast, could it truly survive having over 20 sniper bullets embedded in its brain? The hound's movements dwindled until it finally ceased convulsing. Was it dead? Or merely feigning death, still clinging to life? Xiao Ran opened a spatial portal, silently discharging a few more bullets, which all entered the hound's other eye. There was no reaction, only the force of impact causing its body to sway slightly. It should be dead, Xiao Ran concluded, approaching to personally confirm the demise of the mutated creature. Its ability to be absorbed into the spatial realm would indicate that it had indeed perished completely. As for whether the sudden disappearance of such a substantial corpse would arouse suspicion, no matter, silencing any inquiries would suffice. Xiao Ran crouched before the hound's carcass. Yet the spatial portal opened behind him. One must always guard against treachery. Of course, he could instantaneously reopen the portal in front of him, completing the action with a mere thought, swift as light itself. As he squatted down and placed his hand on the hound, just as he was about to execute his plan to retrieve it, a warm current surged from the hound's body. What was happening? Instinctively, he took a step back, but the warmth enveloped him too swiftly, and it felt remarkably soothing. Xiao Ran sensed a transformation within his own body, though he could not ascertain the nature of this change. In summary, this should herald a positive transformation. Xiao Ran felt as though she had been invigorated, brimming with energy as if she were capable of anything. Xiao Ran. At that moment, a loud shout echoed from behind her. Turning around, she beheld Chang Shuli seizing a firearm from another woman, aiming it directly at her. Without a trace of fear, he calmly remarked, "Those who point a gun at me seldom meet a favorable fate." Chang Shuli sneered, "Stop your cryptic nonsense. Hand over your car keys immediately, or I will shoot you dead and then search your body at my leisure. The car keys are hardly a state secret. It shouldn't be difficult for you to surrender them willingly. I'm merely trying to avoid complications." Xiao Ran chuckled softly. "What gave you the audacity to make demands of me?" The answer was clear. The demise of that husky had rendered their group obsolete. What was the point? Were they to form a team merely to enjoy hot pot? With a sudden surge of malevolence, Chang Shuli pivoted the gun and pulled the trigger on another woman, the shot ringing out with deadly accuracy due to their proximity, instantly obliterating her head. This was an outcome the woman could never have anticipated. As her body crumpled to the ground, a strange smile lingered on her face, creating an eerie tableau. Jiang Yuning instinctively raised her weapon, but Chang Shuli was quicker, directing his gun at her. "Officer Jiang, lower your weapon," he commanded with a grin. "You are far too lovely to end up as a grotesque corpse. So, be a good girl, set down your gun, and step back slowly. I will escort you to the Chang family, where you will be well fed and cared for, far preferable to enduring hunger and cold here." Under the pressure of the gun, Jiang Yuning reluctantly lowered her weapon and backed away until she was nearly level with Xiao Ran, merely 2 meters separating them. "Xiao Ran." Chang Shuli redirected his aim back at her. "My patience is wearing thin. If you do not surrender the car keys, the corpse of this woman on the ground will resemble your own." Xiao Ran smiled faintly. "Do you truly not realize how foolish you are, Mr. Chang?" Jiang Yuning's eyes suddenly sparkled. She recalled the countless bullet holes on the walls and the spent shells on the floor. After being trapped in the armory for so long, it was evident who possessed what skills. Thus, the sole harbinger of change could only be Xiao Ran. Chapter 85. Now you know my secret. However, Chang Shuli lacked the observational acuity of Jiang Yuning. With a gun in hand, and Xiao Ran unarmed, the disparity in their positions was glaringly apparent. Surely, Xiao Ran could not be so naive. After all, any rational person would be paralyzed with fear when confronted with a firearm. He indeed wished to avoid rummaging through a corpse for car keys. It seemed an arduous task. Yet, Xiao Ran's noncompliance left him with no alternative. He was unwilling to linger indefinitely in this place. Who knew if that mutated beast had companions lurking nearby? Die? Chang Shuli revealed a cruel smile as he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The muzzle erupted with flames, and a wisp of smoke began to drift upwards. However, after the gunfire ceased, Xiao Ran remained standing unharmed, showing no signs of injury. What on earth? Chang Shu was struck with disbelief, an overwhelming fear gripping his heart. In a state of hysteria, he pulled the trigger repeatedly. Bang! 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 He emptied the magazine. To his utter despair, Xiao Ran still stood there, as if Chang Shu's aim had been utterly atrocious, with every bullet missing its mark. But how could that be? One of Changshu's passions was hunting. He traveled abroad each year for live ammunition shooting, targeting not stationary paper targets, but large ferocious beasts. Over the years, he had taken down countless elephants, lions, and leopards. While his marksmanship may not have rivaled that of a professional soldier, it was far from lacking. The crucial point was that Xiao Ran was merely 5 meters away. At such a close range, he was certain to hit his target every single time. How could this be? How was it possible? He stared blankly at Xiao Ran, as if gazing upon a monster. Beside him, Jiang Yuning, though already suspecting the truth, widened her eyes in sheer shock. Xiao Ran smiled and placed his hand upon the corpse of the dog. Under the watchful eyes of Changshu and Jiang Yuning, the body of the dog inexplicably vanished. Now do you understand? Xiao Ran inquired with a grin. Understand what? Changshu remained somewhat dazed. Xiao Ran kindly elucidated. The bullets you fired have been collected by me, just like that corpse. It can't be like that. This isn't a sci-fi film or a fantasy drama. How could you possibly? Changshu's loud denial faltered as he recalled the mutated dog. If a dog could mutate into the size of a lion, possessing immense strength and agility, then why couldn't humans also evolve or mutate in a similar fashion? Enough, you've grasped the essence. In your next life, may you be born into a better fate. At least refrain from being so arrogant, Xiao Ran remarked. No, please, spare me, and I can offer you. Before he could finish his plea, a blood hole appeared in Changshu's forehead, and he fell back, eyes wide open in death. Jiang Yuning trembled in fear. What had she just witnessed? A person with superhuman abilities. Xiao Ran gazed at her coolly, silent. How to deal with this individual? Knowing his secret, it might be best to eliminate him. A murderous glint began to surface in his eyes. Jiang Yuning, terrified, knelt down and pleaded. I will be your woman. Please, do not kill me. I swear I will never reveal your secret. A faint smile graced Xiao Ran's lips as he replied. You said it yourself. I will spare your life for now, but should you harbor any rebellious thoughts, I will show you no mercy. Yes, yes. Jiang Yuning nodded repeatedly, her resistance nearly non-existent. She was merely a clerk who had entered this system through civil service examinations and had never engaged in a fight throughout her life. She was undoubtedly a delicate flower. Thus, how could she possibly resist someone with the extraordinary ability to vanquish mutated beasts? Xiao Ran understood that she was currently compelled to follow him, her heart lost somewhere beyond reach. Nevertheless, this did not concern him. Firstly, he had never sought the affections of any woman, and secondly, after enduring hardships outside, who wouldn't be enamored by the splendid conditions of the villa? Look at Han Yun and the others. If he were to send them away now, which of them would comply? The only issue was whether his modest villa could accommodate an influx of exquisite women should he frequently bring new ones home. Xiao Ran scratched his nose, realizing he had been rather hasty in his decisions. He should have purchased a larger villa initially. However, there was only one villa in the neighborhood. Where could he find a larger one? To acquire a bigger villa would necessitate venturing to another location, complicating his desire for revenge against his ex-wife. Alas, it was too late for regrets. Could he truly be reborn? Besides, he was not devoid of the capacity to venture out. In the future, should he discover a suitable villa or other properties, relocating would be a simple matter. Xiao Ran couldn't help but think of Miss Lu Mei's Doomsday Fortress. Indeed, that could serve as an alternative option. Yet, considering his connection with Lu Mei, he felt somewhat hesitant to impose upon an acquaintance. For now, the villa was not at all cramped. Accommodating 10 more women would pose no problem at all. Xiao Ran returned to the armory to gather his belongings. As he waved his hand, items vanished into thin air, leaving Jiang Yuning in a state of astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief. Once he had collected everything, Xiao Ran and Jiang Yuning boarded the car. Checking the time, he noted it was already past 3 in the afternoon. There was still some time to gather more energy. He decided to collect one more batch before heading back. How cozy! Jiang Yuning was taken aback by the warmth inside the vehicle, her expression one of utter satisfaction. Xiao Ran merely smiled, knowing she would feel even more content upon returning to the villa. He drove towards the nearest gas station. Having already reviewed the map and navigated for himself, turn left ahead. Continue straight at the next intersection. We've arrived. Jiang Yuning had already grasped some of his abilities, and as they encountered abandoned cars blocking the road, Xiao Ran simply pressed on, absorbing the vehicles into his alternate space. Each time this occurred, Jiang Yuning widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. Upon reaching the gas station, Xiao Ran repeated the process with ease, securing 4 canisters of fuel, 92, 95, and 98-octane gasoline, along with diesel, all set to go. However, just as Xiao Ran intended to leave, a thick fog seemed to materialize out of nowhere, enveloping the world in an instant. Visibility rapidly diminished to a mere 10 meters, then 5 meters, ultimately dwindling to just 1 meter. There was no way to proceed. Xiao Ran shook his head and said to Jiang Yuning, "It seems we must spend the night in the car." Jiang Yuning nodded in agreement, then remarked, "Had I known, I should have remained at the police station, where there are still plenty of military rations and clean water." Your perspective is rather limited," he replied. Chapter 86. The first exquisite goddess. Xiao Ran made his way to the gas station store, clearing the shelves of its contents. Since he was already there, why not take advantage? Afterward, he returned to the vehicle. The cold outside was biting. Inside the car, he could remove his tactical jacket, but outside, wearing only a sweater would leave him frozen in an instant. One should never underestimate the severity of the cold. Jiang Yuning, feeling overheated, also shed her outer coat. But being at the police station, even with spare clothes, she could only manage a short-sleeve shirt or a long tunic due to the season. Yet, astonishingly, she wore a bulletproof vest beneath her coat. Her intention was not for protection against bullets, but rather to add an extra layer for warmth. After all, military overcoats are too cumbersome to wear 2 layers beneath. With the bulletproof vest obscuring her figure, Xiao Ran could not discern her physique. But once she removed the military coat, he clearly beheld Jiang Yuning's beauty. Indeed, she was a stunning woman, easily scoring a solid 90. Whether she could achieve a score of 91 or 92 depended on her figure. Was she a small A or a large G? Her chin was not the sharp, trendy face of a social media influencer, but rather the oval visage of a classical beauty, with a smooth jawline, delicate skin, and lips as crimson as flames. However, her lips were rather chapped, a sign of dehydration that slightly marred her allure. Xiao Ran smiled and handed her a cup of tea, saying, "For soothing your throat." Jiang Yuning accepted it, then gasped in astonishment, "It's warm? Goodness." Xiao Ran chuckled, "Stay with me, and at least in terms of material comfort, you shall not be neglected." Jiang Yuning pondered for a moment and responded, "It's not just about lack. The power is out, which means heating is gone. And the hail is toxic, polluting the natural water sources. The harsh environment outside makes acquiring food and clean water exceedingly difficult. Thus, this seemingly simple cup of water symbolizes a glimmer of hope for survival, especially since it is warm. This woman possesses keen intelligence and profound awareness." Xiao Ran smiled, realizing that allowing her to grasp a fraction of his secrets was indeed beneficial. She now understood that all resources were within his grasp. Should he perish, those resources would vanish forever. Thus, she had no choice but to abandon any thoughts of harming him, unless she intended to take them both down together. Once she had quenched her thirst, Xiao Ran reclined the front seats, transforming them into a makeshift table. He laid down a plastic sheet and arranged several dishes upon it. Jiang Yuning watched in astonishment as he produced steaming dishes one after another, her eyes widening and mouth agape. Xiao Ran could not help but chuckle, then playfully stuffed a chicken leg into her mouth, prompting her to protest vehemently. As 2 individuals dined together, Jiang Yuning initially maintained a sense of decorum. However, she soon succumbed to a ravenous appetite. Although she had no worries about sustenance in the armory, her meals consisted solely of cold, canned provisions laden with preservatives, sufficient to stave off hunger, but far from satisfying. In contrast, the freshly prepared dishes before her were a world apart. "I am stuffed," Jiang Yuning remarked, gently caressing her slightly protruding abdomen with an expression of mild embarrassment. She had always prided herself on being a lady. Such lack of restraint was uncharacteristic of her. Xiao Ran then presented a platter of freshly sliced fruits. In spite of her stomach's protests, Jiang Yuning managed to consume half of the fruits, declaring herself unable to eat any more. Xiao Ran also indulged in the fruits before neatly gathering the plastic wrap along with the remnants of their meal, intending to dispose of it later. Morning dawned. Stretching lazily, Xiao Ran felt a surge of awareness. With a mere thought, he could perceive everything within a 3-meter radius, even above him, below him, and behind him, an enhanced spatial awareness. Not only that, he distinctly sensed a significant increase in his physical capabilities. His strength, speed, and resilience had markedly improved compared to the previous day. What could be the cause of this transformation? That warm current. He recalled the moment he had touched the mutated dog, an immediate warmth enveloping him, resulting in an indescribable change within his body. However, it was only after a night's rest that this transformation truly manifested, allowing Xiao Ran to feel the differences distinctly. The most evident change was that the limit of his spatial gateway had expanded from 5 by 5 meters to an impressive 10 by 10 meters, an enormous enhancement. Chapter 87. Speculation and Decision. The source of these transformations lay in that warm current, originating from the mutated dog. Xiao Ran found himself compelled to ponder further. Could this calamity lead to evolution in humans or other creatures? Or perhaps mutation? Had he acquired spatial abilities through this phenomenon? Meanwhile, the dog had embarked upon a different path, experiencing a surge in size, speed, and strength. Though it might not be impervious to harm, its defensive capabilities were formidable, indicative of a physical enhancement. Thus, Xiao Ran mused, could there be others in this world akin to himself or the mutated dog? Surely there must be. While the dog was indeed powerful, Xiao Ran believed he could manage it with his abilities. After all, it was merely a foolish canine, lacking the intellect of a human. But what if he were to face a person instead? The outcome of such a confrontation remained uncertain. More importantly, the existence of abilities, whether they be superpowers or other extraordinary gifts, could allow for the absorption of powers from other ability users or mutated beasts, leading to even greater strength. This posed a conundrum. Rubbing his temples, Xiao Ran felt a growing concern. If he could enhance his abilities through absorption, then surely others could do the same. He originally sought refuge in the villa, merely venturing out to gather some energy or to relieve his restlessness. With the villa's formidable defenses and his abundant supplies, he could have easily lived out his days in seclusion. However, the presence of other supernatural beings loomed large, with a high probability of their emergence. Moreover, these individuals could continuously grow stronger, which was a cause for concern. At present, Xiao Ran believed that even the mutated husky, if it were to be resurrected, would stand no chance against the villa's defenses. It could not even breach the security door of the police station. Yet, what if this husky could absorb abilities and grow more powerful? That would indeed be troubling. Thus, if he remained holed up in the villa while other supernatural beings grew in strength, there would inevitably come a day when a formidable entity could breach the villa's defenses, drag him out, and slay him to absorb his powers. At that juncture, it would not matter whether he had offended anyone. Possessing supernatural abilities would be his original sin, the very reason others would seek to attack him. The crux of the matter was whether Xiao Ran could relinquish his powers. Firstly, he was unwilling. Secondly, even if he wished to, he had no idea how to do so. Therefore, if he wished to survive in this apocalyptic world, to live freely and unrestrained, he must not remain stagnant or complacent, but instead strive to grow stronger. Only by becoming powerful enough to crush all adversaries would he deter anyone from provoking him. Xiao Ran took a deep breath. As someone who had died once, he had no desire to face death again. Thus, he resolved to live while others perished. Who were they? Those who also possessed supernatural abilities. Henceforth, he must maintain a low profile to conceal his powers, lest he attract unwanted attention. Secondly, he needed to take the initiative, seeking out other supernatural beings to enhance his own strength. After merely absorbing abilities once, the capacity of his spatial portal had doubled, and all aspects of his physicality had improved. What if he were to absorb powers several more times? Xiao Ran could not help but feel a sense of yearning. His conviction grew stronger, for if even he, the recluse king, yearned for strength, what of other supernatural beings? Competition and bloodshed were inevitable. Given this reality, Xiao Ran had no choice but to confront it head-on. At that moment, Jiang Yuning stirred, her long eyelashes fluttering as she awoke. Just as she attempted to rise, a sharp intake of breath escaped her lips, and she winced in pain. Yesterday had been her first time. Xiao Ran chuckled softly. Take your time, let's have breakfast first. He held a deep affection for this exquisite goddess, though he would not idolize her. Outside, simplicity reigned. There was no time for brushing teeth or washing faces. Those matters could be attended to later. Jiang Yuning had grown accustomed to this, having been trapped in an arms depot where even basic hygiene was impossible. After their breakfast, Xiao Ran drove towards the next gas station. Since they were still outside, it was imperative to continue gathering energy. Additionally, Xiao Ran harbored a desire to encounter other individuals endowed with supernatural abilities. Any hint of hostility directed towards him would be met with immediate and unhesitating force. He believed that most current practitioners of such powers had not yet assimilated other abilities and remained in their nascent stages. Thus, the bullets from his alternate dimension would possess terrifying lethality. Victory was assured. Throughout his journey, Xiao Ran consistently employed spatial perception. This technique, when combined with the bullets from his alternate realm, yielded astonishing results. He was determined to master this ability thoroughly. Spatial perception endowed him with a heightened awareness, as if his entire being were imbued with eyes, eliminating any blind spots within his field of vision. Within a radius of 5 meters, no detail could escape his detection. However, obstacles would impede his view. Yet, as long as Xiao Ran maintained his use of supernatural powers, spatial perception would transition from a static image to a dynamic one, resembling a holographic projection that could be observed from multiple angles. This was the essence of spatial abilities. Having tested its limits, Xiao Ran discovered that he could utilize it approximately 100 times before exhaustion set in. If he kept the dynamic imagery uninterrupted, it could last for a mere minute. A minute felt fleeting. However, he chuckled to himself, for that brief span was sufficient to exhaust all the bullets in his alternate dimension. If he could not vanquish his foes within that time, what purpose would the continuation of spatial perception serve? Xiao Ran emptied a gas station before proceeding to his next destination. Along the way, Zhang Yuqing spoke of her own story. Coming from a scholarly family, with both parents being university professors, her upbringing was steeped in tradition. This background explained why, despite her striking beauty and enviable figure, she remained untouched. The significance of family values was paramount. After graduating from university, she had rebelled slightly by moving to another city and securing a position as a civil servant. However, barely a year into her role, she found herself confronting a natural disaster. Her expression bore a hint of melancholy. Having left the protective wings of her parents, she had hoped to experience a meaningful romance, yet ended up losing her innocence, knowing little more than Xiao Ran's name. Xiao Ran merely smiled, refraining from further commentary. She would adapt in due course. By 3 in the afternoon, having been occupied until then, Xiao Ran chose to return home, mindful of not repeating yesterday's folly of overindulgence, which had left him stranded in the fog. Fortunately, his vehicle, the modified G, had spared him from the peril of freezing to death. An hour later, Xiao Ran drove back to his community. The appearance of the G immediately attracted the attention of many onlookers. He didn't freeze to death outside. What a pity, they lamented. I had hoped that if he perished, I could move into his villa. Disappointment hung in the air among the crowd. Yet, one individual's gaze was particularly intense, Su Qingmei. Chapter 88. Borrowing a car, Xiao Ran parked the vehicle and closed the garage door behind him. Then, he and Jiang Yuning entered the first floor of the villa. The leopard eagerly approached, circling around Xiao Ran and wagging its tail vigorously. Xiao Ran affectionately patted its head and chuckled. Leopard, you're not quite up to par. Yesterday, I encountered a dog that had evolved superpowers. It was quite impressive. The leopard, oblivious to his words, continued to wag its tail. However, it soon noticed Jiang Yuning, approached her to sniff, caught the scent of Xiao Ran, and circled around her, nudging her leg with its head. You naughty pup, get away, she belongs to me. Xiao Ran teased with a laugh. The warmth in the room was sufficient, prompting Xiao Ran to suggest Jiang Yuning remove all her clothes and discard them. After wearing them for over 20 days, she was fortunate the weather was cold, and she still had her natural fragrance. Otherwise, they would surely have become unpleasant. Jiang Yuning blushed profusely, covering her upper body while neglecting her lower half, feeling utterly flustered. Xiao Ran burst into laughter, carrying her upstairs. The leopard, obediently, remained on the first floor when Xiao Ran instructed it not to ascend. In the bathroom, Xiao Ran began filling the bathtub with water. Jiang Yuning, incredulous, asked, "Is this water not toxic?" Xiao Ran smiled. "It's pure water. Of course, it's not toxic." Jiang Yuning found herself at a loss for appropriate words. Simply the fact that Xiao Ran could indulge in a bath with clean water made him worthy of competing for the title of the world's richest man. Once the water was ready, she slipped into the tub, and as the warm water enveloped her body, a satisfied sigh escaped her lips. Who else can enjoy a hot bath nowadays? Even a soak. Xiao Ran chuckled and removed his clothes, stepping into the bathtub as well. An hour later, Xiao Ran donned a bathrobe and descended to the basement. Xiao Ran. At the sound of the door opening, Han Yun and the 3 other women became animated, rushing towards him upon seeing him. "We thought we would be trapped in here," they exclaimed. We missed you so much. They all said in unison. Xiao Ran grinned mischievously. How much did you miss me? So much, so much. Naturally, Han Yun and the others inquired about Xiao Ran's entire day of absence. He merely stated that he had gone out to gather energy, explaining that the villa's power supply relied on generators, which were useless without energy. He had no intention of revealing his secrets, nor disclosing Jiang Yuning's presence. Since Han Yun and the others were not yet qualified to truly reside in the villa, they did not need to know too much. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from the basement door. Xiao Ran had already received a notification. He glanced at the surveillance and saw a woman standing at the entrance. She was evidently expressing sincerity, as she was not holding an umbrella. What is the matter? Xiao Ran inquired. The woman lifted her head, facing the camera, and Xiao Ran's eyes widened in surprise. What a stunning woman. A solid 90 out of 100, at least. Was there really such a breathtaking beauty in the neighborhood? With Han Yun and Wang Lulu, this community was indeed a treasure trove. My name is Su Qingmei. I have heard that you possess a vehicle, and I am curious to know how you might be persuaded to lend it to me. I am willing to accompany you, as I need to go to a certain location. The beautiful woman spoke. Xiao Ran was taken aback. He certainly would not part with his prized G-Class. However, if the terms were sufficiently enticing, he might consider lending it. After pondering for a moment, he used the remote to unlock the door. With a click, the iron gate swung open. Su Qingmei took a deep breath and strode inside. It was delightfully warm. Indeed, the rumors proved true. This villa was equipped with heating. She then caught sight of Xiao Ran and the four women, particularly Han Yun and Wang Lulu, who both dazzled her with their beauty and figure, rivaling her own. Initially brimming with confidence, she found herself wavering upon seeing them. Yet, she quickly regained her resolve. As she scrutinized the four women, they too assessed her, each displaying expressions of astonishment. Where did such a gem emerge from? A sense of unease began to stir within them. Xiao Ran smiled and asked, "Which building do you own?" Su Qingmei hesitated briefly before replying. "I am not an owner here. I only arrived the day before yesterday." Xiao Ran was momentarily stunned. "Are you affiliated with the 8 women who arrived the day before yesterday?" Su Qingmei shook her head before nodding. "We are all escapees from prison. But we cannot be considered a cohesive group. We merely formed a temporary alliance for survival." Xiao Ran found it hard to believe that such a stunning woman was a convict. "What led to your imprisonment?" he inquired with curiosity. Su Qingmei hesitated before revealing. "I have a younger sister who, during her high school years, was nearly victimized by a nefarious individual. In my attempt to protect her, I accidentally killed that villain." Chapter 89, Preparation, Additional Update. Xiao Ran glanced at Su Qingmei. If she were not lying, she was indeed a devoted sister. Observing her current quest to find her sister and seeking his vehicle for assistance, one could truly sense the depth of their sisterly bond. "Is your sister in Sioux City?" he asked. If she were in a distant location, it would be imprudent, especially given the adverse weather conditions. Reaching even the nearest city would be exceedingly challenging. Thus, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Su Qingmei nodded. "My sister studies at Sioux University." "Which campus?" Xiao Ran inquired further. "Xiaomen." Xiao Ran pondered. The distance from here to Sioux University's Xiaomen campus was not particularly far, only 9 kilometers according to the navigation. However, the complexity of the campus environment and the number of people within it posed significant challenges in locating an individual. In summary, the question was, how high was the risk factor? Had it been yesterday, even if Su Qingmei had willingly offered herself, he would have merely exchanged food for assistance, not daring to venture into danger. At most, he would have gone to the nearby gas station. There was no way he would travel such a distance. Moreover, the school was teeming with people, and he was unfamiliar with the surroundings. Who knew from where an unexpected blow might strike? In life, safety must always be the priority. However, his perspective began to shift. While safety remained paramount, he also needed to seek opportunities for empowerment. Otherwise, no matter how he tried to survive, he would ultimately be hunted down by other supernatural beings. It was far better to eliminate threats than to be eliminated. His mastery of spatial abilities was undeniably among the finest of supernatural powers. Previously, that formidable wolf dog, swift and strong with remarkable defenses, had found itself at a disadvantage against him, ultimately meeting its demise at his hands. The potency of his spatial abilities was thus evident. Yet, as other supernatural beings engaged in fierce battles, growing ever stronger, his own advantages would diminish if he remained stagnant, leading him to become a weak and lowly supernatural entity. At that point, even if he wished to fight back, would he still have the opportunity? Thus, when Su Qingmei proposed borrowing a vehicle, Xiao Ran began contemplating this dilemma seriously. What price are you willing to pay? He casually inquired. Su Qingmei bit her lip, displaying a hint of hesitation, yet she replied, Don't you like beautiful women? I suppose I qualify. If you lend me the car, I will spend the night with you. This suggestion was hardly surprising. In these times, who could offer anything truly enticing? A beautiful woman, in her essence, held the greatest value. Xiao Ran pondered once more before responding. I need a few days to prepare. Come back in 3 days. Su Qingmei grew anxious, exclaiming, Given the current severe weather conditions, every additional day puts my sister in greater danger. Can't we leave today or tomorrow? Xiao Ran shook his head, stating firmly, No, I need a few days to get ready. If you are unwilling to wait, feel free to seek another vehicle. I have no objections. Whose vehicle could even traverse such slick terrain now? Moreover, with temperatures plummeting, most cars' heating systems likely wouldn't function. Thus, venturing out in such vehicles would be tantamount to courting disaster. The temperature had already dipped below -40 degrees, and at night, it was expected to drop another 20 degrees. Anyone caught outside overnight would undoubtedly face freezing to death. Su Qingmei was frantic, yet she could only acquiesce, saying, Departing in 3 days then? I will be ready to go. Otherwise, we will have to delay further. Xiao Ran replied coolly, No matter how beautiful Su Qingmei is, her life is not more vital than mine. If it weren't for his acute sense of crisis and urgency to strengthen himself, he wouldn't even consider her proposal. Nevertheless, he added, You can stay here for the next few days. There is food, drink, and hot showers available. As for the conditions, well, you understand. Su Qingmei felt a stir of desire, but decisively shook her head. If Xiao Ran were to possess her now, would he still lend her the vehicle? The act of borrowing implied he would need to accompany her, as it was necessary to drive the car back. Going out signified danger. Thus, having already secured her, why would Xiao Ran still take such risks? She implored him repeatedly to prepare swiftly before departing. Once she left, Han Yun and the other 3 women began to chatter among themselves. Despite having come to sell themselves, they still maintained an air of superiority. Indeed, since they would be sharing a bed with Xiao Ran, they should embrace the experience rather than feign modesty. They fervently belittled Su Qingmei, unaware of the extent of Xiao Ran's resources, and naturally felt that the greater the number of people in the villa, the faster the supplies would deplete. Instilling a sense of urgency within them, Xiao Ran paid no heed to their incessant prattle. Having released his surplus energy, he ascended to the 2nd floor. There, he discovered that Jiang Yuning had awakened, though she had shifted from the bathtub to the bed, still in slumber. Her hair, half damp and half dry, lay in stark contrast against the pristine white bedding and pillows, creating a striking visual impact. He chose not to disturb Jiang Yuning, but instead took out his phone, opened the map, and began his search. He had informed Su Qingmei that he required several days for preparation, but preparation for what? Heavy weaponry. Even taking aim at that mutated canine was a challenge with a sniper rifle. What about facing an ability user, especially one who had undergone secondary evolution? Could their current firepower truly vanquish the adversary? Consequently, Xiao Ran needed more formidable armaments. Ideally, a machine gun. If that proved unfeasible, missiles would suffice. Just one thrown could obliterate everything. The police station was out of the question. At best, they had sniper rifles, and submachine guns were non-existent. He would need to procure such weapons from the armed police. However, he recalled that there was a station military unit in Sioux City, which he had visited during middle school. Not only did they possess heavy weaponry, but even tanks. If only he could locate that place, he would no longer need to fret over firepower. Yet, so much time had passed that he could not recall its whereabouts. Perhaps he could inquire with others. Surely many had experienced that place during their school days. Chapter 90. The camp. By midday, Jiang Yuning finally awoke, seeing Xiao Ran seated beside her. Engrossed in his phone, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she inquired, How long have I slept? Is it already the next day? Xiao Ran chuckled. Since you have slumbered for so long, shouldn't you treat me well? Jiang Yuning's face paled in shock, hastily responding, But I still hurt. Xiao Ran laughed heartily, pinching her cheek. You've only slept for a little over 3 hours. It's time to eat. Jiang Yuning rose, her movements hesitant and labored as they tugged at her wounds. Growing impatient, Xiao Ran scooped her up and carried her to the coffee table, placing her gently on the sofa. What would you like to eat? He asked. We can still order? Jiang Yuning exclaimed in surprise, now aware of her spatial abilities. She would soon learn of the vast resources he possessed, ensuring her unwavering loyalty to him. The abundance of resources naturally instills a sense of security in individuals. Yet, once one becomes complacent, they tend to grow accustomed to their circumstances and adopt a laissez-faire attitude. Xiao Ran nodded slightly. As long as your requests are not too outrageous, they can certainly be fulfilled. Then I would like a plate of mapo tofu, Jiang Yuning replied, clasping her hands at her chest as if making a wish. Xiao Ran chuckled softly and retrieved a plate of mapo tofu from an alternate dimension. Indeed, it exists. Jiang Yuning's eyes sparkled with delight. I would also like some roasted duck. With a simple gesture, Xiao Ran conjured a serving of sliced roasted duck onto the coffee table. Lastly, I would like a soup. Something light will suffice, she stated for her final request. Xiao Ran, of course, obliged and inquired, is that enough? Yes, yes, Jiang Yuning nodded repeatedly, aware that excess would lead to waste. Moreover, regardless of the abundance of provisions, one must still practice moderation, for the duration of the calamity remained uncertain. This girl certainly had a knack for making the most of her situation. Xiao Ran nodded in agreement, pondering that Jiang Yuning could never fathom the true extent of his stockpile. He could sustain himself for several lifetimes, which equated to enough provisions for hundreds of individuals to thrive for an entire lifetime. And this assessment only accounted for Xiao Ran's current supplies. He was certain he could continue to acquire more, so the eventual bounty might suffice for 1,000 souls to live on. 1,000. That could form a small community. After their meal, Xiao Ran allowed Jiang Yuning to engage in leisure activities, watching dramas, resting, or exercising, as she pleased, while he took the opportunity to walk the dog, a leopard, around the garage. Once he had finished with the canine, he turned to the four girls. Did you ever experience spring or autumn excursions to the military during your school days? Aside from Zhang Jingya, who was a local, Wang Lu and Zhong Lei were not natives of Sioux City, leaving Han Yun as the exception. The two girls compared their maps, but could only narrow down the location to the vicinity of Guangfu, where there was a military airport. With that information in mind, Xiao Ran retrieved a loudspeaker and broadcasted to the entire neighborhood. Dear neighbors, I need to ascertain the location of a certain military unit stationed in Sioux. Those who possess detailed information may come to me for a trade. 1 box of instant noodles and 1 box of water. He repeated the announcement 3 times before hurriedly closing the window. Half an hour later, there was a knock at the basement door. Upon checking the surveillance, Xiao Ran noticed it was an elderly gentleman, likely surnamed Qian. Not being well acquainted with him, Xiao Ran directly inquired, "Are you Mr. Qian?" "Yes, yes." The old man nodded eagerly. Xiao Ran continued, "Mr. Qian, do you know the specific location?" "Indeed, before my retirement. I worked as a cook at the Southern Military Camp S Officer Center. I often heard discussions about that unit, and over time, I memorized the details," Mr. Qian explained. Xiao Ran then opened the garage door, allowing Zhang Jingya to carry out a box of instant noodles and a box of water before closing it again. He pressed further, "What is the exact address?" Mr. Qian began to elaborate. However, as the military base was situated in the mountains, he could not provide a specific address, but could describe which mountain to enter and how to proceed once inside. Indeed, as long as one ventures into the right mountain, sentinels will naturally appear on either side, and one merely needs to follow the path. Xiao Ran opened the map to assess the distance, which was over 30 kilometers. It was now midday. If he set off immediately, he could reach his destination before nightfall. Thus, he embarked on his journey. Xiao Ran felt an intense desire to replenish his firepower. He prepared 3 days' worth of food and water for the 5 women upstairs and downstairs before setting out. The Great G maintained a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, which, while not rapid, prioritized safety. After all, what was the rush? Should an accident occur along the way? Even with the abundance of supplies in Xiao Ran's alternate space, the likelihood of succumbing to the elements outdoors remained significant. The journey was fraught with numerous obstacles, which Xiao Ran diligently navigated. After 2 hours, he finally arrived at the mountainous region described by Old Master Qian. He spotted the sentinels. However, there was no one manning them. This was to be expected. Given the temperature in Sioux City, the troops' winter uniforms would hardly be sufficient to withstand such bitter cold. Moreover, with the recent onslaught of toxic hail, who could endure such conditions? Xiao Ran drove deeper into the mountains. After progressing some distance, he noticed profound tire tracks on the road. The ice layer had been compromised, leaving clear imprints. These marks were likely left by a tank. Comparing the path traversed by the Great G, it was evident that, despite its considerable weight, it could not damage the ice layer. Thus, the vehicle that had crushed through it must have been significantly heavier, most likely a tank. A smile of delight spread across Xiao Ran's face. This indicated that the troops had vacated the camp, which meant salvation. Although the external circumstances were not particularly favorable, there was at least the prospect of locating supplies. Despite having never served in the military, Xiao Ran held great respect for the soldiers. Knowing they might have escaped brought him a sense of joy. However, he pondered whether the troops had taken all their weaponry with them. Surely not, as transporting personnel would not guarantee the safety of their arms. He would discover the truth upon entering. There was no need to linger at the sentinels. He could simply follow the traces on the ground. After another 20 minutes, Xiao Ran finally entered the camp. A profound silence enveloped the area. Not a single soul was present, nor even a bird in sight. Xiao Ran checked his equipment and then stepped out of the vehicle. Instantly, a biting chill engulfed him. It was freezing. He began to search the camp, and soon his eyes brightened. He had located the armory. Now this was an armory. In comparison, the one at the police station yesterday had been almost laughable. Handguns, rifles, light machine guns, heavy machine guns, grenades, and even RPGs. This was it. He was in luck. Who would dare challenge his firepower now? Xiao Ran, disregarding all else, directly collected the weapons. As for transferring the bullets and rockets into the alternate dimension, that could be addressed leisurely, preferably in a warmer locale, at least one not as frigid. He searched the vicinity and discovered a tank with a broken track. Yet its other functionalities remained intact. Remarkably, when others arrived at such a site, even those endowed with extraordinary abilities, they could only manage to transport a handful of weapons. It required a multitude of people to carry away more. However, Xiao Ran was capable of emptying the entire camp single-handedly. The tank? He chuckled as he climbed inside. Promptly retrieving his laptop, connecting it to an external hard drive, he located an educational video on tanks, detailing how to load ammunition and fire. There was no need for instruction on adjusting the barrel or aiming at a target. It was purely a test of physical strength to load the shells. Once loaded, a single press of a button would unleash the firepower. Tanks are weapons, and the essence of weaponry lies in its ease of use and simplicity of operation. To Xiao Ran's delight, he discovered 8 shells within the tank. Shells. He filled one into the chamber and fired. Boom. A sharp ringing echoed in his ears. Fortunately, the portal was securely aligned with the barrel, and after absorbing the abilities of the two-horned creature, the portal's maximum size had doubled, as had its effective range, now extending to 4 meters. He retrieved one shell in its firing state. Stuffing cotton into his ears, he proceeded. Boom, boom, boom. He successively fired off the 8 shells, and then absorbed the entire tank into the alternate dimension. Perhaps it would serve a purpose in the future. Glancing at the time, it was just past 3 in the afternoon. If he departed now, he might return to the community before the dense fog settled in. Thus, Xiao Ran set off on his return journey. Maintaining a speed of 20 kilometers per hour, he soon found his luck waning. It wasn't long before the fog swiftly enveloped the city, completely obstructing the road ahead. Could he still advance? Just barely. By persistently employing spatial perception, he could ensure he remained on course and avoid collisions. However, maintaining this heightened awareness was only sustainable for a minute. A full recovery would take approximately half an hour. Consequently, by the time he used his abilities again and finally arrived back at the community, daylight had long since broken. It seemed he would have to spend another night outdoors. Xiao Ran sighed. Fortunately, he had no concerns about food or the threat of freezing to death. In the past, he would have opted to sleep in his vehicle for safety's sake, but now, he felt a sense of eagerness. Venturing to Sioux University would plunge him into an entirely new and unfamiliar environment. How would he confront such a challenge? Perhaps he could simulate the experience now. He alighted from the vehicle, secured the door, and ventured forward a mere 20 meters before entering a residential community. Although it was only 5 p.m., the sky was shrouded in gloom, compounded by a dense fog that rendered the surroundings indistinguishable from night. He proceeded cautiously, soon locating the entrance to an apartment building. To his surprise, it was locked. Rather than resorting to vandalism, Xiao Ran entered the underground parking garage through the electric bike lane. However, the personnel gate was also secured, presumably to thwart the intrusion of cold air. With no other recourse, Xiao Ran returned to the surface, and with a swift strike of his hammer, he shattered the glass of the entrance door, allowing himself to slip inside. Upon his entry, he was greeted by the sound of voices emanating from the parking garage. What could be happening? Xiao Ran cautiously made his way through the emergency exit to the stairwell leading to the basement. Instead of recklessly pushing the door open, he merely created a small opening and employed his spatial awareness. The door was obstructed, not by heavy objects, but by blankets, presumably for warmth. Xiao Ran quickly grasped the situation, especially since the cacophony within suggested a large gathering in the garage. He silently nudged the door, extending his hand to push it further. And with a swish, the blanket blocking the entrance fell away. As he pushed again, the door yielded a narrow passage sufficient for a single person, and he slipped inside, swiftly closing the door behind him and replacing the blanket. Silently, Xiao Ran gazed ahead and discerned a bonfire approximately 10 meters away, fueled by an assortment of furniture and an abundance of books piled high nearby. To his astonishment, a throng of people encircled the fire, singing and dancing as if the outside world were not beset by calamity, but rather a festive retreat. Additionally, there were grills by the bonfire, where meat was being cooked, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. A cursory glance revealed around 100 individuals gathered by the fire, perhaps slightly more, yet still a limited number. Illuminated by the flickering flames, he noted that the eldest among them appeared no older than 40, with the majority in their 20s and 30s, comprising both men and women. Notably absent were the elderly and children. Surrounding the bonfire were makeshift sleeping arrangements, forming a circle. Thus, they would sleep on the floor at night. This could indeed be a pragmatic solution, as congregating would allow for shared warmth and reduced resource consumption. Yet, where had the old and young gone? In any community, one would expect a representation from all age groups. Unless, Xiao Ran's brow furrowed as he cast another glance at the roasting meat, his expression turning icy. He crept along the wall, moving silently in the shadows where the firelight barely reached, while the revelers remained oblivious to his presence. Xiao Ran made his way to the eastern section of the garage. Unlike the West District, this place was shrouded in darkness and an unbearable chill. The entrance to the underground shelter was firmly shut. Xiao Ran pushed the door open, closed it behind him, and finally switched on his flashlight. My goodness! Despite having taken the lives of dozens, he felt a shiver run down his spine. For here lay a mountain of corpses. Among them were the elderly and children, along with some robust young adults. Each individual was bound, their faces etched with expressions of despair and terror, preserved in the frigid temperature that maintained their final moments of life. Vivid images surged in Xiao Ran's mind. Within this community, over 100 strong youths had banded together to subdue the others in groups, herding them here to freeze to death. And these individuals? They had survived by exploiting the resources of every household in the neighborhood. Judging by the map, this community was sizable, housing possibly over 5,000 residents. Thus, it was akin to 5,000 people sustaining 100, allowing them to endure for a considerable time. The corpses here served as their reserve food supply. Whenever hunger struck, they would simply drag a body out to roast and consume. Xiao Ran's eyes blazed with murderous intent. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, killing was commonplace. Survival bred a profound selfishness within each person. Yet cannibalism? That crossed an insufferable line. Once the boundaries of humanity were breached, individuals could commit the most heinous acts. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ran had already pronounced the death sentence upon those wretched souls. They were less than beasts. He turned around and returned to the West District. At that moment, the more than 100 revelers had ceased their dancing, instead sinking into their blankets, indulging in unrestrained debauchery. The air was filled with decadent melodies. Chapter 92. I Am the Devil. The scene was utterly chaotic. Xiao Ran widened his eyes, feeling his worldview shaken to its core. However, upon reflection, how could one regard them as human when they resorted to cannibalism? Animals, naturally, possess no sense of shame. Shaking his head, he strode outside. The nearer he approached the bonfire, the larger his shadow grew in the flickering light. Eventually, someone noticed the anomaly. Who are you? This shout startled the revelers, who turned to gaze at Xiao Ran. Indeed, he was a stranger, clad in a thick jacket. Yet, a middle-aged man quickly emerged, draping a coat over himself, and gestured to the crowd. No need to be alarmed. This is a new brother sent by the gods. Come, let us welcome this newcomer. Instantly, many began to applaud. The peculiarity was that many were stark naked, and a gathering of bare-bottomed individuals clapping their hands exuded an eerie vibe. The middle-aged man then turned to Xiao Ran and said, Brother, please tell me your name. Xiao Ran replied with a faint smile, I am Xiao Ran. But I cannot be your brother. With you all sharing a bed. Ha. No thank you. I tend to be a bit of a clean freak. The middle-aged man cast a furtive glance, prompting several men and women to hastily don their garments and surround Xiao Ran from both sides. Xiao Ran feigned ignorance. Brother Xiao, this world has descended into utter chaos. Only the divine can salvage the souls of the living. The divine has opened its embrace to you. Why do you choose to reject it? To spurn the divine is to plunge into darkness, condemned to eternal suffering. Xiao Ran shook his head, reflecting that every natural disaster births the rise of cults, for the extremities of their doctrines find fertile ground in turmoil. Is this extreme weather normal? He queried. No. It is surely the wrath of the divine. Such beliefs have gained traction. At that moment, the encroaching figures drew perilously close. Wielding fruit knives and kitchen blades, tools typically reserved for dismembering corpses, now readily at hand. Die! They charged forth from the shadows, lunging at Xiao Ran. He responded with a chilling smile, as a spatial portal materialized to his left. Bang! 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 A volley of bullets erupted, followed by another portal to his right. With acute spatial awareness, he discerned every detail of the 8 figures charging from either side, their appearances and trajectories laid bare before him. The 8 bullets struck with precision, each one finding its mark, resulting in instant demise as they collapsed to the ground. The onlookers were bewildered, having witnessed the 8 rush at Xiao Ran only to fall in unison. What transpired? They gasped, observing the gory wounds that marred their foreheads, blood gushing forth. Their eyes wide in terror, forever locked in a gaze of disbelief. A collective chill swept through the crowd. The middle-aged man stood frozen, finally stammering, You are the harbinger of evil. Brothers and sisters, this man is a representative of the devil. We must unite and slay this demonic envoy, lest the devil discovers our whereabouts and annihilates us all. His usual rhetoric of demonic theories had ensnared many, and at his words, the crowd's expressions hardened with murderous intent directed at Xiao Ran. With a nonchalant smile, Xiao Ran retorted, You are mistaken. I am not the messenger of evil. I am the embodiment of it. He pointed casually at one individual, declaring, Die. A bullet flew silently through the air, striking true. Yet not where intended. Rather than a clean kill, it shattered the man's ear. Xiao Ran's expression darkened. The distance had impeded his aim. It was somewhat embarrassing, having proclaimed death only to miss the mark. Yet, those facing him were rendered speechless. A mere span of over 10 meters, and he could obliterate a man's ear with a mere gesture. This is utterly terrifying, they thought. Indeed, as Xiao Ran had asserted, he was not merely a messenger of evil, but the devil incarnate. Instantly, several individuals knelt before Xiao Ran, repeatedly bowing their heads. Lord Demon, I am willing to submit to you. Please spare my life. These individuals were, of course, fickle as reeds in the wind, lacking any true conviction. Xiao Ran replied nonchalantly, Those who wish to submit, approach me, and I shall lead you into my realm. What did this mean? The kneeling figures were momentarily taken aback, hesitantly rising to their feet and slowly making their way towards Xiao Ran. After taking a few steps, suddenly, one person vanished without a trace, as if they had simply ceased to exist. This shocking event caused the others to halt in their tracks. Xiao Ran smiled faintly. What are you waiting for? Do you not wish to follow me? It then dawned on them that the person who had disappeared had indeed entered Xiao Ran's realm. No matter how dire that place might be, it was surely better than their current predicament. With this thought, someone took a step forward and instantly vanished, which emboldened many others to follow suit. One by one, individuals disappeared with a whoosh, yet some clung to their doubts, retreating instead of advancing. Minutes passed, and no one dared to move forward anymore. Xiao Ran surveyed the scene, noting over 30 individuals who were not only refusing to approach, but were now stepping back. Devil! Devil! The previously bold middle-aged man shouted desperately, brandishing a cross as if it could intimidate Xiao Ran. I command you to retreat at once. Xiao Ran scoffed, forming his right hand into a gun shape and aiming it at the middle-aged man. Bang! He uttered. A bullet shot forth silently, followed by a shriek as the man clutched his throat, stumbling back as blood poured from his fingers like water from a leaky pipe. Xiao Ran's lips twitched. He had aimed for a headshot, but had missed again. His blasted accuracy. Once out of the spatial awareness range, his precision plummeted. Yet, the sight of the man's suffering sent shivers through the onlookers. A mere hand forming a gun could indeed unleash a bullet. Devil! He is undoubtedly a devil. They cried out in terror. Lord, please spare me. Take me to paradise. I am willing to offer my soul to you, they screamed in a frenzy. While the women became even more frenzied, tearing their garments and lying on the ground, exclaiming, "Devil, come to me. I wish to bear your offspring and rule this world." The middle-aged man, now powerless, sank to his knees, his gaze dimming. With a thud, he fell over. Yet, no one spared him a glance. All eyes were fervently fixed on Xiao Ran. What did it matter if he was a devil, as long as he could ensure their survival? Who cared about their souls after death, whether they went to hell or elsewhere? Chapter 93. Returning to the community, attracting covetous eyes, Xiao Ran raised his hands once more, declaring, "Those who wish to submit, swiftly enter my domain." On this occasion, although the remaining individuals hesitated somewhat, the majority gravitated toward Xiao Ran. They had already concluded that he was a demon, thus daring not to disobey. Disobedience would lead to death. Compliance, although it resulted in sudden disappearances, might indeed be, as Xiao Ran suggested, entry into his world. Perhaps if they exhibited submission and obedience, the demon would appreciate them and regard them favorably. Surely this was preferable to awaiting death, was it not? With such thoughts, they ventured into the portal, instantaneously becoming lifeless corpses. However, at least it was painless. Xiao Ran smiled, having saved a considerable amount of ammunition. Indeed, the youth were teachable. Yet, there remained 4 women who had not willingly stepped into the trap. They were attempting to entice Xiao Ran into revelry with them. What use is it for you to submit to the demon? We can become his women directly. Even bear his offspring. Our status would not be inferior to yours. A group of fools. Women ought to wisely utilize their beauty and figures. Xiao Ran furrowed his brow. Were they not insisting on forcing him to expend for more bullets? Humph. Nevertheless, Xiao Ran did not hesitate. He took a few steps forward. Just as the 4 women believed they had stirred his desires, for bullets were unleashed. Thud, 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 thud. Given the proximity, each woman received a bullet to the forehead, instantly creating a gaping wound, and they perished on the spot. How could Xiao Ran possibly regard these women? Not only had his tastes become discerning, but even without that, he would find them unworthy. He retrieved a bed, mattress, and blankets from the alternate space. The bedding previously used by others was unfit for him. For Xiao Ran, resources were in abundance. Nestled in the thick blankets, which were of the highest quality and offered excellent warmth, he found himself beside a large fire continuously radiating heat. Even in such frigid weather, he perspired profusely in his sleep, waking in the middle of the night from the heat. He also experienced a nightmare, filled with imposing figures, startling him awake. Upon awakening, he realized it was simply the weight of the blankets. They were too heavy, as if someone were pressing down on him. Very well. He removed 2 blankets and returned to slumber. This time, he slept soundly until just past 6. Rather than continuing to sleep, he extracted the weapons he had recently acquired and began to fire. 2 hours later, the alternate space was filled with a substantial amount of ammunition. Primarily, it was produced by a heavy machine gun. Time was limited, and Xiao Ran naturally collected the most powerful options. Of course, there were also RPGs, handheld rocket launchers. Stepping out of the garage, the biting cold wind invigorated him, and the thick fog began to dissipate once more. It was time to depart, to return home. Xiao Ran drove back to the community, proceeding at a deliberately slow pace, occasionally checking road signs, for navigation was no longer functional, and he had to rely solely on his own eyes. As he traveled, he pondered deeply. Yesterday, the community housed approximately 5,000 individuals, yet astonishingly, there was not a single extraordinary being among them. What does this signify? The probability of mutation is lamentably low. On his second venture outside, Xiao Ran encountered a mutated husky, an event that could only be deemed coincidental. Whether it was a stroke of bad luck or fortuitous remains uncertain. Xiao Ran, however, considered it a fortunate occurrence, for it enlightened him to the existence of potential extraordinary beings in the world. Most importantly, he had absorbed the husky's unique abilities, thus realizing that the powers of other extraordinary beings could indeed be appropriated, consequently enhancing his own capabilities. Had he chosen to remain holed up in the villa for 1.5 years, he might have found himself besieged by an immensely powerful extraordinary being, leaving him with no chance to resist and forcing him to relinquish the beautiful women he had collected. Shaking his head, Xiao Ran vowed that in this life, he would not fall victim to anyone. After nearly an hour of driving, he finally returned to the community. As the imposing vehicle smoothly entered the gates, it inevitably drew the gaze of many, igniting jealousy in their hearts. They were on the brink of starvation. Yet here was Xiao Ran, who could still venture out in search of sustenance. They thought it unjust that he should seek food for himself while they languished. After all, if he possessed the ability to procure food, he ought to share it with them. How could he be so selfish? Furthermore, they had been keeping watch over Building 4. What had he contributed? Without their vigilance, he might have already been consumed by the occupants of that very building. Where in the world could such good fortune exist? Where one could reap all benefits without a modicum of contribution? Let us confront him. The various buildings began to communicate, a consensus swiftly forming among a throng of famished and parched individuals. They would seek out Xiao Ran. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran returned to the villa, using a remote to unlock the car doors. He parked the vehicle, no need for reversing, and closed the garage door. Just as he opened the front door of the villa, the leopard bounded toward him. Jiang Yuqing stood behind the leopard, and upon recognizing Xiao Ran, she sighed in relief, exclaiming, "You are back. I was so worried." Her expression evoked that of a wife anxiously awaiting her husband's return from a perilous mission, filled with concern. Xiao Ran smiled, noting that Jiang Yuqing's relief appeared genuine. Yet did their hearts truly harbor such profound affection? Certainly not. Thus, her anxiety was a blend of various emotions. For instance, should Xiao Ran perish outside, she would find herself trapped within the villa. She must have attempted every door. All required a fingerprint or password for access, whether from the outside or within. Though Xiao Ran had not restricted her movements to the first 3 floors, she remained unable to unlock the main door or access the basement. Thus, akin to the 4 women in Han Yun's company, she too was a caged bird, albeit in a somewhat larger cage. In these apocalyptic times, one cannot help but ponder the dwindling number of humanity that remains outside. Naturally, solitude envelopes individuals, especially those whose inner strength is lacking, leading them to fear becoming the last person on earth. Moreover, Xiao Ran is her first and only man. A woman can never forget who her first love is, for it is a singular experience marked by initial hardship followed by sweetness, pain followed by pleasure. Xiao Ran first indulged himself for a while before approaching Jiang Yuning, inquiring, "Have you had breakfast?" She shook her head, expressing concern that she wasn't hungry. Xiao Ran smiled. Whether genuine or merely to placate her, it brought him comfort. "I haven't eaten either. Let us dine together." He prepared an extravagant breakfast spread, reminiscent of a hotel buffet, allowing Jiang Yuning to indulge until her flat stomach was pleasantly full. As the day drifted toward noon, Xiao Ran sighed, lamenting his own lack of restraint. Just moments prior, he had vowed to exercise moderation, yet here he was, indulging daily. Could he truly be blamed? Surely. The infusion of extraordinary abilities had augmented not only his physique and powers, but also his vitality. Perhaps, in due course, this would normalize. Yes, that must be it. How could he possibly be deemed a hedonist? While Xiao Ran contemplated, a notification echoed from the surveillance system. He made his way to the basement to investigate. Goodness, so many people, he exclaimed, observing the corridor filled with individuals, and outside, an even greater throng had gathered. Were all the survivors of the community converging here? Save for those in Building 4. "Xiao Ran, we know you're inside. Come out and speak with us. Don't be a coward," they shouted, emboldened by the umbrellas overhead or the raincoats they wore. Previously, Xiao Ran had eliminated dozens using poison, spraying, and contaminating food. So now, with their protective measures, they believed they had little to fear from him, provided they refrained from consuming his offerings. Some murmured that Xiao Ran possessed a firearm, yet this assertion remained unverified, and most were skeptical. In this land of Huaxiao, where would one procure a gun? Had Xiao Ran's villa not been impervious to a human assault, they would not be standing idly here, but would have already breached the premises. Xiao Ran activated the microphone, speaking calmly. "What is it that you wish to discuss?" Despite their fury at his refusal to emerge, they found themselves powerless. If they could breach the villa, would they still be shouting here? Thus, with Xiao Ran's absence, they were left with nothing but futile howls. An elderly man stepped forward, addressing the surveillance camera. "Young Xiao, I am Director Wu from the street office. You must believe that calamity will eventually pass. Therefore, your inaction in the face of suffering will surely lead to reckoning after the disaster. TSK, TSK, TSK." Immediately branding a large hat. Such alarming rhetoric. Xiao Ran, of course, remains unmoved. Will the calamity pass? Yes, it will, but not in a year or 2. It will take decades, centuries, or even longer. Just consider the polluted waters. How long will it take for nature to purify them? Moreover, There's the matter of this abnormally low temperature. Once the ice age descends, it will not simply conclude in a short span. Thus, even if humanity survives this crisis, it will ultimately be akin to small communities or even individual families, resembling tribes of primitive society. So hundreds or thousands of years later, when spring blossoms, to speak of post-disaster reckoning, is that not absurd? Xiao Ran remains impassive. It is fine to indulge these people in a bit of amusement. What does Director Wu wish for me to do? Upon hearing this, Director Wu could not help but display a triumphant expression. Look. Ordinary individuals are so easily intimidated in front of a person of authority. Just a slight provocation, and they are already frightened. He cleared his throat and stated, after careful research and discussion, we have proposed the following two options. First, you can venture out daily to seek supplies, which you will then hand over to us, and our street office will naturally distribute them as needed. Of course, you will not labor in vain. Once the calamity has passed, you shall be regarded as the foremost hero, and we will duly report this to the state. Second, considering the burden you bear alone, you may share your vehicle, allowing everyone to take turns in the search for supplies. In this case, your merit may be diminished slightly, but you will still be recognized as the primary contributor. How do you choose? Xiao Ran chuckled, incredulous at the audacity of these people. He replied calmly, I choose the third option. Director Wu was momentarily taken aback. He had only offered two choices. You may continue with your schemes while I pursue my own path. Xiao Ran's voice floated out leisurely, followed by the light laughter of women. Not just one, but several. The crowd could not help but think of Han Yun, renowned as the beauty of the community, often fantasized about by countless men as she entered and exited the neighborhood. In their dreams, she was the goddess they longed for, and in reality, this exquisite woman was now in Xiao Ran's villa, at his mercy. Imagining this scene, the onlookers could only feel a profound respect. Scoundrel, wanton. They could only curse secretly and gnash their teeth in jealousy, lamenting why this person was not themselves. Director Wu's expression darkened, and he exclaimed loudly, Comrade Xiao Ran, do not think we are helpless against you. We simply do not wish to take matters to extremes. I tell you, should you refuse our terms today, we will release the residents of Building 4 and inform them that it was you who confined them. A pack of beasts that dare to feast on flesh has set their sights on you. Do you still think you will have peaceful days ahead? Unless you intend to never step outside again. Chapter 95. Releasing the tiger back to the mountain. Xiao Ran was somewhat astonished. You intend to release the individuals from Building 4? You must be utterly insane. It is imperative to recognize that Xiao Ran's villa is impervious to the assaults of ordinary people. Thus, even if the occupants of Building 4 believe that the lockdown was orchestrated by Xiao Ran, the reality remains that they cannot breach the villa's defenses. Will they simply bide their time? You are all courting disaster. Such short-sightedness. Is Xiao Ran fearful? Not in the least. In a direct confrontation, the combined strength of all the residents in the vicinity would be no match for him. Moreover, even against attacks from behind, Xiao Ran has now acquired a certain level of defensive capability. Spatial awareness. He certainly would not allow Director Wu's words to manipulate him. With a scoff, he remarked, If you are not afraid of being devoured by the people from Building 4 first, then feel free to release them. I, for one, am protected by my villa. They cannot penetrate it. If you are foolish enough to release a tiger back to the mountain, so be it. With that, he switched off the microphone and muted the incoming sounds from outside. The four women, Han Yun and her companions, observed him with expressions tinged with concern. After all, the previous actions of Building 4 had been terrifying. They had brutally killed and abducted many residents, behaving like wild beasts. In contrast, Xiao Ran, though ruthless, had always adhered to a principle of mutual disinterest. If you did not provoke him, he would not trouble you. Unlike the occupants of Building 4, who would pursue you regardless of whether you sought to evade them. How had the world devolved into such a state? It had only been 22 days since the apocalypse began. They were filled with lamentation and profound reflection. Xiao Ran, however, was undeterred, setting out again in the afternoon. This time, he drove toward the entrance of Su University's Xiaomen campus. Along the way, he cleared obstacles, ensuring a safe passage. While accompanied by Su Qingmei, he was reluctant to reveal his spatial abilities. Thus, he decided to scout ahead first. Yet, this excursion was not without purpose. He made stops at gas stations and supermarkets, indulging in a form of zero-cost shopping. The thrill of not spending money was exhilarating. However, the food situation was rather grim. as most items had been retrieved from sub-zero temperatures and would require considerable time to thaw. Furthermore, the experience of consuming previously frozen food would undoubtedly lack in taste. Nevertheless, it would suffice to satiate hunger in these dire times. In an epoch where even obtaining a meal posed challenges, who could afford to be picky? These provisions could also be utilized as rewards, preventing his quality reserves from going to waste. Xiao Ran meticulously categorized his supplies in an alternate space, ensuring that such frozen items remained separate, as he would never consume them himself. Upon arriving at the entrance of Su University's Xiaomen campus, Xiao Ran finally made his way home. Just as his vehicle was about to turn and disappear from sight, a young man suddenly appeared. Despite the frigid temperatures, he was clad in autumn attire that did not appear bulky. He gazed ahead in puzzlement, muttering, "Is that a car? How is it maintaining balance on such a slippery surface? It should surely crash at any moment." The young man shook his head and ventured into the campus of Su University, carrying a large bag on his back. Today, Xiao Ran returned to the community just before the dense fog rolled in again. Suddenly, the sound of drums echoed, and a throng of people surged forth from the unit doors of the nearby buildings, hastening towards the entrance with alarming speed. Armed with clubs and hammers, they approached with an intimidating demeanor. "Ah, do they intend to smash my car?" Xiao Ran's gaze turned icy as he pressed the accelerator to the floor. With a roar, the modified G-Class surged forward, its engine growling powerfully. Faced with this metallic beast charging towards them, the crowd quickly scattered. Too late. The impact sent several individuals flying, their bones cracking audibly upon collision. Some fell unconscious, while others spat blood, but in such dire circumstances, the outcome was inevitable: death. Was there even a doctor to treat them now? The G-Class sped away but soon halted, reversing and accelerating once more towards the crowd. The cacophony of cries filled the air as more individuals were struck down, yet others seized the opportunity to swing their clubs and hammers. Unfazed, Xiao Ran let out a cold laugh, unleashing a volley of silenced bullets that felled many more. Despite the vehicle's enhanced defenses, he was unwilling to risk damage. What if something went wrong? The G-Class rampaged through the throng, and with the bullets from the alternate space, bodies dropped in clusters. Unbeknownst to the crowd, most were actually shot rather than struck by the vehicle, yet in the chaos, who would notice how others met their demise? They cried out and dashed towards the buildings, cursing their own lack of speed. However, the slippery ground increased their chances of falling. A tumble on the icy surface could lead to excruciating pain for any exposed skin. Minutes later, the survivors managed to escape indoors, leaving behind what could easily amount to over 100 corpses. Xiao Ran intentionally revved the engine to produce a thunderous roar, as if declaring something, before the G-Class slowly made its way back to the villa. Meanwhile, the survivors trembled with fear. To them, Xiao Ran appeared even more ruthless than the occupants of Building 4. After all, those were a group, whereas Xiao Ran was but a single individual wielding such lethal power and destructive capability. What would happen if a group were to rally behind him? They were at a loss, feeling utterly helpless. Threats were disregarded. Xiao Ran brazenly crashed into them without remorse. They were utterly desperate. Release the people from Building 4 and let them engage in a fierce struggle with Xiao Ran. Director Wu gritted his teeth, for just moments ago, his son-in-law had been brutally killed by Xiao Ran. Could he not harbor hatred? However, the inhabitants of Building 4 were hardly benevolent either. Someone voiced their concern. "So, do you wish to starve to death?" Director Wu replied coldly. "Let the people from Building 4 clash with Xiao Ran. We still have a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, we are merely awaiting our demise. Move." Thus, the group bundled themselves in thick blankets and approached Building 4. "We can release you, but you must agree to a few conditions," Director Wu shouted through a loudspeaker. A window creaked open, and Liu Yang's face emerged, adorned with a chilling smile. "Oh, do enlighten us." After a lengthy exchange and negotiations, a consensus was finally reached. The individuals outside began to fill the pits. To prevent the occupants of Building 4 from escaping through the windows, they had previously dug deep holes corresponding to each window, filled with sharp objects. Once the pits were filled, they placed furniture at the bottom, followed by blankets and other items, allowing for an easy escape from the second-floor windows. Liu Yang was the first to leap out, and as over 20 individuals from Building 4 emerged, Liu Yang playfully patted Director Wu's face, grinning. "I recall that Director Wu has a daughter, quite beautiful if I may add. How about we have some fun with her?" Chapter 96. The backlash the individuals from Building 4 had escaped their dire predicament. They had nearly starved and thirsted to death within the confines of their building. And in their desperation, they had even contemplated cannibalism. After enduring such a harrowing experience, did they retain any sympathy? None. Consequently, the other residents in the community faced dire consequences. That night, piercing screams echoed incessantly. Although Director Wu and his group attempted to shift the blame for the blockade onto Xiao Ran, Liu Yang and his companions were not fools. Such a grand undertaking could not be accomplished by a single person in one night. Thus, Director Wu and his group must have had a hand in it. Why extend any courtesy to their adversaries? The inhabitants of Building 4 emerged like ferocious tigers, brimming with murderous intent, while the residents of the other buildings were disunited. Daring not to show their faces as long as the people from Building 4 did not encroach upon their territory, they barricaded the stairways with furniture, assigning guards to stand watch. Should the occupants of Building 4 approach, they would poke at them with bamboo poles through the barricades. Hence, as long as a single guard was stationed, safety was virtually assured. However, on this day, the entire 12th building faced misfortune alongside Director Wu. The occupants of Building 4 stormed in, and the residents of Building 12 were utterly defenseless, swiftly subdued. What followed was a one-sided display of violence from Building 4. The men were systematically slaughtered, their bodies preserved for sustenance, while the women were reduced to mere tools for venting frustration, especially Director Wu's daughter, who possessed a fair degree of beauty, became the target of relentless assaults from over 20 men, succumbing before dawn. Director Wu was forced to watch the entire ordeal from the sidelines, filled with such rage that he spat blood repeatedly, consumed by regret. Had he known, he would never have unleashed these beasts. Although Xiao Ran was ruthless, he would disregard you as long as you did not provoke him, unlike the brutes from Building 4, who exhibited a complete lack of humanity. The old man wept bitterly, his tears eventually turning to blood, rendering him blind from grief. He truly regretted his actions. Yet what good was regret now? The tiger had already been released back to the mountains, and the wolf invited into the fold. The die had been cast. Liu Yang, smoking a pilfered cigarette, cast his gaze toward the distant villa, flicking the ash with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. It was said that Xiao Ran possessed a vehicle capable of traversing the icy terrain. Even if we wished to avoid conflict with him, the circumstances forced our hand to capture this individual. However, he was not easily dealt with. The villa itself was impenetrable. Breaching those thick walls was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Could we still employ construction vehicles or explosives for demolition? What then? We could only wait for him to emerge and set up a blockade to force him to stop. The barricade must be substantial and heavy enough. Otherwise, it would fail to halt his vehicle. We would bide our time until his next outing. While chaos reigned in the community, Xiao Ran reveled in comfort. He had prepared formidable firepower and scouted the area. In fact, he could have set out today. Yet why rush? It had already been over 20 days since the apocalypse began. Those who could not endure had surely perished long ago. One more day made little difference. Wang Lulu occasionally thought of her son, a piece of her own flesh, but in such dire circumstances, what could she possibly do? She felt utterly powerless. At noon, Xiao Ran unexpectedly spotted someone on the surveillance monitor, Liu Yang from Building 4. He stood at the iron gate, clad in a raincoat, waving at the camera. Here to see me? Xiao Ran inquired. Liu Yang smiled. I'd like to borrow your vehicle. Name your price. I can offer you any woman in this community. Xiao Ran chuckled. If I desired a woman, I could simply trade food for her. Force is entirely unnecessary. Moreover, I do not enjoy coercion. It lacks charm. I prefer women who are willing and eager to please, whether their affection is genuine or feigned. But to use force? It either invites fierce resistance or results in a lifeless submission. Where's the fun in that? Liu Yang shook his head. Xiao Ran, I sincerely wish to borrow your car. You would do well to agree. Are you planning to threaten me? Xiao Ran asked. No, only the powerless resort to threats. Liu Yang replied with a smile. Xiao Ran, we will meet again, truly meet. Huh, you're getting cheeky. Fine, when you stand before me, I hope you retain that bravado. Xiao Ran laughed. Laozi possesses extraordinary abilities, and he teaches you how to write the character for servitude in uppercase. Ha 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 ha. Liu Yang laughed heartily a few times before turning to leave. The negotiation had collapsed. His gaze was frigid. If Xiao Ran could borrow a vehicle, it would be ideal. He truly did not wish to sever ties with Xiao Ran, for far too many had perished at his hands. although there were various coincidences. It seemed that none had occurred through Xiao Ran's formidable might, yet that did not diminish Liu Yang's apprehension towards him. Alas, what a pity. Nevertheless, he must procure Xiao Ran's vehicle. Otherwise, they would be trapped in the community indefinitely. Xiao Ran, however, paid Liu Yang no heed. In the afternoon, he dedicated 3 hours to fitness, and in the evening, he watched a drama alongside Jiang Yuning. Strictly speaking, it was Jiang Yuning who was engrossed in the show while he measured her form. "You are so beautiful. Surely many colleagues must pursue you?" Xiao Ran inquired. Jiang Yuning pouted slightly. "Who do you look down upon? I am the city's flower of the police force. I attended a meeting in a neighboring city, and many colleagues specifically requested transfers to our bureau. Moreover, numerous sons of high-ranking officials in the city are vying for my attention." Xiao Ran chuckled. "That is quite fortunate. No superior would dare to exploit you." Indeed, Jiang Yuning nodded. To dare to exploit her would equate to offending over half of Sioux City's elite, essentially antagonizing their parents, which was no trivial matter. Xiao Ran laughed heartily. "Yet in the end, it benefits me." Chapter 97. Preparing to depart, Jiang Yuning playfully chided. "You truly are one to take advantage and then act coy." With her striking beauty, she could easily marry into a prestigious family. Her parents were university professors, which added greatly to her appeal. Yet, she found herself compromised over trivial food matters. Alas, she gazed at the man beside her with a complex expression. The more desperate reality became, the more she found herself relying on him. As her dependence deepened, so too did her feelings for Xiao Ran grow increasingly intricate. One day, her heart would be utterly ensnared. This realization both frightened and helplessly captivated her. Could she ever distance herself from Xiao Ran? Setting aside other concerns, she was already aware of the nefarious deeds occurring in Building 4 of the community. Thus, if she were to leave this villa, she might be captured by a group of vile men, subjected to their whims and degradation. The thought of such a fate was akin to a living death. No, even death would mean being consumed as mere sustenance. The mere image of this scenario sent shivers down her spine, her delicate face paling. Not only in this community, but cannibalism could be unfolding in every corner of the earth. She instinctively clung tighter to Xiao Ran, whispering, "You must not come to harm." If Xiao Ran were to face misfortune, her fate would be exceedingly tragic. Xiao Ran replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I am quite selfish and will not allow any other man to touch you." On that day, Xiao Ran accomplished nothing yet seemed to be engaged in endless activity. From upstairs to downstairs, his body felt somewhat overwhelmed. No wonder many emperors throughout history have met untimely ends. However, I seem to be utterly unaffected by this phenomenon. Xiao Ran gazed into the mirror, showing no signs of debauchery or decline. In fact, when he compared it to the photographs taken a few days prior, he discovered that he appeared even more vibrant and full of energy now. This truly is a perplexing matter. Has acquiring superpowers also elevated my physical constitution, thereby augmenting my innate potential? If this hypothesis holds true, then if I absorb dozens, perhaps hundreds of extraordinary abilities, could I indeed transform into an indomitable force, impervious to any adverse effects, and even grow stronger? This is splendid. Xiao Ran nodded, adding yet another reason to his list for hunting down those with special abilities. The day of indulgence finally came to an end, and Xiao Ran was soon greeted by Su Qingmei's arrival. "Are we ready to depart?" she inquired eagerly. "Consider yourself fortunate. I have prepared everything necessary," Xiao Ran replied with a nod. Su Qingmei bit her lip, and after a few seconds ventured, "Could I first locate my sister before, well, completing the transaction?" Noticing Xiao Ran's expression darkened slightly, she hastily clarified, "I do not intend to renege on my word, but I am still a virgin. If I hand you the payment now, I fear I may be incapacitated and unable to search for my sister." Xiao Ran was somewhat astonished. Such a stunning beauty was still untouched. Previously, none among Han Yun's quartet could claim the same, and now two had emerged in succession. How curious. Xiao Ran chose not to comment directly, instead retorting, "First, I merely agreed to lend you my vehicle and accompany you to Su University. I made no promises regarding the location of your sister." Su Qingmei hesitated but nodded. "As long as you take me to Su University, even if we do not find my sister, I will fulfill my promise upon our return." Xiao Ran continued, "Second, what if you default on our agreement?" "I can swear," he interrupted, shaking his hand to forestall her. "I do not trust oaths. Should you attempt to renege, I shall shoot you without hesitation." He brandished a handgun before her. Su Qingmei could only nod in response, her voice trembling. All right. Although she possessed a firearm of her own, it had been confiscated by Xiao Ran during her initial visit. Confronted by a robust man wielding a gun, she felt an overwhelming sense of submission, both psychologically and physically. Very well, let us set forth, Xiao Ran declared. Han Yun and her companions quickly surrounded him, urging him to exercise caution, while simultaneously casting warning glances at Su Qingmei. In her heart, Su Qingmei sighed, contemplating that once she found her sister and fulfilled her promise, she would take her sister far away. She had no desire to compete for favor with these four women. Xiao Ran reassured Han Yun and her friends. Knowing that this journey to Su University might extend over several days, he ensured that he was well stocked with food and fresh water. Meanwhile, upstairs, Jiang Yuning continually tended to the fireplace, ensuring that the chill would be kept at bay. To take a step back, even if the fireplace is no longer functional. Has the generator not been connected? The air conditioning remains operational, albeit its heating efficiency pales in comparison to that of the fireplace. Nevertheless, it ensures one will not succumb to the bitter cold. He led Su Qingmei to the first floor, while Han Yun and her companions could only watch enviously. Although they had resided in the villa for several days, they had yet to earn Xiao Ran's approval and had remained confined to the basement. Now, they found themselves somewhat envious of Su Qingmei. Xiao Ran closed the basement door, and Su Qingmei waited for him, only to be startled by the sound of hurried footsteps. A stunning beauty, rivaling her own allure, descended the staircase, accompanied by a mutt that dashed from the kitchen and halted beside the exquisite woman, panting and scrutinizing her. Another one here? Su Qingmei observed Jiang Yuning, who was likewise assessing her with sparks of intrigue and a palpable sense of danger in her gaze. Xiao Ran had informed Jiang Yuning of his intention to venture out today to assist someone in locating her sister. Initially, Jiang Yuning had assumed Xiao Ran was merely acting out of compassion, but upon seeing Su Qingmei, she realized he had misjudged the situation. What compassion? It was plainly desire. She had wronged Xiao Ran. Had he not felt an urgent need for self-improvement, even if Su Qingmei were tenfold more beautiful, he would not have consented to assist her in her search. Engaging in perilous endeavors was absolutely out of the question. Yet now, Xiao Ran's sense of urgency and danger was at an all-time high. To him, this excursion was primarily a journey of self-discovery and the pursuit of extraordinary abilities, while Su Qingmei was but a mere embellishment.